The poverty of conceptual truth. Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction and the limits of metaphysics. R. Lanier Anderson. Contents. Introduction 1. Containment analyticity and Kant's problem of synthetic judgment 3.1.1 The problem of synthetic judgment 3.1.2 Kant's soft-shell account of analyticity 6.1.2.1 How controversial is Kant's distinction? 7.1.2.23 Definitions of analyticity 12.1.2.3 The centrality of containment 16.1.3 Logic, methodology, epistemology, 3 Conceptions of analyticity in Kant 22.1.3.1 The analytic and synthetic as methods 23.1.3.2 Analytic and synthetic as epistemological categories 26.1.3.3 Analyticity as a logical notion 31.1.4 Antecedents of containment analyticity 32.1.5 Plan of work 39. Part I. The traditional logic of concept containment and its metaphysical implications 2. Containment and the traditional logic of concepts 45.2.1 Worries about containment 45.2.2 Concept containment in the traditional logic 49.2.3 Kant's theory of concepts and the division account of containment 54.2.4 Logical and non-logical extensions in Kant's doctrine of the concept 61.2.5 Skepticism about containment, revisited 71.3. The Wolffen paradigm 75.3.1 The logic of containment in Wolff's metaphysical picture 75.3.2 The importance of containment truth, 3 key features of the Wolffen paradigm 78.3.3 Empirical concepts in syllogistic science 88.3.4 Conclusion 95.4 Narrowness and trade-offs, conceptual truth in the Leibnizian, Wolffen philosophy 97.4.1 The narrowness of containment 97.4.2 Problems accounting for logical truth 99.4.3 The 5 universals, some limits of the Wolffen paradigm 108. 4.4 Leibniz on characteristic and definition, containment without division. 114. 4.5 Trade-offs facing containment 122. 4.5.1 Trade-offs 122. 4.5.2 Consequences 124. 4.6 Conclusion 130. Part 2. A Difficult Birth, the emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction 5. 3 versions of analyticity 135.5.1 The difficult birth 135.5.2 Brief outline of the story 136.5.3 3 versions of analyticity, a reprise via Addicks and Beck 139.5.3.1 The Addicks account of Kant's development 139.5.3.2 Lewis White Beck on making synthetic judgments analytic 141.5.3.3 3 versions of analyticity, methodological, epistemological, logical 143.5.4 An alternative story 146.6. Methodological beginnings, analysis and synthesis in the published pre-critical works 149.6.1 Introduction, General Skepticism about the Wolffen Paradigm 149.6.2 Methodological Criticism in the System of 1762/3, The Inquiry 152.6.3 The real/logical distinction in 1762/3, The only possible argument and negative magnitudes 157.6.4 After the System of 1762/3, Conceptual Truth in the Inaugural Dissertation 168.6.5 Conclusion 178.7. Making Synthetic Judgments Analytic, Kant's Long Road Towards Logical Analyticity in the Reoxyanian 179.7.1 Locating the Origin of the Analytic/Synthetic Distinction 179.7.2 The Epistemological Conception in the Late 1760s 183.7.2.1 The Analytic as Objective Cognition 183.7.2.2 Analytic and Synthetic as Rational and Empirical 186.7.2.3 Turning Synthetic Judgments Analytic, the Beck Objection Reconsidered 197.3 Birth of the Critical Insight, the Hearst Letter and Logical Analyticity in the Silent Decade 195.7.4 Conclusion, A two-step route to the Critique 202 Part 3. Ineliminable synthetic truth in elementary mathematics 8. The logic of concepts and a two-step syntheticity argument 209 8.1 Philosophy of mathematics in the context of Kant's Critique of Metaphysics 209 8.2 Logical and phenomenological interpretations of the role of intuition 214 8.3 Conceptual truth and mathematical knowledge 226 9. Kant on the syntheticity of elementary mathematics 232 9.1 Kant's philosophy of geometry and the failure of Wolff's reconstruction program 233 9.2 Kant's philosophy of arithmetic 244 9.2.12 Bases of syntheticity, equivalence of non-identicals and non-reciprocity of content and extension 247 9.2.2 Leibniz's proof strategy and the nature of mathematical definition 256 9.2.3 The role of intuition in arithmetic 259 9.3 Conclusion 261. Part 4. The poverty of conceptual truth and the master argument of the transcendental dialectic 10. The master argument 269 10.1 Irreducible syntheticity in mathematics and in metaphysics 269 10.2 Framing the master argument 271 10.3 The master argument in the dialectic 277 11. The soul and the world, the master argument in Kant's paralogisms and antinomy 287 11.1 On the paralogisms of pure reason, the Critique of Rational Psychology 287 11.2 On the antinomy of pure reason, the Critique of Rational Cosmology 297 12. The master argument in the Critique of Rational Theology 306 12.1 Kant's Critique of the Ens Realissimum concept 307 12.2 Kant's Critique of the Ontological Argument 316 12.3 Conclusion to Part 4 326. Epilogue 13. Empirical Concept Formation and the Systematic Role of Logical Division 333 13.1 Problems and Puzzles, Constraints on a Kantian Theory of Empirical Concept Formation 336 3.1.1 Circularity 336 3.1.2 Generality 342 3.1.3 Corrigibility 348 3.1.4 Concept Identity, Hierarchies, and Analyticity 350. Contents 15. 13.2 Kant's Theory of Empirical Concept Formation Sketch of an Interpretation 351. 13.2.1 Conceptualism in the Transcendental Deduction 352. 13.2.2 Conceptualism and Circularity 356. 13.2.3 Kant on the Logical System of Concepts 361. 13.2.4 Outline Sketch of a Theory 366. 13.3 Conclusion, Systematicity and Analyticity 369. Appendix 1, Kant's Criticisms of the Ontological Argument in 1763 373 Appendix 2, Four Strands of Reoxyanon on the Emerging Analytic/Synthetic Distinction 379 Appendix 3. Friedman and the Phenomenological Reading 387 References 391 Index 403. Introduction. 1. Containment Analyticity and Kant's Problem of Synthetic Judgment. 1.1 The problem of synthetic judgment. Many philosophical advances provide solutions to recognized difficulties. Some arrive instead in the shape of new problems. Such is the Kantian problem of synthetic judgment. In my view, Kant's problem must be understood in the light of prominent currents in his contemporary philosophy, notably the metaphysical commitments of Christian Wolff and his German followers. The Wolff-ANS made extensive claims on behalf of conceptual truth. They promised a completely adequate system of metaphysics founded on the principle of contradiction alone, which would be articulated through logical relations of containment among its concepts. Already from the time of his early philosophical efforts of the 1750s and 1760s, Kant was dissatisfied with their approach, but it was only in the critique of pure reason that his criticisms assumed mature form. Kant's discovery of a distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments was a crucial part of this development. Analyticities are exactly those conceptual truths in terms of which Wolff's system was supposed to be formulated, so an analytic/synthetic distinction gave Kant the resources for a powerful argument against Wolffian metaphysics, an argument from the limits of its expressive power. A Wolffian system can express only the analytic truths, besides which there is a vast domain of essentially synthetic judgments that are indispensable for any adequate scientific system. Since it cannot even represent those irreducibly synthetic truths, the German rationalist metaphysical program is doomed from the start by the expressive poverty of conceptual truth. This book explores the logical and philosophical motivations that led Kant to draw a fundamental distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. While it undermines key elements of the Wolffian paradigm, numerous puzzles confront Kant's distinction itself. The investigation and solution of these puzzles will suggest interesting morals bearing on systematic metaphysics, and on the philosophies of logic and mathematics. Most immediately, Kant's negative result about the prospects for a purely conceptual metaphysics poses a new philosophical question: if our important cognitive achievements cannot be expressed in the analytic judgments recognized by the Wolffians, then how are they expressed? The difficulty is especially stark within metaphysics. As Kant and the Wolffians conceived it, that science seeks strictly a priori results, so it would be illegitimate to appeal to experience for assistance. At the same time, the synthetic judgments we seek outstrip all merely logical relations among concepts. Thus, the resources of logic and of experience are equally dissonant, and there is a serious puzzle about how synthetic a priori judgments are possible at all. Kant was keen to offer a solution to this problem. Indeed, in the Critique introduction he represents it as the organizing task of the entire critical philosophy, too. The real problem of pure reason is now contained in the question, how are synthetic judgments a priori possible? That metaphysics has until now remained in such a vacillating state of uncertainty and contradictions is to be ascribed solely to the cause that no one has previously thought of this problem, and perhaps even of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. On the solution of this problem, metaphysics now stands or falls. Kant's proposed solution, which rests on the detailed theory of cognitive synthesis deployed in the central arguments of the Critique, is as intricate as it is philosophically rich. By means of that theory, Kant claims to establish the validity of a priori categories, and then ultimately to develop a new system of metaphysics, placing the Eld at last on the secure scientific footing which the Wolffians had sought, but failed to provide. 3. But while the details of Kant's system and the arguments he deploys to defend it are of great philosophical interest, there is an important prior issue which demands attention, viz., clarifying the problem of synthetic judgment itself, which the theory was designed to address. My focus will be on that initial step towards understanding the Kantian program. For Kant's very discovery of the problem was already a major philosophical achievement, with broad implications. The analytic/synthetic distinction undermined fairly widespread contemporary assumptions about the nature of judgment and the proper structure for a metaphysical system. Kant's insight thereby revealed the need for general reform in metaphysics and helped to shape his detailed complaints against particular traditional arguments. 5. In addition, Kant's attack on the expressive power of conceptual truth raises foundational issues about logic and mathematics, which touch on the grounds for a priori knowledge in general. 6. The broad domain of inquiry thus opened became central to later philosophy, and analogous questions have guided many fruitful avenues of research in epistemology and the philosophies of language, logic, and mathematics ever since. 7. Aside from its subsequent enuance, the issue of expressive power also cuts to the heart of Kant's own philosophical method. It is crucial, in particular, to his program of subjecting all of philosophy to the ineluctable demand of critique, which insists that no knowledge claim is entitled to serious hearing until we provide general grounds underwriting its possibility, grounds explaining both how such knowledge could be valid, and how, given our cognitive resources, we succeed to represent or express it. Despite its centrality and intrinsic interest, however, substantial worries surround Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction to this day. There is controversy and confusion about what sort of distinction Kant intended to draw and even about his definition of the basic terms. As we shall see, Kant's remarks suggest at least three criteria for separating analytic from synthetic judgments. While he clearly considered them to be equivalent, it is far from obvious that they are so, and it is disputed which of the definitions ought to be treated as basic. Meanwhile, many skeptical readers have insisted that none of the proposals are sufficiently clear to mark a principled distinction between logically different types of judgment. Others have criticized Kant or attempted to defend him by insisting that the distinction is not logical at all, but belongs to some broader epistemological or methodological domain. Much of what follows is devoted to clarifying Kant's distinction, and to identifying and assessing its logical basis given the resources of the traditional logic used by Kant and his contemporaries. Besides elucidating analyticity itself, I will chart the expressive limits that circumscribe the domain of conceptual truth as Kant characterized it. That will involve investigation of the controversial thesis that mathematical truth is synthetic, as well as an account of the distinction's implications for metaphysics. In the end, it will be possible to show how and why systems of philosophy in the Wolfman mold must fail. So, later chapters will reconstruct and defend Kant's views about analyticity, the logic of concepts, and the nature of synthetic judgments, and then trace the philosophical implications of these ideas. Before plunging into the details, however, it is useful to gain an overview of the central difficulties facing Kant's doctrine on the analytic and the synthetic. After all, the most serious objections to Kant's view take the form of doubts that analyticity has any tolerably clear meaning in the RST place. If we do not even know what we are talking about, we are unlikely to make progress on the underlying philosophical issues that Kant's distinction was supposed to address. As it turns out, a good introduction to the relevant domain comes from Kant himself, who provokes a host of questions in the very passage that placed the analytic/synthetic distinction before his readers for the RST time. Some of the difficulties emerging there were certainly unforeseen by Kant, other questions were perhaps advertent on his part, even though they remain implicit in the Ovchale discussion. Both types repay careful exploration. Once we have taken a closer look at the issues emerging from analyticity's RST appearance on the philosophical stage, we will be in a better position to understand why Kant thinks there is a problem about synthetic judgment and to survey the shape and scope of the work before us in the following chapters. 1.2 Kant's Ovchale account of analyticity in the Prolegomena to any future metaphysics. Kant claims that the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments is indispensable with regard to the critique of human understanding, and therefore deserves to be classical in it. The distinction's centrality is apparent already in the Critique, where Kant makes it a primary topic in the introduction to the work. His opening statement of the relevant ideas is worth quoting at length. In all judgments in which the relation of a subject to the predicate is thought, this relation is possible in two different ways. Either the predicate B belongs to the subject A as something that is contained in this concept A, or B lies entirely outside the concept A, though to be sure it stands in connection with it. In the RST case I call the judgment analytic, in the second synthetic. Analytic judgments are thus those in which the connection of the predicate is thought through identity, but those in which this connection is thought without identity are to be called synthetic judgments. One could also call the former judgments of clari-cation, and the latter judgments of ampli-cation, since through the predicate the former do not add anything to the concept of the subject, but only break it up by means of analysis into its component concepts, which were already thought in it, while the latter on the contrary add to the concept of the subject a predicate that was not thought in it at all, and could not have been extracted from it through any analysis. Kant's initial sketch is philosophically rich. Not only does he introduce end-to-end analyticity and thereby suggest claims about the logical nature of concepts and judgments, but further, his treatment alludes to key rationalist ideas like the thought that the analysis of concepts could be an important philosophical method, or that the principles of identity and contradiction might serve as basic principles of a metaphysical system. At the same time, the presentation raises a number of problems. As ARST pass through the terrain it opens, this section explores three issues: 1. Whether the force of Kant's discussion is merely stipulative, 2. What definition of analyticity the passage actually offers, and 3. Which definition Kant himself counted as the fundamental one. 1.2.1 How controversial is Kant's distinction? To present-day ears, Kant's discussion has the ring of stipulative definition, telling us how he will use the terms analytic and synthetic. On that hearing, the quoted passage seems straightforward, it simply denies the new technical terms by appeal to the notion of containment between concepts. Kant himself sometimes suggests that his treatment should be granted such stipulative force. For example, in reply to Eberhard, Kant impatiently complains that his critic tries to demonstrate that I should have denied the synthetic judgment, in distinction from the analytic judgment, other than I have done. The talk here is not at all about my solution to the question of how such judgments are possible, but only what I understand thereby, and that, if I accept one kind of predicate in them, my concept is too wide, but if I understand another kind, it is too narrow. It is, however, clear that if a concept RST proceeds from a definition, it is impossible for it to be too narrow or too wide, for it then sine es nothing more or less than what the definition asserts of it. Kant's protestations are somewhat disingenuous, however. Of course, a philosopher must be allowed leeway to any technical terms as s/he sees t. But the RST point to make about the long passage at A6, 7/B10-11 is that in the immediate dialectical context Kant's remarks must have carried the force of substantive claims, not mere stipulation. Consider the seemingly innocuous RST sentence, which asserts that the relation between concepts in a judgment is possible in two different ways, viz., containment, and connection without containment. Despite Kant's nonchalant tone, the blunt claim to identify two different relations would have been striking to his audience, because in contemporary debates it was a live option indeed. It was arguably the standard view among his intended targets to trace all true propositions whatsoever to containment among terms. Unlike his new use of the term analytic, then, talk of the subject as containing the predicate would have been perfectly familiar to Kant's readers, only not as the characterization of some special subclass of judgments. Rather, it pretended to be the key to a general definition of true judgment as such, due to Leibniz. 9 Leibniz wrote, for example, that therefore, the predicate or consequent is always in the subject or antecedent, and the nature of truth in general or the connection between the terms of a statement, consists in this very thing, as Aristotle also observed. The connection and inclusion of the predicate in the subject is explicit in identities, but in all other propositions it is implicit and must be shown through the analysis of notions. Moreover, this is true for every affirmative truth, universal or singular, necessary or contingent, and in both an intrinsic or extrinsic denomination. For Leibniz, it follows from the logical nature of the proposition alone, as a connection between terms, that all judgments are analytic. Christian Wolff's Latin logic advances a similar doctrine, arguing that whoever perceives how the predicate is determined by what is contained in the notion of the subject knows the truth of the judgment, because truth is the determinability of the predicate by the notion of the subject, and is therefore intrinsic to the proposition. 10 As Leibniz notes, at least some judgments are quite obviously containment truths. He calls these identities. The distinctive move of German rationalists like Leibniz and Wolff was to generalize from those clear cases to a containment theory of truth as such, under which the same sort of containment among terms that is explicit in affirmative identical judgments also serves as the implicit basis of truth in all other cases. Implicit containment was to be revealed by the sort of analysis of notions that Leibniz had already emphasized as a crucial philosophical method in his influential paper Meditations on Knowledge, Truth, and Ideas, and this role accounts both for the general importance of analysis within German rationalism and for Kant's choice of the term analytic to describe such containment truths. 11. One underlying line of thought supporting the striking Leibnizian generalization from the straightforward case of identities to all judgments whatsoever seems to be this. A proposition is a relation between two concepts, but the logical nature of a concept is to have a content, i.e., to contain other concepts. So, the obvious relation to posit as the logical basis of the proposition is containment. One concept contains the other, and thus, the truth of a proposition turns on containment relations among its concepts. So all judgments are analytic, and indeed, the nature of truth in general or the connection between the terms of a statement consists in this very thing. 12. Leibniz's predicate in subject containment principle can seem extravagant to post-Kantian philosophers, but that reaction just demonstrates how deeply subsequent philosophical common sense has been shaped by Kant's insistence on an analytic/synthetic distinction, which entails that only some judgments are conceptual truths. Many pre-Kantian modern philosophers, by contrast, found the Leibnizian view natural. Arnold is a noteworthy case. Recall that the Leibniz-Arnold correspondence took off because Arnold rejected the apparent necessitarian consequences of Proposition 13 of Leibniz's Discourse on Metaphysics, which claimed that the individual concept of a person contains everything true of that person. The ensuing debate ranged widely across metaphysical topics, which I leave aside here in favor of one detail relevant to the predicate in subject doctrine. Through 2 rounds of correspondence, Arnold remained largely unmoved by Leibniz's arguments, but in his third letter, he pronounces himself satisfied on the original point of contention. The argument that especially struck him, Arnold says, is that Proposition 13 is a consequence of the general containment definition of judgment, which he takes to be straightforward and uncontroversial. Arnold's acceptance of the Leibnizian definition is telling, since he authored one of the most influential early modern logic texts. 13. More salient for our purposes is the prevailing wisdom among the 18th century scholastic German rationalists who were Kant's main targets. There are some interpretive subtleties in this area, but we have already seen clear indications of substantially the same doctrine in Wolff, and I will show in chapters 2 and 3 that Wolff, Baumgarten, and Meyer all commit themselves to versions of the predicate in subject principle, and thus to the claim that all judgments are analytic, sensu Kant. Kant, moreover, was fully aware of this, and explicitly attributed the containment principle of the containment theory over Arnold's own formulations in the Port Royal logic. 10. To his dogmatic predecessors. It was due to that commitment, Kant suggests in the Prolegomena, that the dogmatic philosophers neglected this division, which appears to come forward of itself, and, like the famous Wolff, or the acute Baumgarten following in his footsteps, could try to ND the proof of the principle of sufficient reason, which is obviously synthetic, in the principle of contradiction. Finally, it should not go without notice that Kant himself, in his pre-critical works, adopted a predicate in subject account of judgment. 14. In this sense, the analytic/synthetic distinction, which later seemed to him to come forward of itself, was in fact a hard-won achievement, and one that helps to NE the critical character of his mature position. Thus, within the dialectical context that governed Kant's conception of the Critique, its opening claim that the relation between subject and predicate is possible in 2 different ways was no mere stipulation, but a controversial thesis. With it, Kant already introduces the critical rejection of German rationalist metaphysics, and in particular, of the Wolffian claim that the principle of contradiction was a fully adequate basis for the system of philosophy. These stakes become increasingly apparent as Kant's discussion proceeds. Once he has sketched the 2 kinds of judgment, he organizes the ensuing central stretch of the Critique's introduction around a series of emphasized topic sentences. The force of these theses, which take on an almost Lutherian character as they pile up, is to suggest that essentially all important cognition falls on the synthetic side. They claim, in turn, that 1. Judgments of experience, as such, are all synthetic, 2. Mathematical judgments are all synthetic. 3. Natural science contains within itself synthetic a priori judgments as principles, and nally. 4. In metaphysics, synthetic a priori cognitions are supposed to be contained, so that the claims of metaphysics, if sustained, must likewise count as synthetic. That is, although the Leibnizian predicate in subject principle is not completely false, it is false to almost all knowledge of philosophical interest. We therefore need a fundamentally different view of the relation between concepts in judgment, one capable of addressing the suddenly pressing question of how our copious synthetic judgments are possible at all. 1.2.23 Definitions of analyticity. But what, in detail, would the essential syntheticity of a judgment consist in? Let us return to Kant's introduction of analyticity in the quoted passage from the Critique. Initial appearances suggest that the passage simply denies analyticity in terms of concept containment. We have now seen that Kant's agenda was not merely definitional, but surely his intentions included definition, and it is equally clear that he wanted to deny analyticity as the containment of predicate in subject. Either the predicate B belongs to the subject A as something that is contained in this concept A, or B lies entirely outside the concept A. In the RST case I call the judgment analytic, in the second synthetic. This of Chale definition of analyticity, however, is less simple than a RST reading suggests. At least since the time of Kant's controversy with Eberhard, readers have complained that the crucial notion of containment is fundamentally unclear, and so cannot be used to mark a genuine logical distinction. Eberhard himself charged that Kant's talk of containment connotes the importantly different conceptual relations made possible by the distinct types of universals identified in the traditional logic. To its genus, 2, to its essence, as denoted by proximal genus and species differentia, 3, to its propria, or attributes, 4, to its accidents, and so on. See Chapter 4 for discussion. Perhaps more famously, Eberhard's colleague J. G. Moss complained that claims about containment would have to rest on potentially idiosyncratic psychological facts about what one or another person actually thinks in, or associates with, a given concept. By the late 20th century, such criticisms had become very widespread, reacting the onions of similar ideas made prominent by Quine's skeptical attack against analyticity. In part I will address these criticisms in light of containment's role in traditional logic deployed by Kant and his predecessors. For now, though, I want to note further puzzles arising from Kant's definition of analyticity, aside from worries about the very notion of containment. For in the same passage that introduces the of Chale containment definition, Kant also offers two other criteria separating analytic from synthetic judgments, and it is not immediately apparent how the three ideas are supposed to tie together. The second idea is that analytic judgments are thought through identity, and synthetic judgments are not, indicating that analyticity could be denied via the principle of identity, or perhaps better, through the interconnected principles of identity and contradiction, following the Critique's later suggestion that the principle of contradiction is the supreme principle of all analytic judgments. 15 According to this definition, analyticities would be propositions that follow from the principles of identity and contradiction alone. The Prolegomena's criticism of Wolff's derivation of the principle of sufficient reason provides a clear instance of Kant's reliance on this second definition. Wolff's purported demonstration wrongly treated the principle of sufficient reason as analytic precisely by claiming to derive it from the principle of contradiction. Thus, for Kant, such derivability serves as a sufficient criterion of analyticity. Many recent philosophers have insisted that denying analyticity through the principle of contradiction is superior to the containment definition, and ought to be recognized as the true Kantian account. It avoids appeal to the troubling notion of containment, and derivability from the principle of contradiction would seem a reasonable Kantian proxy for the present-day notion of logical truth, which is plausibly analytic. Furthermore, some philosophers and Couturat 1904 early on, and in recent times, Shin 1997, Van Cleve 1999, and Hanna 2001, have worried that the containment definition would be too narrow to capture all the analyticities. For example, it seems to be restricted to propositions in categorical form. 16 Still, the denition via the principle of contradiction is not free of difficulties, including ones that stem from its close tie to logical truth. After all, the notion of analyticity pretends to capture not just strictly formal logical truths, which are, in Quine's phrase, true under all reinterpretations of components other than the logical particles. It is also supposed to cover conceptual truths resting on features of the implicit content of the concepts, which occur among the substantive components connected by the logical particles. Current-day philosophers tend to accommodate these further propositions by allowing as analytic any judgment that can be transformed into a logical truth by substitution of synonyms, or more generally by substitutions licensed under denitions. 17 From Kant's own standpoint, however, the move is not especially helpful. Of Cayley, Kant insists that very few concepts have strictly proper denitions, and truth by synonymy would surely look to him like the less adequate cousin of truth by containment of concepts. Moreover, in so far as Kant's system can offer any substitute for denitions of non-mathematical concepts, these explications, or logically second-rate, quasi-denitions, rest squarely on analyses of the concepts revealing what marks they contain. 18 Extending the second denition of analyticity to cover all the conceptual truths thus tends to throw one back onto the notion of containment after all. There is yet a third idea in Kant's initial discussion, beyond the appeals to containment and to the principles of identity and contradiction. Analyticities are only judgments of clarication, whereas synthetic claims are judgments of amplication. We could thus deny analyticities by their merely explicative character. They are judgments that do not carry new information, but simply clarify what was already implicit in prior concepts or judgments. 19 Kant makes use of this mark for analyticity when he claims that any metaphysics worthy of the title would have to include synthetic claims, since we want that science to amplify our cognition a priori. That is, a body of doctrine that failed to teach us anything new would not be the genuine scientific metaphysics we seek, and so metaphysics must be synthetic. On closer inspection, though, denying the analytic/synthetic distinction as a separation between clarifying and amplifying judgments makes no discernible improvement over the containment denition. For Kant perfectly well recognizes that the deliverances of conceptual analysis are often illuminating. Indeed, as long as they are not asked to carry the synthetic load, they can be of great value. Can even be presented separately from all the synthetic propositions that constitute metaphysics itself, as a special part, that is, the analytic part of metaphysics is not trivial or tautologous. 20 It is so far from being so, in fact, that Kant is ready to doubt whether we can achieve even ordinary certainty about the exhaustiveness of any analysis of a metaphysical concept. But now, if Kant admits that analyticities can be illuminating, and teach us something new in at least that sense, then applying the third criterion will require us to separate the analytic clarifying kind of illumination clearly from the genuinely synthetic, ampliative kind. This may seem easily enough done in specific cases as when we distinguish the illumination provided by a complex logical proof from advances that depend on acquiring substantive new information about the facts, but such examples are insufficient to yield a general account, which would need to articulate some prior logico-structural criterion to carve out the special class of analytic clarifying illumination. In Kant, that work is always done by containment itself. The analysis of the relevant concepts is the obvious way to assess whether or not a judgment is really ampliative in the stronger, philosophically sine Kant sense proper to an analytic/synthetic distinction. 21 The points raised so far pose an immediate question about the relation among the three candidate denitions of analyticity. Plainly, Kant thought the three criteria based on containment, on the principle of contradiction, and on the merely explicative versus ampliative character of judgment were equivalent. His initial discussion of analyticity presents all three without sine Kant qualication or restriction. 22 And we saw his willingness to use any of them as a denying mark of analytic judgment. Unfortunately, he does not address which is fundamental. He does, however, offer some hints as to his considered view. 1.2.3 The centrality of containment. In spite of the unpopularity of the containment idea with both recent readers and contemporary critics like Eberhard and Moss, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that concept containment served Kant himself as the fundamental idea behind analyticity. Note, RST, that containment is the most serious prima facie candidate to be the basic conception. It is announced RST, and looks to be the Aufzähl Definition. The definition based on the principle of contradiction did initially seem more promising on purely philosophical grounds, and the third, explicative/ampliative definition has the merit of highlighting the epistemological consequences of Kant's distinction. Nevertheless, we saw features of Kant's position that tend to drive both of those alternative proposals back onto the containment idea. The prima facie case receives strong confirmation from a close reading of the decisive passages in the critique. In the initial treatment at A6, 7/B 10-11, Kant RST introduces the containment definition, and only then proceeds to note the other two marks. Moreover, the further criteria are reached only via inference as consequences of containment. That is, the passage denies analyticities via containment, and then infers that analytic judgments are thus those in which the connection of the predicate is thought through identity, and a bit later, one could also call judgments of clarication, since through the predicate do not add anything to the concept of the subject. A similar pattern of dependence appears even where Kant explicitly identifies the principle of contradiction as the supreme principle for analyticities. If the judgment is to be analytic, its truth must always be able to be cognized sufficiently in accordance with the principle of contradiction. For the contrary of that which, as a concept, already lies and is thought in the cognition of the object is always correctly denied, while the concept itself must necessarily be a affirmative of it, since its opposite would contradict. As Ian Proops observes, this appeal to the principle of contradiction is not on its face a characterization of analyticity. Instead, that principle is supposed to be the completely sufficient principle of all analytic cognition, and it is so because in analyticities the predicate already lies and is thought in the subject. That is, the class of analyticities is here being identified by the containment criterion, and the principle of contradiction has the role of accounting for their truth, in that the opposite of any containment analyticity is a contradiction. Moreover, while Kant claims that all analyticities are true via contradiction, some further argument would be required to show the converse, that every truth following from the principle of contradiction is analytic. Kant offers no such argument, and that leaves containment as the defining mark of analyticity. 23 In all these texts, then, definitional priority is granted to what is thought in the subject concept, and the further properties of analyticity are derived as consequences of such containment. The most sustained effort to resist this textual conclusion has been advanced by Henry Allison. 24 Allison concedes that Kant relies on the containment definition in the Critique and Prolegomena, but contends that he later changed his mind in reply to Eberhard's attack on the clarity of the analytic/synthetic distinction. That is, Kant is supposed to retreat to the alternative criteria of analyticity precisely when pressured to clarify his distinction. For Allison, the essential definition is the third, based on the ampliativeness of synthetic judgments, which emphasizes the epistemological relation linking the predicate to a real object falling under the subject rather than a merely logical relation of the predicate to the concept of the subject. He therefore highlights the general principle for synthetic judgment formulated in Kant's reply to Eberhard, the principle of synthetic judgments in general, which follows necessarily from their definition that they are only possible under the condition that an intuition underlies the concept of their subject. With this account, Allison suggests, Kant recognizes that consideration of the merely logical containment relation will not suffice to characterize the analytic/synthetic distinction. The appeal to intuition takes us beyond the realm of mere logic to the epistemic relation between judgments and their objects, which is decisively characteristic of synthetic truth. The containment idea, however, simply does not disappear from Kant's post-critique formulations of his distinction. Even in On a Discovery itself, Kant appeals to containment to introduce analyticity and even to explicate the idea of ampliativeness. 25 For example, OD initially denies synthetic judgments as judgments through the predicate of which I attribute more to the subject of the judgment than I think in the concept to which I attach the predicate. This predicate, therefore, extends my knowledge beyond what is contained in that concept. This does not occur through analytic judgments, which serve merely to represent and assert more clearly what is already thought and contained in the given concept. Or again, in an avowed effort to deny the distinction as clearly as possible, so as to defeat Eberhard's alleged obfuscation, Kant writes that synthetic propositions are those in which the predicate contains more in it than is really thought in the concept of the subject, in other words, through the predicate of which something is added to the thought of the subject, which is not contained therein. Analytic propositions are those in which the predicate only contains what was thought in the concept of the subject. In Kant's response to Eberhard, then, of-child definitions of analyticity continue to turn on concept containment, even though Kant freely appeals to the other two criteria whenever that suits the needs of his exposition. 26 Once these passages are taken into account, it seems that Allison's reading is driven less by the text of Kant's reply to Eberhard than by philosophical considerations, primarily the felt need to free Kant from commitment to the problematic containment definition. So in my view, it is misleading to say that the fundamental status of the containment definition was rectified by the analysis in On a Discovery. As Allison correctly observes, On a Discovery does go beyond the containment definition with its principle of synthetic judgments. Here, again, is the passage he emphasizes. One can see from what I have just presented as the succinct result of the analytic portion of the critique of the understanding that this expounds with all necessary detail the principle of synthetic judgments in general, which follows necessarily from their definition, viz., that they are only possible under the condition that an intuition underlies the concept of their subject. Notice, however, that Kant's claim that synthetic judgments are only possible under the condition that an intuition underlies the concept of their subject is of-child advanced not as a definition of synthetic judgments, but as their principle, which is supposed to replace the principle of sufficient reason to which Eberhard traces all such judgments. That is, the principle grounds and explains the possibility of synthetic judgments, thereby answering the critique's main question about the possibility of metaphysics. I concede Kant's remark that the principle follows necessarily from definition of synthetic judgment, but following from the definition does not make it identical with the definition itself, or equivalent to it. On the contrary, the new principle is Kant's solution to a problem, the problem of synthetic judgment, that is RST generated by the containment definition. Since, by that definition, synthetic judgments cannot be true on the basis of a containment relation between concepts, there must be some third thing, outside the concepts themselves, to underwrite their connection. According to the critique, that third thing is the intuition underlying the concept of their subject, or more fully, the one totality of possible experience shaped by the forms of intuition, in which all intuitions that are parts of a unit experience must end a place. So the principle emphasized by Allison is not best read as a new definition of the analytic/synthetic distinction, but as a thesis that follows from the definition as the solution to a problem that emerges once the definition is accepted. The same strands of textual evidence, coupled with consideration of the primary dialectical and argumentative use to which Kant intends to put his distinction, also cut against the important, more recent set of doubts about the containment definition due to Ian Proops. Proops prefers to characterize Kantian analyticity in terms of identity and contradiction, but I do not believe his account actually differs in logical essentials from the containment-based interpretation. He begins by carefully noting also that Kant's appeals to containment only work in general for the case of affirmative analyticities, whereas Kant clearly intends his distinction to extend to negative analytic judgments and those that are analytically false, in which the constituent concepts of the judgment are standardly related by contradictory exclusion rather than inclusion. For a full account of analyticity, then, the notion of containment must be complemented by that of conceptual exclusion. Still, for Kant himself, this was supposed to be part of the general containment idea all along, so, strictly speaking, the general idea behind the so-called containment criterion is the thought that analytic truth can be characterized in terms of relations of containment and exclusion. 27 Moreover, Propp signs on to a central feature of the containment-based account in holding that for Kant, the fundamental conception of analyticity involves certain relations among the conceptual constituents of the target judgment, as opposed to the broader notion of logical truth as derivability from the principle of contradiction in general, which was sought by Shin, Van Cleve, Hanna, and their predecessors. Still, Propp prefers to think of these judgment-internal relations as a matter of identity and contradiction, rather than containment and exclusion, mainly because he interprets the latter as necessarily connected to merely partial and implicit, or covert, conceptual identity, so that on his reading, the containment definition fails to cover explicit identity statements like A equals A. This strikes me as a needlessly restrictive reading, since each term of an explicit identity can be construed as including, or containing, the other as its improper part. 28 I will therefore continue to use Kant's soft-shell talk of containment to capture the sense of analyticity resting on identity/inclusion and contradiction/exclusion relations among a judgment's constituent terms, and reserve the identity/contradiction criterion of analyticity to capture the broader notion of logical truth, or derivation from the principle of contradiction alone, that is often sought by critics of the containment definition. What is most distinctive of Propp's interpretation, however, is his claim, against those same critics of the containment definition, that Kant never intended his distinction to be exhaustive, and that its apparent limitation to categorical subject, predicate judgments is not a bug of any sort, but just a distinctive feature of Kant's stipulative definition. Like other scholars, I find the suggestion hard to accept. 29 Some textual evidence strongly suggests that Kant intended his distinction to apply to judgments in other forms. Judgments may have any origin whatsoever, or be constituted in whatever manner according to their logical form, and yet there is nonetheless a distinction between them according to their content, by dint of which they are either explicative and add nothing to the content of the cognition, or ampliative and augment the given cognition. The RST may be called analytic judgments. The second, synthetic. Even more decisive in my mind, however, is what follows from considering the intended use and dialectical target of Kant's distinction. Kant's aim, again, is to reject the metaphysical program associated with the Leibnizian predicate in subject theory, viz., the effort to construct a fully adequate metaphysics expressed entirely in conceptual truths. Thus, what will matter is to establish that there really are irreducibly non-conceptual truths that cannot be captured through the containment relations that lay at the basis of all truth whatsoever. The core issue at stake for Kant, then, is the expressive adequacy of concept containment itself, and any judgment that does not turn on such containment will count for him as synthetic, thereby contributing to his case against the expressive adequacy of Leibnizian conceptual truth. We can thus reach a preliminary conclusion. Kant's own underlying thought was always that the containment of concepts is what makes a judgment analytic. It is because analyticities have this logical feature that we can derive them from the principle of contradiction. Likewise, the non-ampliative character of analyticities is explained by the fact of containment, from which it follows that the predicate does not go beyond what was expressed already in the subject concept. On reaction, the fundamental standing of the containment definition for Kant makes perfect sense, given his target. As he makes clear in the Prolegomena passage attacking Wolff's derivation of the principle of sufficient reason, Kant opposed his distinction to the Wolffian ideal of a system of metaphysics comprising only strictly conceptual truths. Given that dialectical role, the distinction is obviously meant to undermine the predicate in subject principle, accepted in some form by all the Wolffians as well as by the pre-critical Kant himself. As a result, when Kant defends the possibility of synthetic judgments, the core thesis he needs to dispute is that the predicate must be contained in the subject in order for a judgment to be true. Thus, concept containment ought to be the essential defining mark of the analytic. This result sets a constraint on our inquiry. Any reconstruction that hopes to be adequate to Kant's historical position must identify the class of analyticities through the containment definition. Whatever the other two criteria have to teach us, it will be relevant to analyticity sensu Kant only insofar as it illuminates the basic idea of containment truth. Of course, such a conclusion generates problems of its own, for we have by no means removed the difficulties surrounding the containment definition itself. But in the end, if we cannot clear the core notion of containment of the charges of obscurity that have plagued it from Moss through Quine and Kitcher, then Kantian analyticity itself must simply falter along with it. It is therefore one of the primary burdens on any account of Kantian analyticity to provide a detailed and systematic account of concept containment as a logical notion. Discharging that burden will occupy much of my attention in later chapters. Metaphysical implications. 1.3 Logic, Methodology, Epistemology. 3 Conceptions of analyticity in Kant. I just characterized concept containment as a logical notion, and we saw that much discussion of Kant's distinction has concerned whether his proposal actually separates judgments into two clearly distinct and genuinely logical classes. But what does it mean to call containment truth a logical idea? A full story must await detailed investigation of the place of concept containment within the traditional logic, but a preliminary remark is in order here. For as Allison's reading shows, such a description is controversial. For a variety of reasons, whether to defend Kant's distinction against objections, or out of an independent concern to secure boundaries around the logical domain, or based on a desire to end broader philosophical motivations for Kant's idea, scholars have sometimes insisted that the analytic/synthetic distinction is not supposed to be a properly logical idea at all. Such interpretations can draw some comfort from Kant himself. At different times in his development, Kant did deploy the terms analytic and synthetic to mark at least 3 different, albeit related, versions of the distinction. 1. A logical distinction between 2 kinds of judgment. 2. A methodological distinction between 2 kinds of concept formation. And 3. An epistemological distinction between 2 different ways of knowing. Nevertheless, I will defend the thesis that Kant's mature analytic/synthetic distinction was always meant to capture an essentially logical idea, viz., that judgments can be divided into 2 classes based on a difference in the logical relation among their constituents. I will also argue, however, that Kant's development can only be understood by acknowledging the basically different methodological and epistemological versions of the distinction with which he struggled over the course of a long effort to arrive at the clear, strictly logical distinction of the mature critical position. Before we can evaluate Allison-style claims that Kant's distinction is epistemological rather than logical, we need a clear understanding of what these different versions of the distinction would amount to. This section makes a brief excursus through some of Kant's pre-critical writing with the aim of characterizing the methodological, epistemological, and logical conceptions of analyticity. Here it will be enough to indicate the sense in which Kant's distinction is logical. I defer full discussion of Kant's development to Part 2. 1.3.1 The analytic and synthetic as methods. In his RST published uses of the terms analytic and synthetic to mark an important distinction, Kant makes an essentially methodological point. The methodological sense of the terms is traditional. It has its roots in an ancient distinction between analysis and synthesis as methods of proof, recognized in both ancient geometry and Aristotle's analytics. 32 In this usage, analysis is a regressive, or bottom-up, procedure which reasons back from some relatively more specific consequences to discover simpler, more general, or more fundamental principles. Synthesis, conversely, infers top-down from RST principles to the consequences they entail or explain. The tradition also often counts analysis as a method of discovery and synthesis as a method of instruction. The thought is that bottom-up analysis can lead from more specific observations to interesting explanatory principles, and synthesis presents our knowledge in its proper order of justification, which is thought to be most transparent. Kant's mature writings echo this traditional usage when distinguishing analytic from synthetic methods of inquiry in philosophy. 33 These points are commonly made, but it is also often noted that the traditional distinction for methods of inquiry seems to be orthogonal to Kant's characteristic distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. Still, a glance back at the pre-critical writings indicates an important connection between the two. The pre-critical Kant appeals to analytic and synthetic methods in both the 1764 inquiry concerning the distinctness of the principles of natural theology and morality and his 1770 inaugural dissertation. In these contexts, he goes beyond the standard, traditional ideas about methods of inquiry in general to make a more specific point about contrasting methods for the formation of concepts. Kant opens the inquiry, for example, with the observation that there are two ways in which one can arrive at a general concept, either by the arbitrary combination of concepts, or by separating out that cognition which has been rendered distinct by means of analysis. 34 Just as analysis qua method of proof reaches its conclusion by arguing regressively from specific observations to simpler principles, so, analogously, one can regressively produce newly formed concepts by beginning with some given concept or cognition and resolving it into its simpler, more general, constituents. Conversely, one can begin with the simpler concepts, and build one's target concept synthetically through their arbitrary combination, for example in mathematical definitions. Kant's line of thought here extends the traditional distinction between analysis and synthesis from its home context into a more specific method for generating the content of particular theoretical concepts. 35 This characterization of analytic concept formation clearly anticipates the mature analytic/synthetic distinction for judgments. Extending the method of analysis into the domain of concept formation associates the analytic method with the question of what is contained in a given concept, since in this special case, the concept's implicit conceptual constituents are just what regressive analysis reveals. The same observation presumably motivated Leibniz and Wolff when they appealed to the analysis of notions as the process for rendering the content of a concept distinct, an account of analysis and conceptual distinctness that had become completely standard by Kant's time. 36 With this association in hand, and with a parallel notion of synthetic concept formation, it seems but a short step to the analytic/synthetic distinction for judgments. Analytic concept formation reveals what an analyzed concept contains, synthetic concept formation builds a new concept from previously unconnected conceptual materials. Hence, one might think, the results of analytic concept formation would be containment relations, and should be expressed in analytic judgments, while synthetic concept formation would yield synthetic judgments. One might think so, but one need not. This last step marks out a distinction between judgments or concepts, i.e., the cognitive products resulting from analysis or synthesis, rather than between the methods of concept formation themselves. But Kant's focus in the pre-critical works remains solely on the methods. Tellingly, his early treatment envisions that the two methods can be applied by turns to a set of concepts without transforming them so as to yield strictly distinct logical types of representation. Analytic and synthetic concept formation are thus completely reciprocal. Each process reverses the effect of the other. For example, I can apply analysis to some concept X, resolving it into constituents A, B, C, and then conversely apply synthesis to A, B, and C to get back to X. For that reason, to distinguish the two methods, as Kant does in I and ID, is not yet to recognize a principal difference between analytic and synthetic judgments. Of course, we might concede a trivial sense in which the distinction between the methods gives rise to an associated distinction between judgments, along the lines envisioned at the end of the last paragraph. The results of analytic concept formation are framed as analytic judgments, and mutatis mutandis for the synthetic case. 37 But if all we mean by calling a judgment analytic is that it reports a result that was attained by the method of analysis in this instance of cognition, then our classification of judgments remains fully derivative from the classification of methods. The distinction does not affect the intrinsic character of the judgments, nor does it require us to acknowledge any basic difference between them that would transcend this particular context of discovery. The pre-critical Kant never got beyond such a limited, merely methodological analytic/synthetic distinction in his published writing. This fact is completely understandable. A stronger distinction, separating judgments permanently into exclusive logical classes, is incompatible with two key points of pre-critical doctrine. First, of course, Kant remained committed to a Leibniz-style predicate in subject account of truth, which is adly inconsistent with the mature analytic/synthetic distinction. And second, the full reciprocity we just saw between analytic and synthetic concept formation guarantees that the use of one method rather than the other does not affect the status of the resulting conceptual content itself. As a result, in every case we could use either method to produce a given concept, depending on which practical exigencies of theory development were most salient. 38 Thus, the two methods do not indeed cannot mark any principled separation between distinct classes of judgments. They are just different ways of reasoning from one concept to another, where the transitions in question leave all the terms in the same basic class. Crucially, in such a methodological usage, it remains perfectly possible for the results of some synthesis to be subjected to reciprocal analysis, and then re-expressed as analytic results in a way that would warm the heart of any Leibnizian. That is, from this point of view, we could apparently make synthetic claims analytic, as Louis Whitebeck's famous phrase had it. 39 In that sense, the distinction between analytic and synthetic methods captures not a principal difference between two types of propositions we might know, but instead a practical difference between approaches for acquiring them. 1.3.2 Analytic and synthetic as epistemological categories. The difference between the analytic and the synthetic is obviously important for epistemology, for if there is any such contrast, it will have epistemological consequences. Even supposing the core idea to be logical or methodological, basic logical features of what we are trying to know or methodological features of our cognitive situation must clearly affect the shape of our cognitive challenge, helping to determine what counts for us as sufficient justification, sufficiently reliable contact with the object of knowledge, and so forth. Still, it is one thing for a distinction to have epistemological consequences, and another for it to be itself an epistemological distinction. To see the issue, recall Kant's most epistemological-sounding characterizations of the analytic/synthetic distinction from the critical period, those referring to analyticities as merely explicative and synthetic judgments as ampliative. Such claims are clearly relevant to epistemology. They highlight different theoretical contributions made by analytic and synthetic judgments. Synthetic claims expand our knowledge to encompass new content, whereas analyticities make explicit what it already contains. As we saw, some commentators prefer this criterion of analyticity precisely because it is supposed to be epistemological. Following Allison's formulation, this conception emphasizes that the two species of judgment differ in their epistemic functions, as opposed to the containment denition, which misleadingly suggests that the distinction is a logical one. In fact, however, the force of Kant's talk about explicative and ampliative judgments could be read in two importantly different ways. On the one hand, it could be taken to rest upon contrasting cognitive procedures that afford different sorts of justification to claims or contrasting cognitive roles through which judgments make differing contributions to knowledge. In these versions, the distinction's force would be genuinely epistemological. But on the other hand, Kant could mean to distinguish not two ways of knowing propositions, but two kinds of propositional content, one in which the assertion carries content that goes beyond anything already built into the subject, and one which merely clarifies the assumptions involved whenever we choose to think in those terms. 40 If this latter idea is Kant's point, then his talk of ampliative judgments would capture something logical, not epistemological, viz., a structural feature of propositional contents, though admittedly in a way that emphasizes certain epistemic consequences. 41 The point clarifies a feature of my argument in section 1.2. I insisted that the ampliative/explicative criterion cannot be fundamental because efforts to separate truly ampliative claims from informative, but still merely explicative, analyticities ineluctably fall back on appeals to containment. We can now see that this argument actually did not yet even envision a truly epistemological conception of analyticity. On the contrary, I was treating ampliativity in the second of the two modes just distinguished as a feature of a propositional content, not as a way of knowing. From this point of view, it is no wonder that scholars' discussions of explicative and ampliative judgments are so often forced back onto containment. 42 In truth, the ampliativity criterion was all along being taken as an expression of the logical, not the epistemological, conception of analyticity. Thus, the more transparently logical containment criterion asserts its priority as soon as the argument demands explicit attention to the logical character of what is known. Still, it is important to recognize that Kant could have used the analytic/synthetic distinction to capture a purely epistemological idea, and in fact, such a conception is in evidence in some of the earlier unpublished notes where Kant deploys the distinction. There, analysis and synthesis are treated as two different ways of knowing, and analytic and synthetic judgments are claims justified through those respective procedures. From this standpoint, a theory that used conceptual analysis to develop and justify knowledge of, say, the basic features of matter or the Denning marks of some biological kind, would generate analytic judgments to express its results. Conversely, synthetic judgments would represent the achievements of a theory that relied on cognitive synthesis of the sort described in Kant's mature theory of cognition, for example, discovering the causal powers of matter or the properties of the mint family through empirical syntheses that unify the relevant perceptions under rules. Thus, what makes a judgment analytic or synthetic in the epistemological sense is the cognitive resource used to produce and justify it. Such a conception classes judgments qua instances of knowledge, so it appeals RST and directly to the difference between two ways of knowing. Judgments themselves count as analytic derivatively, in virtue of the fact that our knowledge of them arose from analysis. It may turn out, as a further point, that certain kinds of justification are available only via one of the two routes. For instance, one process might yield objective results while the other is merely subjective, or perhaps a priori justification could only arise from analysis, while empirical justification must rest on synthesis. Any such results would depend on substantive epistemological facts about analysis and synthesis. But what makes this conception epistemological in the RST place is that it separates judgments based on the cognitive procedure through which they were produced and justified, rather than in terms of the logical structure of the judgment itself. The epistemic conception is usefully seen as an extension of the methodological version, in that it, too, classes judgments not on the basis of the structure of the contents known, but by appeal to a difference between ways we reach them. 43 But for our purposes, it is worth keeping the two ideas distinct. As we saw, the difference between methods operates almost completely on the side of our activity as theorizers. Granted, we can count a proposition itself as analytic or synthetic, but only because one or the other method was used to arrive at it in some particular episode of cognition or discovery. The same proposition might fall into the opposite class on another occasion, when the other method proved appropriate. By contrast, an epistemological distinction includes one additional, more objective element. Propositions may acquire justification of a distinctive sort from the way they are known, which now attaches to them and can be transmitted to further propositions. For instance, suppose we concluded that all and only synthetic propositions carry empirical justification. In that case, once we came to know a given judgment by synthetic means, it could transmit empirical warrant to further propositions derived from it, even ones derived by logic alone, making them epistemically synthetic, in spite of the procedure used in their immediate derivation. In that sense, the epistemological conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction is more objective than the methodological one. At least one crucial marker of the distinction may attach to the propositions known, rather than to our way of handling them. At the fundamental level, though, the epistemological conception still rests the distinction on a difference in our cognitive treatment of judgments, or propositions, rather than on a difference between the judgments/propositions we might know. Even if there are distinctive analytic and synthetic types of just-E cation that can attach to propositions themselves, those statuses are still RST acquired through our acts of cognizing, so they remain derivative from the activity of knowers. For that reason, the epistemic version, like the methodological one, leaves open the possibility of turning synthetic claims into analytic ones. Suppose that, as an epistemic matter, we require cognitive synthesis to discover or justify a claim like whales are mammals, because given our cognitive limitations, only synthesis permits insight into the appropriate grouping of the phenomena. Still, it might be possible, once that result was in place, to use analysis to gain a deeper appreciation of our newly formed concept of mammals. Indeed, the reclassification of the cetaceans as mammals rather than sh in Linnaeus went along with the thoroughgoing reconceptualization of the key defining marks of the wider group, thereby revealing a new analytic route to truths about former quadrupeds. Analysis can apparently then offer an independent route to some formerly synthetic results, yielding new analytic just-E cations for claims like dogs nurse their young, and even whales are mammals. If the analytic/synthetic distinction really rested on epistemic procedure and not the logical structure of judgments themselves, then there could be no bar to counting these judgments as analytic on the strength of these new analytic warrants. After all, per hypothesis, the propositions themselves inherit no intrinsic synthetic structure from the strategies used in the initial discovery, they were synthetic only in the just-E cation for believing them. So nothing prevents our seeking, and possibly ending, independent analytic just-E cations for the same truths based on a proper or improved understanding of the relevant concepts. 44 Indeed, just such an approach was suggested by Leibniz. Of course, Leibniz recognized that our epistemic limitations sometimes require us to seek knowledge by empirical means rather than purely conceptual ones. Precisely that observation underwrites his distinction between truths of fact and truths of reason. But the point gave him no pause in affirming that all truths whatsoever rest on containment. His distinction re-ex merely our epistemic limitations, not a fundamental expressive limitation on conceptual truth, and so it does not undermine the prospects for a strictly conceptual metaphysics. Given Leibnizian assumptions, we should be able to reformulate any cognition no matter how we arrived at it initially as a containment truth, just-E able in principle by conceptual analysis. We need only identify the correct concepts to encapsulate it. From this point of view, alleged synthetic judgments should be treated as merely provisional formulations resting on inadequately articulated concepts, which could be recast as analyticities once science has attained a more adequate conceptual repertoire in terms of which their underlying conceptual structure would now be clearly expressible. 45 As we will see, this rationalist strategy to recuperate any would-be synthetic judgment by treating it as merely provisional, and seeking to reformulate the essential cognition behind it in strictly analytic terms is the primary challenge to the successful framing and defense of an analytic/synthetic distinction suitable to Kant's dialectical purposes. In light of those purposes, therefore, this consequence must be counted as a serious drawback of the epistemological conception of analyticity. In sum, it is possible to identify a properly epistemological conception of the analytic and synthetic. On that conception, judgments are analytic if they are generated and just-ed by the epistemic procedure of analysis of concepts, and synthetic if they are known via cognitive synthesis. As with the methodological conception, however, these epistemic considerations ultimately trace the distinction back to some difference between two contrasting ways we relate to judgments in this case, to the cognitive process by which we know them. As a result, they fail to establish a XED distinction between classes of judgments, capable of blocking the rationalist move to restate synthetic results as analyticities. As I have been suggesting, only a purely logical distinction could do that work. 1.3.3 Analyticity as a logical notion. By contrast to the methodological and epistemological ideas just canvassed, the logical conception of analyticity I will defend does mark a principled and XED distinction. Regardless of how we proceed in theory building, or what things we can know and how, A judgment is analytic based on denied logical relations among its constituent terms. If what is asserted merely expresses explicitly some content that was already contained in the assumed term, then the judgment is analytic; if not, it is synthetic. By resting the analytic/synthetic distinction on a logical theory of concept containment, the mature Kant makes analyticity an objective logical property of representations, rather than a status they acquire because of some relation to a cognitive subject. A judgment is analytic based on a structural relation among its constituent terms. Moreover, I will argue in Chapter 2 that within the traditional logic, what a concept contains is an objective logical fact, indeed, one that settles the individuation conditions for that concept as a logical object. Concepts are identical exactly when they contain the same marks, so standardly, if two different instances of a term involve different containment relations, then they pick out different concepts. 46. If this is right, then the potential variability that threaten the very distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments under the methodological and epistemological conceptions is removed. Analyticity becomes an intrinsic feature of the judgment's logical structure, no longer a derivative and contextual feature, acquired only because of the judgment's relation to some particular cognitive occasion, situation, or process. Therefore, the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments is exced independently from our strategies for forming concepts and our epistemic resources and limitations. Any particular judgment must either be analytic or not, and no synthetic judgment could be turned into an analyticity. In this way, the logical understanding analyticity resists rationalist efforts to save the prospects for a purely conceptual metaphysics by treating alleged synthetic judgments as inadequate provisional formulations that would ultimately be replaced by conceptual truths in a completed science. 1.4 Antecedents of containment analyticity. The leading moral of sections 1.2 and 1.3 is that Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction was intended as a properly logical distinction between classes of judgments, based on the presence of containment relations among their constituents. The same moral receives indirect confirmation from consideration of historical antecedents to Kant's notion of analyticity. The treatment of related ideas in Leibniz, Hume, and Locke deserves attention in this context. 47 Kant's attitude toward his predecessors raises an immediate puzzle. He is strikingly reluctant to acknowledge the parallels found by later readers between his analytic/synthetic distinction and those earlier doctrines of Leibniz, Hume, or Locke. Indeed, Kant seems convinced that his distinction is not just previously underappreciated, but wholly new. Recall his claim about the importance of the problem of synthetic a priori judgment, that metaphysics has until now remained in such a vacillating state of uncertainty and contradictions is to be ascribed solely to the cause that no one has previously thought of this problem, and perhaps even of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. Nor should one be misled by the quali-cation perhaps. On Kant's considered view, his distinction may be found prior to the critique only in the degenerate sense that earlier authors groped towards similar ideas without fully understanding their own thoughts. For example, after noting that the Wolff-Ans completely failed to acknowledge the distinction, Kant goes on to insist that he has found only a hint of the idea in Locke, and nothing at all in other philosophers, not even Hume, whose investigations of causality directly raise the problem of the synthetic a priori parallel notions found in the work of Leibniz, Hume, or Locke. Understanding how he saw the differences illuminates key aspects of his conception of analyticity. With regard to Leibniz, we have already seen real reasons for Kant to think of his distinction as a substantial departure. After all, the analytic/synthetic distinction was meant to put serious pressure on the predicate in subject theory of truth by identifying a finite class of truths for which the containment theory fails. But as we saw, Leibniz's distinction concedes only that the nitude of our intellects prevents our discovering the containment relations underlying truths of fact. They are supposed to be containment truths nonetheless, separated from the truths of reason not because the predicate exceeds the subject, but because they are contingent, whereas truths of reason are necessary. 48 Further, we saw that an exclusive focus on our epistemological limitations as a way of framing the issue might even suggest a general recuperation strategy for replacing would-be synthetic truths with strict containment truths as science progresses, an idea to be explored further in chapters 4 to 7. Thus, Leibniz can admit a distinction between truths of fact and truths of reason, but nevertheless continue to insist that all truth whatsoever rests ultimately on containment relations among concepts. As a result, his intended distinction must be orthogonal to Kant's. So Kant is correct to consider the analytic/synthetic distinction as an innovation relative to the Leibnizian apparatus. More, that innovation was precisely the point, since it permits Kant to raise the crucial, indeed the critical, questions. The two distinctions, Kant's based on containment, and Leibniz's rather on the necessity of the judgment, might actually cut across one another, and if so, the possibility of synthetic, but still a priori, judgments comes to the fore. Such a possibility simultaneously raises the specie Kantian puzzle about the synthetic a priori, and also a more general puzzle about how any genuinely synthetic judgment could be true at all, such judgments being ruled out from the Leibnizian standpoint. These puzzles show how inimical Kant's distinction is to basic Leibnizian presuppositions, due to its emphasis on expressive limits of containment truth. If properly drawn, it would show that the essentially logical devices that Leibniz and the Wolff-Ans made into the most prominent tools of metaphysics were inadequate to their task, and further, that the entire metaphysical framework based on containment truth is doomed. But if Leibniz's conception blocks the formulation of the Kantian problem of the synthetic a priori, Hume's worries about causation famously provided the very spark that revealed the problem and thereby awoke Kant from his dogmatic slumber. Why, then, should Kant deny that Hume was even prompted to contemplate propositions of this type by the suggestions of Locke's essay? Not only does Hume's spark rely on the idea, but further, Hume's own distinction between relations of ideas and matters of fact, which is clearly present in the inquiry and thus known to Kant, is often presented as a close relative of the analytic/synthetic distinction. Kant's assessment is understandable, I think, if we recall the distinctively logical character of the distinction he was trying to draw. For Kant's purposes, it turns out to be important that analyticity marks a principled distinction between two classes of proposition based on the logical relations among their constituents. Otherwise, his argument about the limited expressive power of a purely conceptual metaphysics remains vulnerable to the recuperation strategy. By contrast, Hume's discussion tends to identify the two kinds of truths by appeal to psychological or epistemological aspects of the way we cognize them. Moreover, while analyticity sensu Kant turns on a specie relation between concepts, Hume fails to specify what sort of relation of ideas permits the special kind of knowledge he is willing to distinguish from our knowledge of matters of fact. It is legitimate to demand such specie cation. After all, the connection of two ideas via a law of association, like resemblance or cause and effect, is also some kind of relation between ideas. We can therefore ask what characterizes the special relations of ideas envisioned by Hume's distinction, and how such relations uniquely permit intuitive or demonstrative knowledge. The inquiry offers two suggestions responsive to the challenge, but neither is sufficient to generate Kantian analyticity. First, Hume offers a list specifying knowledge that rests on relations of ideas, including the sciences of geometry, algebra, and arithmetic, and in short, every affirmation which is either intuitively or demonstratively certain. But from Kant's point of view, the list is unhelpful. By running mathematics and demonstration together, it obscures the central Kantian question of whether mathematics is in fact true by the logic of its concepts. And because we do not yet know what kind of relation of ideas Hume contemplates, an open-ended list as yet suggests no argument that could motivate the assimilation of mathematics to logical truth. Second, Hume indicates that relations of ideas are known because their contraries generate contradictions. This criterion is more promising, but unfortunately, Hume does not explain what features a relation between ideas must have if it is to be established by appeal to contradiction. In particular, the inquirer does not discuss mathematical and logical truths in detail, so as to show how comparison of ideas leads to a contradiction if the truths are denied. When Hume contrasts those cases to matters of fact, he rests content with a blanket appeal to the conceivability of propositions denying such matters of fact, without explaining what features of a relation between ideas might interfere with conceivability. Thus, Hume's distinction does not yet capture the crisp, logical notion of analyticity needed for Kant's purposes. By contrast, in Locke's essay Kant admits to ending a hint of the analytic/synthetic distinction, even while he complains that there is so little that is denied and reduced to rules in what he says about it. A noteworthy, but quite puzzling, fact suggests one reason Kant might have found Locke's treatment somewhat indenied. As Alan Wood has pointed out, 49 the Lockean text that Kant actually cites in the Prolegomena as the source of the hint is only remotely connected to the key issues. Just before that passage Locke does mention truths resting simply on the identity or diversity of ideas, but he does not discuss them at any length. Instead, he changes topic at 9ff, from identity of ideas to the question of agreement of ideas in coexistence, involving the extent of our knowledge about which properties, or marks, happen to co-occur in one or another substance. Gold, for example, is conceived as a body, heavy to a certain degree, yellow, malleable, and fusible. These ideas of substances, Locke insists, are nothing but certain collections of simple ideas united in one subject, and it is here that Kant claims to end a hint of the analytic/synthetic distinction. I end a hint of this division already in Locke. For in BK4, ch3, 9ff, after he had already discussed the various connections of representations in judgments and the sources of the connections, of which he located one in identity or contradiction, but the other in the existence of representations in a subject, he then acknowledges in 10 that our cognition of these last is very constricted and almost nothing. There is in fact a hint of Kant's idea in this stretch of Locke. Kant's distinction turns crucially on separating predicates that are identical with the subject concept, from those that merely happen to co-occur in things that fall under the subject term. 50 The latter are connected only synthetically, and as Kant indicates, Locke recognizes that a priori information about such co-occurrence will be hard to achieve. What is puzzling about Kant's citation, however, is that Locke's essay does contain, elsewhere, a more extended treatment of truths resting on the connection of representations. Through identity or contradiction, viz., the chapter on trying propositions. 52 There, Locke explicitly discusses both immediate instances of the principle of identity or contradiction, and also truths in which a part of the complex idea is predicated of the name of the whole, which belong to the class, one infers, because this partial idea must be contained in its whole. Locke even insists that such propositions are trying precisely because they do not extend our knowledge. Locke's trying propositions, then, seem to exhibit all three of the crucial features of analytic judgments: identi-ed by Kant, truth by identity or contradiction, containment, and failure to extend knowledge. Even more, Locke, unlike Hume, does take care to distinguish mathematical truths from mere verbal tautologies, and precisely in so doing, he articulates what certainly sounds like the Kantian distinction. We can know then the truth of two sorts of propositions, with perfect certainty. The one is, of those trying propositions, which have certainty in them, but 'tis but a verbal certainty. And, secondly, we may be certain in propositions, which affirm something of another, which is a necessary consequence of its precise complex idea, but not contained in it. As that the external angle of all triangles, is bigger than either of the opposite and internal angles, which relation of the outward angle, to either of the opposite internal angles, making no part of the complex idea, signi-ed by the name triangle, this is a real truth, and conveys with it instructive real knowledge. In this passage, Locke not only hints at the analytic/synthetic distinction, but even points toward Kant's central problem of the synthetic a priori, the problem of establishing the necessary consequences of an idea which are nevertheless not contained in that idea. If Kant wanted to acknowledge a prior hint about analyticity, why did he overlook this later chapter? Perhaps Kant simply failed to notice the passage, put off the track by the chapter title Trying Propositions. Granted, Locke himself perhaps fails to hammer the point home. He neither explores how mathematical propositions could possibly be known with certainty, an important problem, since they are not trying identities, nor does he connect this discussion of containment back to his earlier hint about the difference between the two kinds of relations among ideas. Nevertheless, Kant clearly committed a genuine oversight here. The failure turns out to be instructive, however. I think there are two passably probable reasons for Kant's oversight, each of which highlights important aspects of his conception of analyticity. First, in Kant's view, analyticities are not correctly understood as mere trying with words. Again, the analytic/synthetic distinction was designed to reveal the limits of the Wolffian metaphysics, which promised a complete system of philosophy built on conceptual truths. The Wolffian system was supposed to be illuminating, not tautologous. Its truths had to be discovered by painstaking, detailed analysis of concepts. Indeed, the recuperation strategy we have seen to be the main threat to Kant's distinction relies on such non-trivial analyses, and even after Kant distinguishes between analytic and synthetic judgments, he is still ready to admit that the analytic part of metaphysics is an indispensable and informative, albeit not genuinely ampliative, body of knowledge. For just these reasons, the definition of analyticity emphasized cases of covered containment, where one concept is contained in another only confusedly. So in Kant's conception of the problem space, analyticities could not be brusquely dismissed as bald tautologies of the form A equals A, which are the topic of Locke's chapter. The conjecture that Kant was thrown off the track of Locke's suggestion by his dismissive assessment of containment truth receives support from Leibniz's reaction to the same chapter in the New Essays. He, too, seems to miss the logical force of Locke's insight. Leibniz's spokesman Theophilus bypasses the opportunity to defend a general containment theory of truth, and never reaches questions about the nature of logical truth at all. Instead, the discussion devolves into protestation about the cognitive usefulness of definitions and tautologies. For example, a wise man is still a man can still be informative in certain rhetorical uses, as when the claim is deployed as a reminder of human fallibility. While true, the observation is not to the point, and is no substitute for a detailed defense of the theoretical importance of identical truths, which Leibniz actually offers elsewhere. It seems, then, that Locke's very dismissiveness about the truths he had in mind may have prevented readers like Leibniz and Kant from grasping the import of his claims for their own ideas about concept containment. Second, the character of analytic judgments sensu Kant cannot be traced simply to their turning on some or other relation of ideas, as distinguished from a substantive relation of the judgment to its object. To attain the full notion of analyticity, it is essential to specify what sort of relation of concepts, or ideas, is at stake. This is precisely the merit of the earlier passage Kant cited, from BK4, ch. 3, where Locke distinguishes the relation of identity between two ideas, or concepts, from the connection among ideas that just happen to co-occur in some object falling under that concept. While it is not fully explicit on the point, Locke's treatment does thereby hint at a contrast between two kinds of relation between the ideas. On one hand, one idea might be contained in the other as a more general mark, or feature, and on the other, one object may fall under two different ideas as an instance of each. A fuller logical development of this contrast turns out to be crucial to Kant's account of analytic containment. But while Locke hints at the contrast, his initial discussion offers little development and no properly logical analysis, and the idea is largely obscured in the later account of trying propositions. There, the containment of one concept within another as a proper part exemplified by the containment of genus in species, for example, is simply assimilated to the case of tautologous identities, and is not explicitly contrasted with the different sort of connection of ideas treated in BK4, ch3, viz., the connection of simple ideas with one another in a subject falling under the concept. From this point of view, a complaint that Locke's treatment offers so little that is denied and reduced to rules has at least a little merit. Plausibly, then, Kant neglected Locke's chapter on trying propositions, in favor of the opaque hint contrasting the connections of ideas via identity and via coexistence, because it was important to his view both 1, that analyticities were not standardly tautologous, and 2, that their truth turned on a particular and logically precise kind of relation between ideas, or concepts, viz., containment of one in another, which is to be opposed to a different relation of ideas in which representations belong together because they happen to apply equally to some common object. While Locke does speak of the containment of one concept in another, he never explores the logical features of the containment relation in a way that would separate it from merely extensional class inclusion, for example, nor does he trace the consequences of an explicit and detailed contrast between containment and that second, distinct kind of relation among ideas. In conclusion, the comparisons with Locke, Hume, and Leibniz generate 3 lessons about the Kantian notion of analyticity. First, Kant's distinction, like Leibniz's, is supposed to separate 2 classes of potentially informative, theoretically important truths, despite the fact that there is a sense in which analyticities are non-ampliative. While the rationalist method of analysis and the containment truths it reveals are not adequate for the full purposes of metaphysics, for Kant, neither are they intellectually suspect or mere trying, as Locke was tempted to think. Second, Kant's distinction serves to specify expressive limits on logical truth that went unrecognized by Leibniz, and even more by his followers in the Wolfan tradition. And most importantly, third, Kant's distinction depends on the articulation of a quite specific type of relation between concepts, which he characterizes in terms of containment. Given Kant's reactions to Locke and Hume, we should expect the logical features of this relation to depart from the empiricist conception of a relation of ideas. Indeed, later criticisms of analyticity as vague, indeterminate, or merely metaphorical rely on the thought that Kant does no more to specify the notion of concept containment than Locke or Hume did to characterize the relations of ideas that permit intuitive and demonstrative knowledge. Kant's reluctance to assimilate the earlier, empiricist doctrine to his analytic/synthetic distinction thus provides a hint that the common criticisms of Kant's containment definition may be off the mark. To develop this hint, however, it would be necessary to identify and delineate a more denied logical idea of containment in Kant's writings than his critics commonly envy. It is only this more determinate notion of containment that could underwrite a logical distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments capable of withstanding the broad criticisms that the Kant reception has leveled against the appeal to concept containment. 1.5 Plan of work. The arguments of sections 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 have indicated the centrality of the notion of concept containment to Kant's conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction. That result indicates the 3 main tasks that lie before us in the attempt to trace the emergence of Kant's distinction and assess its philosophical implications. First, we need a detailed exploration of concept containment itself as a logical notion. Given what we have just seen about the antecedents of Kant's idea in Locke and Hume, it will be possible to understand Kant's claims about the novelty of his distinction, and also to defuse standard objections against the clarity of analyticity, only if we can develop a detailed account of containment that gives it a specific, technical logical meaning. Failing that, Kant's talk of containment marks small progress in the understanding of conceptual truth over the story already available in his British predecessors, and remains vulnerable to objections in the tradition descended from Eberhard and Moss. As it happens, careful investigation of the logic of concepts in Kant and his predecessors does turn up an account of containment that meets the challenge. The 3 chapters of Part I lay out the background ideas for the technical notion of containment, demonstrate their role within standard early modern treatments of logic and in the Wolfan metaphysics, and discuss some obvious logical puzzles which confront the resulting picture. Chapter 2 explains concept containment in terms of traditional logical ideas about concept hierarchies and logical division, and establishes the role of these ideas in early modern logic, focusing especially on Arnold's Signential Port-Royal logic and Kant's own logic, edited by G. B. Jask. In Chapter 3, I treat containment truth as it occurs in the logical and metaphysical works of Christian Wolff. This discussion articulates the logico-metaphysical paradigm against which Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction was directed. The resulting Wolffian notion of containment turns out to be quite restricted indeed, and Chapter 4 explores some objections against it based on those limitations. I argue that while the difficulties prove fatal for the Wolffian paradigm in the end, there were nevertheless genuine philosophical motivations for Wolff to develop Leibnizian ideas in the ways he did, motivations rooted in some fundamental trade-offs that face the Leibnizian, Wolffian conception of containment truth. Thus, Wolff's stance is more fully worked out than might initially be thought. In fact, it turns out that Kant's posit of a fundamental distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments affords Kantians certain resources to respond to the most telling objections against the coherence of the logical notion of containment, and in this sense, Kant's distinction can be seen as a device for saving the Wolffian notion of containment by explicitly restricting its scope. The second main task of the study is to gain an understanding of the gradual emergence of Kant's ideas about the analytic/synthetic distinction, as he developed the critical position. Paul Guyer has done groundbreaking work on the development of Kant's metaphysical ideas during his silent decade of intensive work on the critique of pure reason. My aim is to supplement Guyer's treatment with an account of the logical side of Kant's ideas. In Part 2, I trace the key stages in the emergence of the mature, critical account of analyticity through the pre-critical writings. Particularly important in the published pre-critical works is Kant's appropriation of the Kreuzian distinction between real and merely logical relations, which he articulates in the texts Dieter Henrich has usefully grouped as Kant's system of 1762, 3. Some of the key conceptual moves are treated in Chapter 5, and the system of 1762-3 is then explored in Chapter 6. From the standpoint attained in that system, it is then possible to see a finite line of development towards the analytic/synthetic distinction, emerging step by step in Kant's Reaktionen of the late 1760s, the inaugural dissertation, the famous 1772 letter to Marcus Herse outlining the project of the critique, and then Nally in logical notes of the silent decade that parallel the metaphysical Reaktionen treated by Guyer, leading in the end to the critique itself. These moves are charted in Chapter 6, and then Chapter 7. Once I have characterized the target of Kant's distinction and the emergence of his ideas about how to attack it, I turn, third, to the arguments by which Kant establishes the inadequacy of the Wolffian paradigm. The claim that mathematical truth is essentially synthetic takes center stage in Kant's reasoning, and I will assess that thesis in detail in Part 3. Kant's argument depends on expressive limitations that follow from key features of the notion of containment developed in Part I. I will show how those features prevent the full representation of elementary geometry and arithmetic as a matter of containment relations among concepts. The ultimate result is a demonstration that containment truth in the Wolffian sense must fail as an account of mathematical knowledge, and therefore also as a general framework for the system of all scientific knowledge. Kant's conclusion therefore has serious implications for metaphysics, which I explore in Part 4. I locate in the transcendental dialectic a master argument against traditional metaphysics based on the expressive limitations of conceptual truth. I then show how that argument informs Kant's detailed complaints in the dialectic against the purported metaphysical sciences of rational psychology and rational cosmology and Nally, rational theology. Lastly, in the epilogue, I return to Kant's notion of the concept to address outstanding problems about how concepts can acquire empirical content and about the legitimate role within Kant's own metaphysics of systematic concept hierarchies of the sort central to Part I's account of analyticity. These reactions reveal a positive theoretical role for analyticity to complement its star turn in Kant's negative arguments against traditional metaphysics. With Kant's crucial arguments about the expressive limits of analyticity in place, then, we will be able to see how he articulates fundamental failings of the Wolffian metaphysical paradigm. The limits Kant identified have three implications of central philosophical importance. First, of course, they doom the project of metaphysics as it had been conceived in the scholastic tradition of German rationalism. Second, and equally central for Kant, they indicate the need for a philosophical method of critique, capable of outlining the basic conditions of possibility that apply to knowledge claims, and thereby guaranteeing the cognitive meaningfulness of efforts to make progress in natural science and metaphysics. And nally, third, Kant's view directly raises the problem of synthetic judgment described at the outset. As we have seen, it was the containment denition of analyticity that gave shape to that central Kantian problem. In the traditional logic, all judgments establish some relation among their component concepts, and from the broadly Leibnizian point of view that framed Kant's philosophical development, the obvious relation to posit was one of containment. Once Kant came to see that containment truth lacked the expressive power to represent our most important knowledge, the problem of synthetic judgment became apparent. The problem, in short, is how to explain the possibility of judgments that violate the very denition of judgment in the Leibnizian framework. Since the connection of concepts in the synthetic judgment cannot rest on what they contain, there must be some third thing, beyond what is thought in the concepts themselves, that underwrites the connection. The positive metaphysics of the critique addresses the problem of characterizing that third thing. But in order to understand the motivating point of those metaphysical researches, we must clearly grasp the preliminary RST step that framed the overall project, which is to establish exactly what is ruled out by the requirement that the solution lie beyond what the concepts contain. This demands a detailed account of the logic of concept containment, and such an account will be our next order of business. 42 Introduction. Part I. The traditional logic of concept containment and its metaphysical implications. 2. Containment and the traditional logic of concepts. 2.1 Worries about containment. In Chapter 1, I argued that the notion of concept containment is essential to the viability of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction in its historical form. 1. Nevertheless, it is not hard to see why sympathetic commentators like Allison or Van Cleve might have sought to free Kant from the idea by elevating other candidate accounts of analyticity. Kant's talk of concepts containing one another has been the target of serious criticisms, blanket dismissals, and even outright ridicule, dating back to the initial reception of the critique. During the 20th century, doubts about the containment account of analyticity gained momentum from highly influential criticisms due to Quine. Skepticism about analyticity in general, and containment analyticity in particular, became almost an article of faith in philosophy, evidenced by an increasing predominance of dismissal over careful argument in the attacks against it. Commentators apparently found little shelter from the received wisdom in Kant himself. In the past 3 or 4 decades, they have devoted noticeably fewer pages to explaining the analytic/synthetic distinction or even to attacking it. P. F. Strawson was an early leader of the minimizing trend, and he sums up its motivating consensus with his customary verve and panache. It might be felt that more account should be taken of a distinction to which Kant attaches such importance. But it is doubtful whether this would in fact be advantageous. Kant nowhere gives an even moderately satisfactory theoretical account of the dichotomy between analytic and synthetic propositions, nor can any be gleaned from his casually scattered examples. What, then, is so unsatisfactory about Kant's appeal to concept containment? The complaints fall into 3 broad classes. First, many readers find the whole idea of concept containment opaque. This reaction often manifests as skepticism that the critique offers any tolerably clear distinction at all between analytic and synthetic judgments. Given the straightforward way Kant states the containment denition and its prominent placement in the critique's introduction, such reactions must be taken as contentions that the idea of concept containment itself is fundamentally unclear. Protests of this form range from the bluntest, bald assertion, through pleas that Kant should have clari-ed containment by bringing it into connection with other, more standard, or perspicuous logical ideas, up to worries that are largely driven by substantive underlying philosophical theses. For example, some objections are based on versions of holism that render judgments spanning the alleged analytic/synthetic divide interdependent in meaning or empirical sine cans in a way that would undermine any strict distinction between two independent classes. 3. A second group of objections holds that, whatever intuitive appeal Kant's distinction may have, his account of it is insufficient to underwrite a genuinely logical dichotomy between different types of judgment. Complaints in this class also exhibit a wide range in their degree of development. At the less developed end, there is the general charge that the appeal to containment is metaphorical, and so cannot carry logical force. That idea was given prominent play by Quine, and subsequently, the thought that containment is really just a metaphor has been echoed even in sympathetic and sensitive accounts of Kant's theory of concepts. More complex arguments descend from Mauss's charge that the analytic/synthetic distinction cannot carry logical force because what is contained in a given concept might vary, based on what different individuals happen to associate with it. According to the objection, the marks contained in a concept do not constitute AXED conceptual content, but are potentially idiosyncratic and speaker-relative in a way that is not appropriate for purely logical objects. This line has a strongly Quinian avere, and recent scholars have revived such objections under his Inyens, complaining of the psychologism and idiosyncrasy attaching to the notion of containment. 5. Third, other philosophers including some who are ready to admit that Kant draws a distinction, and even that it is genuinely logical have nonetheless objected that his appeal to containment identifies the wrong line separating the two classes of judgments, or is otherwise logically odd. In some of its versions, Eberhard's original protest that the Kantian distinction confusingly cuts across well-understood relations among traditional logical universals could be classy-ed here. Perhaps the most common complaint from this class, however, is the modern objection that Kant's formulation arbitrarily restricts analyticity to judgments in subject-predicate form. 6. That thought can be generalized into a charge that Kant's containment definition unaccountably leaves out various propositions that ought to count as analytic, if anything does. Van Cleve offers a recent discussion of the point, improving on Bennett. He not only cites logical truths that are not subject-predicate judgments, but also points out that it is unclear how Kant's containment definition applies to simple existential claims, or to the contrapositive equivalence of certain clear containment analyticities. 7. What is essential to this form of objection is the worry that Kant's notion of containment fails to carve out a natural and theoretically defensible logical class. To sum up, critics have charged that Kant's appeals to the containment of predicate in subject either draw no distinction at all, or one that lacks genuinely logical status, or else one that is logically arbitrary, or gerrymandered. Given the historical background traced in Chapter 1, at least some of these objections seem too quick. Since the notion of containment had deep roots in the German rationalist tradition going back to Leibniz, and some parallels in other early modern philosophers as well, it is unlikely to be wholly arbitrary, merely a metaphorical oddite of Kant's own fancy. Kant's reactions to Locke and Hume are especially telling in this connection. We found that Kant's pronounced sense of the distinction's novelty and obviousness could be justified only if he meant it to capture something more specific or technical than the general treatment of relations of ideas found in his British predecessors. At the very least, then, Kant's talk of containment was not intended as mere metaphor. Naturally, it is possible that Kant was mistaken about his originality, or about his success in drawing a sharp distinction. Before leaping to that conclusion, however, we are well advised to search the traditional logic Kant knew for a more technical notion of containment suitable to his purposes. Once we look to early modern accounts of logic in this frame of mind, the meaning of concept containment is readily apparent. Containment relations among concepts were a perfectly standard, and sometimes quite central, topic within treatments of the logic of concepts, and assumed a key role among the Wolf-ANs who were Kant's main targets. Given this fact, Kant's extreme impatience with the objections leveled by Eberhard, amounting even to a suspicion that they were dishonestly motivated, are much less surprising than they have occasionally seemed to later readers, for whom the relevant logical context is foreign. 8. In particular, in the Wolffian lineage within early modern logic to which Kant himself belonged, finite rules were added to the standard account of containment to yield a technical treatment of containment relations. With that apparatus in place, Kant had available a relatively precise and rule-governed notion of concept containment, capable of avoiding the most obvious complaints that have been leveled against containment analyticity. The aim of this chapter is to sketch the ideas about concept containment that were widely available in early modern logic, and then to articulate them more closely by appeal to the additional logical ideas which gird in the Wolffian tradition the theory of logical division, and the associated picture of concept hierarchies, or Porphyrian trees. 9. Taken together, these ideas provide a promising technical sense of concept containment. I trace the role of these notions in Kant's own logic of concepts to defend the thesis that the division account of containment can be used to understand his claims about analyticity. Indeed, I will argue, Kant's distinction rests on a deeper understanding of the implications of a division-based account of containment than was commonly achieved by his contemporaries. Kant's conception features the idea that the demands of containment seriously restrict the permissible relations among the conceptual contents involved in a judgment. Claims that exceed those restrictions count as synthetic. That very idea raises sine Kant further issues for Kant's logic of concepts, however. If there are to be synthetic truths, as Kant insists, then they too will have to be expressed in judgments, forged through connections among concepts, and those concepts must be capable of carrying synthetic information about the world, in terms of which we can assess whether or not the connection asserted in the judgment holds. That is, if he is to sustain an analytic/synthetic distinction, Kant must insist that concepts have cognitive sine quans going beyond what they contain, which allows them to express truths that do not rest on containment relations. To meet these demands, I will claim, Kant's general theory of the concept relies on non-logical extensions, which are to be distinguished from the strictly logical conceptual extensions proper to the theory of analytic containment. Kant must recognize a distinction between these two notions on pain of collapsing the distinction between analytic and synthetic conceptual relations, but at the same time, each can make some claim to determine the identity of concepts. This situation gives rise to puzzles about Kant's notion of the concept that will not be fully resolved until chapter 13. Nevertheless, an initial statement of the point is needed here to clarify the contours of notion of containment assumed by Kant and the Wolffians. Although preliminary, this treatment will permit some conclusions about the extent to which the notion of analytic containment can avoid the post-Kantian objections that have been laid against it. 2.2 Concept containment. In the traditional logic, two reciprocal notions of concept containment were standard in early modern treatments of the traditional logic. A higher genus was said to be contained in its lower species concepts, and they were contained under it. In this context, a concept's content is the group of more general concepts that are contained in it, they are the concept's marks. Reciprocally, a concept's logical extension comprises the more species concepts under it. In Kant, this entire account of containment, including the treatment of logical extensions, should be understood intentionally. On that construal, a concept's logical extension is made up of species concepts, rather than the individual objects to which the concept applies, as in our modern notion of extension. For example, the logical extension of the concept 10 would comprise the concepts, etc., not the bits of gold, iron, copper, mercury, and the like. In speaking of the logical extensions involved in analytic containment, Kant typically assumes such an intentional interpretation. 11 And the idea is built into his logical law of speciation, according to which every concept has a sphere, or extension, composed of further, more species concepts. Thus, the entire theory of conceptual contents and logical extensions is in fact based on ideas about concept containment. 12. The Port Royal logic offers a typical early modern characterization of the relevant doctrine, which in Arnold's terminology was applied to ideas. 13. Now in these universal ideas there are two things which it is most important to distinguish clearly, the comprehension, and the extension. I call the comprehension of an idea the attributes that it contains in itself, and that cannot be removed without destroying the idea. For example, the comprehension of the idea of a triangle contains extension, shape, 3 lines, 3 angles, and the equality of these 3 angles with 2 right angles. I call the extension of an idea the subjects to which this idea applies. These are also called the inferiors of a general term, which is superior with respect to them. For example, the idea of a triangle in general extends to all the different species of triangles, 39 to 40. Here Arnold, like Kant, denies extensions as sets of species concepts. Likewise, Arnold's comprehension. 10 angle brackets indicate the mention of a concept. 11 but cf section 2.4. 12 Kant's intentional treatment of logical extensions was not uncommon in early modern logic. Leibniz is what Kant calls content. All these logicians convey the notion via talk of what is contained in a concept, which Kant appropriated to deny analyticity and through which Leibniz sought to deny true judgment as such. 14 Concept containment was important not only because it underwrote ideas about the content and extension of concepts, but further because it provided the explanatory model for logical relations in the primary subfields of the traditional logic. The subject matter of logic was commonly arranged in 3 branches, the theory of concepts, the theory of judgment, and the theory of inference. 15 In the RST branch, containment supplies basic identity conditions for the theory of concepts by seeing conceptual contents. Different contents belong to different concepts, and 2 concepts with the same content are identical. 16 In an important sense, then, the theory of concepts just is the theory of concept containment, it is, as it were, a theory of the relevant containers. In fact, the common early modern practice of beginning logic with the theory of the concept arises from this feature. Such an arrangement is the most natural one precisely because the other areas of logic depend on the ideas about what concepts contain, which are presented in the theory of concepts. 17 The expository priority of the theory of concepts thus indicates the centrality of concept containment for the traditional logic overall. Some logicians were willing to build this notion of containment into the denition of judgment as well, thereby automatically making it the central idea of the theory of judgment, the most famous case in point, of course, being the Leibnizian predicatine subject principle, which was also adopted by the pre-critical Kant. But even where containment was not deployed in the very denition of the judgment, it was still important to the fully developed theory of judgment. Judgments were typically presented as comparisons that connect concepts. 18 So their significance depends on the conceptual contents they deploy. The theory of judgment then distinguished various formal features of propositions, like their quantity and quality. Here, too, conceptual content remains crucial, since a judgment's quantity and quality affect its logical force through their effect on the facts about what the concepts contain. For example, universal judgments connect the predicate to the entire extension of the subject concept, whereas particular judgments make the connection only for an indeterminate part of the extension. Affirmative judgments assert that 2 conceptual extensions overlap, negative judgments that they do not. 19 The most interesting deployment of concept containment, however, comes in the theory of inference, where its key role was appreciated all the way back to Aristotle. In the RST instance, a syllogism was understood as a way of connecting 2 concepts, and only thereby as a way to relate several judgments. 20 Inference compares concepts that lack any obvious or immediate relation between their contents or extensions by ending an indirect relation through the use of a middle term, i.e., a concept that is clearly related to each. The standard structure of a syllogism follows from this understanding of what inference does. The major premise connects the major term to the middle term, and the minor premise connects the minor term to the middle. The syllogism is correct when the containment relations between the middle and the other two terms show how the comprehensions and / or extensions of the minor and major stand in the relation asserted by the conclusion. The medieval theory of the syllogism developed an elaborate system categorizing the different types of inference, which distinguished four gers of syllogisms, and identified the various moods, or patterns of propositional form with respect to quantity and quality, that preserve validity in each ger. The apparatus was complicated, which motivated the letter-based system for naming the different moods of the syllogism, as an aid to memory. While some general rules governing the formation of syllogisms in all gers were identified, additional rules had to be given for particular gers, and many early modern logicians were dissatisfied with the intricacies of the system. 21. They sought a more uni-ed presentation of the underlying principle behind syllogistic inference, which they found in the notion of concept containment. Port Royal offers a standard rendition of the idea, in a chapter titled A General Principle by which the validity or invalidity of every syllogism can be judged, without any reduction to gers and moods. The general principle is that in a correct syllogism, the premises contain the conclusion, where propositions containing one another is understood in terms of containment relations among their constituent concepts. Here is how Arnold applies the principle to a model syllogism: some saint is poor, every saint is a friend of God, therefore, some friend of God is poor. It is obvious that in order for the proposition some saint is poor to contain the proposition some friend of God is poor, it is both necessary and sufficient for the term some saint to contain the term some friend of God, since they have the other term in common. Now a particular term has no determinate extension, and it contains with certainty only what is included in its comprehension, or idea. In consequence, it is necessary for friend of God to be contained in the comprehension of the idea saint. 164. That is, the major premise contains the conclusion by attributing the major predicate to a middle subject term, which itself contains the minor term in its comprehension. Being a friend of God is included in the concept, so whatever is truly predicated of some saint can also be predicated of a friend of God. The minor premise is applicative, in that it makes explicit how the containing major premise implicitly contains the conclusion. Other early modern logicians followed Port Royal on the point. Leibniz, for example, insisted that the whole theory of the syllogism could be demonstrated from the theory of de contenent et contento, of container and contained. 22. Thus, as Rescher notes, for Leibniz the notions of part, whole, and containment are the fundamental concepts of logic, so that his entire system of illogical characteristics should be understood as just an abstract theory of containment. Leibniz suggested interpretations of his systems of the characteristic based on both of the reciprocal notions of containment, with one interpretation exploiting the comprehension relation, and another interpretation turning on the relation of being contained under a concept. 23. Similar ideas were picked up by Wolff, and thence by others in Germany, including Kant. 24. I turn now to a discussion of the Wolffian views, focusing on Kant himself. 2.3 Kant's theory of concepts and the division account of containment. For Kant and his Wolffian predecessors, the containment relations among concepts were, if anything, even more central to logic and metaphysics than they were for earlier gers such as Arnold. Moreover, in the Wolffian tradition, the notion of containment was brought explicitly into connection with key ideas about logical division and Porphyrian concept hierarchies. Wolff's own logical views are essentially bound up with his overall metaphysical program, and I postpone full discussion of them to Chapter 3. This section locates the Wolffian containment idea in Kant's logical writings and traces key features of his account in sources from the Wolffian tradition. Kant deploys both standard notions of containment described in section 2.2, attributing content and logical extension to concepts, where these notions are intentionally conceived. For Kant, moreover, conceptual content and logical extension are both strongly reciprocal and hierarchically ordered. By strong reciprocity I mean, RST, that whatever is included in the content of some concept must cover that concept within its extension, and conversely, whatever concepts fall under a given concept in its extension must include it in their contents. And then second, concepts with the same extension also have the same content, and vice versa. The second thesis is entailed by Kant's of Chale account of the rules for hierarchical concept subordination. In regard to the logical extension of concepts, the following universal rules hold. 1. What belongs to or contradicts higher concepts also belongs to or contradicts all lower concepts that are contained under those higher ones, and 2. Conversely, what belongs to or contradicts all lower concepts also belongs to or contradicts their higher concept. Thus, if two concepts share the same logical extension, i.e., all lower concepts, Rule 2 entails that they will also share whatever belongs to or contradicts the higher concept itself, that is, they share the same content. Conversely, if they share the same content, then by Rule 1, that content will do any the same set of lower concepts, or extension, for each. Not only must the two include the same marks belonging to their contents and extensions, but in addition they must also each exclude the very same marks, which contradict the content and extension. 25 concepts sharing the same content and extension are thus equivalent. Kant calls them convertible or reciprocal. Given strong reciprocity, conceptual content and logical extension cannot come apart. Any difference in content entails a difference in logical extension, and conversely. Containment relations thereby establish identity and equivalence conditions for concepts, the most basic logical terms. Concepts so understood are hierarchically ordered, standing in relations of higher and lower based on their reciprocal containment relations. Consider two passages from the Logic. The content and extension of a concept stand in inverse relation to one another. The more a concept contains under itself, namely, the less it contains in itself, and conversely. Concepts are called higher insofar as they have other concepts under themselves, which in relation to them are called lower concepts. A mark of a mark, a remote mark, is a higher concept. On this picture, one concept is higher than another just in case the lower concept is contained under the higher, and, reciprocally, the higher concept is contained in the lower, as a mark. The more a concept contains in itself, the lower and more species it is, and the less it applies to, or contains under itself. Conversely, the less content a concept includes in itself, the higher and more abstract it is, and the more it comprises under itself. Crucially, however, there is no absolute sense to judgments of conceptual content quantity, or the amount contained in a concept. 26. The lower concept is not contained in the higher, for it contains more in itself than does the higher one, it is contained under it. Furthermore, one concept is not broader than another because it contains more under itself, for one cannot know that but rather insofar as it contains under itself the other concept, and besides this still more. We can specify how much a concept contains only relative to some other concept, and even then only if the two stand in a direct containment relation. For example, if is contained under, then is broader, or higher, than, since contains under itself the other concept and besides his still more, it includes more under and less in itself than. By contrast, if neither of two concepts is contained in the other, then it is not determinate which is higher. 27. Thus, the ordering of concepts from higher to lower is not connected, or total. Not every pair of concepts stands in a determinate relation of higher to lower. It is a strict partial ordering. 28. So far, this ordering of conceptual contents may seem of little help to anyone who shared the worries about containment canvassed in section 2.1. In fact, however, the strong reciprocity of conceptual content and extension, along with the hierarchical ordering of containment relations and the supposition that science pursues a stable system of concepts so ordered, together point toward a precise, rule-governed understanding of containment. Kant suggests the key idea by identifying higher and lower concepts as genera and species. The higher concept, in respect to its lower one, is called genus, the lower concept in regard to its higher one species. Containment relations, then, are ordered in a genus/species hierarchy in which higher genera are contained in the more numerous lower species concepts under them. 29. In light of their strict partial ordering, genus/species containment may be treated according to Dennite rules of the traditional logic, the rules of logical division. In introducing division, Kant writes that the determination of a concept in regard to everything possible that is contained under it, insofar as things are opposed to one another, i.e., distinct from one another, is called the logical division of the concept. The higher concept is called the divided concept. The lower concepts the members of the division. Two rules standardly govern such divisions: 1. The member species exhaust the sphere of the divided genus, and 2. The species exclude one another, so that none can be predicated of any other. 30. That is, divisions are exclusive and exhaustive disjunctions. The division rules suggest a procedure for reconstructing the content of a given concept, start from its genus, and add some differentia that marks out its particular way of having that genus. Kant suggests just such a top-down procedure for generating conceptual content in his logic lectures, from the highest concept. Consequently, the lowest ones are determined, and this at the same time comprehends the correct determination of all things. 31. When generated in this way, a species will admit of a traditional Aristotelian denition, in terms of its genus and differentia. 32. The resulting picture promises a clear, non-metaphorical sense of concept containment. Higher genera are contained in the lower species formed from them, as reacted in the Aristotelian denitions. To see the picture concretely, consider a concept hierarchy based on ideas familiar from Linnaeus's work on biological classification. 2. Containment and the traditional logic of concepts. 57. Animate substance. Plant, animal. Quadruped, bird, fish, insect, worm, amphibian. Ferriglers, Gementa, Pecora, Anthropomorpha. Here, the more species concepts can be obtained by adding differentia to the higher ones. For example, a quadruped is an animal with 4 limbs and hair, a glirene 33 is a quadruped with 2 front incisors, etc. Thus, for instance, must already contain, etc., because we can reach those higher concepts by starting with and subtracting differentia. As Kant noted in a comment on Meyer's discussion of higher and lower concepts, abstraction is subtraction, and in general, logical abstraction via analysis is the inverse operation to logical determination via division. In sum, since higher concepts can be reached from lower ones via subtraction of marks, higher concepts must already be contained in their lower species, and a genus/species hierarchy maps out the reciprocal relations of conceptual content and extension that are developed in the logic of concepts. The appeal to division-based concept hierarchies substantially clarifies containment. Crucially, the division rules ensure that every relation between the concepts is one of complete inclusion, or else total exclusion, of their contents. Partial overlaps, which would yield accidental predications, in the sense of the traditional logic, are forbidden by the exclusion rule. Thus, judgments formed by connecting two concepts in a division hierarchy will be true in virtue of what the concepts contain. Therefore, when we seek the marks contained in a concept, we need not rely on the unconstrained and potentially idiosyncratic intuitions of individuals, as Mauss feared. Instead, at least for genuinely scientific concepts which can aspire to some Dennite location in a logically perfected concept hierarchy, the conceptual content can be understood as having been generated or reconstructed through division, constrained by explicit rules ensuring that its component marks stand in hierarchically nested containment relations. Those containment relations, in turn, support a plausible notion of containment truth, judgments attributing the genus or differentia of some Aristotelian denition to the term they are analytic. Within such an apparatus, the analysis of concepts is not mere introspection, but a matter of investigating the objective structure of the concept hierarchy articulating such denitions. This Kantian account of containment, tying it to logical division and concept hierarchies, followed widely known treatments of traditional logic in the German-speaking world. These logics were strongly influenced by the work of Wolff, who was keen to insist on the centrality of the theory of concepts to the whole of logic, and on the particular importance of the analysis of concepts so as to reveal the marks contained in them. The associated picture of a concept hierarchy constructed through division was central to Wolff's metaphysics, and it became highly influential. For example, Baumgarten's short Latin logic text, which avowedly follows Wolff's more detailed Deutsche Logik, offers sample hierarchies dividing concepts like and into species and subspecies, exhibited in Porphyrian tree diagrams. Perhaps most influential as a source for Kant was G. F. Meyer's Auszug der Vernunftlehre, from which Kant taught logic for 40 years, and which likewise follows these Wolffian ideas. Meyer presents analysis as a way of generating distinct concepts, by uncovering their marks. Analysis operates on hierarchically ordered, reciprocally related concepts, where more species concepts contain much in themselves, while more generic concepts contain less in themselves, but more under themselves. Concepts admit of Aristotelian denitions by genus and differentia, which order them in a nested tree structure that can be reconstructed from the top down by rule-governed logical division. Similar ideas are deployed even in a guru like Crucius, who offered substantial criticisms of key elements of the Wolffian program. In conclusion, then, Kant's containment denition of analyticity was not based on a mere metaphor, but traded on ideas that were standard in his contemporary logic. In the Wolffian context in particular, it advanced a relatively technical notion of containment, constrained by the species rules of traditional logical division. My initial published presentation of this account of Kant's logical notion of containment attracted some thoughtful skepticism from Proops, who raises three main reasons for doubt. First, he observes that connecting containment to genus/species hierarchies makes containment only as clear as the relation of genus and differentia to species. Second, he points out that some divisions of concepts including the one from Linnaeus appealed to above are not dichotomies formed by joining the genus concept to some differentia and its negation, but instead distinguish three or more species concepts under the same genus. In such cases, he worries, the different species under a genus may not be really exclusive. Finally, he also points out that a classification scheme like the Linnaean one is not itself a priori, and this ties poorly with Kant's consistent view that all analyticities must be a priori. Proop's observations are all correct, as far as they go. I remain convinced, however, that the associated doubts can be removed, or at least largely mitigated, given Kant's full picture of scientific concept formation. For the primary focus of the theory of containment, remained on genuinely scientific concepts. 35 In that context, we can think of the division-governed genus/species hierarchy as a privileged form that makes explicit exactly what is contained in a given concept. In the ideal case, the content of the concept could be reconstructed from the top down, by starting from the maximally general concept and articulating every constituent mark through a logical division. 36 This would constitute a fully explicit specification of the concept's content, as fully explicit as could be wished, in my view. Obviously, such a reconstruction is a scientific ideal, which is not so easy to attain in practice, but it was never the Leibnizian, Wolffian, or Kantian claim that containment relations are trivial or transparent, requiring no serious, disciplined, scientific insight. Much to the contrary, in fact. My own claim on their behalf was only that it can be made perfectly clear what it would have to amount to for one concept to be included in another, and not that it is always obvious which ones are the true containment relations among concepts. Moving to the second worry, I grant that cases of concept exclusion could be made still more transparent if we insisted that all division be dichotomous, since then the dividing species would always be constructed from the genus by adding some differentiating mark and its negation, so that the contradiction between them would be explicitly marked. For that very reason, Kant and his predecessors tended to privilege dichotomous division in logical contexts. 37 But it is too strong to insist, as Proops suggests we should, that cases of polytomy, or divisions with more than two members, are not logical divisions in the strict sense. In practice, Kant was willing to treat polytomy as a special case under the heading of logical division, especially for empirical concepts, but also even in some a priori cases, as in the trichotomous divisions in the table of categories, as well as, to cite a strictly logical instance, those divisions used to generate the table of logical forms of judgment, particularly the logical division among categorical, hypothetical, and disjunctive judgments. 38. In such cases, the opposition between the members of the division is not marked explicitly by the negation of a mark, but it is still implicit in the dividing species concepts. A genuine opposition is nevertheless guaranteed by the exclusion rule of division. The notion of containment, moreover, was always meant to cover implicit containment and exclusion relations, as well as those that take the form of explicit identity or contradiction. 39. Finally, third, the difficulties arising from Kant's claim that empirical judgments like gold is a yellow metal must be a priori, even though the classicatory concept formation that has to underwrite them is clearly empirical, seem to me indeed to be real puzzles for his view, puzzles related to those we have already encountered in considering how the rationalist recuperation strategy might try to exploit the process of improving the content of scientific concepts to reframe allegedly synthetic judgments as analyticities. But I take it as an advantage of the containment definition that it brings out just what those puzzles are. 40. 2.4 Logical and non-logical extensions in Kant's doctrine of the concept. One additional source for modern objections to the division-based account of containment is general discontent with its notion of conceptual extensions. 41. Surprisingly, from a modern point of view, the traditional accounts surveyed in sections 2.2 and 2.3 treat logical extensions intentionally. A concept's extension is composed of the more determinate concepts that fall under it, having been built down from the initial concept by adding differentia that further determine it. 42. This can seem odd or anyway one-sided, since on Kant's theory, the logical generality of concepts needs to play two crucial cognitive roles. Not only do concepts articulate inferential relations among claims, but they also serve to unify cognition by making explicit what many things have in common. The account given so far focuses exclusively on the RST, but the second function is crucial to Kant's broader theory of cognition, and that has led many scholars to emphasize passages where Kant speaks of conceptual extensions in a more modern-sounding way, as comprising the objects a concept applies to, rather than the lower concepts falling under it. 43. Kant clearly recognizes the second, wider role of concepts through the critique's frequent characterization of concepts as mediate representations of an object, which implies, on reaction, that both the intervening mark and the individual object together fall under the concept. It is natural to conclude, with Longuenus, that a concept's extension, sensu Kant, must comprise all of what thereby falls under it. In fact, the analytic/synthetic distinction itself seems to demand such a hybrid view. For Leibnizian believers in the predicate in subject theory, the intentional conception described above is very natural, since for them the truth of any judgment, as reacted in some appropriate overlap among the extensions of its constituent concepts, must ultimately be expressible in terms of containment or exclusion relations among their intentional contents. Unsurprisingly, Kant's own account of analyticity assumes the same framework in its talk about the reciprocity between conceptual extensions and contents, particularly in the claim that whatever is in the extension of a concept must itself contain that concept, and thereby be a carrier of intentional content. At the same time, contra the Leibnizians, Kant holds that some judgments are synthetic. Their truth must not rest on concept containment. If such a judgment is to be true at all, there must still be appropriate relations among the extensions of its constituent concepts, but now logical extensions as I characterized them cannot do the needed work. Considering the simple case of a affirmative categorical judgment, such extensions could overlap only by containing some common conceptual content, and then the judgment's truth would turn out to rest on containment relations after all. In synthetic judgment, Kant writes, one must go beyond a given concept in order to consider something entirely different from what is thought in it as in a relation to it, a relation which is therefore never one of either identity or contradiction, and one where neither the truth nor the error of the judgment can be seen in the judgment itself. That is, one goes beyond the concept to consider an object a third thing, as the medium of all synthetic judgments in which the properties sine ed by the constituent concepts are exempli ed and stand in the connection asserted by the judgment. Epistemologically, appeal to that third thing will provide evidence for the judgment, thereby contributing to the explanation of how synthetic cognition is possible, but Kant's point is by no means limited to epistemology. Recourse to an object in the extension of the relevant concepts must also play a semantic role in specifying the judgment's truth conditions. In order for a synthetic judgment to be true, the extension of the predicate concept must overlap with the extension of the subject, and since per hypothesis such overlap must go beyond the given concepts, it cannot concern logical extensions comprised of lower concepts which themselves contain the judgment's concepts. It must instead include something else in which both concepts of the judgment may be found to coincide. Since the conceptual extension in this sense must go beyond the strictly logical extension if the truth of synthetic judgment is to be possible, I will call it the concept's non-logical extension. Kant's commitments thus seem to demand recognition of both logical and non-logical extensions for concepts, and as I read them, the of-Chale critical definitions of the concept aim to cover both cases at once, thereby smoothing over any difference between them. In his theory of cognition, Kant denies concepts through appeal to the unity of the action of ordering different representations under a common one, 44, where the key role of the general concept is to unify a group of representations falling under it. But he then goes on to insist that the proper use of such concepts is to make judgments about objects, and since no representation pertains to the object immediately except intuition alone, a concept is thus never immediately related to an object, but is always related to some other representation of it. The extension of a concept thereby includes both the object its sine es and a group of other representations, which mediate its relation to the object. It is therefore a concept only because other representations can be contained under it by means of which it can be related to objects. It might initially be tempting to suppose that there could be lowest concepts, whose extensions would contain only intuitions and no further concepts, but as we will see, that was not Kant's considered view in general, and it is ruled out in this particular context by his claim that concepts relate to objects through use in judgments, in the framing of which some lower, mediating concept relating the predicate to the object must perforce be made explicit. Kant evinces similar views in abstract and more strictly logical treatments, denying the concept as a representation that is both general and mediate. Qua general representations, concepts apply to different things, but only through some mark. Since such concepts are meant to signify objects among the different things they apply to, we get the same result, namely, that both the intended objects and the subordinated general marks, or lower concepts, through which the concept refers, should fall under the concept, so that its full extension includes both logical and non-logical extensions as parts. A challenge for Kant's definition of the concept remains, however. The issue emerges when we consider the identity conditions for concepts in connection with the hybrid conception of conceptual extension just sketched. On the one hand, from the logical point of view canvassed in sections 2.2 and 2.3, concepts are the same when they have the same content, or equivalently, contain the same marks. Indeed, the point that identity conditions for concepts can be framed in terms of objective logical facts about what marks they contain is important to the whole idea that containment is a stable relation among concepts, suitable for underwriting a logical notion of analyticity. The reciprocity of content and logical extension, meanwhile, entails that the same identity conditions can just as well be stated in terms of extensions, as Kant makes clear in this remark from the Blomberg logic. A convertible concept is one that contains just as much under and in itself as another concept, which can thus be suitably exchanged with it, and of which one can take the place of the other completely. On the other hand, however, when Kant turns to the concepts needed to represent synthetic knowledge, he is willing to x the identity of a concept not through its content, but instead by what it designates. Kant abjures any effort to provide definitions detailing the marks contained in his categories and instead characterizes them by showing how they apply to objects of experience in general. 45. More telling, though, is his stance towards the empirical concepts that must encode so much of our synthetic knowledge, for in those cases, the content of the concept is supposed to be responsive to experience, and the process of correcting that content to match experience is one through which the concept's original content is bound to come apart from what it designates. Kant recognizes the point. Not only does he insist that such concepts can never receive logically proper definitions, but further, in these cases he seems willing to give up altogether on the role of content in constituting concept identity. One makes use of certain marks only as long as they are sufficient for making distinctions. New observations, however, take some away and add some, and therefore the concept never remains within secure boundaries. And in any case, what would be the point of denying such a concept, since when, example water and its properties are under discussion, one will not stop at what is intended by the word water but rather advance to experiments, and the word, with the few marks that are attached to it, is to constitute only a designation and not a concept of the thing. In this treatment, what xes the identity of the empirical concept is its designation and not its conceptual content as articulated in a hierarchy. For the concept preserves its identity even though new observations lead us to take some away and add some to its content, precisely on the strength of its continuing to designate the same object. Such examples will hardly be exceptional, since the whole point of framing empirical concepts is that their content should be responsive to the objects revealed in experience. The puzzle for Kant's hybrid definition of conceptual extension, then, is this. Of Cayley, the extension of a concept comprises its logical and non-logical extensions together, and as we saw, the analytic/synthetic distinction commits Kant to recognizing a principal distinction between the logical and non-logical parts of such extensions so as to make room for a semantic account of synthetic truth. Moreover, both logical and non-logical extensions are allowed by Kant to provide criteria of identity for concepts. But Kant himself recognizes cases in which the two kinds of extension come apart, creating serious tension within his commitments about concept identity. Uncomfortably, the reasoning that tied the analytic/synthetic distinction to the distinction between logical and non-logical extensions tends to reinforce each of the competing claims to concept identity. The need to maintain an objective logical notion of analytic containment supports the identication of a concept with the marks it contains, while the need to explain synthetic, and especially empirical, judgments, suggests that we should understand concept identity in terms of the designation of objects, precisely so that experience of those objects can force revisions in conceptual contents. In my view, Kant's ultimate solution for this puzzle rests on his wider theory of empirical concept formation, and particularly on his view that genuinely scientific concepts should eventually be located in an overarching theoretical system. In the context of such an ideal conceptual system, Kant will hold, the content and the non-logical extension of concepts can be expected to line up securely, eliminating any possibility of tension or slippage between logical and non-logical extensions. But Kant's views on the systematic structure of perfected scientific concepts are complex and depend on ideas we will develop only in exploring his criticism of traditional metaphysics. I therefore defer further discussion to Chapter 13. What matters at this stage is a more limited point. In the face of difficulties with the unfamiliar notion of logical extensions, some might be inclined to deny that Kant really intended to recognize strictly logical extensions comprised of lower concepts at all, even as part of a Longines-style hybrid view, or else to deny that he intended to distinguish them cleanly from non-logical extensions. Because such logical extensions are implicated in my account of analytic containment, it is important to show that Kant did remain committed to them. In the remainder of section 2.4, I offer 4 related textual cum philosophical considerations to support the claim that he did. Kant's commitment to logical extensions composed of lower concepts emerges most clearly in his argument for denying the possibility of lowest concepts. The rationale for that doctrine is laid out in Kant's discussion of the logical law of specie-cation, on which reason relies to motivate the regulative use of its ideas, for from the sphere of the concept signifying a genus, it can no more be seen how far its division may go than it can be seen from space how far division will go in the matter that LLs it. Hence every genus requires different species, and these subspecies, and since none of the latter once again is ever without a sphere, reason demands in its entire extension that no species be regarded as in itself the lowest, for since each species is always a concept that contains within itself only what is common to different things, this concept cannot be thoroughly determined, hence it cannot be related to the individual, and consequently, it must at every time contain other concepts, i.e., subspecies, under itself. Kant rests this logical law of specie-cation squarely on the essential generality of concepts. 46 Since concepts are general, he reasons, they must have a sphere, or extension, covering different things, instead of being related to the individual alone. He then infers immediately that the extension must contain other concepts, i.e., subspecies, thereby evincing clear commitment to the doctrine that every concept possesses a logical extension composed of lower concepts. Indeed, that doctrine provides Kant's basis for his intended conclusion that no concept can be lowest and that the process of specie-cation can never reach fully determinate in ma species. After all, as long as the lower representations comprised within a logical extension are also concepts, they too will be general, and the same reasoning, entailing the existence of further subspecies, will apply to them. Thus, we can never reach a representation with genuine logical singularity by going down in a hierarchy via division, but only by going outside the hierarchy of concepts altogether, to representations of a fundamentally different logical type, viz., intuitions. This result depends crucially and explicitly on the assumption that concepts must always have a logical extension, composed of lower concepts. Kant's logic repeatedly defends the doctrine banishing in ma species, insisting that such a cannot possibly be determined, i.e., arrived at by moving down through a hierarchy to lower concepts. He also explicitly endorses the corollary that there can be no singular concept. Since only single things, or individuals, are thoroughly determinate, there can be thoroughly determinate cognitions only as intuitions, but not as concepts. In regard to the latter, logical determination can never be regarded as completed. This last corollary of the logical law of specie-cation is initially puzzling, because Kant does countenance singular judgments in his famous table of judgments. And they are distinguished from universal and particular ones precisely by appeal to the quantity attaching to the subject concept. It thereby seems that Kant is forced to admit genuinely singular concepts to serve as subjects for singular judgments. But as Manly Thompson has demonstrated, the contradiction is merely apparent. The crucial text is from the opening section of Kant's Logic of Concepts. It is a mere tautology to speak of universal or common concepts, a mistake that is grounded in an incorrect division of concepts into universal, particular, and singular. Concepts themselves cannot be so divided, but only their use. Strictly speaking, then, no concept itself is singular. But concepts that remain general in their logical nature may be given a singular use in judgment, just as the same concepts may receive particular or universal use, in judgments of those quantities. 47 This brings us to a second piece of evidence for Kant's commitment to strictly logical extensions, which arises from the critique's treatment of singular judgments. In the course of his justification for distinguishing singular judgments as a special class in his table of the logical forms of judgment, Kant makes the striking claim that concepts in singular use have no extensions. Initially, this would seem to undermine the above argument for the logical law of specie-cation. Moreover, if we adopt the natural reading that the singular use of a concept is supposed to relate it directly to the individual rather than to lower concepts, Kant's remark would also seem to stand in tension with his consistent view that concepts are always general and mediate representations, and perhaps even with the denial of determinate in ma species that pick out individuals. But again, Kant carefully qualifies this claim elsewhere. In the Logic, he insists that concepts can be treated as being without extension, and thereby as lowest in use, but only through convention, insofar as one has agreed not to go deeper here. So the generality of the concept still entails that it has an extension and is not the lowest possible one, even though we can sometimes agree not to go deeper into the extension, thereby treating the concept as if it had no extension, and using it as a mere designation for an object or intuition. Just that move is the revealing point for our purposes. Kant's treatment presumes that taking the concept as the designation for a single object amounts to treating it as having no extension, rather than as having an extension comprising exactly one thing, thereby assuming that the designated object fails to count as something in the extension. Such an assumption would be motivated if Kant were relying here on the strictly logical conception of extension, for which only lower concepts are recognized as potential constituents. Thus, Kant's remark that concepts in singular use have no extensions counts as further evidence of his thinking of extensions in the strictly logical sense, as sets of lower concepts. 48. A third strand of evidence derives from Kant's suggestions of a connection between concepts' ability to carry general content at all and their possession of a logical extension composed of lower concepts. Logically speaking, of course, generality is the defining mark of concepts. On several occasions, Kant intimates that concepts can carry such general content only because their extensions admit of further conceptual specification. For example, it is therefore a concept only because other representations are contained under it by means of which it can be related to objects. It is therefore the predicate of a possible judgment, example every metal is a body, or again, if there were no lower concepts, then there would also be no higher ones. Kant's thought here seems to run along the following lines: 1. Qua general, a concept represents what is common to different things. 2. Therefore there must be different ways to instantiate the concept, or different kinds of instance. A representation that is common to several must be regarded as belonging to those that in addition to it also have something different in themselves. 3. To specify such different kinds amounts to the identification of lower species concepts that determine the original concept and belong among the other representations contained under it by means of which it can be related to objects, and so forth. The generality of a concept depends on its having a logical extension, composed of lower concepts. Similar thinking apparently motivates Kant's remark in the RST note to 1 of the Logic, where he writes that a concept is opposed to intuition, for it is a universal representation, or a representation of what is common to several objects, hence a representation insofar as it can be contained in different ones. The clear suggestion is that the generality of a concept consists in its capacity to be contained in lower representations, and those lower representations, qua containers of a general concept, would seem to be concepts themselves. 49. A NAL strand consists of direct textual evidence. In at least one context, Kant expressly uses the compound term logical extension in a way that seems designed to mark out reference to the lower concepts comprised under a concept as opposed to its non-logical extension qua mediate representation of an object. The striking instance occurs in the Logic's articulation of the rules for concept subordination that ensure the strong reciprocity of conceptual content and logical extension, and thereby guarantee that extensions must re-ect analytic containment relations and so count as merely logical. In regard to the logical extensions of concepts, the following rules hold. In my view, Kant's introduction of the term logical in this context is sine Kant because the non-logical extensions needed to provide the semantics for synthetic judgments are not strongly reciprocal with conceptual content, and so the stated rules would not hold for them. And nally, of course, it is worth reminding ourselves of texts we saw in section 2.3, where Kant's logic simply asserts outright that higher concepts contain lower ones under themselves. Concepts are called higher insofar as they have other concepts under themselves, which, in relation to them, are called lower concepts. Taken together, these four strands of evidence clearly indicate Kant's commitment to the notion of logical extensions for concepts, which are composed of lower concepts and reciprocal with conceptual content, and which must be distinguished from the non-logical extensions comprising objects. While a full account of the relation between a concept's logical and non-logical extensions remains an outstanding issue to be addressed in Chapter 13, it is clear enough for present purposes what purely logical extensions are, how they are meant to be related to a concept's content, and what role appeal to such extensions can then play in specifying truth conditions for analytic judgment and clarifying analytic containment as a logical notion. With these ideas in place, we can review the sources of skepticism about analyticity raised at the outset. 2.5 Skepticism about containment. Revisited, we have seen that the notion of containment had canonical status within early modern logic, and that, especially in the Wolffian tradition, it received a technical treatment which allowed it to be represented under the constraint of determinate logical rules. There is thus a compelling prima facie case against many of the worries about containment rehearsed in section 2.1, particularly those of the RST2 types, which rest on doubts that there is any genuine logical distinction based on containment. Objections of the third class, which concede that Kant draws a logical distinction, but insist that the containment definition gets the line wrong, are more involved, and will be reconsidered in Chapter 4. But the main sources of contempt for the containment definition were never such specific and detailed complaints within the philosophy of logic, but rather the Strawson-style blanket condemnations of Kantian concept containment as lacking logical force altogether. I believe we may set aside these indiscriminate complaints, which bluntly insist that containment fails to pick out any clear property of judgments, or that it cannot be a logical property since containment is merely metaphorical or hopelessly psychologistic. On the contrary, Kant's own logic affords a relatively clear picture of what he had in mind when he appealed to concept containment. Nevertheless, the intentional character of the division account of containment may be cause for continued concern. Current readers of Kant, laboring under Quinian ignorance, might still worry that such a notion of containment fails to clarify analyticity in a substantial way. After all, the account assumes fully intentional concepts with Aristotelian definitions, and thereby appears to presuppose notions like definition, essence, meaning, synonymy, and the like, which Quine famously located within the tight family circle of interminable ideas associated with analyticity. It was this circle in its entirety against which the Quinian skepticism was directed. 52 kinds of consideration could motivate such a reaction. The broader thought would be that intentional concepts are intrinsically suspicious, for example, because there is a philosophical puzzle about the possibility of the intentional as such. More narrowly, one could simply doubt that there are sufficiently concrete and explicit principles to allow rigorous identification of intentional contents, or precise characterization of their relations. The RST, more global form of skepticism raises a clear problem for the account I have sketched, since if it is accepted, only the non-logical extension of a concept counts as clear. From such a strictly extensionalist point of view, a concept hierarchy would fail to elucidate analyticity, even if it did conform to the rules of division, since it would not separate those extensional class-inclusion relations that are essential to the meaning of the concepts involved and thus arise from intentional factors, from those that rest on accidental matters of fact. This is perfectly correct. On reaction, however, the underlying worry is clearly not one that Kant himself seriously entertained. As we saw in sections 2.3 and 2.4, his conception of the logical subject matter is thoroughly intentional, and in logical contexts he standardly treats even the extension of a concept as the group of concepts contained under it, rather than the individual objects it designates. 51 Kant assumed that such concepts were objective targets of logical investigation, and that their intentional character posed no insuperable problem for our knowledge of them or their logical relations. 52 Indeed, a suggestion that concepts were not objective contents accessible to logical and philosophical investigation, and so must be artifacts of individual psychology, would presumably have struck Kant simply as a misunderstanding of the subject matter of logic. Tellingly, when Kant's follower Schultz replied to the Mauss objection, he insisted without further ado that individuals who attribute different contents to the subject concept of a judgment just pick out different concepts, and thus affirm different judgments. Since they are different judgments, of course, one may be analytic while the other is synthetic. Schultz thereby assumes, without further argument, that the intentional content of the subject concept is an objective matter, which cannot in principle vary with the psychological makeup of different people. In my view, he offers no separate argument for the conclusion because, from the perspective of the traditional logic within which Kant's containment definition was to be understood, the point was common knowledge beneath serious dispute. By contrast, current philosophers may have reasons to doubt our access to intentional contents, or their objective standing, or our justification for positing them, but such thoughts are sufficiently foreign to Kant's basic assumptions that they are unlikely to help us understand his notion of analyticity. I therefore leave them aside here. 53. The second, narrower approach is more interesting in that it motivates extensionalist skepticism on grounds Kant himself could recognize, arguing that, even if we admit there might be intentional contents, there is no way to specify explicit rules for identifying them and handling their relations. 54. In the absence of such rules, perhaps the circle of intentional notions Quine attacked cannot be given clear sense. Something like this thought lies behind the more serious versions of the classical complaint that what is contained in a concept could only be revealed by introspection, whose results would have to be either potentially idiosyncratic, or else mysterious. I believe this is the real motivation of most Kant scholars who doubt the clarity of the of-Chale containment definition of analyticity. While Kant clearly did think of judgments and concepts as objective logical contents and not idiosyncratic states of individual cognitive agents, that move simply sharpens the question how the relations among intentional contents can be objectively determined. The interesting worry, then, is that without explicit rules for establishing these relations, the identity conditions for intentional concepts rely on unconstrained intuitive judgments, which are worthy targets of Quinian suspicion. Just there, however, the rules of division offer substantial help. They show how, beginning from a given intentional content and an appropriate stock of differentia, a system of intentional concepts with transparent containment relations can be generated under the constraint of explicit logical rules. Thus, if we are ready to grant the initial intentional contents at all, as it were, on credit against the promise that a tolerably clear system will be forthcoming, then the division rules cash the promissory note, by making explicit when concepts stand in containment relations, and giving us a procedure for generating a system of analytic relations, from the highest concept. Consequently, the lowest ones are determined, and this at the same time comprehends the correct determination of all things. Since the whole system is intentionally conceived from the beginning, its results specify genuinely conceptual containment, not merely inclusion relations among extensional classes, and it yields Aristotelian definitions for each concept. Kant's thought, then, was never to settle questions of containment by appeal to the contingent beliefs enshrined in the mental museums of individuals, but by appeal to an objective structure of legitimately scientific concepts. Such a structure counts as specifying analyticities just in case it conforms to clear rules that settle containment questions. I have argued that the rules of division do this work. As long as one grants intentional concepts at all, then, logical division furnishes a way to determine their relative contents and containment relations, and thereby settles which truths owe their force to those conceptual contents. 55. Put another way, once we consider the resources offered by the traditional logical context, it emerges that the cost of maintaining the Quinian doubts about analyticity is full-scale skepticism about intentional contents. 56. From this point of view, the Wolfan rules of division do serious work for Kant's notion of concept containment. Other early modern logicians who rejected the thesis that containment relations are constrained by the division rules, like Leibniz, or those who did not consider the question explicitly, like Arnold, remain open to objections drawn from this Quinian mold in a way that the Wolfan picture Kant inherited does not. Leibniz, of course, had his own plans for developing a clear account of containment, most famously the purely syntactic containment relations among elementary symbols of his proposed universal characteristic. The Leibnizian view comes with costs of its own relative to the Wolffian system, which will receive attention in Chapter 4 once the distinctive features of Wolff's position are on the table. Already, however, theorological division rule in providing a precise, rule-governed notion of containment can be counted as a selling point of the Wolffian approach to understanding the logical relations among concepts. As Kant will go on to show, the same set of rules also turns out to be responsible in good measure for the surprising poverty of conceptual truth in the Wolffian sense. In conclusion, then, the traditional logic characterizes a standard notion of concept containment, which provided the framework in terms of which logical relations among concepts were widely understood in the early modern period, and the Wolffian, division-based account of containment afforded a measure of rule-governed rigor to the traditional picture. Thus, Kant's notion of analyticity has a straightforward basis. Indeed, once we take account of the historical context within logic, Quinian criticisms of analyticity suffer an ironic twist. Given the traditional logic, analyticity is perfectly clear, it is synthetic judgment that seems difficult to understand, for in the synthetic case, the basic logical relation between concepts containment does not obtain. 3.1 The logic of containment in Wolff's metaphysical picture. In Chapter 2, I removed some standard objections to Kant's containment definition of analyticity. Against the common denial that concept containment identifies any principled logical distinction between classes of judgments, I argued that Kant's logic offers a reasonably clear account that provides explicit criteria determining when one concept is contained in another. The picture remains incomplete, however. Even from a logical point of view, there are some obvious limitations and natural objections to the theory of concept containment in general, and the division-based account of it in particular. These include difficulties arising from the narrow constraints placed on conceptual truth by the division rules, as well as worries about whether concept containment can express all logical truths. Such logical issues will be addressed in Chapter 4. The details are worth deferring, though, because appeals to concept containment in the Wolffian tradition also had a crucial, substantively metaphysical side, whose spelling out reveals features that are important for understanding the philosophical motivations and alleged implications of these ideas. Nowhere is this more true than in the system of Christian Wolff himself. Wolff's Deutsche Logik 1 stands at the head of the logical tradition described in Chapter 2, within which the division-based account of containment plays an important role. Like the works of Kant, Baumgarten, and Meyer cited there, Wolff's logic gives prominent place to concept containment in general, and includes the basic ideas of the division account as part of the logic of concepts. Containment is a key notion in both the chapter treating concepts and the one on inference, which together, Wolff insists, include the principal material, on which very much rests. Wolff lays special emphasis on the analysis of concepts, by which conceptual contents are made distinct, and therefore serviceable for scientific use. Concepts are distinct when the marks they contain are themselves individually clear, allowing a fully articulated and explicit grasp of the conceptual content. 2. By making the contained marks explicit, such analyses advance the scientifically crucial task of articulating a rigorous logical order among concepts based on containment relations that support syllogistic inference, and the paradigm expression for such good order among concepts is a genus/species hierarchy, where the similarity judgments that fund the formation of species and genera rest on identity of contained conceptual marks, and the hierarchy can ultimately be traced back to a highest genus. In addition to its logical importance, however, the picture of an analytic containment hierarchy bears substantial metaphysical weight in Wolff's hands, and the full metaphysical context is important for understanding what lent the system its persuasiveness. This chapter explores the outlines of the Wolffian system, preparing the way for discussion in Chapter 4 of its relation to Leibniz's views on key logico-metaphysical questions. My agenda is inevitably limited and partial, however. I will not attempt anything like a complete survey of Wolff's metaphysical commitments or their complex relations to Leibniz's philosophy. Instead, the focus remains on the basic structure of Wolff's system and the elements of most direct relevance to the questions within the philosophy of logic and mathematics that are important for the arguments of later chapters. Despite that lack of comprehensiveness, claims about logic of containment turn out to offer an intriguing lens through which to view Wolff's philosophy. Wolff grants logic an unusually fundamental role in philosophical discovery, and he makes strong assumptions about the degree to which metaphysics is constrained by logical forms. For him, indeed, logical form serves as a decisive guide to the deep structure of the world. As a result, his overall philosophy exhibits striking parallels between metaphysical and logical doctrines. I will refer to this interlocking system of logical and metaphysical commitments as the Wolffian paradigm, and I argue that it establishes the fundamental shape Wolff and his followers thought to be appropriate to philosophical knowledge. In short, the Wolffian paradigm envisions the true system of philosophy as a logically ordered hierarchy of adequate concepts standing in genus/species containment relations. Perhaps the most obvious correlation of logical and metaphysical ideas implicit in this picture matches the basic ontology to the structure of truth-bearing judgments. Wolff posits a world of substances with intrinsic attributes, for which his scheme of one-place concepts entering into categorical judgments is a natural T3. In addition, Wolff grants extraordinary privilege to the syllogism, proposing the ideal that all scientific knowledge ought to be reconstructed in formal inferences. The program makes enormous sense insofar as Wolff thought the goal of science was to discover the true hierarchy of concepts, whose content would be rendered fully distinct by means of analyses revealing their component marks, and whose resulting containment relations could be charted by reasoning framed in categorical syllogisms. For on this picture, Nally, the correct hierarchy would match the set of concepts resident in the divine intellect, which God identified as the best composable ones and then realized in creating the world. 5. Therefore, the system of adequate concepts delivered by complete analysis would be a true and comprehensive theory of the world created by God's choice of the best. This picture evokes doctrines familiar from Leibniz, and the similarity is responsible for the still common talk of a Leibnizian, Wolffian philosophy, which was already widespread in the 18th century and was deployed by Kant himself. 6. The most important AF90 for our purposes is that the account commits Wolff to a concept containment theory of truth much like Leibniz's, under which all truth is analytic. Wolff also echoes Leibniz in his talk of God's choice of the best world from among the possibles, and he is strongly drawn to Leibnizian ideas like the ideal of a universal characteristic, Leibniz's conception of perfection, and so on. At the same time, Wolff departs from Leibniz in crucial respects, including essential elements of the account of containment itself, and the differences turn out to have important implications for the Wolffian paradigm that came to serve as the primary target of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. In this chapter, I will explore the similarities, focusing on 3 key theses that commit the Wolffian paradigm to a concept containment theory of truth. Perhaps surprisingly, given that commitment, Wolff attributes a prominent and essential role to experience in scientific theory building, thereby violating some stereotypical ideas about what counts as rationalism. I will argue, though, that we should treat these appeals to experience as informed by, and to be understood in terms of, the rationalist commitments driving his containment theory. If I am right, then the empiricist elements of Wolff's philosophy are not as sine qua non a departure from the Leibnizian fold as might be thought, or indeed, as others have argued, but on this reading, they make sense in combination with a genuine commitment to the ultimately conceptual character of all truth. In my view, the decisive differences between Wolff and Leibniz lie elsewhere. In particular, Wolff insists, contra Leibniz, that the principle of sufficient reason can be demonstrated on the basis of the principle of contradiction alone, leading him to an even stronger version of the containment theory than Leibniz's own. That view ultimately drove Wolff to conclusions that also depart from Leibniz's about the nature of a scientific system, the efficacy of analysis, and the degree and kind of possible approximation between our ideas and God's. These distinctive features of the Wolffian paradigm dened the contours of Kant's logical and metaphysical target, and our initial mention of them here will open the way towards a fuller discussion of the different responses of Leibniz and Wolff to certain trade-offs facing their rationalist conceptions of containment truth. Before reaching such comparisons, however, we need a fuller sketch of the metaphysical picture proper to the Wolffian paradigm. 3.2 The importance of containment truth. 3 key features of the Wolffian paradigm. As I noted in chapters 1 and 2, Leibniz argued that all truth as such rests on the containment, or inherence, of the predicate in the subject, and he was willing to build the idea of containment into the very definition of true judgment. In his view, again, the predicate or consequent is always in the subject or antecedent, and the nature of truth in general, or the connection between the terms of a statement, consists in this very thing. This Leibnizian predicate in subject doctrine was essential in 18th century German philosophy, and Wolff was one of its prominent adherents. He clearly endorses a concept containment theory of truth in passages like those quoted in chapter 1. Whoever perceives how the predicate is determined by what is contained in the notion of the subject knows the truth of the judgment, because truth is the determinability of the predicate by the notion of the subject, and so is intrinsic to the proposition. 7. Wolff was hardly alone among the German followers of Leibniz. The early Kant himself, even though he was never an orthodox Leibnizian, Wolffian, explicitly endorsed such a containment account. Still, for reasons developed below, it is tempting to trace the eminence of the Leibnizian ideal of containment truth to the attraction Wolff's system exerted within German philosophical circles. It is therefore somewhat surprising to ND that Wolff's off-chain definition of judgment does not follow Leibniz's direct inference from the logical structure of the proposition to the analyticity of all knowledge claims, nor do the parallel definitions found in the main logic textbooks of his followers, Baumgarten and Meyer. Instead of beginning the theory of judgment from a Leibniz-style definition appealing to concept containment or inclusion, Wolff's Deutsche Logik claims only that judgments connect concepts, or separate them from each other, based on whether or not one concept belongs to, or BTS the other. Meyer likewise denies judgment as a logical relation of some concepts, in which they belong to one another. He characterizes the nature of this affirmative or negative relation as agreement or con-ICT, echoing Baumgarten's parallel treatment of judgment as the representation of an agreement or con-ICT of concepts. These more restrained formulations parallel the treatment found in standard logics like Port-Royal. While they are not incompatible with the view that the subject of a judgment contains the predicate, neither do they make the claim explicitly. It is easy to see reasons for such caution. While elegant, Leibniz's proposal generates a conception of the proposition that raised sine Kant metaphysical difficulties, and so might be controversial. 8. It is therefore understandable that Wolff and his followers resisted the temptation to begin the theory of judgment by building the predicate in subject principle into the very definition of judgment. Nevertheless, the cited textual evidence makes it clear that Wolff remained committed to a containment account of true judgment in the end, and what is more, powerful theoretical pressures within Wolff's philosophy drove him to that view. Indeed, the idea's connection to these broader motivations is part of what lends the rationalist ideal of knowledge from concepts alone its strongly metaphysical cast in Wolff. That is, despite the caution evinced by Wolffian formulations of the logical definition of judgment, there are strong philosophical grounds for concluding that all truth has to be ultimately conceptual, on the off-chain Wolffian view. 3 main features of Wolff's system push in this direction: the fundamental status attributed to the principle of contradiction, the centrality and alleged fruitfulness of the method of conceptual analysis, and the theoretical importance granted to the syllogism. Perhaps the most striking and decisive of the three is Wolff's thesis that the principle of contradiction is a sufficient foundation for all knowledge. The principle is the RST idea introduced in the Deutsche Metaphysik chapter on the first grounds of our cognition, and Wolff immediately makes very strong claims for its fruitfulness. Not only do inferences have their certainty from it, but it is also through it that a proposition that we experience is placed beyond all doubt. Given a concept containment theory, it is clear why true judgments would have this feature. Truth would involve identity between the subject and predicate, so denying the predicate of the subject would amount to a contradiction. 9. Short of such a containment theory for all truth, however, it is very difficult to see how the principle of contradiction could be a fully sufficient principle for the whole system of science. It may seem that Wolff means to qualify his extraordinary claim that all knowledge whatsoever rests on the principle of contradiction alone, since he counts experience as a central and irreplaceable source of cognitions and grants the principle of sufficient reason prominent place as a foundation for knowledge, alongside the principle of contradiction. 10. In fact, though, Wolff explicitly holds that both these alternative sources rest ultimately on the principle of contradiction. The certainty of reason therefore grounds itself in the certainty of inferences. But I have already shown in the Vernunftiggedanken von den Kraften de menschlichen Verstans that the certainty of inferences depends on the ground of the principle of contradiction. Since now experience, too, ultimately has it to thank for its certainty, so all certainty of cognition derives from it. DM 391, 239. That is, experiences rest directly on the principle of contradiction, and claims of sufficient reason are to be made out as formal inferences, which depend on the same principle. So all cognitions are true through appeal to the principle of contradiction. In defense of this striking thesis, Wolff gives quite similar accounts of these three kinds of knowledge, rooted in reductio arguments making appeal to the principle of contradiction despite the fact that inference depends on the principle in a way essentially different from the other two cases. In the case of inference, Wolff can apply the principle through standard ideas about concept containment. Affirmative inferences, for example, follow the principle that whatever applies to the genus also applies to the species, because the lower species contains the genus. Such inferences are certain because if they failed, one would have to accept that something could at once be and not be, thereby violating the principle of contradiction. For example, in order to deny the syllogism, all bodies are extended. The planets are bodies. Therefore the planets are extended. One would have to admit that the planets are bodies, and yet deny the conclusion that they are extended, which amounts to denying they are bodies. So the planets would have to be bodies, and not be bodies, hence the contradiction, which is ultimately derived from the containment of in and in. Remarkably, Wolff attempts a parallel strategy for experiences, which are apparently supposed to be subsumed immediately under the principle of contradiction. The suggested arguments to that conclusion, however, would all be circular. 11. The claim to be defended is that our knowledge, or certainty, through experience derives from the principle of contradiction. Experience ultimately has to thank for its certainty, or again, that not only do inferences take their certainty from it, but it is also through it that a proposition that we experience is placed beyond all doubt. To address the issue, Wolff opens DM 10 by noting that in immediate consciousness of ourselves and other things, we find it impossible to think that we are so conscious, and simultaneously that we are not so. He then observes that the same impossibility extends to all other cases. Just so we find in all other cases, it is impossible for us to think that something was not, while it is. Some connection between experiences and the principle of contradiction is indicated here, but not one of the right sort. Wolff's observations show that the relations among our experiences and beliefs manifest the operation of that principle as a law of thought, and he may also mean to suggest that such experiences give us epistemic access to the principle, or help us to arrive at its correct formulation. But neither idea does anything to show that any experience itself derives its certainty from the principle of contradiction. In those all other cases that Wolff invites me to imagine, if I were not already certain that the something in question is, then there would be no impediment whatsoever to my thinking that it was not, and considering the impossibility of conjoining the two thoughts does nothing to improve my certainty about what I experienced in the actual case. Perhaps Wolff had in mind an argument like the following, which does at least appeal to the principle. Start from a particular experience, call it P, now assume that it might be false, but we already assumed that P, so together with the reductio assumption it would follow that P and not P, which is impossible, therefore the reductio assumption must be false, so, p. In addition to manifesting blatant circularity, this argument, if sound, would obviously prove far too much. The same reasoning could be used just as well to prove that not p, for example. But there is no suggestion or even hint in DM10 of any other argument for the key conclusion that experiences are certain because they can be derived from the principle of contradiction. That is troubling, because Wolff routinely refers us back to the section for the doctrine that the certainty of experience rests on the principle of contradiction, just as he did in the quoted passage from DM 391. 12. It may be, however, that Wolff's real thought rested instead on the account of possibility and impossibility developed in the ensuing few sections. There, Wolff denies a thing as anything that is possible. 13 And the leading idea is that the possibility of a thing consists in its containing no contradiction in itself. 14 From this standpoint, experiences might be thought to derive their certainty from the principle of contradiction in that the things we experience inherit the possibility that makes them things in the RST place from consistency among their constituent marks. The interpretation could take added comfort from Wolff's next move, which is to lay down a general principle of inferring from the actuality of things to their possibility, and hence consistency, and indeed it is this inference that bears all the weight in Wolff's other main effort to trace knowledge from experience back to some basis in the principle of contradiction, in DM 330, since experience shows us that the same things from which it returns us a concept are, so we also thereby cognize that they are possible. If experience thereby serves as a guide to the domain of possibility manifested in things, then perhaps conversely, experiences could inherit ARM, purely logical grounding through their connection to non-contradictory possibilia. But in fact, the certainty of our experiences is once again being assumed in this argument, not established via the principle of contradiction. As Wolff himself concedes, we can perfectly well represent something as a thing out of error, because we are taken in by an appearance of possibility and hold the impossible for possible. Indeed, representing things under confused or incorrect concepts is the main cause of failure in predictions based on experience, which are all too common in ordinary life. If we thereby misconceptualize a thing we take ourselves to have experienced, then the experience will not show the actuality of the relevant thing after all. Without some way to exclude such error, the reasoning from DM 330 would be transparently question-begging. It explicitly depends on our acquiring a concept of the relevant thing from the experience, but to exclude the very possibility of error in the move from an experience to a denied concept of the thing it represents, Wolff must again be assuming that the experience was already certain. Again, Wolff's reasoning is circular. The certainty of experience is never derived from Wolff's arguments, they rather presuppose it. In the systematizing passage quoted earlier, Wolff suggested that in addition to experience, all certainty through reason depends on the principle of contradiction because it is grounded in formal logical inference. The internal references reveal that the class of certainties in question is supposed to include not just straightforward logical truths, but also knowledge through the principle of sufficient reason. 15 Unfortunately, at 391 Wolff gives no argument for his thesis that would not beg the question against someone like Leibniz, who doubted that all truths resting on the principle of sufficient reason are in fact obtainable via strictly logical inference based on the principle of contradiction alone. He simply asserts that all knowledge through reason relies on formal inferences, which in turn rest on the principle of contradiction. But of course, such a formal inferential account of the basis of the principle of sufficient reason is just what might be doubted. Elsewhere, Wolff does attempt a direct demonstration of the principle of sufficient reason based on the principle of contradiction. There, his argument runs into a kind of circularity similar to what we saw in the 10 argument about experience. Wolff assumes two objects, A and B, which have the same essence. The argument then turns on substitution. Assuming for reductio that the sufficient reason principle could fail, it would then have to be possible for something to arise in A, but not in B, were B substituted for A in the same circumstances. But then, Wolff asserts, A and B would not be the same, contrary to the hypothesis. So, he concludes, the failure of the principle is impossible. The crucial idea behind the argument is that, in the imagined scenario where sufficient reason fails, there is no guarantee that A and B behave the same way, whereas there should be such a guarantee, since they are the same. Now, it is true that sufficient reason fails just in case something could change without any ground either in its internal nature or in the outer circumstances, both of which are shared with B, per hypothesis. Wolff is also correct that in the imagined case there is nothing to ensure a parallel alteration in B. But does it follow that A and B could not then be the same in the relevant sense? It follows only if sameness guarantees the same behavior, because there would have to be a reason explaining any difference between the two. That is, the crucial idea of Wolff's proof simply assumes the principle of sufficient reason itself. Such arguments have led to frequent complaints from more recent scholars about Wolff as a philosopher, which are nicely summed up in Beck's reaction to reading Wolff. He illustrates what needs no illustration. He proves what needs no proof and what admits of no proof. He denies what needs no denition. He cites, by elaborate cross-references, his other works, which all too often are found not to elucidate the passage in question, but to be almost equivalent to it. He recommends his other books. He boasts of what he has accomplished. He moves with glacial celerity. He ruthlessly bores. Kant must have shared some of the frustration, plausibly. Arguments like the ones I have been rehearsing were among the spurs that provoked his proscription against apagogic, or indirect, arguments in the purely conceptual parts of metaphysics. Kant is surely right that such a procedure can be used simply to divert us through various complications so that it becomes hard to notice when a v has been switched for an x, or the conclusion smuggled into some premise. But these reactions, while understandable, do not help us see either how Wolff himself was taken in by the arguments, or how he became so influential within German philosophy. A common explanation for both phenomena suggests itself, based on the elegance of the grand philosophical picture of the world as the realization of the perfect hierarchical system of concepts. I submit that the very simplicity and elegance of the picture probably convinced Wolff that some such proofs establishing its austere basis must be feasible, leaving him more vulnerable to the potential for confusion inherent in indirect reasoning. More, my sense is that Wolff's striking sway over the shape of philosophical debate in his era must likewise have depended on the attractiveness of the overall metaphysical idea lying in the background of such arguments. For our purposes, therefore, the failure of the arguments is less important than Wolff's conviction that all knowledge must be derivable from the principle of contradiction alone. If he were right about that, then all truth would be essentially logical, and it would be possible to devise a metaphysical system based on a single principle, which revealed the inner rational structure of the world. That commitment to the essentially logical character of metaphysical truth harmonizes nicely with the other two Wolffian views about the proper shape of philosophy introduced above. First, analysis of concepts is a very prominent philosophical method for him, and is supposed to be powerfully fruitful. According to the Deutsche Logik, philosophy is the complete understanding of things from the grounds of their possibility. Complete understanding, in turn, comes from adequate concepts, for which we not only know the marks, but know them distinctly, in that we explicitly represent their component marks, and the marks of those marks, and so forth. So genuine cognition demands analysis, which delivers more adequate concepts by rendering constituent marks explicit and revealing their nested interconnections. In the Enmerkungen intended to cut off misunderstandings of his Deutsche Metaphysik, Wolff makes it clear that he envisions such nested connections as an ordered hierarchy of genera and species, terminating ultimately in a highest genus. 16 Such a systematic conceptual hierarchy then offers the wanted knowledge from grounds, since a higher concept provides a ground for its lower species, when taken together with the Denning differentia. As we saw in Chapter 2, the concept hierarchy will encode containment truths, and the fundamental principle of the judgments it represents will be the principle of contradiction. Second, the same picture informs the striking privilege Wolff asserts for syllogistic inference, which was quite uncommon among early modern philosophers. Since, for Wolff, genuine science is knowledge from grounds, theoretical argumentation should be capable of being reconstructed as a series of syllogisms, which reveal the grounds of their conclusions. In this respect, mathematics was to be the proper model for knowledge, and the Deutsche Logik gives a species example by recasting Euclid's proof of the angle sum property for triangles in syllogistic form. 17 Just as the Deutsche Metaphysik appealed to species/genus order among precise, scientifically perfected mathematical concepts as its paradigm example for the logical structure of scientific concept hierarchies more generally. 18 The methods learned from mathematics were supposed to be extended to all of science, and even ultimately to all reasoning whatsoever. Thus, Wolff proposed a parallel syllogistic reconstruction for an empirical argument that air has expansive force, and in the Deutsche Metaphysik, he provides a similar syllogistic treatment of the practical reasoning of a hypothetical person, Titius, as he goes through his day. Titius wakes up, gets out of bed, dresses, reads in the Bible, studies, and so forth, all by means of practical syllogisms. The analysis rendering these various theoretical and practical inferences explicit is meant to support the perfectly general thesis that the course of thought in a human soul is always guided by inferential processes that can be expressed in syllogistic form. Categorical syllogisms of the sort Wolff envisions turn on simple containment relations among their terms, so his striking thesis about the power of the syllogism is rendered plausible largely by the picture of the system of metaphysics as a hierarchy of concepts standing in containment relations. Indeed, as we will see in Chapter 4, Wolff is committed to a reductive program, according to which all properly logical inferences must ultimately be expressible in categorical syllogisms and all truths in categorical judgments. 19 Such commitments are natural on the assumption that all genuinely scientific concepts will end a place in a rigorous containment-based hierarchy which represents just the sort of containment relations among one-place terms charted by the categorical syllogism, but absent that background picture, these theses would have to be counted as remarkably ambitious, as well as dramatically underdefended in Wolff's actual texts, for all their prolixity. Wolff's privileging of the categorical syllogism thereby counts as strong, albeit indirect, evidence for his commitment to the Wolffian paradigm as I have described it. In support of the priority for logical inference in general, Wolff does offer reasons similar to those later made familiar by Frege, for example, that formal reconstruction can reveal undefended assumptions, expose gaps in argumentation, and help us to end and correct mistakes. But he also goes much further, claiming that the syllogistic is a serious and powerful tool of discovery, that is, according to Wolff, syllogistic reasoning is the actual path through which results like the angle sum property are discovered in the RST place. If we could only bring this path to full explicitness, we could exploit it to render the pursuit of knowledge reliably fruitful, systematic, and immune from dependence on mere lucky hits. Again, since syllogisms exploit containment relations among concepts, such inference-based inquiry serves to chart the containment structure proper to a regimented scientific hierarchy of concepts. In all three cases, then, core commitments of Wolff's rationalism make sense in the context of a containment analysis of truth, combined with a vision of the true system of philosophy as an adequate hierarchy of concepts organized by genus/species relations. More, the systematic structure of concepts provides not only the logical form of our theory, but the metaphysical structure of the world itself, which is just the realization of the system of concepts residing in God's intellect that he has chosen as the best one. In my view, this was the background metaphysical picture that proved so gripping to Wolff's contemporary readers. If all knowledge could in fact be expressed in such a system, then every truth would depend on the logical containment relations among the component concepts of the judgment expressing it, just as Leibniz had claimed. The true system would thereby make the rational structure of the world fully transparent, since it would deliver the correct, fully adequate concepts, and establish their containment relations. For these reasons, Wolff remained just as committed as Leibniz to the thesis that all truth is ultimately a matter of concept containment. Indeed, the commitment is, if anything, even more fundamental for Wolff, given the decisive role of the principle of contradiction in his system. By contrast, Leibniz distinguished truths of fact from truths of reason precisely by appeal to their dependence on a principle of sufficient reason that is truly independent from the narrowly logical domain of the principle of contradiction, giving some later commentators grounds to wonder why Leibniz continued to hold to the concept containment theory of truth at all. 20. 3.3 Empirical concepts in syllogistic science. The account I have given so far raises an immediate question. Wolff readily admits that a logically perfected system of adequate concepts is a difficult scientific achievement, not something that presents itself immediately to reaction. How, then, do we discover the adequate concepts in the RST place? Here stereotypically rationalist methods threaten to fall short. Wolff insists that formal inference is the genuinely scientific method of discovery, by which we bring out, from a known proposition, another one, which was previously unknown to us. Surely, though, not everything can be discovered by this means. As Wolff himself is well aware, inference can lead to the unknown only through known premises, so ultimately we must have some non-inferential discoveries that secure the initial premises. Analysis is another candidate method, since it is supposed to lead to adequate concepts, but it faces a similar difficulty. Analysis operates on some conceptual content that is already given, and what we need now is an original source for that content. The obvious source of content is experience, and Wolff is fully prepared to accept its fundamental role. Indeed, he highlights it. At the very beginning of its chapter on concepts, the Deutsche Logik emphasizes that sensory experience RST provides content to thought, and thereby gives us concepts. The Deutsche Logik then goes on to devote an entire chapter to experience and its role in grounding propositions. Such empiricists talk about the origin of concepts and propositions may seem hard to reconcile with the idea that all truth rests on containment. In fact, however, Wolff never accedes to the empiricist thesis that all conceptual contents are derived from sense experience, and the prominent role of experience within the Wolffian paradigm does not mark any retreat from the ideal that truth is ultimately logico-conceptual. Experience may give us many of our concepts, but the basic structure of science is not guided by empirical information. On the contrary, empirical concept formation itself is ultimately supposed to be constrained by the very logical structures that shape the proper Wolffian system of science as an analytic hierarchy of concepts, in particular, the domain of possible things to which experience provides our most basic entry derives its fundamental structure from containment and exclusion relations among concepts, since the possibility and impossibility of things consists in the consistency or inconsistency of contained marks. Thus, concept containment drives the story, experience merely adds color to the details. Such claims can sound extravagant, given current philosophical common sense. Some recent philosophers have resisted attributing such a strongly rationalistic view to Wolff et al., in the light of his willingness to grant the important role of experience in concept formation, and even in philosophical knowledge itself. 21 Adding further weight to the same impression, Wolff admits that philosophy must be constantly joined with historical knowledge of matters of fact, which supplies an indispensable basis for the philosophical knowledge of reasons. Nevertheless, I believe that close attention reveals that Wolff's concessions to the role of experience are narrow, so that Kant and contemporary Wolff were correct to see him as genuinely committed to the full sufficiency of the principle of contradiction as asserted in the Deutsche Metaphysik, for example, 10, 330, 391, et passim. The admitted role of historical knowledge in philosophy is merely to provide the needed initial premises for demonstrations. 22 Moreover, if they are not to compromise philosophy's complete certitude as a demonstrative science, even those premises must be rm and immutable certainties, that is, they must be immediate instances of the principle of contradiction, which is supposed to guarantee their XED epistemic reliability. 23 Nor, Wolff claims, will the role of empirical concepts disturb the connection of truths in philosophy from a systematic or inferential point of view, at least so long as such concepts can be rendered distinct. On the contrary, distinctness helps in this context because it points us towards conceptual inclusions, results that we would nowadays take to be discoveries of additional empirical facts about an object, but which Wolff instead understands as disclosing conceptual containment relations, i.e., strictly demonstrative inferential connections among conceptual marks. Thus, for example, Wolff insists that when a telescope reveals that the Milky Way is an aggregate of stars, the experience has just uncovered marks that were contained in the concept, but which we had previously been unable to distinguish. Given the force of his background picture, then, Wolff confidently holds that empirical information is needed primarily in the order of discovery, and only incidentally in the genuine order of reasons. Its role in the completed philosophical system is limited to delivering immediately certain RST premises for demonstrations. At earlier stages in the development of a science, of course, our ignorance of the true system will naturally force us to make more extensive appeals to experience, resulting in a hybrid form of knowledge. He who can RMS philosophical theses by experiments and observations, which he knows historically but cannot demonstrate, attains a certain intermediate level between historical and philosophical knowledge. The goal for a fully regimented science, however, is to discharge these merely empirical assumptions in favor of genuinely philosophical knowledge of the reasons grounding the facts. For example, Wolff insists that in rational psychology we derive a priori from a unique concept of the human soul all the things which are observed a posteriori to pertain to the soul. 24 Wolff even describes a logical strategy for carrying out this discharge of empirical assumptions, which bears comparison to the recuperation strategy that we saw would be available to a rationalist opponent minded to undercut the Kantian analytic/synthetic distinction by restating purported synteticities as logically perfected analytic judgments. In general, Wolff insists, empirical knowledge allows us to connect the concept of the predicate to that of the subject, but it does not x whether the connection is a matter of direct containment in the denition of the subject, or whether it is restricted by a certain additional condition. Genuine philosophical knowledge settles this question, species the relevant condition, and thereby transforms the initial claim into a genuine containment truth, where the predicate is contained in the concept of the subject plus condition. 25 If one were determined to save Wolff from this rationalist stance, one might still object that the envisioned, fully demonstrative NAL system is unattainable for us, and that an empirically grounded approximation is the only sort of knowledge available to the Knight intellect. But while Wolff clearly does concede that no one man can accomplish this work of philosophy, it is not at all clear that it outstrips all combined efforts of Knight minds, in his estimation. On the contrary, he repeatedly insists that there need be no fear that philosophy as we have denied it is impossible, and we can gain possession of philosophy as we have denied it above. So Wolff's stance is more radically rationalistic than is sometimes maintained. While experience plays a role in concept formation and in the advancement of science, ultimately all truth rests on containment and is logical in character, a fact reacted in the fully demonstrative order of justification proper to the ideal completed system of philosophy. In a striking instance of commitment to the demonstrative character of his system, Wolff is just as keen to insist on syllogistic reconstruction for empirical arguments, as he is for mathematics. Parallel to its logical recasting of the angle-sum proof, the Deutsche Logik offers a syllogistic restatement for an empirical argument that air has an expansive force. The argument appeals to an experiment in which a balloon containing some air is sealed and placed inside a vacuum jar. When the air in the jar is pumped out, the balloon expands, indicating an expansive force proper to the air inside the balloon, a force previously held in check by air outside the balloon, which was removed by the vacuum pump. Wolff translates the reasoning behind the experiment into a series of syllogisms, and within his reconstruction, the experience itself serves as an unprovable but certain RST premise, which enters the inference in something like the way denitions would in a mathematical demonstration. That is, For Wolff, empirical premises are not conceived as claims standing in need of outside evidentiary support, but as immediately self-evident truths, which, like definitions, are supposed to be certain by the principle of contradiction itself or singular, whereas the conclusions Wolff seeks must be general. The resulting problem of induction is especially troubling for Wolff, given that all reasoning is supposed to follow rules of syllogistic, which can infer from universal to particular but never the other way round. It seems that general conclusions should be unachievable for his program. Wolff's response is instructive, though conspicuously unsuccessful in my view. His empirical reconstruction contains no distinct step generalizing from particular experience to universal claim. Instead, the experience is represented by a singular proposition, and the syllogism exploits the standard rule that treats singular judgments as universal for purposes of inference, since they apply the predicate to the whole extension of the subject. 26 Wolff can therefore seem to derive a universal conclusion without violating the inference rules. The inference he needs is something like this. What expands when resistance is removed has expansive force. The air expands inside the balloon, when the resistance is removed. Therefore, the air has expansive force. Considered as a reconstruction of induction, however, this inference is fallacious. It moves from a minor premise about the air inside the balloon in this experiment to a conclusion about the air having expansive force. In a sense, then, Wolff obtained the result only by equivocating on the minor term, the air, which has singular meaning in the minor, but universal force in the conclusion. 27. 26 Consider, for example, the syllogism. Socrates is mortal. Every wise man in Athens is Socrates, therefore, all wise men in Athens are mortal. Wolff does not take this to be a in his argument, presumably because for him what is essential to the weight-bearing role of the minor premise is not its singular use of the subject concept, but that it nds the correct general concepts for characterizing the experience in the RST place, ones that capture the essences of the things involved. 28 The middle concept identity is the appropriate condition, viz., a tendency to expand when resistance is removed, rooted in a stable endeavor to expand of the major predicate's application to the subject of the experiment, thereby instantiating the general strategy for discharge of empirical assumptions canvassed above and allowing the experience to fall in neatly as a minor premise revealing a containment relation between the major and minor terms. That is, the correct conceptual description of the key feature of the experience is supposed to capture the condition under which the major is seen to be contained in the minor concept so that it pertains to the concept itself, and not just to the particular air observed in the one experiment. In my own view, this approach to settling worries about induction is rather cavalier. As far as I can tell, it pushes down the bump in the carpet that once covered over the problem of generalizing singular judgments, only so that it can reappear as a difficulty about forming truly general empirical concepts which correctly capture the essences of the things we experience. Wolff does impose some control requirements on such concept formation that we take care to vary the conditions of our experiments so as to avoid the more obvious ways of misattributing some accidental property of a thing to its essence, but his homey examples of moving an iron into and out of the or moving wax from the sun into the cellar, are not especially reassuring in the face of Wolff's own admission that it is perfectly possible for us to be misled by the mere appearance of possibility and hold the impossible for possible in the course of our thinking about possible things, leading to failures of projectability in our concepts. 29. Just here, however, we can see what constituted the power and attractiveness, from Wolff's own point of view, of the thoroughgoing rationalistic elements of what I have been calling the Wolffian paradigm. Wolff freely concedes that it is seldom possible to carry out the analysis of our concepts all the way to the end, so as to reveal their elementary marks in a way that would permit us to remove any chance that we might have mistaken the impossible for possible. Instead, he holds that we need carry out analysis only so far as required for our present purposes in proof, and he can remain utterly sanguine about this concession precisely in so far as he is relying on implicit appeal to a concept hierarchy that imposes substantial logical constraints on the possible relations among concepts. Against the background of that picture, it is legitimate to trace analysis only up to some common genus that covers our domain of inquiry, and if we can establish that the conceptual marks of interest to us are related or excluded within the partial hierarchy constructed by our analysis, the exclusion rule of division ensures that our results can be insulated from problems arising elsewhere in the tree. 30. It is also worth recalling in this connection Wolff's surprising view that experience can lead us toward distinct, articulated concepts of possible things, as when we discover, via the telescope, marks like contained in our concept. On the account I have sketched here, empirical concepts are to be understood as provisional stabs at the ultimate, fully analyzed and therefore adequate concepts, which will all eventually end their place in a stable scientific hierarchy. From this point of view, experience, like analysis, generates its results under the constraints imposed by the shape of that hierarchy, which orders the marks whose relations constitute the possibility of things. That is why Wolff can present information discovered via experience as something contained in the concept, and not just some new and independent fact about the Milky Way. 31. The same sort of thought, I believe, motivated his condens that we could rely on experiments like the one with the air pump to deliver proper universal concepts suitable for syllogistic science. Within the Wolffian paradigm, then, determining the content of concepts in a hierarchy is not simply a matter of introspection or stipulation, but a genuine process of discovery, in which experience helps to correct and re-engineer concepts, rendering them distinct, and ultimately adequate to the true order of essences resident in God's intellect. 3.4 Conclusion. For Wolff, I have argued, inquiry pursues the ultimately correct hierarchy of concepts, adjusted to re-ect the results of analysis and experience and ordered by attention to their inferential relations. The hierarchy makes explicit certain logical relations among component marks that were contained implicitly in the confused concepts with which we begin our quest for genuine science. If we construct it correctly, the hierarchy will encode containment analyticities. Conformity to the hierarchy, in turn, guarantees that the concepts we discover will stand in containment relations to one another and have well-formed denitions, since the rules of containment constrain the results of analysis and experience through which we articulate scientific concepts. The rational form of this overarching picture is the source of Wolff's interest in Leibniz's ideal of a universal characteristic. Notice that from the point of view of the Wolffian paradigm, the main features Leibniz attributed to his characteristic make sense together. 32. Wolff's hierarchical system of concepts, if we attained it, could underwrite a universal language of communication, but it would also come with a formal logic, and a method of discovery. First, it would be a system of concepts, not words, so it offers a common basis for communication. Indeed, 18th-century concept systems based on logical division, like the Linnean hierarchy cited in Chapter 2, typically had the explicit aim of improved scientific communication, and Leibniz shared the same goals. Second, as long as the logical division rules were followed, a Leibnizian calculus based on a general theory of containment could be developed to provide the logical syntax of the language. Wolff thought that the theory of the categorical syllogism already provided a fully adequate theory of inference meeting this demand. And nally, the point of theoretical inquiry would be to discover the hierarchy that cut the world at its conceptual joints, the one that identified the system of composable essences God picked out as best, from among all the possibilities resident in his intellect. Therefore, the concepts in the hierarchy would have content and refer to objects, since they correspond to possibilities that have been realized, or led in, by God's choice of the best. Thus, Wolff shares the grand philosophical vision Leibniz associated with his project for a universal characteristic. The aim was to develop a science that approximates as closely as possible the true hierarchy of conceptual essences as they exist in the divine intellect. Such a science would capture the truth of God's creation, since its concepts would approximate the very essences that were led in to make the world, and it would simultaneously reveal the rational structure of the world, since the concepts would stand in clear containment relations, permitting a demonstrative science whose inferential links could all be expressed in the austere form of the simplest R.S.T. categorical syllogisms. At the same time, however, Wolff's vision of a concept hierarchy descended from a common highest genus makes significant departures from the Leibnizian characteristic, and these differences turn out to have broad and substantial philosophical consequences. In fact, I will argue, the views of Leibniz and Wolff on the details of the logic of concepts represent basically diverging stances on certain fundamental trade-offs that face a notion of conceptual truth founded on containment. In my view, these deep-seated logico-metaphysical matters are much more central to the differences between the Leibnizian and Wolffian philosophies than questions about the relative weight granted to experience in the formation of human knowledge. To isolate these trade-offs and to understand the motivations underwriting the different available reactions, we must explore the fate of the containment idea in some specialized logical contexts. Only then can we to grasp the full significance of the points of difference mentioned so far, like Wolff's failure to appreciate the force of Leibniz's claim that the principle of sufficient reason is independent in principle from the principle of contradiction. So with a picture of the metaphysical prospect more RMLY in place, let us return to the place of containment within the traditional logic. 96 Part I. The traditional logic of concept containment. 4. Narrowness and trade-offs. Conceptual truth in the Leibnizian, Wolffian philosophy. 4.1 The narrowness of containment. It cannot be denied that the Wolffian system described in Chapter 3 has impressive simplicity and a certain elegance. These virtues surely contributed to the perceived power of Wolff's thought and its influence among 18th-century German philosophers. A Wolffian reconstruction of concept containment based on rule-governed logical division makes for a considerable simplification of the theory of containment. The picture rules out partial overlaps between conceptual contents and guarantees that containment relations could in principle be revealed through analysis, which must terminate in the summum genus. The same austere view helps account for Wolff's confidence that the logical form of his system could be completely captured through categorical syllogisms in the R.S.T. alone. Supposing its sufficiency, the resulting system would reveal a transparent rational structure for the world. But the very simplicity of the Wolffian paradigm also gives rise to serious doubts about it. It places narrow limitations on the work that containment relations could plausibly do, at least some of which should perhaps have been apparent to the Wolffians and given them pause about the adequacy of the division account of containment. For example, many ordinary knowledge claims are most naturally read as expressions of exactly the sort of partial overlap among concepts prohibited by the strict requirements of division. The simplest of these are particular judgments that predicate a common accident of a subject. In other cases, like hypothetical inferences, it is unclear how our knowledge, and now this includes even purely logical knowledge, actually turns upon any relation among simple concepts. Later chapters will argue that such doubts are ultimately well-founded. Kant offers compelling arguments that containment is in fact subject to serious expressive limitations which prevent it serving as the basis for a metaphysical system as envisioned in the Wolffian paradigm. But there is a prior question about whether the target I have described is a straw man. Perhaps, that is, the notion of containment, based on logical division, is so narrow that it has no reasonable claim to serve as the central characterization of conceptual truth at the focus of Kant's criticism. A range of worries along these broad lines can be united around a plausible concern that the division rules are too restrictive to provide a legitimate framework for understanding conceptual truth. This chapter investigates the logical adequacy of the 18th century ideas about containment introduced in chapters 2 and 3. The results will allow us to deepen our appreciation of some distinctive features of the division-based account, as well as its resources for replying to objections. Consideration of the objections will also clarify differences between Wolff's conception and an important alternative version of concept containment, based on Leibniz's proposed universal characteristic. The two treatments confront the relevant logical puzzles in significantly different ways, and ultimately, the contrast between them reveals that the rationalist ideal of conceptual truth faces deeply embedded trade-offs. As we shall see, Leibniz's conception has more expressive power and exibility than Wolff's system, but the very features responsible for that power sacrifice some of the explicitness that was a paradigmatic goal of the rationalist model of conceptual truth. The latter ideal is better achieved by the more austere characterization of conceptual relations found in Wolff. Kant seems to have taken such explicitness as a crucial desideratum of the theory of concepts, since he endorses key features of Wolff's picture. The austerity of Wolff's system, however, does render it vulnerable to important logical shortcomings. I will suggest that Kant's proposals about analyticity can be seen as avoiding those problems precisely by insisting on an analytic/synthetic distinction. That is, Kant's distinction can be viewed as a way to restrict the scope of the claims made on behalf of conceptual truth so as to save a clear, maximally explicit, technical notion of concept containment from difficulties that arise when it is assumed to have the wide applicability claimed for it by Leibniz and Wolff. Such broad comparisons among the Leibnizian, Wolffian, and Kantian philosophies of logic are suggestive, but they can be more fully articulated through attention to the logical puzzles that confront the account of concept containment. I therefore organize the discussion here around several natural objections to the notion of containment as we have seen it so far. First, we might ask whether concept containment, especially as constrained by the division rules, is really capable of expressing all logical truths. From our current point of view, traditional logic obviously lacks dedicated devices for representing relations, and I also consider the case of hypothetical inference, which is surprisingly difficult to explain via containment relations among concepts. Aside from these objections to its logical sufficiency, there are real worries about whether a Wolffian system could offer any plausible account of various ordinary and metaphysical knowledge claims that Wolff himself should have taken to be important. The range of universal terms recognized in the traditional logic becomes salient in this connection. The Wolffian paradigm, as I described it, focused on hierarchies of genus and species concepts, but three other universals were recognized in the traditional logic: differentia, propria, and accidents. Surely Wolff's account should accommodate these concepts and the truths involving them. Exploring the options available for doing so turns out to shed light on the distinctive shape and limitations of the Wolffian paradigm. With an initial treatment of these logical puzzles in place, we are then in a position to clarify the distinction between Leibnizian and Wolffian accounts of containment, and nally, to characterize the trade-offs facing the rationalist notion of conceptual truth, which are revealed by the corresponding advantages and limitations of the two approaches. The discussion exposes some broader philosophical consequences of the contrasting choices about how to explain containment and what role to grant it within an overall logico-metaphysical system. 4.2 Problems accounting for logical truth. One of the main systematic attractions of the rationalist picture that includes the concept containment theory of truth was its promise to uncover the rational order of the world by revealing every truth as an essentially logical, or conceptual, one. But on more sober reaction, concept containment threatens to lack an adequate account even for the full range of logical truth, to say nothing of the structure of the world overall. Problems arise because the definition of containment truth applies directly only to categorical judgments, apparently overlooking more complex propositions, such as those involving relational concepts, or the sort of sentential logic treated nowadays through the theory of truth functions. From the modern perspective, of course, the point about relations is the most obvious worry. It is well known that traditional logic lacked dedicated devices for representing relations, and that this creates serious expressive limitations. 1. The categorical judgments that remain at the center of traditional logic attribute a one-place predicate to a subject. No special forms were introduced to capture relations among distinct objects of the sort that become salient when we want to consider many-place relations or the functional mapping of inputs to outputs. Instead, such relational structures were simply compressed into complex one-place predicates. For instance, every saint is a friend of God would be analyzed as the attribution to saints of the concept, rather than as the expression of a freestanding relation between saints and God. 2. Given a metaphysics of substances and attributes, This logical apparatus expresses exactly what is definitively real, viz., the possession of intrinsic attributes by substances. In the tradition founded by Leibniz and Wolff, therefore, relations were often treated as an imperfect way of looking at a basic, underlying reality of intrinsic properties possessed by independent substances, a reality fully expressible in categorical propositions. The doctrine that every truth must be expressible via containment relations among one-place concepts makes this last metaphysical position unavoidable rather than optional, and thereby exposes the significance of the lack of dedicated tools for representing relations. Within a containment theory of the sort introduced in chapters 1 to 3, the only obvious devices for representing a relation between two terms would be a concept contained in both relata, or else some third term contained in one of the two and under the other. The range of relational truths is thereby restricted to a narrow class, those based on possession of a common genus or on the related idea of direct containment among terms. Such a class could not be sufficient. Even supposing that apparently relational claims like every saint is a friend of God could be handled by treating as a one-place predicate, we would still need to capture the containment relations between such predicates and related concepts, and clearly those will often depend on the relational ideas that were compressed into the predicate. The attempt to remobilize that relational information quickly leads into difficulties. In short, many place relations are irreducible to simple containment among one-place concepts. One way to see how is to explore how features of containment-preserving concept concatenation interfere with the traditional strategy of compressing relations into one-place predicates. Consider, for example, a proposition like Antoine Arnauld, the great theologian, was the son of Antoine Arnauld, the famous lawyer. 3. The standard approach would take the judgment to attribute the predicate to the subject concept. That predicate's important logical features, however the ones contributing to the main conceptual truths in which it is involved, depend not on its role as a one-place predicate, but on its internal complexity, naturally understood as a function of its composition out of the relational concept and the individual concept. Only appeal to that compositional structure offers any hope of explaining why it should follow from our proposition that might also contain concepts like, etc. For but the relevant composition cannot amount to containment-preserving concept concatenation, because the concepts and contribute to the content of as inputs which yield an output, not as generic marks of the sort proper to a hierarchy or a Leibnizian characteristic, where the more specie-ed concept would have to count as a special case of its constituent, containing more in and less under itself, rather than as another individual concept referring to a different thing altogether. 3 related lines of thought elucidate these insuperable difficulties facing the project of expressing genuinely relational ideas in terms of simple logical containment relations. First, Michael Friedman shows that mathematical argumentation differs from merely conceptual, or discursive, proof in that it deploys function terms, and not just simple predicates, to express mathematical relations. Such function terms permit us to insert an argument into the function and obtain a new term that is itself suitable for use as an argument. They thereby exhibit a kind of iterability that the subsumption of individuals under a generic concept essentially lacks. We will return to consider the implications of Friedman's point in Part 3, but it is worth noting here that a version of it obtains even for simple non-mathematical relational concepts like, that is, we can saturate the concept to obtain, which itself can be used to saturate the same relational concept, yielding a concept for Arnauld, the great theologian. The constituents of these complex concepts therefore cannot be viewed as generic marks, which are not iterable in that way. 5. For a generic mark, like, it is not the case, RST of all, that the kinds or species of suns included in its logical extension are themselves suns that could meaningfully enter such an iterated series. Even if we restrict our attention to the individuals in the concept's non-logical extension, moreover, it remains the case that they all contain the generic mark in the just same way, so that each sun is perfectly equivalent to every other with respect to that mark. Exactly that fact constitutes the concept's distinctive power of generality. For that reason, the application of the genus cannot impose a structured serial order among them through iteration. Just as Friedman insists, therefore, the substitution of argument terms in function operators must be strictly distinguished from simple subsumption of individuals under generic concepts, and can by no means be reduced to it. Where logical truths turn on this sort of relational concept, therefore, they exceed the expressive capacities of analytic concept containment. Second, as Leibniz already noted, individual concepts like carry radically particular content, and consequently must be treated as in ma species. They form the bottom level of any plausible hierarchy, because there is no more species thing of which such a concept could be the genus or common mark. It would therefore be impermissible to introduce as a mark higher up, as would be required to interpret it as a generic part of the complex. Instead, it must be seen as a singular term used to saturate the relational concept yielding. Finally, third, the Wolffian appeal to division-based concept hierarchies runs afoul of the strategy of compressing relational information into one-place predicates in yet another way. For notice, the concepts and exceed one another in scope. Therefore, any relation making one into a mark of the other would create a prohibited partial overlap of the concept's logical extensions, violating the division rules. Thus, a Wolffian hierarchy could permit no relation of logical composition between the two concepts, and compressing the relational idea of being the lawyer Arnold's son into a one-place predicate for attribution to Arnold, the Great, would violate its strictures. Such observation suggests serious difficulties for the conceptualist program. As far as I can tell, the Wolffian's only recourse in the face of these limitations is metaphysical. Given the inability of genus/species containment to express relational truths, Wolffians can maintain their commitment to the ideal of an expressively adequate analytic hierarchy only by insisting that relations lack ultimate metaphysical reality, so that all irreducibly relational concepts may simply be excluded from the NAL, true system of science. While this move re-ex good Leibnizian doctrine, it is bound to appear unacceptably ad hoc to most philosophers, and must thereby count as a serious mark against the Wolffian paradigm. Notice, though, that these considerations might actually be taken to support Kant's view of concept containment. We have seen that the monadic character of the traditional logic leads to quite severe expressive limitations, extending even to expressive failures involving the very simplest relational concepts, like, and the like. Kant himself did not complain of the inadequacy of the traditional logic on grounds of its monadic character. Obviously, he lacked knowledge of the technical resources of the modern logic of relations that would be needed to put the point in those terms. Nevertheless, the analytic/synthetic distinction itself would give Kant something to say in the face of such modern complaints against the traditional logic. For Kant, unlike Wolff, there is no need to treat containment as an adequate basis for all the truths proper to our quanti-cational theory of relations. On the contrary, once we make an analytic/synthetic distinction, logical truths turning essentially on relations can simply be seen as synthetic, sensu Kant. In that case, the containment definition need not accommodate them as analyticities. By contrast, inferences like modus ponens clearly do belong within Kant's formal general logic, which is analytic. 6. Any thought that these inferences could not be explained through concept containment would therefore be more troubling for his containment definition of analyticity. And there are grounds for doubt on this score, since such inferences appear to turn on relations among judgments, independently of the concepts that enter those judgments as constituents. Containment relations among the concepts thus threaten to be insufficient for explaining the resulting logical truths, in which case there would be logical truths that were not conceptual truths. Kant is particularly ill-positioned to resist this worry because he categorizes inferences of reason, or syllogisms, not by the classical distinction among the four categorical gers, but by a three-sided separation marking off the whole class of such categorical inferences from hypothetical and disjunctive ones, based on their distinctive major premises. Kant complains that traditional accounts ignore this distinction, and simply treat the extraordinary hypothetical and disjunctive forms as parasitic on the ordinary categorical syllogism. but concept containment was a plausible explanatory principle for all inference only because of the privilege commonly granted to the categorical case, where inference does turn on the containment relations among the terms. In Kant, by contrast, modus ponens falls under the basic rule of the hypothetical syllogism: the consequence from the ground to the grounded, and from the negation of the grounded to the negation of the ground, is valid. Containment does not enter at all into Kant's explanation for this rule, which relies on the abstract principle that the major gives a rule subject to some condition, the minor asserts that the condition holds, and the conclusion infers that the rule applies. A determined advocate of the sufficiency of containment might argue that it nevertheless plays an implicit role in the extraordinary forms of inference, precisely through the notion of a condition at the heart of Kant's treatment. Longuenus shows that Kant inherited this talk of the condition of inferences from Wolff, who did of course hold that all such inferences turned on containment. 7. Under Wolffian doctrine, the role of the condition can be led by a containing middle term, in which case the inference as a whole rests on concept containment. For instance, if I seek to infer the conclusion chaos is mortal, the concept indicates the needed universal rule. In the resulting inference, I treat as the condition of the major term's applicability. That condition is then met by, or holds for, the minor term. This is expressed in the minor premise: chaos is human, and the condition thereby allows the minor to be subsumed under the rule 8. But nothing in Kant's inference rule guarantees such a containment-based analysis. By way of contrast, consider the syllogism: if there is perfect justice, then obstinate evil will be punished; there is perfect justice, so obstinate evil will be punished. Here the condition of the inference is the judgment there is perfect justice, which shares no concept with the conclusion. It seems, then, that the inference does not follow by containment among terms. 9. We therefore face a dilemma: if hypothetical inferences like modus ponens are not reducible to categorical ones, and need not turn on containment, then either they are non-analytic, or the containment definition of analyticity fails. Kant did not see this dilemma, nor did Wolff or his other followers, but we can identify the reasons why. In practice, Kant typically followed a Wolffian tradition which conceived of hypothetical and disjunctive judgments in terms of a restricted normal form that guarantees a common subject for the constituent judgments. For example, the hypothetical normal form would be: if A is B, then A is C, and disjunctive judgment follows: either A is B or A is C. 10. Recall, concept containment threatened to fail as an account of extraordinary syllogisms because their validity might turn on a consequence relation among judgments, and not on any logical relation among their concepts. But if we restrict attention to the privileged forms, direct relations between concepts again become central. In normal form, the component judgments of the major have a common subject, so the conditional or disjunctive relation effectively obtains among the predicate concepts. Among concepts, moreover, the ground/consequence relation was typically viewed in terms of containment, and the disjunctive relation just is logical division. Thus, normal form extraordinary inferences appear to rest on concept containment after all. Wolff, in particular, is committed to the claim that they do. He insists that all extraordinary inferences can be reduced to normal categorical ones precisely because we will always be able to identify the appropriate, containment-related concepts, the major and minor, in the conclusion, and some middle term capable of forging a logical connection between them, and then use these to reconstruct the inference in categorical form. 11. Kant's logic lectures offer an example on the point: if the soul is not composite, it is not perishable. The soul is not composite, therefore, the soul is not perishable. As Kant explained to his students, the major hypothetical is supposed to be true because one can infer that what is not composite is not perishable. Thus, the soundness of the syllogism depends on the fact that is contained in. 12. Unfortunately, though, the appeal to normal form is not adequate to obviate our dilemma. Despite Kant's own normal form conceptions of hypothetical and disjunctive judgment, his explicit rules for extraordinary inferences are broad enough to cover even cases like modus ponens using our truth functional material conditional, for which containment provides no explanation. I believe such inferences would still have looked like general logic to Kant, yet they cannot be analytic by the containment definition. More serious, even if appeal to normal form allowed us to limit attention to hypothetical relations among concepts, it is simply not true that all such relations rest on analytic containment. Many must be synthetic, and for deeply Kantian reasons. Consider if something is an event, then it has a cause. The claim could serve perfectly well as a major premise for hypothetical syllogisms. For example, if something is an event, then it has a cause. That lightning ash was an event, so the lightning had a cause. But if the analytic/synthetic distinction is to have any point, such conclusions cannot follow because is contained in the way was contained in. Kant's entire program rests on the insight that the relation between those concepts is synthetic. The key point is this: the consequence relation essential to hypothetical inference is asserted between the antecedent and consequent judgments that contribute to the major premise, and it need not depend on containment relations among the concepts included in those constituent judgments. Consider the example: if the sun shines on a stone, it becomes warm. The sun is shining on the stone in my garden, therefore, it will become warm. The inference is logically good, but the consequence asserted in the major is not logical, but real. That synthetic ground/consequence relation is what underwrites the inference. 13. Admittedly, I use containment to subsume the concept of the stone in my garden under the general so that it can serve as the logical subject in the minor premise and the conclusion. 14. But the inference turns not on that subsumption, but on the consequence relation holding between the antecedent and consequent as propositions. There is no containment relation among, and to support that consequence, and is in no way a middle term forging an inferential connection between and. Instead, the crucial consequence relation is itself assumed as a premise, and introduced into the logic by the posit of the major. As a result, we must conclude that inferences from such major premises are not containment analytic. If they are analytic at all, it must be because the form of hypothetical inference is analytic even where that cannot be explained via concept containment. 15. The dilemma posed above is therefore real: either hypothetical inferences of general logic are non-analytic, or analyticity is not containment. But although this is a serious mark against the Wolfan paradigm, the result is not fatal for Kant's containment definition of analyticity. Kant could simply choose the RST horn of the dilemma, and accept that hypothetical inference is non-analytic. After all, analyticity is supposed to be conceptual truth, and these inferences threaten to be non-analytic precisely because they do not rest on the logic of the concepts. Kant himself might have found this outcome discomforting, since we now face the potential of synthetic truths not only in mathematics and natural science, but even in general logic, which he thought was analytic. 16. From a modern point of view, however, this is less surprising than it might have been to Kant. Many truths of our formal logic, especially, as we have seen, in polyadic quanti-cation theory, count as synthetic, given Kant's version of the distinction. 17. The right conclusion to draw, then, is that the expressive power of analytic judgment is weaker than even Kant imagined. Analyticities express only a fragment of general logic. 18. 4.3. The five universals, some limits of the Wolfan paradigm. According to the Wolfan paradigm, of course, concept containment was not supposed to be weak at all. On the contrary, it was meant to be sufficient to explain not just the logical truths treated in section 4.2, but all truths of the completed metaphysics. Those truths would presumably include not merely judgments predicating genera of species concepts and vice versa, but also propositions deploying other types of general concepts. Our second main puzzle, then, is that not all the marks that might be judged to be contained within other concepts are happily viewed as genera and species. The other types might seem to have no home in a hierarchy. In the hierarchies introduced above, only genus/species concepts occupy nodes, but traditional logics like Port Royal acknowledged VE universals, or concept types genera, species, differentia, propria, and common accidents. If hierarchies cannot provide finite locations for the three further types, then perhaps logical division fails to offer a comprehensive explanation of concept containment. In that event, it would be no wonder that they cannot represent all the truths Leibniz and Wolff claim to be conceptual, and Kant's thought that analyticity is expressively weak might seem substantially less interesting. As it turns out, however, the model of concept hierarchies can be extended in straightforward ways to accommodate those judgments involving the further universals that Kant would be ready to recognize as analytic. By contrast, serious difficulties do face the more ambitious Wolff and claim that all metaphysical truths can be represented via their places in a concept hierarchy. Because differentia are essential for logical division, it is especially important to account for them in this context. That very circumstance, however, points towards an easy solution. Differentia can simply be introduced into concept hierarchies. As de Jong indicates, the work can be done within the Porphyrian trees used to represent logical division. His example is a Denning tree for the concept, via division of the concept. Such trees make explicit the role of differentia that remained implicit in the Linnean hierarchy presented in Chapter 2, by inserting them into the tree. Since division works by adding differentia to a genus, it can always be represented this way. Note that the differentia entering Porphyrian trees need not be simple, like elementary terms of the Leibnizian characteristic would be. On the contrary, they will normally carry complex content capable of articulation. 19 Therefore, as Arnauld points out, not only concepts of kinds or substances, but also many concepts that would serve as differentia, for example, concepts of modes like shape, corporeality, and so on, can themselves be ordered as higher and lower concepts. Contents deployed as differentia in one tree may then admit of analyses made explicit in others, where they appear at the primary nodes. In de Jong's tree, for instance, is a differentia, Denning as a species of, but its content could be articulated in another tree, where it might be located as a subspecies under, etc., and as a genus covering the various modes of bodily existence. The point is important because extensions of this sort permit the accommodation of certain propria, in addition to differentia. 20 Propria are necessary attributes linked to the genus and differentia Denning a species. In the strict case, they apply to all and only the lower concepts under the species. In some instances, analyticity will be the right explanation of their necessity, and the system of extended Porphyrian trees clarifies the relevant containment relation. For example, in our supplemental tree representing the content of the differentia, we will nd contained in it, so the expansion of de Jong's tree by the supplement represents as an analytic proprium of. In general, concepts contained in the differentia Denning a species are contained in the species itself, and this can be made explicit by extending the tree. Not all propria t this model, however. Most obviously for Kant, synthetic a priori truths give rise to propria. For example, the angle sum property is a strict proprium of all and only triangles have it, but, Kant insists, it is neither a genus above, nor is it contained in the differentia. The property is not contained in at all, but synthetically linked to it. Some early modern logicians recognized further kinds of propria as well, more loosely tied to the Denning terms than the strict cases already considered. For most of the further cases, the relation to the target concept will not be analytic. 21. The verdict on propria is mixed, then, some can be represented in an analytic hierarchy, and some cannot. This is embarrassing for the Wolffian paradigm, which makes all truth conceptual, and I know of no serious effort in the Wolffian tradition to address the issue. 22. From Kant's point of view, however, the result need not serve as an indictment of the division account of containment. There is an obvious reason many propria cannot be located in a hierarchy: they are synthetic. As long as we are willing to admit an analytic/synthetic distinction, the limitations of Porphyrian trees become an asset. Precisely those limits permit perspicuous representation of which propria are analytically related to a given concept and which are not, thereby marking off analytic from synthetic properties. 23. The NAL class of universals, common accidents, calls for similar treatment, although the problem they pose for the Wolfman paradigm is more obvious. Common accidents apply to some, but not all, things under the target species, and they apply to other things as well. They occur in accidental predications, which take the target species as subject, and assert an accident of it. For example, some humans are ill, some learned people are virtuous. In such judgments, the extensions under the two concepts overlap, but neither is wholly contained within the other. Such partial overlaps violate the exclusion rule for division, so common accidents can have no place in an analytic hierarchy. Kant was aware of the point and drew the consequence. A reoxion from Kant's copy of Meyer's logic text, 24, which Jask incorporated unchanged into Kant's logic, suggests an argument that no accidental predication could be analytic. On particular judgments it is to be noted, that, if they are supposed to be comprehended through reason, and thus to have a rational, and not merely intellectual form, then the subject concept must be wider than the predicate. If the predicate is always equals, and the subject, then B(A) is a particular judgment, for some of what belongs under A is B, some not B. That follows from reason. But when it is AB, then at least all A could be contained under B if it is smaller, but not if it is larger, therefore it is particular only accidentally. For our purposes, the key claim in this argument is that particular judgments can have rational form, or follow from reason, only when the subject is wider than the predicate. As we saw in Chapter 2, one concept is wider, or broader, than another if and only if the latter concept, plus some further concept in addition, are wholly contained under the former. When that condition is met, as depicted in Kant's RST diagram, the particular judgment some A or B has a strictly logical basis. That is, if B is just a specie way of being A, and so is wholly contained in A's logical extension, then it follows from the concepts alone that some of the A's are B25. But if A is not wider, then some A or B must be represented by a partial overlap of extensions, as in the second diagram, and it no longer expresses a merely logical relation of the concepts. As Kant's NAL sentence indicates, there is now no guarantee that either concept wholly contains the other. 26. Thus it cannot be part of concept of A to be B, and some A or B cannot be comprehended through reason. The partial overlap represented in Kant's secant diagram must instead be a feature of the extensions contained below the concepts and is not reacted in what is contained in, or above, them. Therefore, the resulting judgments must be formed by abstraction from some more specie facts, not by analysis of what is contained in / above A and B. Their form is abstracted, not rational, or logical. It is clear from nearby notes that Kant's talk in R3036 about judgments having rational form is meant to allude to logical containment truths. Admittedly, the description here of the non-logical form of judgment as intellectual seems confusing, since Kant often counts logical form as paradigmatically intellectual, the business of the intellect, or understanding. But in this and nearby reoxionon in his copy of Meyer, Kant adopts a different usage, contrasting logical and non-logical relations by means of a distinction between the rational and the intellectual. For example, R2914 connects this contrast to containment analyticity in a relatively explicit way. All empirical concepts, example water, tree, etc., are intellectual representations and can only be treated synthetically. I should not analyze what is in them, but should become acquainted through experience with what belongs to them. Rational concepts alone can be treated analytically. Given that such intellectual representations can only be treated synthetically, this usage must distinguish the sort of abstraction by which we reach the merely intellectual judgments of R3036 from the strictly logical abstraction that is the dual of logical division, treating it instead as some kind of subtraction of synthetic marks given through experience. The representations in question demand synthetic treatment precisely because the order among these marks need not conform to the strict requirements of purely logical containment, which are captured by analytic hierarchies. Thus, The accidental predications Kant treats in R 3036 reveal real expressive limitations on analytic containment. The concept hierarchies that characterize containment cannot represent accidental overlap of extensions, because the division rules require jointly exhaustive and mutually exclusive species, and the exclusion rule prohibits partial overlaps. By ignoring the rules, of course, we might represent some learned people are virtuous in some kind of hierarchy or other, but the move would concede the important point. It was because the rules prevented partially overlapping extensions that we could infer that every overlap represented in the hierarchy arose from one concept S being contained in another, i.e., that all such judgments are analytic. In that sense, the Wolfan, division-based account of containment provides a highly transparent account of when one concept contains another. This advantage, however, arises precisely from the austere simplicity of the system, in which every relation of concepts is one of complete containment, or complete exclusion. To admit, then, that a hierarchy constructed by the rules cannot express accidental predications is already to concede that they lie outside the scope of a Wolfan system. We can see the same expressive failure via the theory of inference. Syllogisms demonstrate indirect containment relations between concepts that lack any immediately apparent connection. If, therefore, we could reveal that is somehow contained in by ending the right middle term, we would thereby trace the truth of the accidental predication some learned people are virtuous to concept containment after all. But the needed syllogism is impossible to construct. The desired conclusion would place one concept within the content of the other, so it must underwrite a universal judgment. By contrast, the information we can use for our premises would have to be expressed in particular judgments, for by hypothesis, we are considering a reciprocally partial overlap of extensions, that is, some, but not all, A/S or B, and some, but not all, B/S or A. Thus, there is no adequate syllogism. The wanted inference would have to derive a universal conclusion from particular premises, and it is a basic rule of syllogistic inference that a universal conclusion can never be drawn when there is a particular premise. So no syllogism leads from the partial overlap of conceptual extensions to a containment relation between the two concepts. That is, judgments that turn on a partial overlap of extensions are not logically true, in the sense of the traditional logic of concepts. They are not analytic. For Kant this represents not a problem but an asset of the system of concept hierarchies constructed via logical division. Accidental predications like some learned people are virtuous are synthetic, and the inability to represent them in hierarchies shows why. By contrast, the Wolfan paradigm faces a sine Kant difficulty. Accidental predications give Kant a class of apparent counterexamples to the Wolfan program to render all truth conceptual. As far as I can tell, the best response available to a Wolfan at this point parallels the tack we saw earlier for the theory of relations. That is, the Wolfan might try to avoid the result that there are non-conceptual truths by insisting that accidental predications are not scientifically fundamental, that they are based on merely provisional concepts which would have to be abandoned as we achieve the true concept hierarchy. While such a move seems ad hoc from a modern point of view, in the light of the metaphysical assumption that reality consists in substances with their intrinsic attributes, I think it likely that Wolfans, were there any still around, might bite this bullet, and simply deny that any common accident enjoys fundamental reality. They could then join this move to the more general recuperation strategy outlined in Chapter 1, insisting that the progress of science would eventually permit the restatement of any genuine truth using perfected concepts that rule out mere common accidents as possible predicates. Still, on all the points so far Kant's version of the theory of concept containment stands in better stead than Wolff's. The Kantian containment definition of analyticity can accommodate the problematic classes of logical truth and the VE traditional universals, either by locating them in extended hierarchies, or by showing that the truth in question is synthetic, so that it should be excluded from an analytic hierarchy. By contrast, the Wolfan paradigm cannot afford to admit any truth that cannot be captured through analytic concept hierarchies, so it faces major problems. Our result thus militates in favor of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction, as the best way to maintain the advantages of clarity and generality derived from the division. Account of containment, while accommodating the full complexity of logical and metaphysical truth. 4.4 Leibniz on characteristic and denition, containment without division. Of course, the Kantian restrictions on conceptual truth are not forced upon us by the considerations seen so far. As we noted, the Wolfan paradigm could still be maintained in full detail at the cost of denying that the potential counterexamples to it represent ultimate reality or have genuinely scientific status. Even aside from such emergency measures, one could try to save the containment theory for all truth by rejecting the restrictive division rules themselves. This approach, moreover, can rely on the example of Leibniz himself. By contrast to Wolff, Leibniz did not assume that we must be able to reconstruct more specific concepts by dividing a summum genus. Instead, he sought to explain containment by appealing to elementary symbols of his characteristic, ordered by combinatory operations of conjunction and negation. The potential relations among concepts represented via such a characteristic need not be constrained by exclusion or exhaustiveness rules, and absent those restrictions, conceptual truth a la Leibniz promises greater expressive power than the Wolfan system criticized by Kant. Considering the features and costs of Leibniz's account of conceptual truth can therefore help to clarify by contrast the distinctive strengths and limitations of the Wolfan paradigm. Leibniz's idea for a universal characteristic was tied to a grand philosophical vision one Wolff obviously found captivating, in which the true system of metaphysics would make explicit the underlying rational order of the world God realized as the best possible one. The characteristic was to serve as a genuinely philosophical language, giving universal expression to that system. 27 The parallels to the Wolfan paradigm are obvious, and they are largely responsible for the common talk of a Leibnizian Wolfan philosophy as well as for Wolff's praise of the idea of the characteristic. As recent scholars have noted, however, there were also important and philosophically deep differences between Leibniz and Wolff. 28 Thus, while it may often be convenient to sweep the full range of views within German scholastic rationalism into the common basket of Leibnizian, Wolffanism for uni-ed discussion or for blanket dismissal, the practice is also frequently misleading. It would be especially so for our present purposes, because on questions of the detailed handling of the characteristic and related issues about the nature of the containment relations among concepts, Wolff's departures from the Leibnizian fold are sine cant. These differences, just as much as those concerning other doctrines in metaphysics and natural philosophy, contribute to the substantive distinction between Wolff's philosophy and Leibniz's. 29 To see the nature of these differences over logical foundations, return to the division account of concept containment. Two of its key elements were 1. The claim that concepts are ordered in a hierarchy structured by the rules of logical division and its reciprocal procedure of analysis, and 2. The idea that the content of concepts can be constructed from the top down through the addition of differentia. Wolff's early Deutsche Logik does not emphasize the rules of division in quite the way Kant, Meyer, and Baumgarten later did, but it does sketch core ideas contributing to the overall division account. Concepts are ordered hierarchically, as higher or lower with respect to one another. Higher concepts contain more under and less in themselves than lower ones, and vice versa, and Wolff insists that it is possible in principle to reconstruct the content of a concept by starting from a higher genus, and adding differentiating marks. By the time of his Latin logic, Wolff explicitly advances the view that the content of a species concept is constituted by the addition of differentia to higher genera in a process of division, and he works out a highly detailed theory of Aristotelian denition, and of systematic, hierarchical relations among genus and species concepts. In the Enmerkungen Wolff wrote to clarify topics in his Deutsche Metaphysik, he makes the account still more explicit and ties it to the idea that there must be a highest genus, in which analysis terminates. These ideas inspired the later Wolfan theories of the concept described in Chapter 2. By contrast, Leibniz deploys the universal characteristic as the basis for a treatment of concept containment quite different from the division account found in Kant and the Wolff-Ans. Crucially, Leibniz is willing to countenance concepts whose full analysis would have to be in night. Such concepts could not be reconstructed through top-down division, even in principle, since the division could never be completed. In place of stepwise division, therefore, Leibniz appeals to his hypothesized characteristic, a postulated alphabet of human thought possessing a unique symbol for each ultimate, simple, conceptual content. 30. With a characteristic in place, complex conceptual contents could be represented as concatenations of its elementary terms, formed by conjunction and negation. Leibniz assumes that there can be no incompatibility between positive elementary concepts. All exclusion is to be marked explicitly by negation. On this picture, therefore, one concept is contained in a second just in case the elements of the RST are included among the elements forming the second, and concepts are incompatible. When one contains an element that is the negation of some element of the other. 31. These relations of containment and exclusion hold regardless of whether or not the global order among concepts conforms to division rules guaranteeing that all conceptual relations are cases of complete inclusion or total exclusion. We saw in Chapter 2 that the division rules would be sufficient to underwrite a clear notion of containment, but in light of the Leibnizian, characteristic-based strategy for concept formation, it becomes clear that the division rules are not necessary to specify containment relations between concepts, at least in cases of pairwise comparisons. Again, in Leibniz's framework, one concept contains another if its correct analysis includes the same conjoined string of elementary symbols, regardless of whether the division rules were observed in its formation. Thus, a concept formed by concatenating three primitive concepts, A, B, C, contains the concepts A, B and C, and it also contains the complex concepts of and B, C, even though a hierarchy charting these containment relations violates the rules of division, as in the example. The graph for these concepts represents non-exclusive divisions, since the two species of B have a common subspecies, A, B, C. The division may not be exhaustive either, because under Leibnizian assumptions there may be innately many elementary concepts, so there could always be another concept alongside of and BC in the division of B. In these circumstances, the strong reciprocity of conceptual content and logical extension assumed by Kant and the Wolff-Ans, which is guaranteed by the exclusion rule in particular, may be violated. The Leibnizian system is far more exable. Indeed, it is in just the sense that the Wolffian insistence on the division rules places such serious restrictions on what can be expressed in terms of containment relations among concepts. Nevertheless, there are some reasons to insist on the division picture, as the Wolff-Ans did. 116 Part I. The traditional logic of concept containment. First, if we seek not just pairwise assessments of containment between relatively simple and abstract concepts, but a fully general criterion of analyticity governing a whole system of concepts, then something like the division rules will be needed. If those rules hold, we know that the different members of the same division exclude one another, but if the rules can be violated, we cannot infer the incompatibility of two concepts simply from their positions in a hierarchy. After all, without the exclusion rule, concepts that are members of the same division might still overlap in some common subspecies that we have not yet considered. Instead, Leibniz can infer incompatibility only from actually contradictory marks. But there is no guarantee that such contradictory marks will reveal themselves to our analysis, rather than remaining hidden, unless we can provide a complete analysis of concepts into their ultimate marks. This is a problem, because we do not possess a niched Leibnizian characteristic, and what is worse, by Leibniz's own account many of our concepts would require in-night analysis, so at least for those cases, information about conceptual incompatibility will normally be unavailable. There are also cases that give grounds for worry whether, once we have dispensed with the division rules, the remaining methods for representing concept incompatibility are sufficient even where a complete analysis is assumed. As noted in Chapter 1, Van Cleve points out a problem for the containment account of conceptual truth arising from contrapositive equivalences. Consider, all ABCD is a straightforward containment truth, but its contrapositive equivalent all non-A are non is not obviously so. Certainly part of the conceptual content in the predicate is not explicitly included in the content of the subject. It might therefore seem that the exable resources of the characteristic would permit formation of concepts that contain but not. If there were such concepts, then the second proposition would not be true by containment. Surely, though, if the RST proposition counts as a containment truth, its contrapositive equivalent should be analytic as well. Since the facts about concept containment are not preserved through this logical transformation, it seems that containment is not adequate as a theory of conceptual truth, at least not if containment is to be understood in the exable, Leibnizian sense. Of course, Leibniz recognized the validity of contrapositive conversion, and presumably he would insist that in such cases must be implicitly, or covertly, contained in, but in addition to sacrificing the assumption that we were operating with a complete analysis, this move simply throws us back on the previous problem, that we need a complete analysis in order to make the containment basis of the truth explicit. 32. By contrast, under the assumption that the containment relations among the conceptual marks are constrained by the division rules, the problem does not arise. The rules ensure that all marks are either completely included one in the other, or exclude one another. In that case, supposing B, C, and D do not contradict A, they must either be contained within A, or else represent narrower specie-cations contained under A. If they are contained within A, then is simply an expansion of what is already contained in. And if B, C, and D are species of A, then they contain A, and so exclude whatever it excludes. Either way, then, all non-A are non-ABCD turns out conceptually true, and this would be made explicit by a full hierarchy. Such examples, along with the worry about the need for complete analyses broached above, suggest that the very exability of the characteristic-based account of containment interferes with its ability to represent conceptual incompatibility with the requisite explicitness. 33.1 NAL point reinforces the same conclusion. In the absence of the niched characteristic, we lack a clear standard for determining whether or not an analysis is complete, so if complete analysis is assumed to be required for assessing containment, the Leibnizian view threatens to compromise the clarity of the notion of containment itself. There is every reason to think, moreover, that ordinary analyses are not complete. As Wolff insists, it is typically not possible to achieve fully adequate concepts. Such concepts are not our usual equipment, but the components of a projected complete science, matching the essences in God's intellect. By contrast, typical containment truths, like quadrupeds or animals, deploy incompletely analyzed, complex concepts. In such judgments, unlike those that would be expressed in the Leibnizian characteristic, the containment relations are not explicit in the very compositional syntax of the concepts. In the end, then, the only effective way to express containment facts in such cases is by relative position in a concept hierarchy constrained by the division rules. From this point of view, the rules of division look to be the minimum sufficient conditions for a precise representation of containment suitable to the general theoretical needs of the rationalist program shared by Leibniz and Wolff. One natural response to the doubts about Leibnizian containment arising from our lack of the true, niched characteristic is to fall back on appeals to denition. 34 In lieu of a full analysis into the elementary terms of the characteristic, the denition of a concept could reveal at least its proximal conceptual marks and thereby specify its important containment relations, apparently without necessary regard for the division rules. Perhaps by systematizing such denitions we could move progressively towards a fully articulated body of containment truths. Leibniz suggests such an approach when he insists on the importance of correct denitions in sketching his program for a demonstrative metaphysics, in which demonstrations are to proceed via substitutions licensed by the denitions. 35 Closer consideration of the role of denitions, however, again suggests serious motivations for Wolff's appeal to logical division. Merely stipulated denitions would be of no use, since they would not carry the objective metaphysical force sought by Leibniz and Wolff. Indeed, as Leibniz makes clear in the Meditations on Knowledge, Truth, and Ideas, even denitions that specify enough of the marks contained in a concept for it to be distinguished from other things may still be inadequate, merely nominal denitions, because they do not establish the possibility of the essence that is denied. Only real denitions, which establish possibility, will do. It may seem that Leibniz's requirements on a proof of possibility are relatively lax. Any consistent set of conceptual marks constitutes a possible essence really existing in God's intellect, so establishing the mutual consistency of the marks contained in the concept would be sufficient. Such possibility would be rather easy to establish for relatively simple concepts given in the terms of the characteristic, since all positive elementary concepts are assumed to be composable. Unfortunately for the suggested fallback program, though, the detour through denitions was motivated by the worry that we do not have complete analyses that take us all the way back to conceptual elements, so that we must content ourselves with just the sort of incompletely analyzed marks that enter into nominal denitions. Leibniz, moreover, clearly recognizes the potential for such complex conceptual marks to appear composable, when in fact their conjunction involves a hidden contradiction. 36 Precisely that was the basis of the demand for real denitions. The needed proofs of consistency therefore raise substantial issues. To establish consistency, we need to know whether two conceptual marks exclude one another or not, and that was just the question on which the constraints of logical division proved important. Under the assumptions of a single, comprehensive concept hierarchy, any two concepts would be either contained one in the other, or else separated as different members of a division. In the latter case they will be incompatible, in the former composable, and this can be established merely by seeing their proper relative locations in the hierarchy. But as soon as we abandon the constraints of the hierarchy, we can no longer establish incompatibility short of a completed analysis of the concepts. Remaining unanalyzed complexity in either concept may always provide cover for some hidden contradiction between them. There is a suggestion of this concern in Leibniz himself, who worries about the availability of grounds for a priori proofs of possibility. And, indeed, whenever we have adequate knowledge, we also have a priori knowledge of possibility, for having carried an analysis to completion, if no contradiction appears, then certainly the notion is at least possible. I want to now venture to determine whether people can ever produce a perfect analysis of their notions or whether they can ever reduce their thoughts to primitive possibilities or to irresolvable notions or to the absolute attributes of God, indeed to the RST causes and ultimate reasons for things. We could be content about a judgment of possibility if we had adequate knowledge, wherein analysis has delivered not only distinct concepts, separable from others by their denying marks, but also full distinctness of all the marks themselves. But we should not believe in such knowledge too readily, since it amounts to capturing the primitive possibilities which are the very attributes of God. In place of such a priori proofs of possibility, Leibniz often contents himself with a posteriori proofs of real compossibility based on experience. 37 For our purposes, however, that move offers little progress, since any such proof leaves room for doubt, if not about the possibility of the actual object we experience, still about the correctness of our concept of it. If we have made a mistake in our concept of the thing, then the object's actuality is no guarantee of the consistency of our concept, and therefore doubt will remain to infect our judgments of compossibility and containment among the assumed conceptual marks as long as we lack an analysis taking the concepts back to ultimate elements. From this point of view, Wolff's insistence on the division model of containment can be seen as an effort to guarantee a degree of explicitness in the account of containment which he needs in order to live up to Leibniz's ideal of strictly conceptual truth. Near the beginning of the RST chapter of the Deutsche Logik, which treats the theory of concepts, Wolff advances the same distinctions drawn by Leibniz at the outset of the Meditations on Knowledge, Truth, and Ideas. Concepts are clear if they allow us to recognize the object represented, they are distinct if the marks contained within them are themselves clear, and they are adequate when all the contained marks are distinct and fully analyzed. 38. This classification clearly renders analysis and containment central to questions about knowledge and truth, just as Leibniz proposed. But Wolff is, if anything, even more diffident than Leibniz about our prospects to deliver complete analyses. In the current state of knowledge, indeed it is never necessary, and seldom even possible, for us to bring these analyses to the end, that is, to lead them to concepts that in and for themselves do not allow further analysis because they no longer comprise in themselves many things that are distinct from one another. Complete analysis down to the ultimate, simple, conceptual marks is not to be had in typical cases, and we should satisfy ourselves with analyses that go far enough to reveal the marks crucially involved in the inferences needed to prove claims advanced in the course of the demonstrative system of science. As we saw in Chapter 3, Wolff can afford to be content with incomplete analysis revealing a concept's proximal marks precisely because of his background assumption that the relations of containment and exclusion among conceptual marks could be made explicit in a genus/species concept hierarchy that can be reconstructed by division of a summum genus. Given that picture, complete analysis is not needed to establish conceptual incompatibility, and even though we cannot fully articulate the content of our conceptual marks, we can still be sure that all the relevant content is present, at least implicitly, in marks that we can identify. By contrast, for Leibniz analysis of complete concepts would have to be innate, and does not terminate. In an important sense, then, the restrictive division rules can be motivated by concerns recognizable from a Leibnizian point of view. In the absence of a completed characteristic, the division rules permit containment relations to be made explicit even where not all the component marks are distinguished. The appeal to logical division thus satisfies the demand for explicitness built into the ideal that all truth should be conceptual. Wolff's move even nds a telling precedent in Leibniz himself. As Donald Rutherford has shown, Leibniz's efforts in the studies of his early Hanover years to fulfill the promise of a fully demonstrative philosophy rested heavily on the strategy of providing definitions of the key notions of metaphysics. The idea was to identify the fundamental categories under which all our concepts fall, which would then provide the basis for the entire system, from which we could reach more specific concepts by division. This strategy of categorical analysis, moreover, can be seen as an attempt to preserve some semblance of the idea of universal knowledge given the failure of ultimate analysis. If, as Leibniz allows, it is impossible for human beings to carry out an analysis of all concepts into their simplest components, the primary attributes of God, we can nevertheless attempt to survey the whole range of human cognition through the successive division of the fundamental categories of thought. Of course, as Rutherford also emphasizes, Leibniz never did give up entirely on the dream of an adequate universal characteristic, the motivation of which at least seems to be precisely to deliver ultimate analysis, or something very like it. A full treatment of Leibnizian complexities is far beyond our scope, and I will not attempt to explore the fascinating tensions within his thought at this point, for example, between the ideals about the characteristic, adequate concepts, and the containment theory of truth on one side, and his commitment to innately complex concepts and diffidence about complete analysis, on the other. Nevertheless, it is perhaps useful to speculate that Leibniz's continuing attraction to the ideal of the characteristic might have been based on a deep insight into the need for a more exible and expressively powerful account of the nature of concept containment than logical division would allow. As we saw in sections 4.2 and 4.3, the requirements of division impose narrow restrictions on conceptual truth, and Leibniz likely grasped that they were simply too narrow to accommodate a full metaphysical system of conceptual truths. As we have just seen, however, the more exible version of containment based on simple relations among elementary terms of the characteristic also comes with costs, and Leibniz may well have been aware of those as well, pushing him back to the notion of logical division when he tried to articulate his demonstrative system of metaphysics. In section 4.5, I explore how responses to these competing costs shape some fundamental differences between the rationalisms of Leibniz and Wolff. Our results so far suggest systematic trade-offs facing containment-centered versions of the rationalist ideal of conceptual truth, in particular, the demand for explicitness and transparency proper to a system of logico-conceptual truth seems to interfere with the expressive power it needs to capture the full range of truths. We saw that the highly simple and explicit system deployed by Wolff faces serious expressive limitations, traceable to the restrictive division rules, which undermine its ability to represent apparently important classes of truths. Leibniz's more exable characteristic promises greater power, particularly for addressing the sorts of issues raised in the treatment of propria and accidents, but the added power comes at a cost in explicitness, which helps explain the broad adoption of Wolffian restrictions within 18th-century German rationalism. As we saw, the division rules supply crucial checks on intuitive judgments about containment and exclusion. Absent the rules, particular containment and exclusion claims can seem arbitrary, and the general notion threatens to degenerate into the metaphor later mocked by Quine. Wolff and Kant echo such concerns when they insist that analysis must terminate in a highest genus, at least in part because its division would allow a privileged, fully explicit specie-cation of conceptual contents, presenting each as the conjunction of a denied set of marks. It is worth noting, further, that the explanatory force of containment itself is threatened absent the Wolffian restrictions. If the analysis revealing an alleged containment cannot be completed in principle, 39 then in an important sense, containment no longer explains the truth in question. In particular, truth no longer admits of illuminating logical explication in terms of a Leibnizian general theory of containment. A calculus based on concept containment can plausibly pretend to sufficiency only if inferences can be reduced to standard form as categorical syllogisms. But in such syllogisms, nothing follows from particular premises alone. Universal premises are always needed, and they express relations of complete inclusion or exclusion of one concept by another, the very conceptual relations distinctively captured by Wolffian hierarchies. Thus, every such inference depends on at least one conceptual relation that is analytic in the strict, division-based sense. For this reason, containment's explanatory work in fact depends on conceptual relations of the restricted sort envisioned by the division account of analyticity. We can therefore characterize a general trade-off facing the Leibnizian, Wolffian. The added expressive power potentially gained by relaxing the division rules goes along with losses in the clarity and explanatory power proper to the notion of containment itself. The IP side of the same trade-off appears from the viewpoint of the Wolffian paradigm, with its assumption of the division model. The clarity it gains for the general notion of containment through the division rules greatly restricts the expressive power not only of the overall system, but even of the individual concepts subjected to those rules. The point can be seen most clearly in the case of propria. Earlier, I treated as an analytic proprium of, contained in the differentia. Was thus supposed to apply to all and only bodies. There is a puzzle about the only side, however, ordinarily, is not restricted to bodies, but applies to other things like geometrical objects and durations, which do not have the differentia. To make a strict, all and only proprium of, therefore, we must restrict its sense. One obvious way to indicate the needed qualication would be to index all concepts contained above in the supplemental tree, so that in effect, we attribute to only corporeal extension, divisibility, etc. Broader considerations also mandate such indexing for the Wolffian paradigm. Without some such system, violations of the exclusion rule would occur whenever we introduce differential with shared content into excluded parts of a tree. For example, absent indices, we could not use as a differentia for both and without creating a partial overlap and violating the exclusion rule. Clearly, though, the cost of such indices is substantial. Once the marks of a differentia must be indexed in this way, they no longer express that there is something common to things falling under the different parts of the tree. Our concepts themselves turn out to be much less contentful, and much less explanatory, than they seemed. 40. 4.5.2 Consequences. The constraints implicit in these trade-offs can help us to understand some far-reaching differences between the ultimate philosophical commitments of Wolff and Leibniz. By choosing explicitness over expressive power, Wolff is forced to accept narrow limits imposed on his system by a restrictive conception of containment. Indeed, such narrowness is essential to some of Wolff's distinctive claims about logic and its metaphysical centrality, claims that separate him in important ways from Leibniz. Wolff defends an extremely austere logical apparatus, but gives it very ambitious work to do. As we saw in Chapter 3, he insists that all reasoning from everyday common sense belief formation and practical reasoning, right through the highest reaches of scientific theorizing, may be reconstructed without loss in formal inferences. Moreover, like some other early moderns, he claims that all extraordinary syllogisms can be reduced to categorical syllogisms, so that the theory of the categorical syllogism is a fully sufficient theory of inference. Yet further, the Deutsche Logik insists that all categorical syllogisms may be reduced to equivalent reasoning in the RST-Gur alone. 41 Thus, Wolff's highly ambitious claim is that all reasoning whatsoever can be fully expressed in RST-Gur categorical syllogisms. Through these inferences is discovered everything that can be brought out through human understanding. In later chapters, we will have ample opportunity to explore the shortcomings of this Wolffian thesis. For now, I note simply that the background picture of the Wolffian paradigm, complete with the division account of containment, at least explains how such a view could have seemed at all plausible. As Wolff points out, the theory of the RST-Gur categorical syllogism may be sufficiently treated under the principle known as the dictum de omni et nullo. This principle characterizes exactly those relations of complete inclusion and total exclusion between concepts that are represented in a division-based hierarchy. Thus, given a picture on which the true system of science can be formulated in such a hierarchy, the inferences licensed by that theory could be stated in the form of RST-Gur syllogisms, which chart the containment relations among its concepts. Wolff then explains the two-sided dictum de omni et nullo by appeal to the principle of contradiction, which comes to count as the supreme principle for the entire system of philosophy. Wolff does single out Leibniz for special praise as the discoverer of the separate importance of the principle of sufficient reason, but as the last point indicates, Wolff clearly failed to grasp the significance of Leibniz's position. For Leibniz, the principle of sufficient reason is logically independent from the principle of contradiction, whereas Wolff attempts to derive it from the latter principle in the very next section of the Deutsche Metaphysik. Leibniz's view on the point is deeply connected to the other theses we have seen separating the two philosophers. An independent principle of sufficient reason is needed to explain truths where the containment of predicate in subject cannot be revealed by any night analysis, so that the judgment cannot be reduced to an identity or proved via the principle of contradiction. Moreover, if no analysis can fully resolve the concepts, then their contents cannot be understood in terms of Wolffian reconstruction by top-down division, so if the connection is nonetheless to be understood as a matter of the containment of predicate in subject, Leibniz requires the more exible resources for concept formation made available by a characteristic liberated from the limitations of the division account of containment. In these respects, as we have seen, Leibniz opts for expressive power over the fuller explicitness available on Wolff's account, even at the cost of limiting the very explanatory force of the core appeal to containment truth. With these broad logical differences on the table, we can now also see that Leibniz and Wolff must give significantly different accounts of the relation between our scientific concepts and the true order of essences resident in the divine intellect, despite their shared dream of a demonstrative metaphysics capturing the rational order of the world. For Leibniz, even though all truths ultimately turn on containment, nevertheless the metaphysics available to night minds still depends essentially on the principle of sufficient reason, and its demonstrations cannot make the relevant containment relations explicit for truths about actual substances, where that would require in-night analysis. As he writes, but in contingent truths, even though the predicate is in the subject, this can never be demonstrated, nor can a proposition ever be reduced to an equality or to an identity, but the resolution proceeds to in-nighty, God alone seeing, not the end of the resolution, of course, which does not exist, but the connection of the terms or the containment of the predicate in the subject, since he sees whatever is in the series. However, two ways remain for us to know contingent truths, one through experience and the other through reason. By experience when we perceive a thing sufficiently distinctly through the senses, and by reason when something is known from the general principle that nothing is without a reason, or that there is always some reason why the predicate is in the subject. According to Leibniz, then, even God does not demonstrate truths about the actual world in the strictly syllogistic form that Wolff requires for genuine science. Such truths are known to God, to be sure, but not, indeed, through demonstration but through his infallible intuition. That is, a demonstrative science in the austere Wolffian sense is strictly impossible, and God himself apprehends the containment relations among complete concepts in his intellect by direct intuition, not by analysis and demonstration of the sort needed by night intelligences. Those discursive means do enable our night minds to make certain containment relations among concepts explicit, but we can achieve this only for necessary truths, which concern possibles, not for the complete concepts of actual substances. Given Leibniz's position on in-night analysis, in fact, it is tempting to conclude that night minds can apprehend necessary truth only by reasoning with radically incomplete concepts resulting from abstraction, of the sort Leibniz envisions in his exchanges with Arnold and de Volder. In those exchanges, Leibniz concludes that, because of their incomplete, abstract status, such incomplete concepts are merely ideal. It would then follow that the fully explicit containment truths demanded by Wolff are possible only for ideal abstractions, and can never amount to a fully adequate representation of metaphysical reality. The reasons pushing in this direction are tied to the way Leibniz appeals to in-night analysis to separate necessary from contingent truths. Recall, necessary truths are those that can be demonstrated through an analysis of terms, so that in the end they become identities. Depend on the principle of contradiction, and contingent truths are distinguished from necessary ones in that they require in-night analysis and cannot be reduced to identities. It appears to follow that the necessary, or eternal, truths must depend on concepts containing only a night number of marks, as opposed to the complete concepts of actual substances. We obtain such incomplete, nightly complex concepts by abstraction, in which we agree, for theoretical purposes, not to take all features into account. Thus, as Leibniz writes to himself in preparing a letter to Arnold, the notion of a species includes only eternal or necessary truths, but the notion of an individual includes, considered as possible, what is, in fact, true. Thus, the notion of a sphere in general is incomplete or abstract, that is, we consider in it only the essence of a sphere in general or in theory, without regard to particular circumstances, and consequently it does not in any way include what is required for the existence of a certain sphere. Precisely because we abstract from the in-night particular circumstances, then, we can obtain a nightly complex species concept of a sphere, of which we can afterwards demonstrate necessary truths. For just this reason, however, our results provide limited access to metaphysical reality. Thus, Leibniz insists to Arnold, and later to de Volder, abstract and or mathematical concepts of extension, motion, mass, etc. permit necessary truths, but are merely ideal. For instance, a mathematical body isn't real, but something mental. 42. Likewise, Leibniz suggests to Arnold that the necessary truths about Arnold or Adam, for example, that in creating them God had to create beings capable of thought, in fact turn on concepts of Arnold or Adam that are incomplete in the same sense. 1. Consider in Adam a part of his predicates, for example, that he is the RST man, set in a garden of pleasure, from whose side God fashioned a woman, and similar things conceived sub ratione generalitatis. Such a notion of a vague Adam does not capture metaphysical reality, since only some of Adam's properties follow from it. By using an incomplete concept, then, we can avoid the need for in-night analysis, and therefore demonstrate necessary truths. What we cannot do is show that the incomplete concept has metaphysical reality, or is more than ideal. 43. If this is right, then within Leibniz's story the approximation of our ideas to those in the divine intellect is quite seriously imperfect. In the case of reasoning about contingencies, we can achieve certainty through the principle of sufficient reason, but not demonstrative rigor of the sort that makes the containment relations fully explicit and resolves truths to identities. In the case of necessary truths, we do achieve a full analysis, but only because the concepts we use are incomplete, unlike the complete concepts of possible substances from among which God chooses the best possible combination. If this is actually Leibniz's picture, then we do not really attain, or even seriously approximate, the divine ideas at all, even though in some cases our ideas exhibit certain relations among themselves that are parallel to those among divine ideas. Ideas are innately more perfect and extensive than ours, they still have the same relationships that ours do. The sine Kant consequence is that for Leibniz, the true metaphysics, proceeding in accordance with the principle of sufficient reason, can present a seriously different picture of underlying reality from that suggested by demonstrative necessary truths, and Leibniz attributes those latter truths to well-founded phenomena, denying them ultimate reality. 44. Wolff's strategy of seeking adequate concepts through analyses that start from concepts of experience rests on a fundamentally different assumption about the kind of approximation to the divine essences we can hope to achieve. His ideal is that such analyses will gradually approach the correct scientific philosophy, which would capture the genuine structure of the true conceptual essences, and thereby afford what philosophy requires knowledge of things from the actual grounds of their possibility, which are embodied in those very essences. Thus, on his picture, full-scale realism about the results of the demonstrative sciences and the true philosophical system is possible. Wolff can entertain such grand hopes because he envisions the metaphysical system as a division-based hierarchy, which must have a summum genus. On such a picture, no concept will require actually innate analysis, and all the truths of the system will admit of demonstration via syllogisms based on the principle of contradiction. Thus, the Wolffian metaphysics is supposed to be demonstrative in a strictly logical sense, and its concepts themselves are not radically incomplete, even where not all of their implicit content has been resolved through analysis. On the contrary, adequate concepts from the true hierarchy would be fully transparent in both content and logical structure, and would correspond to the deep metaphysical structure of the world, precisely because they do approximate the concepts of possible essences, resident in God's intellect, which he realized to create the world. For Wolff, God's intellect is the source of the essences of all things, and that which makes something be possible, by representing its conceptual essence. We grasp such an essence by knowing how it is determined in its kind by a differentia, or better, by a genus/differentiation that places it in a division hierarchy. And as we saw in Chapter 3, genuine scientific philosophy just is knowledge of things from their possibility, which is to say, knowledge based on the conceptual essence, with its logically determined content. Even when we invent things, Wolff insists, we do so only by conform thoughts to his. And for this reason man can ascribe nothing to himself, since if it has been thought up by him, or rather if he comes upon something through reaction, he must look on it as God's work, and upon his reaction as the way by which he has caught sight of God's work. Such a conformity between our concepts and the logically ordered essences of the divine intellect is the ultimate ground of Wolff's assertions that the system of philosophy can be brought to approximate mathematics in presenting incontrovertible and unrevisable, essentially logical, proofs of its results. It also explains Wolff's conviction that we can use experience to discover what is contained in the true scientific concepts. Whereas Leibniz insists that we must turn to experience precisely when we lack a priori demonstrations that would give us access to the underlying containment relations among the notions, for Wolff, experience is a useful guide to the contents of the true hierarchy of concepts, structured by logical rules of containment. As he sees the matter, experience demonstrates actuality, which entails possibility, and so experience is a guide to the essences that x what is possible. The challenge is only to nd the right concepts. But since our experience and empirical concept formation themselves are supposed to be constrained by the shape of the hierarchy, we can know when we have achieved the right concept. It will be when our experience can beat it neatly into syllogistic arguments like the one concerning the expansive force of air rehearsed in Chapter 3. Our ability to construct such an argument shows that the empirical concept in question ts into a logically proper hierarchy, and can thus nd its place within the demonstrative system of science. The model of a night division hierarchy thus allows Wolff to hope that experience and reason together will guide us to a fully explicit system of logico-metaphysical truth. The Wolffian paradigm has some substantial advantages from a rationalist point of view. Perhaps most important, it offers a very clear picture in defense of the thesis that the world has an essentially rational structure. The true metaphysics would be a strictly demonstrative science, expressible in the simplest syllogistic logic, which represents all truth in terms of explicit containment relations among concepts. Since the world itself is but the realization, or ling-in, of those concepts via God's choice of the best, its form is fully rational and logically determined in the same sense as the demonstrative metaphysics itself. While it paints a compelling picture, however, Wolff's view comes with serious costs. For example, Wolff tries to adopt Leibnizian-style solutions to characteristic problems like the apparent necessitarian consequences of a concept containment theory of truth, but it is unclear how he could be entitled to them, once he purports to derive the principle of sufficient reason from the principle of contradiction alone. Moreover, Wolff has no ready answer to the obvious implausibility of the thought that our scientific concepts actually conform to God's own. Wolff does try to distinguish necessary from contingent truth by appeal to the difference between God's intellect, which houses the possibles, and his will, which chooses the best, and he insists that God's representations are different from ours because they are perfectly distinct and nonsensible, and because they extend to absolutely all the unlimited possibles, whereas ours are limited in scope. But in Wolff, such moves lack real force, precisely because he lacks Leibniz's principled distinction between the case of truths where the containment of concepts can be made explicit by night analysis, and those where the analysis would have to be in night, and the containment cannot be represented by night intellects. Wolff completely undermines the work these points do for Leibniz as soon as he purports to derive the principle of sufficient reason from the principle of contradiction. Neither philosopher's view is free from internal tension, however, as we should expect, given the trade-offs sketched earlier. Wolff, it is true, must insist that our scientific concepts approximate the essences in God's intellect, on the one hand, but that God's knowledge is different from ours, on the other. Moreover, Wolff's position, in contrast to Leibniz's, seems strikingly insensitive to the difficulty of capturing the full metaphysical truth within a logical framework. But Leibniz, too, continued to hope for fully demonstrative metaphysics, at least as the esoteric philosophy standing behind the more intuitive presentations of his system he could offer to the public. 45 Even at best, the explicit demonstrations needed for such a system could not turn on the containment relations themselves in every case, unless Leibniz were prepared to sacrifice the independence of the principle of sufficient reason from the principle of contradiction governing such logical, containment-based inferences. There is thus some tension between Leibniz's continued commitment to the ideal of a universal characteristic that would deliver the genuine conceptual elements underwriting containment relations on the one hand, and on the other, the interrelated doctrines of in-night analysis and an independent principle of sufficient reason, which he used to erect a real distinction between necessary and contingent containment truths. Here then, is one NAL expression of the basic form of trade-off that has concerned us. If the ideal of a demonstrative metaphysics really aims at narrowly logical demonstrations capable of making the containment relations among concepts fully explicit, then the essentially rational nature of the world seems highly transparent, but at the cost of an overly simple system which threatens to be frankly necessitarian. But if we loosen the relevant notion of demonstration to include arguments based on an independent principle of sufficient reason, then we never fully expose the rational structure of the world that is supposed to be built into the containment relations postulated between the concepts involved in each truth. 4.6 Conclusion. In this chapter, I have explored some of the implications of the trade-offs facing Leibnizian, Wolffian rationalism, and indicated in an initial way the nature of the Kantian response to them. The narrowness of containment truth as Wolff understands it places troubling limitations on its expressive power, which in turn casts serious doubt on its ability to serve as the basis for a metaphysical system expressing the full range of truths. Efforts to enrich the power of containment truth along Leibnizian lines, however, proved to face corresponding difficulties with explicitness and explanatory power, marking the IP side of the trade-offs. It is fair to conclude, therefore, that the restrictions imposed by the Wolffian account of containment had serious motivations, and that Kant's target was not merely a straw man. We also saw in a preliminary way Kant's own general strategy in the face of the trade-offs. From his point of view, the main problem is neither the lack of expressive power proper to the narrowest versions of containment, nor the lack of explicitness in some looser one. Rather, the mistake at the root of Leibnizian, Wolffian rationalism was the very claim that concept containment provides the explanation for all truth. The point of the analytic/synthetic distinction was to identify the limits of analytic judgment, and once we make such a distinction, the narrowness, precision, and explicitness of the Wolffian account all appear as virtues, providing an exact characterization for the bounded realm of conceptual truth. Indeed, on all the various points we have seen on the problems about relations, hypothetical inference, propria, and common accidents, as well as the broader questions of expressive power that separated Wolff and Leibniz, Kant's version of the doctrine has proven to have genuine resources to respond to worries about the clarity of concept containment. Thus, as long as the limited character of division-based containment is acknowledged by means of an analytic/synthetic distinction, doubts that the notion of containment draws a logically meaningful line around an important special class of truths can be removed. In that sense, we have overcome the NAL objections to the containment definition left over from Chapter 2, those which admitted that Kant's account could mark an actual distinction, and that it was logical, but denied that it drew the right line. The trade-offs we have seen thereby serve to confirm the general moral, the logico-metaphysical puzzles plaguing containment can be resolved, but only by acknowledging stringent restrictions on the work we expect analytic truths to do. Kant himself, however, came around neither quickly nor easily to this insight that the Wolffian system could not possibly accomplish all that was claimed for it. As we have seen, at the outset of his career, he even advocated the standard Leibnizian position that all true judgments rest on concept containment, a view entailing that no analytic/synthetic distinction would be possible at all. Thus, Kant's principal distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments was a hard-won philosophical discovery. Paul Guyer has shown in detail how much insight we stand to gain into Kant's mature metaphysical and epistemological views from a careful exploration of the difficult path he had to travel to arrive at the critical philosophy. A similar point holds for the logical ideas at the basis of the analytic/synthetic distinction, so in Part 2, I turn to a fuller consideration of Kant's development. For Narrowness and Trade-offs 131. Part 2. A difficult birth. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. 5. Three versions of analyticity. 5.1 The difficult birth. Once Kant had identified a principal distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments, he tended to present it as something patently obvious. 1. The critique adopts a matter-of-fact tone to introduce the idea, in all judgments in which the relation of the subject to the predicate is thought. This relation is possible in two different ways, etc. In later writings, Kant became increasingly explicit about how straightforward all this was supposed to be. According to the Prolegomena, the distinction appears to come forward of itself, so much so, in fact, that Kant specially digresses to account for how illustrious predecessors like the famous Wolff, or the acute Baumgarten could have failed to recognize it. 2. By the time of Anna discovery, Kant was so RMLY in the grip of his distinction and of its obviousness that Eberhard's criticism seemed to him accountable only as willful obtuseness, or even intellectual dishonesty. T is absolutely necessary to have a clear and determinate conception, RST, of what the critique in general understands by synthetic as distinguished from analytic judgments. Second, of what it 1. The ideas in Part 2 were shaped by exchanges with Catherine Dunlop, Robert Pippin, and Daniel Sutherland, as well as helpful comments from Michael Friedman and Tal Glezer. Comments on an earlier version by Alan Wood decisively reshaped the NAL presentation. 2. Kant's explanation is that the analytic/synthetic distinction comes forward of itself only in the context of a critique of our cognitive faculties, as distinguished from substantive metaphysics, where the focus is on the objects of a priori knowledge, rather than on the character of the representations through which alleged metaphysical cognition would have to be expressed. This division is indispensable with regard to the critique of human understanding, and therefore deserves to be classical in it, other than that I don't know that it has much utility anywhere else. And in this the reason why dogmatic philosophers neglected this division, which appears to come forward of itself, and, like the famous Wolff, or the acute Baumgarten following in his footsteps, could try to the proof of the principle of sufficient reason, which is obviously synthetic, in the principle of contradiction. That said, Kant immediately goes on to insist that Hume likewise failed to grasp the distinction, and that even Locke had only a dim sense of it, despite their focus on human cognitive powers and their limits. Clearly, getting straight on Kant's apparently simple distinction is something more of a theoretical achievement that he sometimes pretends when trying to present it with maximum clarity. Means by the characterization of such judgments as a priori, the RST point has been presented by the critique as clearly and repeatedly as one could wish. And further, the greatest master, in the obfuscation of that which is clear, can bring nothing against the definition which the critique gives of synthetic propositions. They are propositions in which the predicate contains more than is really thought in the concept of the subject. Now, however, he NDS the definition incomprehensible, too wide or too narrow, because it does not accord with his own allegedly more precise determination of predicates of such judgments. Mr. Eberhard uses all means in order to bring as much confusion as possible into a completely clear and simple thing. But if the distinction became obvious to Kantons had put it in place it was not always so. While Kant sometimes presents it as a straightforward observation, elsewhere he emphasizes its novelty and originality, for example, attributing the sorry state of metaphysics solely to the cause that no one has previously thought of this problem and perhaps even of the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. He further claims in reference to Locke, the only previous philosopher to offer even a hint of the distinction, that such general yet nonetheless denied principles are not easily learned from others who have only had them owning obscurely before them. And not only other philosophers, but even Kant himself required some trouble and effort to come around to the distinction. As I noted in chapters 1 and 2, many of Kant's pre-critical works explicitly endorse the predicate-in-subject conception of truth, which makes concept containment a sufficient mark of true judgment and thereby rules out any distinction between analytic and synthetic truths. Most telling of all, however, is the roundabout, difficult, and often halting actual path Kant followed as he gradually assembled the considerations motivating some such distinction, and groped for the proper way to understand their consequences. Tracing that path will be the work of Part 2. Its course does a good deal to help clarify what the mature analytic/synthetic distinction was supposed to be. 5.2 Brief outline of the story. In 1762-3, Kant quickly wrote 4 works that Dieter Henrich has rightly grouped together as expressions of a common systematic outlook. 3 By that time, Kant already accepted his own version of the Kreuzian distinction between the real and the logical, and he sensed that it had anti-Wolffian potential. Nevertheless, these works continue to endorse a containment-based, predicate-in-subject theory of truth. In the following years, Kant abandoned the system of 1762/3 under pressure from a corrosive skepticism about the cognitive pretensions of metaphysics along with some broadly empiricist epistemological considerations. For during that same time, talk about distinguishing judgments from one another as analytic and synthetic begins to appear in Kant's Reaktionen. Curiously, though, neither the Dreams of a Spirit Seer nor the inaugural dissertation frame Kant's doubts about the traditional German scholastic metaphysics in terms of a problem about synthetic judgment. This is particularly surprising in the case of the inaugural dissertation, because in that work Kant does develop related elements of critical doctrine, notably the distinction between sensibility and intellect, and the idealist treatment of space and time as forms of sensibility. It only deepens the surprise to note that ID contains remarks suggesting a continued commitment to the predicate in subject theory. In the end, it was only when Kant's full critical position began to emerge in the Reaktionen of the early 1770s that the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments came to assume its mature importance in Kant's mind, as the source of the problem of synthetic judgment and the crux around which proposals for a methodological revolution in metaphysics should be organized. The emergence of the analytic/synthetic distinction in Kant's thinking poses both historical and philosophical questions. From a philosophical point of view, there are issues about exactly what the distinction was supposed to be, and how it is related to apparently similar ideas, like the traditional distinction between analysis and synthesis as methods, or the Kreuzian/Kantian distinction between the merely logical and the real. On the historical side, we can ask when Kant made such a distinction, and with what dialectical motivations. Matters quickly become complicated because the pass answers to these questions themselves just raise further puzzles. For example, if Kant's point is really supposed to be so obvious that Eberhard's failure to grasp it must be chalked up to culpable obtuseness, then why did Kant himself need such a long struggle to consolidate the insight? Similarly, if the distinction is so clear, and so obviously damaging to Wolffian and Leibnizian commitments, then how did these incisive philosophers miss the point, and why? Did Locke have such trouble articulating it clearly? Turning to details of Kant's own development, if Kant really distinguished between analytic and synthetic judgments in the mid-1760s, then why did it take him 15 more years to announce his discovery publicly, and nearly a decade for even his own Reaktionen to begin reacting the distinction's mature critical role in framing a question about the possibility of metaphysics? In part I treated Kant's distinction as essentially logical. I emphasized the of Chale containment definition and argued that in Kant's hands containment is a logical notion, characterized through the basic logical features that concept identity and governed by explicit rules of logical division. But as I conceded, the logical interpretation of Kantian analyticity is controversial. Over the years, many commentators have preferred to treat Kant's distinction as a point proper to epistemology. 5. And indeed, we saw that the pre-critical Kant himself worked with two other conceptions of analyticity that differ from the logical one treating the analytic and synthetic as methods of concept formation, and the other meant to capture an epistemological distinction between two types of knowledge. Both strands stand in contrast to the logical ideas canvassed in Part I, which pertain to the contents of propositions and the logical relations among concepts, rather than to our theoretical methods or epistemic resources. I contend that these alternative methodological and epistemological conceptions of analyticity belong to the development of Kant's ideas, not his mature view. In fact, on my telling, the story of that development will bring out the importance of a pure logical distinction, which is the only version of the idea suitable for framing Kant's critical challenge to traditional metaphysics. In particular, only the strictly logical distinction underwrites the thesis that there are basic expressive limitations on conceptual truth as understood by Leibniz and Wolff, limitations that cannot be removed by any program to recast scientific results in some perfected form that would give them a strictly conceptual basis. Still, Kant arrived at this conception only after a long effort to sort out the logical issues from related, but ultimately separate, methodological and epistemological points. Thus, Understanding the story of Kant's discovery depends on a clear sense of the logical space within which the alternative methodological, epistemological, and logical conceptions of the analytic/synthetic distinction and their places. The remainder of this chapter sketches that logical space and uses it to frame key questions about the development of Kant's ideas. The ensuing chapters 6 and 7 then deploy the same threefold contrast to trace the emergence of Kant's distinction in detail, assessing the development of his various appeals to the analytic and the synthetic over time, as well as his pre-critical use of related distinctions. I consider R.S.T. Kant's use of a purely methodological. 138 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. Version of the distinction in his pre-critical published works, with emphasis on the system of 1762/3, its failure, and Kant's initial attempts at a path forward in Dreams and the Dissertation. In Chapter 7, I turn to the epistemology-centered views of Reaktionen from the late 1760s, and then conclude by sketching the emergence of the mature, logical analytic/synthetic distinction in the 1770s. The overall story I tell contrasts with a more established account of Kant's development, due to Erich Adick's groundbreaking early work on Kant's unpublished notes, so before turning to the details in later chapters, we can clarify what is distinctive about the mature logical conception of analyticity by laying out the Adick's line. 5.33 Versions of Analyticity, a reprise via Adick's and Beck. 5.3.1 The Adick's account of Kant's development. Erich Adick's initial proposal for understanding the development of Kant's views on analyticity provides a good frame for highlighting its puzzling historical features. In addition to assuming the Herculean task of editing and dating Kant's unpublished notes, or Reaktionen, for the Academy edition, Adick's was the author of an important early work on Kant's development, Kant Study N. His book makes much of the analytic/synthetic distinction and argues that it should be dated to the late 1760s. Adick's basic story is this. Kant relinquished the system of 1762/3 primarily under pressure from empiricist considerations. During the period 1764-70, his notes begin to distinguish analytic and synthetic judgments by appeal to their epistemic basis, as purely rational or empirical, respectively. Consider, for example, all analytic judgments are rational and vice versa. All synthetic judgments are empirical and vice versa. 6. But in many of these same texts, Kant adds that mathematical judgments are likewise synthetic. Since charity forbids seriously entertaining the apparent consequence that mathematics must be empirical, Kant's initial work with the distinction gives rise to an obvious tension. Synthetic judgments can hardly be empirical by definition if the class includes pure mathematics. That tension, suggests Adick's, lays out a path for the development of Kant's mature position. The case of pure mathematics poses the broader problem of how a judgment can be a priori, but simultaneously synthetic. The gradual recognition of this problem in its generality, and then its solution, led to Kant's radical reconceptualization of metaphysics. Thus, it seems, the basic conceptual roots of the critical philosophy can be traced deep into the late 1760s, all the way back to Kant's initial, empiricism-inspired moves to distinguish analytic from synthetic judgments. Viewed from a mature Kantian standpoint, this story carries considerable initial plausibility, and some of the notes from 1772-3 in which Kant himself worked out the nature of the famous problem about objective a priori representation that he posed in his 1772 letter to Marcus Herz contain hints of such a framing. But as Adick's concedes, Kant's actual development must be at least somewhat more complicated than this simple sketch, for the 1770 inaugural dissertation makes no effort to explain the possibility of metaphysics through principles developed initially to ground the possibility of mathematics. On Adick's view, therefore, Kant's late 1760s move was just to change the status of space and time from concepts to pure intuitions and to treat mathematical and empirical judgments as synthetic merely because they are intuitive. This way of carving out the category is supposed to leave open the possibility that there might be substantive, but still purely conceptual, metaphysical judgments based on the real use of the intellect, as permitted by ID's sketch of the principles for the intelligible world. Thus, according to Attucks, at the time of ID the pure judgments of reason in metaphysics were still supposed to be analytic, and Kant did not yet frame his worries about the possibility of metaphysics as a problem about the synthetic a priori. As a corollary, of course, ID continues to hold out the hope that a broadly Leibnizian Wolffian metaphysical program could still be executed, for the intelligible if not for the sensible world. In fact, Attucks thinks that even the formulations of the Herse letter still fail to cleanly identify the problem of metaphysics with the problem of the synthetic a priori. The larger matter, however, is not the specie interpretation of the letter to Herse, but how genuinely perplexing Attucks' overall story would be, if it were true. The puzzle is not merely that between 1764 and 1770 Kant wrote 2 books and a major paper on space without making important use of his new distinction. After all of us can work over an idea in notes for quite a while before being ready to publish. No, the difficulty is more serious. For even as late as the inaugural dissertation, Kant was still apparently committed to the predicate in subject theory of truth, according to which every true judgment would be analytic, and so no distinction would be so much as conceivable. Thus, if Attucks is right about the contents of the notes, what we are asked to believe is that Kant continued to write for the public as though every true judgment rested on the containment of its predicate in the subject, while in his notebooks he was working with a foundational distinction between such containment truths and a separate class of synthetic truths that are inexpressible in principle via containment. And further, we have to accept that this very distinction not only absent from, but incompatible with, his contemporaneous published writings had already revealed to Kant profound problems in the philosophy of mathematics that were supplying the driving impetus behind his philosophical progress. That is, Kant would not just be refraining from publishing a nascent idea, but continuing to rely in print on claims that the main thrust of his ongoing research had completely undermined. 5.3.2 Louis White Beck on making synthetic judgments analytic. Aside from this historical problem, there is also a pressing philosophical one, brought to prominence in the literature by Louis White Beck's well-known paper from the 1950s, Can Synthetic Judgments Be Made Analytic? The mid-20th century saw an outpouring of work about analyticity in Kant studies traceable, no doubt, to the importance of the notion for Carnap's program and Quine's noted attack against it. In this piece, however, Beck sets the Carnap/Quine issues to one side, and takes up a strand with deeper historical roots. For Beck himself, the issue had been shaped by work of C.I. Lewis, but the underlying concern goes all the way back to Kant. In a pair of Reaktionen from the late 1760s, Kant worries that his nascent distinction might be arbitrary, because there might be a procedure for turning any synthetic judgment into an analytic one. But aside from that historical riddle, there remains the philosophical question: can the very distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments be undermined by a procedure for converting any purported synthetic truth back into an analyticity that is equivalent in some relevant sense? In earlier chapters, we have seen that rationalist resistance against Kant's distinction can deploy a recuperation strategy that relies on just such a thought. As Kant himself imagined it, such a procedure would rest on the idea that for any synthetic truth, we should be able to frame some whole possible concept that captures the object the judgment is about. As long as the judgment is supposed to be true, both its subject and predicate terms ought to be related to that whole concept, and on Leibnizian grounds it is natural to think that they should be contained in it. But then, we should be able to restate the initial, allegedly synthetic judgment as a containment analyticity by simply replacing the original subject term with the whole concept. Moreover, we would improve the scientific perfection of the judgment by doing so. From this point of view, the analytic/synthetic distinction looks arbitrary in that any synthetic judgment can be considered as just a provisional formulation standing in for some underlying analyticity. Perhaps we are sometimes forced to make do with such formulations, but that is due merely to our cognitive limitations. A perfected science would recognize no principal distinction between two classes of judgment, because it would replace all such imperfect synthetic judgments with their underlying analyticities. This is a very general form of objection, which reduces the analytic/synthetic distinction to a mere difference among more perfect and less perfect cognitions and thereby undermines the very notion of ineliminable synthetic judgments. In my view, ideas of this general shape pose the main rationalist threat to Kant's distinction, and we have repeatedly seen the naturalness of similar moves on behalf of Leibniz or Wolff. It is therefore striking though not surprising to see that Kant was well aware of the point. One important moral for our purposes is that any conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction that lacked the resources to cut off this recuperation strategy for defending conceptual truth would be inadequate to Kant's broad theoretical aims. Given his awareness of the problem, Kant must have thought that his mature distinction does successfully block the move. Beck connects this issue to the long-standing objection that Kant failed to identify a clear distinction at all because we have no standard for seeing what a concept contains. If conceptual contents might shift, then a synthetic judgment could be turned into an analytic one by enriching the content of the subject concept. Beck notes that such complaints can be turned against the central arguments of the critical philosophy. To focus on the obvious example raised by Lewis, a skeptic could wonder whether Kant's key arguments for a synthetic a priori causal principle turn on an ambiguity. The worry would be that when arguing that every event has a cause is synthetic, Kant relies on a relatively thin and abstract concept of, which does not contain. But then, the charge continues, when it comes time to mount the a priori argument for the causal principle, he slides over to a different, thicker, concept of that includes conditions for temporal experience. The skeptic suspects that the formulation of the principle using this enriched concept might be covertly analytic after all. Thus, the potential variability affecting conceptual contents would undermine Kant's claims to have established synthetic a priori principles and to have shown limits on conceptual analysis. It thereby threatens to derail his program for a new scientific metaphysics. Beck's reply on behalf of Kant grants the possibility of applying some such redefinition, or shift in content, to the subject term, but denies that the resulting transformation eliminates the essential epistemological role of synthetic judgment. The new judgment may be analytic, but its justification will still rest on the validity of deploying its new, enriched subject concept. Were the justification for the concept's applicability to be made explicit in the form of a judgment, then that claim would be synthetic, so essentially synthetic cognition has not been eliminated, but merely relocated. It is not obvious that this reply is sufficient to silence the worries raised in Kant's notes. After all, from the Leibnizian point of view, the scientifically fundamental claim is the new, analytic judgment, and the apparently synthetic judgment is to be explained in its terms, not vice versa. 8. But I return to these issues in Chapter 7. For the moment, I note simply that Beck's solution aligns him with Allison and Attucks as advocates of an essentially epistemic conception of the nature of Kant's distinction. For all these readers, Kant's point was to insist that essentially synthetic sources of knowledge are ineliminable from even a perfected science. Thus, it would be a mistake to rest the notion of analyticity fundamentally on a logical distinction between types of proposition. In my view, this epistemological interpretation of Kant's mature distinction is misguided. I will argue that, on the contrary, it was precisely the early Kant's reliance on an epistemic conception of analyticity that gave rise both to the Beck worry about the instability of synthetic judgments and to the puzzling historical tensions surrounding the apparent mismatch between Kant's notes from the late 1760s and his contemporaneous published works, which arose in our discussion of Attucks. 5.3.33 Versions of analyticity, methodological, epistemological, logical. My argument in Part 2 thus depends on the careful separation of the methodological, epistemological, and logical versions of the analytic/synthetic distinction outlined in Chapter 1, so a reminder about them is in order. All three ideas and expression in Kant's writings, including even in writings from the mature period. but during the development of his ideas in the 1760s and 1770s, each conception staked at least some claim to ground the Kantian analytic/synthetic distinction. The methodological distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments extends the traditional distinction between methods of analysis and synthesis in the exact sciences in a fairly straightforward way, giving it specie application in the context of concept formation. Just as traditional analysis follows a bottom-up procedure to discover new principles by arguing back from the more particular consequences they explain, so analytic concept formation begins with a more specie concept, and resolves it into the more general and abstract marks that compose it. Similarly, traditional synthesis argues top-down from higher principles to their consequences, and Kant denies a parallel notion of synthetic concept formation, which combines relatively more basic conceptual elements to yield more complex and detailed concepts. These methods of concept formation can naturally give rise to a derivative distinction for judgments, where analytic judgments would capture the results of analytic concept formation, and synthetic judgments represent the results of synthetic concept formation. As we saw in Chapter 1, however, the most crucial feature of this conception is that analytic and synthetic concept formation are perfectly reciprocal procedures, so that their results are reversible. If I can analyze a concept X to reveal marks A, B, and C, then I can synthesize A, B, and C to form X, and vice versa. As a result, the judgments encapsulating the results of these procedures are just different modes of expression for the same underlying conceptual relationships, rather than separate classes of judgments expressing two incompatible kinds of conceptual relation. This feature rules out irreducible syntheticity, and that is what marks the fundamental difference between the methodological and logical conceptions of analyticity. The complete reciprocity of analytic and synthetic concept formation as Kant deploys them in the inquiry thereby explains how Kant's new focus on synthetic methods of concept formation can coexist with the ongoing, crystal clear commitment to a containment theory of truth exhibited in passages like this. All true propositions must be either A affirmative or negative. The form of every A affirmation consists in something being represented as a characteristic mark of a thing, that is to say, as identical with the characteristic mark of a thing. Thus, every A affirmative judgment is true if the predicate is identical with the subject. And since the form of every negation consists in something being represented as in con-ict with the thing, it follows that a negative judgment is true if the predicate contradicts the subject. What is more, the reciprocity of analytic and synthetic concept formation would actually facilitate the recuperation strategy to turn a purported synthetic judgment into an analyticity compatible with such an account of true judgment. Once we use synthetic concept formation to map the underlying relations among concepts, we can just turn around and deploy the reciprocal procedure of analysis to frame containment judgments expressing those relations. The methodological conception thereby threatens to render Kant's distinction unstable, or arbitrary, in the sense that concerned Beck. As we saw in section 1.4, Kant explicitly develops this reciprocal conception of analytic and synthetic concept formation in the prize essay. But for our account of Kant's development, it is worth adding that he apparently remained committed to the same view in the inaugural dissertation almost 10 years later. The key textual evidence derives from the discussion of simples and composite substances at the very beginning of section 1. Kant's main agenda in the passage is to expose a basic difference between the respective modes of representing simples and composites proper to the understanding and sensibility. Analysis and synthesis enter as the methods for reaching representations of simples and of a world whole through both faculties, just as analysis does not come to an end until a part is reached which is not a whole, that is to say a simple, so likewise synthesis does not come to an end until we reach a whole which is not a part, that is to say a world. 2 points from the discussion are important for our purposes. First, Kant does not rest the distinction between sensible and intellectual representation on any difference in the availability of the analytic and synthetic methods. Both the understanding and sensibility use analysis to move from composite representations to simple ones, and both conversely use synthesis or composition to generate representations of substantial compounds. Second, in both the intellectual and the sensible cases, analysis and synthesis appear as the same dual, reciprocal procedures we met with in the inquiry, each of which reverses the effect of the other. What is resolved via analysis can be composed by synthesis, and vice versa. It is natural to imagine, therefore, that the relations among the representations handled through sensible and intellectual analysis and synthesis are all containment relations. The clear suggestion is that, for the cant of the dissertation, appeals to synthesis and analysis were not yet taken to place expressive limits on cognition or to play any important role in restricting the pretensions of metaphysics. We will have occasion to assess that conclusion in detail later, but already here, we can see just how little Kant's new distinction between sensible and intelligible representation does to X boundaries for metaphysics by considering the main difference he identifies between them, viz., the operation of a time condition restricting analysis and synthesis in the sensible case. That time condition has the consequence that the sort of complete analysis or synthesis that would be needed to represent continuity or innity via sensibility is not possible. These notions are sensibly unrepresentable. The result might initially seem like a promising basis for a fundamental distinction between the dissertation's sensible and intelligible worlds that would erect principled limits on rationalist metaphysics. Tellingly, however, Kant expressly cautions us against any inference from the limits of intuitive representation to more consequential limitations on either the essence of things or our possible knowledge. The sensible unrepresentability of innity and continuity is merely a subjective resistance built into sensible intuition, and is not to be confused with any objective inconsistency that would undermine the intellect's ability to perform the requisite analyses in full completeness and represent simples and or wholes as they are. So far, then, from marking any fundamental limitation either on the reversibility of analysis and synthesis or on the sufficiency of the containment relations they chart for capturing all objective truth, the restrictions on sensible analysis and synthesis only re-ECT contingent epistemic limitations of our sensible faculty, which can be smoothly overcome by attending to the deliverances of the understanding. Moreover, in the case of substantial compounds, whether they can be given by the testimony of the senses or in some other way, it can easily be shown by an argument which is based on reasons deriving from the understanding that both simples and a world are given. Kant's early epistemological conception of the analytic was related to these methodological ideas. 9. But in place of methods of concept formation, it construed conceptual analysis and cognitive synthesis as alternative cognitive procedures to be deployed in the pursuit of knowledge. Conceptual analysis clarifies what is built into the content of a particular claim or theory, while synthesis extends knowledge to incorporate new information. With such a distinction in place, we can then separate explicative/analytic from ampliative/synthetic judgments, which express the achievements of the respective cognitive procedures. As in the methodological case, however, this conception grounds the distinction on a difference between two kinds of cognitive activity on our part. It then applies to judgments themselves only derivatively. Therefore, it, too, appears to leave open the possibility that the same cognitive content might be represented by either type of judgment, as long as the knowledge in question could be reached using either procedure. Thus, the epistemological conception also opens the door for making synthetic judgments analytic, and indeed, I will argue that this very conception animated the key reoxionon where Kant worries about the Beck objection. By contrast, the logical conception of analyticity defended in part lodges the analytic/synthetic distinction RMLY within judgments themselves as an intrinsic matter of the logical relations among their constituents. It thereby yields a XED, principled distinction between those judgments whose truth value rests on the containment among terms, and those that are not containment truths in that sense. As a result, the logical conception affords a natural strategy for resisting any program of turning synthetic judgments into analyticities. The advocate of irreducible syntheticity should simply insist that the replacing judgment cannot be the same as the one being replaced, since its intrinsic logical features have been altered. 10. 5.4 An alternative story with these ideas about the different versions of analyticity returned to the table. we can outline an account of Kant's development that addresses the issues laid out in our discussion of Attucks and Beck. My general approach to the historical matters will be fairly straightforward. On the one hand, it is hard to believe that Kant could have been in possession of the mature analytic/synthetic distinction before the inaugural dissertation, if that work really remains committed to the predicate in subject principle. On the other hand, Attucks does identify numerous reactionem from the late 1760s that deploy an analytic/synthetic distinction far too many to be interpreted away or plausibly dismissed as misstated. The distinction among different conceptions of analyticity resolves the resulting tension. If Kant's early uses of analytic and synthetic involve only the methodological or epistemological distinctions, which do not entail irreducible syntheticity and are therefore compatible with the predicate in subject doctrine, then the tension between Kant's notes and his published works disappears. And exactly this turns out to be the case, or so I will argue. The same historical point also provides a more compelling solution to Beck's problem. Precisely because they remain compatible with the predicate in subject doctrine, the methodological and epistemic versions are vulnerable to the objection that synthetic judgments might be turned into analyticities. As long as the very distinction between analytic and synthetic depends on our way of thinking about things, rather than on objective and intrinsic logical features of judgments themselves, the Leibnizian will always have reason to hope that the scientifically important content carried by some synthetic judgment could simply be recast into analytic form, or rediscovered by analytic means. Therefore, insofar as the early Kant still held to a methodological and/or epistemic conception of analyticity, he was right to worry about Beck's problem. But the mature, strictly logical conception of analyticity he developed in the 1770s holds promise for blocking such objections, so Kant reasonably ignored them in his mature, critical discussions of analyticity. Here, then, is the sketch of an alternative to Attucks' story. Already in the system of 1762/3, Kant was trying out various arguments designed to expose the limits of a Wolffen-style metaphysics, including ones based on differences between analytic and synthetic methods of concept formation and ones based on a Kreuzian distinction between the real and the merely logical. These arguments were not especially successful, however, in part because Kant was still clearly committed to a predicate-in-subject theory of truth, and thus remained open to the rejoinder that, ideally at least, all such truths ought to end their place in a Wolffen system. Independently, Kant also became worried about troubling consequences arising from some of the non-Wolffen resources built into his early conception of metaphysics, worries reacted in the skeptical stance of dreams of a spirit seer. As Attucks noticed, Kant initially sought to correct these metaphysical excesses by introducing empiricist constraints, and in notes of the mid to late 1760s, the analytic/synthetic distinction was primarily associated with this essentially epistemological move. Kant came to discover, however, that the epistemic version of his idea gave rise to the Beck problem. As a result, even as late as the inaugural dissertation he made no use of the distinction to identify limits on traditional metaphysics, and indeed, was still not yet clear on the basic logical problem of synthetic judgment. In addition, Kant's own metaphysical program in the dissertation is seriously underdeveloped. On the side of the intelligible world, it failed to include any resources for explaining the basis of its principles other than standard Wolffen ones. Once Kant frankly confronted this failing in the early 1770s, he began to frame his work around the effort to explain how the pure intellect can achieve results that do not rest on the logical relations among concepts. By the time of the famous 1772 letter to Marcus Hertz announcing his new project, the nature of the genuine problem, a problem about expressive limitations faced by strictly conceptual metaphysics, was now beginning to come into focus. As Kant's ideas developed through the early 1770s, a logical distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments emerges in the reactionem as a framework for expressing the nature of the problem to be solved by the new critical philosophy. Of course, it is one thing to sketch the story in outline, and another thing to show in the details that it conforms to Kant's actual development. The remainder of Part 2 undertakes the more detailed demonstration. 148 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. 6. Methodological beginnings. Analysis and synthesis in the published pre-critical works. 6.1 Introduction. General skepticism about the Wolfin paradigm. Kant was never an orthodox Wolfin. Even as far back as the 1750s, he resisted both the austere simplicity of the metaphysical foundations proposed by the Wolfin paradigm and the willingness of the Wolff-ANS and even Leibniz to dismiss or downgrade the results of exact mathematical science when they appeared to coincide with metaphysical conclusions. Kant's overall pre-critical project pursued a synthesizing system of philosophy that aimed to integrate the claims of mathematical natural philosophy into a corrected, but still purely conceptual, metaphysics. 1. On the issue of metaphysical foundations in particular, Kant's Nova Delucidatio already contests the ambitious Wolfin claim to rest all truth on a single principle. 2. But if the early Kant was no orthodox metaphysician, he was equally estranged from any outright global dismissal of the school philosophy of the sort typically associated with French and British Newtonians, or with empiricists like Hume. After all, Kant's own attraction to Newtonianism focused less on its appeals to empirical evidence than on its promise of an exact, mathematical, and ultimately rational philosophy of nature. The agenda of the pre-critical project was not to eliminate metaphysics, but to save its most important results by providing new, recti ed metaphysical foundations for Newtonian science. Along similar lines, Kant's remarkably long and robust adherence to the Leibnizian predicate in subject account of truth is not best viewed as a concession to traditional views, but as a reaction of his own strong, positive commitment to a rational and systematic metaphysics, a commitment which, in a more general shape, persists into the critical period in the form of the resolution nally to set metaphysics on the secure path of science. Since Kant was always more sympathetic to the intellectual virtues of the Wolfin paradigm than some other critics, it comes as no surprise that he was also sensitive to the power of the recuperation strategy, which treats purportedly non-conceptual truths as provisional formulations to be replaced by purely conceptual claims in a completed scientific system. But whatever the reason, whether in deference to recuperation moves or out of a broader commitment to systematic, rational metaphysics, Kant did continue to assume a predicate in subject theory, and thus to concede the fundamentally conceptual character of all truth, right through the inaugural dissertation. As a result, his early efforts to explain why Wolfin-style metaphysics lacked the resources to underwrite its grand ambitions focused elsewhere on claims that certain key doctrines were wrong, or its method odd, or its a priori evidence insufficient. Beginning with the system of 1762/3, appeals to the distinctions between analysis and synthesis, and between the real and the merely logical, took up their place among these efforts, but since they coexist with the predicate in subject theory, Kant must not have intended them to challenge the logical thesis that truth just is a containment relation among concepts. Instead, as we will see, the pre-critical works use these distinctions in merely methodological or epistemic senses. In this respect, Kant's early claims about the limits of Wolfin metaphysics are strictly weaker than those of the critique. They establish only that traditional methods are ineffective, or standard evidence insufficient, or that specific arguments fail, not that there are indispensable truths which the school metaphysics cannot express in principle. Unfortunately, the weaker early claims ultimately remain vulnerable to the recuperation strategy, and by the time of the Reaction and Beck highlights, Kant himself saw that point. Still, Kant's system of 1762/3 does mark a notable step forward in his criticism of the Wolff-ANS. In his work of the 1750s, Kant's efforts to reconcile the metaphysics of simple substances with a broadly Newtonian natural philosophy had exhibited undeniable creativity and promise. 3. By contrast, the Nova Delucidatio's proposed amendments to the systematic order of basic principles within Wolfin metaphysics exude an atmosphere of palpable futility. By the early 1760s, though, Kant could offer serious nascent criticisms of the Wolfin paradigm in metaphysics proper. This chapter explores those criticisms in detail and traces their fate once Kant saw through the limitations of his attempted system of 1762/3. Two main moves characterize the new ideas from 1762/3. First, Kant subjects metaphysics to a prior methodological investigation to determine what certainty it can attain. Second, he argues for an expansion of the argumentative resources of metaphysics beyond the limits characteristic of the school philosophy, based on the distinction between the real and the logical. Under the Wolffian paradigm, metaphysics operates with merely logical methods, but these are inadequate to the full range of metaphysical questions and must be supplemented with claims of a new kind. Kant soon realized, however, that his understanding of these new claims provoked fundamental problems, and he abandoned the system of 1762/3. In the inaugural dissertation, he made another step forward by articulating separate principles for sensible cognition, but he still lacked any workable basis for underwriting real metaphysical principles. Moreover, his very demarcation of this crucial class of claims remained fragile, since the logical nature of the problem about synthetic judgment continued to elude him. Thus, to judge by the published record, Kant continued to lack a convincing reply to Beck-style objections even through 1770. 4. 6.2 Methodological criticism in the system of 1762/3. The inquiry. Late in 1762, Kant entered a Berlin Academy Prize essay competition on the question whether metaphysics could attain certainty through proofs, like those characteristic of mathematics. 5. The inquiry concerning the distinctness of the principles of natural theology and morality emphasizes important methodological differences between mathematics and metaphysics, and it insists, in implicit criticism of Wolff, that the cause of metaphysics is damaged by efforts to imitate mathematical method. 6. Nevertheless, Kant's NAL assessment of the prospects for metaphysical knowledge remains positive. If metaphysics would simply abandon its Wolffian pretensions to use distinctively mathematical methods, then it could attain certainty along its own path, precisely by avoiding certain overambitious claims arising from the imitation of mathematical procedure. The inquiry discussion anticipates some key points of Kant's mature philosophy of mathematics, but in my view his position remains characteristically precritical because of the status it attributes to differences between mathematics and metaphysics. Where the critique will later nd principled logical differences between the results obtained in the two fields, the inquiry identifies merely practical and methodological differences, rooted in more or less contingent features of the contemporary levels of development so far attained by the respective sciences. In particular, Kant identified four interconnected differences between mathematics and metaphysics. 1. Mathematics makes its concepts synthetically, and can precisely specify their content by stipulative definitions. By contrast, metaphysics must begin from concepts that are already given and clarify them through analysis. As a result, it achieves definitions only with great difficulty, and at the end of a long inquiry, any resort to initial, stipulative definitions in metaphysics amounts to mere invention. 2. Mathematics represents its objects and even its inferences using concrete signs, affording us immediate, transparent, and intuitive access to the results, whereas metaphysics is forced to rely on abstract concepts and words, which do not exhibit their internal compositional structure on their face. The relations among philosophical concepts and inferences are therefore more difficult to discern and track. 3. In mathematics, there are a few, simple, unanalyzable concepts and principles, on the basis of which we infer further results by demonstration, yielding highly systematic and powerful theories. By contrast, in metaphysics there are many basic unanalyzable concepts. As a result, even though metaphysics boasts simple formal RST principles, it must rely on a large, unwieldy set of material RST principles connecting the basic concepts. Both the systematicity of theory and the power and importance of demonstration are correspondingly less in metaphysics than what we enjoy in mathematics. 4. The objects of mathematics are simple, whereas the intended objects of metaphysics are terrically complex, involving innately many qualities which do not aggregate according to simple rules. The four key differences interact. Mathematics is able to deploy the synthetic method of concept formation precisely because of the interconnected facts that its basic notions are few and intuitively presentable, and its objects simple. Conversely, the qualitative complexity of its subject matter condemns metaphysics to abstract notions, to a multitude of indemonstrable material RST principles, and ultimately to the method of analysis. The multitude of RST principles and the qualitative complexity of objects, meanwhile, conspire to ensure that demonstration has a less important role in metaphysics than in mathematics. Still, it is striking how many of these points are framed as differences of degree, rather than principal differences in kind. The inquiry's observations clearly anticipate themes that the mature Kant will deploy to show that mathematics is irreducibly synthetic in the logical sense. The roles of concrete intuition and of stipulative denition of made concepts are especially important in this connection. But in the inquiry, I hold, these points do not receive strictly logical force. For example, the inquiry's appeal to intuition contends only that clarity and distinctness are easier to come by when we can place the relevant relations right before our eyes. The exactitude of cognition is consequently greater in mathematics than it is in philosophy. That is, the role of intuition marks off a difference in degree between the respective epistemologies of mathematics and metaphysics, because metaphysics must reason with abstract concepts rather than operating directly on concrete signs. It is less certain in its results. But this result simply does not entail that there is any fundamental difference between truths from the two domains that would have to be represented using different logical resources. Crucially, Kant does not yet strictly distinguish concepts from intuitions as kinds of representation. Therefore, his characterization of mathematics as intuitive does not entail that its truths are non-conceptual in the way needed for the mature critical thesis that mathematics is irreducibly synthetic. Indeed, in these discussions from the inquiry, the terms analytic and synthetic themselves cannot mean what they do in the critical period. The inquiry distinction between analytic and synthetic concept formation is not logical but methodological, and the methodological usage controls the inquiry's contrast between the mathematician's ability to make concepts synthetically and the metaphysician's reliance on given concepts and their analysis. Kant introduces these notions at the very beginning of the prize essay with the claim, there are two ways in which one can arrive at a general concept, either by the arbitrary combination of concepts, or by separating out that cognition which has been rendered distinct by means of analysis. But the procedures so to net are completely reciprocal. What can be arbitrarily combined by synthesis can, in its turn, be separated out by analysis. 7. In principle, therefore, this conception would permit us to reframe any synthetic claim as a result of analysis, just as Leibniz or Wolff would insist, and so the distinction affords no argument for limitations on conceptual truth. It is true that the inquiry goes on to claim that mathematical concepts are always to be dened synthetically, and metaphysical ones analytically, but the difference is merely practical, not principled, the sure sign being that, for the inquiry, both analysis and synthesis yield principles and denitions known via the principles of identity and contradiction. Since all these claims are, fundamentally, containment truths, a completed analysis of all our notions in a perfected science would allow any truth to be formulated by either synthetic or analytic means indifferently. Kant himself acknowledges the point in ANAL signal, removing all doubt that the inquiry's analytic/synthetic distinction is practical and methodological, not principled and logical. Not only does Kant suggest that the suitability of mathematics for synthetic concept formation rests on the fortunate simplicity and cognitive accessibility of the objects and relations it studies, a contingent feature of our epistemic situation in that domain, but further, he concedes that the resulting differences in certainty between mathematics and metaphysics might be a mere artifact of their particular levels of contemporary development. Even after asserting that the methodological differences are substantial and essential and more, that one can say with Bishop Warburton that nothing has been more damaging to philosophy than mathematics, and in particular the imitation of its method in contexts where it cannot possibly be employed. After all that, Kant still holds out hope that eventually, someday, metaphysics will nevertheless be able to proceed synthetically. Metaphysics has a long way to go yet before it can proceed synthetically. It will only be when analysis has helped us toward concepts which are understood distinctly and in detail that it will be possible for synthesis to subsume compound cognitions under the simplest cognition, as happens in mathematics. From the point of view of the critical analytic/synthetic distinction, this hopeful passage can only seem like a gross misunderstanding, or perhaps better, some failure of nerve that prevented Kant from recognizing the consequence of acknowledging a substantial and essential difference between ampliative synthetic definitions and mere conceptual analysis. If there were a basic logical distinction between the types of judgment contents that can be produced by analysis and by synthesis, then no amount of future analysis could ever permit us suddenly to get synthetic results. But when Kant wrote this passage, I submit, he envisioned no such distinction. What he had in mind instead was a contrast between two reciprocal methods, applicable to judgments and concepts of one basic type, which could therefore perfectly well be used one after the other to explore the containment relations among our concepts from two different directions. 8. Here we see how limited the methodological conception of the analytic and synthetic really is. It coexists with the predicate in subject containment theory of truth not out of some confusion on Kant's part, but instead because as long as conceptual analysis and synthesis are merely a matter of method, there is simply no such thing as an irreducibly synthetic judgment, and so no concept between Kant's distinction and the predicate in subject theory. Thus, the conclusion of Kant's early methodological reactions on mathematics and metaphysics was not the mature critical result that there are limits on conceptual truth that restrict metaphysics to domains where we can supplement mere concepts through the assistance of non-conceptual intuition. Instead, the inquiry concludes only that metaphysics should curb its Wolffian enthusiasm and exhibit a bit more caution. Rather than rashly beginning from stipulative definitions whose correctness cannot be guaranteed by synthetic concept formation of the deniendum, metaphysicians should rest content with the laborious task of analysis. Still, as we approach a more complete system of knowledge, there is reason to hope for greater certainty in our analyses and eventual identication of the key simple notions, a solid identication that would eventually allow metaphysics to proceed synthetically like mathematics, albeit within the less systematic deductive framework demanded by the qualitative complexity of its subject matter. Kant's precritical methodological strategy, therefore, does not yet underwrite any criticism of analytic metaphysics, showing its results to be limited in principle. These conclusions about the inquiry may be somewhat controversial, since many recent scholars have emphasized the extent to which its insights into mathematical method anticipate the mature philosophy of mathematics of the critique, which does involve a principal difference in logical structure between mathematical and philosophical knowledge. Indeed, some may take such controversy also to bleed back onto my contention that analytic and synthetic concept formation in the inquiry should be taken in a merely methodological sense. In NAL defense of my reading, I offer two interconnected points. First, the different methodologies of mathematics and philosophy are Kant's express and avowed quarry throughout the inquiry, so on reaction, it should come as no surprise that the differences he identifies are methodological in character. It is of course true that in the mature philosophy of the critique, many of the same methodological points are tightly connected to Kant's claim that the underlying logical structure of mathematical truth itself is synthetic, and calls for distinctive methods precisely because it differs in principle from any merely analytic truth. But this simply cannot be his considered view in the inquiry. For as we saw in Chapter 5, the Kant of the inquiry continues to hold in the most unequivocal terms possible that all truths whatsoever, and hence also all mathematical truths, share the same underlying logical structure qua judgments, namely that they are analytic containment truths in the sense of the critique. All true propositions must be either A affirmative or negative. The form of every A affirmation consists in something being represented as a characteristic mark of a thing, that is to say, as identical with the characteristic mark of a thing. Thus, every A affirmative judgment is true if the predicate is identical with the subject. And since the form of every negation consists in something being represented as in concept with the thing, It follows that a negative judgment is true if the predicate contradicts the subject. The important differences between mathematics and philosophy identified in the inquiry can persist in the face of their common dependence on containment truth precisely because Kant takes them to be methodological differences that pertain to our procedures for acquiring and ordering knowledge, which do not extend to any foundational difference in the logical structure of the truths so known, or the judgments used to formulate them. And it is on that very note of commonality that Kant concludes his reactions on the nature of metaphysical certainty in the inquiry. Accordingly, metaphysics has no formal or material grounds of certainty which are different in kind from those of geometry. In both metaphysics and geometry, the formal element of the judgments exists in virtue of the laws of agreement and contradiction. In both sciences, indemonstrable propositions constitute the foundation on the basis of which conclusions are drawn. But whereas in mathematics the definitions are the indemonstrable concepts, in metaphysics, the place of these definitions is taken by a number of indemonstrable propositions which provide the primary data. Their certainty may be just as great as the definitions of geometry. The only difference is that mathematics is easier and more intuitive in character. All that said, Kant's inquiry does still mark a sine Kant advance by offering a broad criticism of method in metaphysics in place of the nova delucidatio's attack on Wolff's particular arrangement of the basic metaphysical principles. Now the complaint is not simply that Wolff has made some error of doctrine, but a potentially further-reaching challenge to the general metaphysical procedure proper to the Wolffian paradigm. Such a strategy at least broaches the worry that perhaps no system of the broad Wolffian type could offer an adequate metaphysics of nature. Perhaps any such system would fail, at least without some supplement capable of compensating for its methodological shortcomings. Moreover, Kant had some denied ideas at the time about what sort of supplement to Wolffian metaphysics might be needed. The Wolffian paradigm made metaphysics a strictly logical affair. By contrast, Kant's system of 1762/3 makes much of the Kreuzian distinction between the merely logical, on the one hand, and the real, on the other. The suggestion is that metaphysics might nally achieve its aims via the addition of new principles of the real, not merely logical, type. I turn now to a discussion of this second main anti-Wolffian strand in Kant's works of the early 1760s. 6.3 The real/logical distinction in 1762/3, the only possible argument and negative magnitudes. Kant's real/logical distinction receives its most prominent deployment in the pair of essays from 1763, the only possible argument in support of a demonstration of the existence of God and the attempt to introduce the concept of negative magnitudes into philosophy. But its importance had been suggested already by the inquiry's separation between formal and material RST principles of philosophy. Formal RST principles capture the logical ground of true judgments, which are all supposed to be instantiations of the principles of identity and contradiction. Many truths can be demonstrated using these principles together with analyses revealing the containment relations among concepts. But while some of its truths are demonstrable, we saw that metaphysics also involves a large number of indemonstrable truths, where the identity or incompatibility relation among the concepts is direct, and cannot be made more explicit by analysis. Some of these, the tautologies, are immediate expressions of the formal RST principles, but others are not, and they must be accepted as independent, material RST principles of the science. So Kant's argument that certainty is harder to come by in metaphysics than in mathematics because of the large number of RST principles turns out to rely ultimately on a distinction between the logical and the real. It is only because there can be relations of real opposition and real connection, or grounding, between concepts, relations that are not reducible to tautology or explicit contradiction by further analysis, that there can be a substantial difference between the formal and material RST principles of metaphysics. In the only possible argument and negative magnitudes, Kant deploys numerous versions of the same basic distinction between the real and the logical, and puts the idea to extensive and philosophically consequential use. In addition to echoing the point about real, or material, RST principles already introduced in the inquiry, Kant also distinguishes real from logical possibility, contingency, and necessity, real from logical opposition, or incompatibility, real from logical positing, and, importantly, real from logical grounds. In all of these cases, Kant's dialectical aim is to insist that a purely logical metaphysics must be supplemented by further claims, which fall under the real side of the distinction. Here more than anywhere else, the pre-critical Kant anticipates the force of his mature analytic/synthetic distinction. Indeed, in the usage of the critique, the real/logical and analytic/synthetic distinctions do just map onto one another. 10. But in Kant's initial 1762/3 work with the real/logical distinction, he did not yet draw a logical distinction between analytic and synthetic judgment. As a result, Kant's early discussions of the real/logical opposition often seem fundamentally confused even, and sometimes especially, when he is making points that directly anticipate important claims of the critique. In particular, Kant argues for a foundational distinction between the real and the logical, but given his continued commitment to the predicate-in-subject principle, no truth could actually be irreducibly non-logical in the strong sense of the critique. Let us turn to see this in the details. The only possible argument makes Kant's most direct attack against the Wolfan paradigm in the system of 1762/3. At issue is a foundational thesis of traditional metaphysics, the existence of God. This thesis is particularly central for the Leibnizian, Wolfan philosophy because of the way it intertwines theodicy with metaphysical explanation via the principle of sufficient reason. Qua perfectly rational being, God always chooses the best, and that is why every feature of the world he actualizes must have its sufficient reason. Obviously, without a prior demonstration of the existence of God, this pattern of argument cannot get off the ground. The only possible argument gives initial expression to Kant's famous skepticism about the strictly conceptual ontological argument used to establish God's existence. In Leibniz's version, recall, the argument RST establishes the possibility of the concept of God as the most perfect being. After then observing that existence is a perfection, the argument reasons that must be included among the marks contained in the concept, therefore, God exists. To establish the RST step, the argument supposes that a complete concept for any substance must contain either the A affirmation or the negation of every possible predicate. All A affirmative simple predicates are taken to be primitively compatible, so inconsistent concepts would have to contain both the A affirmation and negation of some predicate. But since the concept of God captures a being of the greatest possible perfection and reality, it must contain only the A affirmative version for each predicate. Without any negations at all, the concept lacks any opportunity for internal contradiction, and so it must be consistent, i.e., possible. In expressing his skepticism about this argument and offering his proposed replacement, Kant makes three main points bearing on our concerns, each involving the distinction between the real and the merely logical. First, under the aegis of his dictum that existence is not a predicate, Kant rejects the inclusion of the modal concept among the predicates available for inclusion in a thing's complete concept, and then concludes that we cannot infer that God exists by analyzing the content of the concept. 11. Second, Kant's positive replacement argument focuses on the real, or material, basis of the possibility of the concept, as opposed to the merely logical possibility at the center of the Leibniz's reasoning. And third, Kant claims that this merely logical possibility, which the Leibnizian argument seeks to establish for the God concept, would not be sufficient to establish its possibility at all. The details of Kant's criticisms of, and his replacement for, the ontological argument are interesting, but metaphysically involved. I defer substantive discussion of them to Appendix 1. For this section, I focus only on the role of the real/logical distinction in Kant's efforts to make these three main points. The most famous thesis of OPA is Kant's RST claim that the ontological argument makes a category error when it counts as a standard predicate on a PAR with the others included in the complete concepts of substances. Modal concepts like represent not the determinations or predicates that serve as RST order distinguishing marks of a thing, but instead a higher order logical status belonging to whole sets of such marks. Kant's reasoning for this conclusion will be more fully explored later. Here I just note how Kant uses the distinction between the real and the merely logical to carve out this distinctive status for modal concepts. In the RST instance, Kant relies on a distinction between absolute and relative positing. He concedes that the concept of positing is perfectly simple, it is identical with the concept of being in general. Still, we can say that something is in two quite different ways, with different intended consequences. In standard predication, we say that some S is P, and we thereby assert only a certain logical relation between the subject and predicate. This is relative positing. By contrast, in a judgment of the form cis or S exists, we posit the subject itself, absolutely. The special status of the modal concepts derives from the fact that they are used to give explicit expression to absolute positing, rather than relative positing. Relative positing is the proper form for expressing the relation of predicates to a complete subject concept, the sort of thing involved in standard Leibnizian talk about the contents possessed by possibilia. By contrast, absolute positing concerns the manner in which the subject concept is posited, not any predicate belonging to its content. Precisely for that reason, it is capable of asserting that its object exists, without changing the content attributed to the intended object. Ultimately, in Kant's mind, this distinction between absolute and relative positing itself depends on a real/logical distinction. In relative positing, all that is being thought is the logical relation between the terms, whereas absolute positing concerns the real existence of the object. Second, Kant's positive strategy for replacing the ontological proof in the only possible argument attributes a new role to the central Leibnizian conception of the most real being. Instead of establishing the logical consistency of that concept and then moving to the traditional ontological argument, Kant started from the thought that possibility in general requires not only consistency, but also something to be compared for consistency in the RST place. He asks what conditions have to be in place if there are to be such conceptual contents themselves, and concludes that there must be a necessary being to provide the ground of that possibility. 12. Of course, some thesis along these general lines that God is a ground of possibilities was already a feature of the Leibnizian picture. After all, the possibilia from among which God chooses the best world are supposed to reside in the divine intellect, and in this sense the possibilia depend on God for their existence. 13. Still, what makes these possibilia possible in the RST place is not their dependence on God, but solely the fact that they contain no internal contradiction. Thus, Kant is correct to assert that the Leibnizian argument relies on a merely logical basis. 14. By contrast, he claims to ask after, and to provide, a separate basis that grounds the real, or material, possibility of the possibilia, which the Leibnizians had overlooked. Finally, Kant makes a separate attack also based on the real/logical distinction against the initial Leibnizian step purporting to establish the possibility of the concept of a most real being. For Leibniz, again, the consistency of that concept is supposed to follow from its containing only affirmative predicates and no negations. Such an argument assumes not only that God contains all reality among its determinations, but further, that all such positive realities are compatible. As Kant put it, it is said, reality and reality never contradict each other, for both of them are true affirmations. As a consequence they do not coincide with one another in the subject either. But, Kant insists, this assumption rests on a conceptual confusion conaiding logical opposition and real opposition, or repugnancy. Now, although I concede that there is no logical contradiction here, the real repugnancy is not thereby cancelled. Such a real repugnancy always occurs when something, as a ground, annihilates by means of a real opposition the consequence of something else. If there actually is real opposition of this sort between affirmative predicates, then the purported Leibnizian concept containing all possible reality among its determinations will not be possible after all. 15. And if real opposition is even so much as possible, then the initial Leibnizian step in the ontological argument is invalid, it establishes only the absence of RST order. Logical contradiction between simple marks in the concept of the most real being, but says nothing about potential real opposition, and so fails to establish the possibility of the concept. The insistence that there is genuine real opposition, aside from merely logical opposition, is one of the key new Kantian theses running through all of the various essays making up the system of 1762/3, but the point gets special emphasis in the only possible argument and negative magnitudes. In both, Kant's Soft-Chaildenition is the one just quoted from OPA, two predicates are really opposed when positing one in a subject cancels the normal effect or consequence of the other in that subject. The paradigm example of the phenomenon is motive force applied to a body in one direction that is cancelled by another motive force in the opposite direction. Both forces are positive realities, i.e., real determinations of the subject. Moreover, even if the forces are equal, still the result viz., rest also remains something, a determination of the subject. Nonetheless, in a real sense the two forces are genuinely opposed, they cancel one another out, their resultant is a lack. Here, then, are the conditions for real opposition. 1. The opposed determinations must both pertain to the same subject, but 2. Their copresence and con-ICT must not eliminate the possibility of the subject altogether, as would happen in a case of logical contradiction. So, 3. In this sense the determinations remain positive realities, and what each cancels is not the other one as such, but only its expected consequence in the subject. As its title indicates, the central agenda of attempt to introduce the concept of negative magnitudes is to make room for concepts of negative magnitudes, which are all to be understood through real opposition. Concepts of negative magnitude are always relative notions by means of which we grasp really opposed determinations. For example, from the point of view of a ship's eastward motion with the wind, the contrary force of a westward current that impedes possible faster eastward progress is a negative magnitude. 16. In NM, Kant provides a broad range of examples, including really opposed determinations in the areas of morals, psychology, and cognition. This idea seems to promise an argument that the Wolfan paradigm faces insuperable limitations of a far-reaching nature. After all, the real/logical distinction not only purports to undermine a keystone thesis of metaphysics, but further, it casts doubt on the sufficiency of the very conception of metaphysical truth within the Leibnizian, Wolfan tradition. For in real opposition, two predicates of a thing are opposed to one another, but not through the law of contradiction. Thus, apparently, there is at least one basic type of metaphysical relation that exceeds the descriptive and explanatory capacities of the systems of the traditional school metaphysics. The claims of negative magnitudes in this vein initially seem relatively modest. Kant seems to think that the Wolfan paradigm could usefully be supplemented by a new basic principle, beyond the principle of contradiction, which would be helpful for explanations in certain specialized contexts within natural philosophy and rational psychology. But such a sanguine reception of the Kantian challenge is quickly cut off by Kant's deployment of the same ideas in the only possible argument. Not only does the empirical world throw up examples of real opposition within special domains of philosophy, but the positive principle explaining such phenomena, the idea of a real, as opposed to merely logical ground, is also needed to underwrite the only possible argument for the most basic thesis of all metaphysics, viz., God's existence. 17. The real/logical distinction thus appears to do the very work later assigned to the critical analytic/synthetic distinction, viz., denying limits on the expressive and explanatory power of the Wolfan paradigm. The early Kant even adopts a tone and rhetoric for describing the limitations of the merely logical that is quite similar to his later dismissals of any strictly analytic restatement of the results of metaphysics. On this point, it is worth quoting at some length from the general remark to NM, which appears designed to challenge just the sort of Wolfan recuperation arguments canvassed in section 5.3.2. Kant writes, "The self-styled thorough philosophers increase daily in number. They look so deeply into everything that nothing remains hidden from them that they cannot explain or understand. I can thus readily anticipate that the concept of real opposition which I laid down will strike them as very shallow. That is, Kant anticipates that Wolf-Ans will try to recuperate his real oppositions by asserting that in a completed system of science they would simply be replaced by deeper notions amenable to purely conceptual treatment based on the principle of contradiction. But Kant continues. I make no secret of the frailty of my understanding. Entitles me to the support of these great minds, so that their high wisdom may bridge the gaps which my imperfect understanding found itself unable to fill. I fully understand how a consequence is posited by a ground in accordance with the principle of identity. Analysis of the concepts shows that the consequence is contained within the ground. But what I should dearly like to have distinctly explained to me, however, is how one thing issues from another thing, though not by means of the law of identity. The RST kind of ground I call a logical ground, for the relation of ground to consequence can be understood logically. The second kind of ground, however, I call the real ground, for this relation belongs, presumably, to my true concepts, but the manner of relating can in no wise be judged. As for this real ground and its relation to its consequence, my question presents itself in the following simple form: how am I to understand the fact that, because something is, something else is? The will of God contains the real ground of the existence of the world. The will of God is something. The world which exists is something completely different. Nonetheless, the one is posited by the other. Now, you may subject the concept of divine willing to as much analysis as you please, you will never encounter in that concept an existent world as something which is contained in the concept of God's willing, or as something posited by that concept through identity. This passage is remarkable. Apparently, it suggests all the key moves that Kant will later make using the analytic/synthetic distinction. Logical grounds are fundamentally distinct from real grounds. The former rest on the principles of identity and contradiction, and the latter cannot be explained through those principles. Kant expresses the same incredulity about any reductive elimination of real principles through conceptual analysis, for example, analyze as much as you please, etc. Real grounding even looks to be the basic idea needed to ground the principle of sufficient reason, since it explains the fact that, because something is, something else is. 18. Finally, when he focuses on the role of God's will in creation, Kant attacks a genuine weak point in the Leibnizian, Wolfan picture. As Leibniz was well aware, at this very juncture the Leibnizian Wolfan metaphysics needs the principle of sufficient reason to be truly independent from the principle of contradiction. It needs God to choose one world as the best based on an additional reason, beyond whatever the logical factors entail. Otherwise, necessitarianism returns, for then God's hand would have effectively been forced by strictly logical considerations, and the alternate possibilia would no longer be genuine possibilities at all. 19. But once this point is conceded, it follows that being the object of God's choice cannot be a merely logical determination that was contained all along in the concept of the actual world, and so we need some relation of non-logical ground to account for the connection between God's will and the world he created. Since such a relation cannot be purely logical by definition, a strictly logico-conceptual metaphysics will be insufficient in principle. 20. So, already here all the key points seem to be in place for a critique of the Wolfan paradigm based on the limits of its expressive power, parallel to the mature analytic/synthetic distinction. And yet, in the system of 1762/3 Kant made neither the distinction, nor the critical argument. A closer look at his walk back on the point is highly instructive. In the long-quoted passage, Kant conceded that the relation between real ground and consequence belongs, presumably, to my true concepts even though the manner of relating can in no wise be judged. This remark initially appears to suggest that merely logical judgments cannot capture the truth about real grounds, perhaps because of some expressive limitation. Nevertheless, the ensuing argument undermines any such explanation and reveals that Kant was weighing his words with exceptional care. Consider a puzzle. The way Kant distinguishes logical from real grounds in the general remark is that for logical grounds, analysis of the concepts shows that the consequence is contained within the ground, whereas claims about real grounds exhibit no such containment. Nevertheless, Kant's soft-shell position in this period remains that all true judgments are true by containment. How can the two positions be reconciled? Kant's stab comes at the end of the general remark. I have reacted upon the nature of our cognition with respect to our judgment concerning grounds and consequences, and one day I shall present a detailed account of the fruits of my reactions. One of my conclusions is this: the relation of a real ground to something which is either posited or cancelled by it cannot be expressed by a judgment, it can only be expressed by a concept. That concept can probably be reduced by analysis to simple concepts of real grounds, albeit in such a fashion that in the end all our cognitions of this relation reduce to simple, unanalyzable concepts of real grounds, the relation of which to their consequences cannot be rendered distinct at all. In the meantime, those philosophers who lay claim to the possession of an understanding which knows no limitations will test the methods of their philosophy to see how far they can advance in a question such as the present one. Kant's stance is striking. He reconciles the two theses that all true judgments rest on containment and that real grounds are not contained in their consequences by the blunt claim that our knowledge about real grounds is not expressed in judgments and so must be captured by concepts. The earlier, pessimistic-sounding claim that real grounds can in no wise be judged now appears in a new light. As we now see, Kant must have intended to lean quite heavily on the word judge, because his eventual proposal is that while judgment cannot express the real grounding relation, unanalyzable concepts of real grounds can. That is, our incapacity to judge about real grounds is not rooted in general expressive limitations that altogether prevent our representing them conceptually, but is a special problem limited to judgment as such. In short, Kant's 1762/3 view must be this: 1. The relation of a real ground to its consequence is not one of containment, but 2. All judgments are true by containment, therefore, 3. Real grounds must be represented by concepts, not judgments. This is hardly a satisfying position. Kant provides no account of the logical nature of concepts and judgments that would support such a sharp distinction between the two, and it is hard to imagine one that is compatible with his basic assumptions. After all, in the system of 1762/3 a judgment just is the assertion of a containment relation among concepts, and a concept is simply a representation that contains marks. 21 It follows that any concept captures a judgeable content. The relation among its implicit constituent elements can be made explicit in the form of a judgment, or at least expressed as a tautology. Conversely, the content asserted by any judgment can be re-expressed in a concept with the appropriate constituent marks at least as long as all judgments are taken to express containment truths, which is the assumption that gives rise to Kant's puzzle in the RST place. 22 Thus, it is no wonder that Kant never published the promised detailed account of the fruits of my reactions on this question. Even if we accept his bet that there will turn out to be many unanalyzable concepts of real grounds, and that the relations between these real grounds and their consequences can serve as the numerous material RST principles of metaphysics, still there simply is no reason to doubt that such principles could be formulated as judgments. After all, there are concepts of the real grounds, and surely there are also concepts of the relevant consequences. What could be easier than to form a judgment connecting the two terms, which asserts the relation of the ground to the consequence? Of course, if the relation is genuinely non-logical grounding, then the judgment could not be a containment truth, and perhaps that is what Kant was driving at by claiming that real grounds cannot be rendered distinct. But that just shows that Kant is still misidentifying the true source of the difficulty. The problem is not that real grounds can only be expressed via concepts and not judgments, but rather that they cannot be expressed by a certain kind of judgment's analyticities which Kant still mistakenly identifies with judgment as such. Lacking the strictly logical analytic/synthetic distinction, he can offer only a confused and unmotivated concept/judgment distinction that fails to articulate the genuine expressive limitations facing the Wolfan paradigm. He thus has no principled argument to back up his closing skepticism about the prospects for the thorough philosophers, and can only issue a blunt, burden-shifting challenge that they should see how far they can advance in explaining claims about real grounds. 23. From the point of view developed in this study, the failure of Kant's argument at just this point is unsurprising. After all, in 1762/3 Kant remains RMLY committed to the predicate in subject theory of truth, and it simply follows from that doctrine that any true conclusion must rest, either explicitly or implicitly, on a relation of identity or contradiction between predicate and subject. Thus, it should be possible to argue for any judgment based on analysis of the relevant concepts and the principle of contradiction. The obvious conclusion to draw is that in the early 1760s Kant just did not yet see that his real/logical distinction entailed a further reaching distinction between two kinds of theoretical results, viz., containment truths and those irreducible to containment, or analytic and synthetic judgments. In the absence of that insight, Kant still lacks both a clear conception of the real/logical distinction itself, and also any principled argument that the Wolfan paradigm cannot represent the full range of truths needed for a complete system of science. A Wolfan is free to insist that the predicate-in-subject principle, which Kant himself accepts, guarantees that, whatever the difficulties posed by Kant's particular examples, eventually it should be possible to restate the cognitively important content in strictly logical form as a containment truth. Lacking a principled account of the expressive limitations of containment, Kant remains fully open to the Beck problem, and in response he can offer only a confused mixture of vague proposals invoking unanalyzable concepts of real grounds and blustering challenges that the Wolfans should try doing better themselves. Despite such failings, however, the essays of 1762/3 show real progress in Kant's emerging criticism of the Wolfan paradigm. They notably sharpen the real/logical distinction Kant inherited from Crucius, who does not even make it fully explicit whether the distinction between real and logical opposition is meant to be exclusive. For all Crucius says, real opposition might even be taken as a particular species of logical opposition, or simply as an orthogonal kind of contrariety that concepts may or may not exhibit in addition to the logical, rather than as a genuinely incompatible type of opposition. The Crucian distinction therefore does not carry the sort of generality or implications we find in Kant, even in 1762/3. 24 Kant does recognize a powerful and general contrast between the real and the logical, which applies across various contexts in a way that is at least suggestive of foundational limitations on the purely conceptual Leibnizian, Wolfan approach to philosophy. In the end, the system of 1762/3 fails to achieve a suitably foundational explanation of what ties the various versions of the real/logical contrast together, but Kant is at least on a path that will eventually lead to the principled, logical distinction between the analytic and the synthetic that permitted his mature systematic critique of the Wolfan metaphysics. 6.4 After the system of 1762/3, conceptual truth in the inaugural dissertation. Unfortunately, once the initial enthusiasm of discovery had worn off, Kant himself did not view the prospects of the system of 1762/3 with such optimistic equanimity. True enough, the close integration among the four essays Kant published between 1762 and 1764 gave clear indication that the promising new philosopher out in Königsberg was hard at work on an ambitious metaphysical system, and notice was duly taken by both contemporary readers and later scholars. 25 But already by 1764, Kant had begun to have doubts about the new system. Although he promised the Berlin Academy a revised version of his placing prize essay, he was never able to complete revisions to his satisfaction, and the piece appeared unchanged in 1764. Considering the system as a whole, there were real reasons for worry concerning, for example, the proposal to represent real grounds through concepts rather than judgments, or the potential vulnerability of his new argument for God's existence to weaknesses similar to those of the traditional ontological argument. 26 Perhaps Kant did discern some of these particular difficulties, but given his ensuing publication record, it is hard to argue that he quickly apprehended their common root, viz., confusion about the real/logical distinction and an associated failure to appreciate the logical limits on merely conceptual metaphysics. In Kant's own eyes, the most salient problems with the system were more frankly metaphysical and epistemological in character. It is difficult to know just what to make of Kant's next published work, The Dreams of a Spirit Seer, illustrated by Dreams of Metaphysics. Its curious subject matter and assessment of the extraordinary claims of the spiritualist Emanuel Swedenborg to have direct communications with the world of immaterial spirits is matched only by the surprising ironic tone that sets it apart from all Kant's other writings. What is unmistakable, however, is Kant's disenchantment with the thrust of his recent work. Not only does he fail to provide his readers with the next turn of the screw advancing the metaphysical system projected by the writings of 1762/3, but further, he mocks their expectations by organizing the whole book around a troubling comparison between purported metaphysical insight into the nature of the immaterial soul and Swedenborg's claim to hold converse with a spirit world populated by the dead. Kant's ironic tone works to unsettle any denied conclusion from the comparison, but most scholars have seen it as a clear enough marker of discontent directed back at the system of 1762/3, a despairing parody of his own recent metaphysical ambitions, masquerading as a light-hearted ironic investigation of otherworldly spiritualist insight. 27 Such a view must be right. What stands out most clearly as the basis for the parallel is the undeniable family resemblance between Swedenborg-type claims to have direct, but mysterious, causal contact with the spirit world and Kant's own apparatus of unanalyzable concepts of real grounds from the system of 1762/3. After all, this particular aspect of Kant's system carries quite remarkable power. Such concepts represent real connections between properties or objects that are sufficient to explain the fact that, because something is, something else is, and thereby to serve as material RST principles of metaphysics. Moreover, by Kant's own lights, they simply assert a primitive connection about which nothing further can be or need be said. They are unanalyzable and so cannot be made distinct. In general form, Swedenborg had claimed no more. His information from the beyond was supposed to arise from a simple mental power to establish direct contact with the souls of the departed, and it would surely be represented in a system like Kant's 1762/3 view by an unanalyzable concept of a real ground. It might seem tempting to block the parallel by insisting that only one, experientially warranted, or two, metaphysically explicable types of powers should be permitted, but neither move is convincingly open to the proponent of the system of 1762/3. After all, as the overall plan of dreams makes clear, no empiricist constraint would be congenial because the whole point of metaphysics is to investigate matters beyond any possible experience. Second, the unanalyzable concepts of real grounds themselves provide the RST principles of metaphysics, so they set the bounds of what is metaphysically feasible. No independent principle for restricting their scope is available. The insight that provoked Kant's despairing ironic tone in Dreams, then, was that the role of unanalyzed concepts of real grounds in his lately envisioned system provided too much power. Freed from the constraints of logic and analysis, such principles could be used to explain anything, even commerce with the departed. 28 Kant's RST stab at a repair in Dreams was to introduce empiricist restrictions. Only forces attested in experience should be permitted. It is impossible for reason ever to understand how something can be a cause, or have a force. Such relations can only be derived from experience. 29 Metaphysics itself, in this train of thought, would be reduced to a science of the limits of human reason. Kant's contemporaneous notes devote substantial attention to this broadly empiricist strategy, but its full application would be quite prejudicial to the traditional pretensions of metaphysics, a point that was not lost on disappointed readers of Dreams like Mendelssohn. Nor could Kant himself be fully satisfied with the resources of a thoroughly empiricist standpoint, even in the Dreams. Whether or not this is a prudent procedure can then gradually ascend to the higher general concepts. It is far from being sufficiently learned and philosophical, for this manner of proceeding soon leads to a why, to which no answer can be given. And this is about as creditable to a philosopher as it would be to a merchant who, when requested by a client to settle a bill of exchange, politely requested the creditor to call again some other time. The dream simply leaves the matter in abeyance at this point, neither empiricism nor a priori metaphysics being deemed minimally satisfactory. But Kant returned to the task of providing a philosophical account of knowledge in the exact sciences, and by the end of the 1760s, he was hard at work on a new angle developing basic principles for the sensible domain which could be a priori, but still strictly separate from the intellectual principles that led him into the metaphysical quandary that provoked the dreams. Asterisk. These ideas received preliminary expression in the inaugural dissertation that Kant defended upon Nally receiving the call to a professorship at Königsberg. Kant's dissertation proposes such sensible principles, aspects of which survive fairly intact into the critical period as part of the positive explanation of synthetic cognition. He also defends the underlying distinction between the sensible and intelligible worlds that motivates the new principle's separate articulation and defense, and indeed, the dissertation now appeals to the sense/intellect distinction in its primary account of what has gone wrong in Wolffian metaphysics. The Wolffian paradigm overlooks the important cognitive role of the sensible. All this again marks further progress toward the critical stance. It is therefore natural to expect corresponding progress in Kant's grasp of the foundational distinction that had already assumed importance for his criticisms of 1762/3, the distinction between the truths based on logical/conceptual resources alone and those that cannot be given a strictly conceptual basis. In parallel, one might also expect to see Kant forswear the predicate in subject theory of truth, which entails that all proper scientific truths fall into the former class. Aside from some very modest hints, however, such expectations are disappointed. Some particular features of Kant's deployment of the real/logical distinction in the inaugural dissertation begin to explain why a clean grasp of the limits on the Wolffian paradigm continued to elude him. In the system of 1762/3, we saw Kant put the distinction to work in a wide array of interconnected contexts. He distinguished real from logical inclusion, opposition, possibility, positing, grounds, and so on. By contrast, in the dissertation Kant focuses on a single idea that there is a difference between real and logical uses of the intellect. The real use of the intellect yields substantive new concepts of things and relations on its own, independently of any content provided by sense. In its logical use, the intellect brings logical order to cognitions by exposing and comparing the relations of containment and opposition among their constituent marks. The RST thing to note is that in this version, Kant's real/logical distinction does not line up with the newly emphasized distinction between sense and intellect. Instead, it is located wholly within the side of the intellect. Thus, if the sense/intellect distinction is now to be the load-bearing structure in Kant's account of the limitations of Wolffian metaphysics, the promising idea of a strict distinction between merely logical and real principles can no longer contribute substantially to the limit-seeing work. 30. The Wolffians may have left out something by failing to attend to the separate importance of sensible principles, but when it comes to the rest of metaphysics, the science of the supersensible, Kant never makes it clear in the inaugural dissertation why their strictly conceptual approach must be inadequate. On the contrary, insofar as one can tell from what he does in his articulation of the principles for the intelligible world, Kant seems to be relying on perfectly standard, Leibnizian, Wolffian-style reasoning based on the concepts of substance, of necessity and possibility, and so on. The main new move of ID offers no help here, since these central claims of metaphysics were never supposed to be sensible in the RST place. Nor is it clear how, if there are meant to be distinctively real principles for the metaphysics of the intelligible world, Kant can avoid the problems identified already in dreams. Kant repeatedly suggests that metaphysics must involve real, not merely logical, intellection, but he offers no general account of why that should be, nor of how, in general, such knowledge is genuinely possible. Indeed, from the critical point of view, the cognitive pretensions of IDS metaphysics are hopelessly grandiose, undertaking extensive promissory notes with essentially no explicit how possible account identifying the eventual source of the needed payments. Unlike the principles governing the form of the sensible world, which are derived from an analysis of the capacities of the sensible faculty along the broad lines Kant will pursue in the Critique, the form of the intelligible world is supposed to be established by direct metaphysical arguments that ground the mutual interaction of all substances by appeal to their common dependence on a necessary being. The details of these arguments are underdeveloped, but if they are truly meant to rest on a real, as opposed to merely logical, use of the intellect, it is hard to see how they will avoid appeal to the same unanalyzed relations of real grounding that were a source of worry in dreams. From that standpoint, a Wolffian system can even boast a certain relative advantage in the dialectical context, whereas Kant's pre-critical metaphysical principles seem dangerously unconstrained. The Wolffian places rigorous logical conditions on legitimate principles, and the predicate in subject theory guarantees that every legitimate truth will follow from the principles, even if non-trivial analysis is required to reveal the entailment. Perhaps in recognition of such a point, Kant himself surprisingly seems to retain his own commitment to the predicate in subject theory in the Dissertation. While he no longer asserts the Leibnizian doctrine in the straightforward, unambiguous terms he used in 1762/3, his comments still indicate it very strongly. For example, in defending the position that sensible cognitions can be true, Kant starts by insisting that truth in judging consists in agreement of a predicate with a given subject. Strictly speaking, Kant here asserts only the agreement of subject and predicate in true judgment, not their identity or the containment of one in the other. But throughout the 1760s Kant had used agreement in such contexts as just another expression for the ideas of identity and containment associated with the predicate in subject doctrine. For example, Kant's explicit evocation of that doctrine in the inquiry relies on the terminology the formal element of the judgments exists in virtue of the laws of agreement and contradiction, and false subtlety also refers to the predicate in subject principle as the law of agreement. To any subject there belongs a predicate which is identical to the subject itself. The same usage persists in dreams, even in contexts where Kant seems to IRT with the idea of limits on conceptual truth, for our rule of reason only governs the drawing of comparisons in respect of identity and contradiction. If something is a cause, then something is posited by something else. There is not, however, any connection between the two things here which is based on agreement. 31 Thus, while the quoted passage from ID is less unequivocal than these earlier remarks, it is most naturally read to involve the same usage, and thus, to express the predicate in subject doctrine. 32 That initial impression is conremed by a remark later in ID, for the predicate in any judgment which is asserted by the understanding is the condition, in the absence of which, it is maintained, the subject cannot be thought. Here Kant clearly supposes that the predicate is part of what is thought in the subject, which for that reason cannot be so much as thought without it. 33 These texts make it hard to resist the conclusion that the Kant of the Dissertation still retained the conventional Leibnizian account of true judgment. In light of that commitment, Kant cannot have believed that his appeals to the real/logical and sense/intellect distinctions imposed any principled expressive limitations on conceptualist metaphysics of the sort involved in the critical idea of irreducible syntheticity. Without fully explicit talk about identity in these passages, of course, some readers may want to resist my reading of the textual evidence. 34 Two considerations about the more general philosophical stance of the Dissertation ought to remove such doubts, however. First, Kant's account of the form of the intelligible world is defended through reasoning about substance, possibility, and necessity that appears to rely on purely conceptual moves. Kant's actual argumentative procedure thereby supplies a strong prima facie case that IDS metaphysics of the intelligible world was still intended to be a strictly conceptual theory of the broad Leibnizian, Wolffian type. While Kant does attribute that metaphysics to the real use of the intellect, there is as of yet no indication that he understands the real/logical distinction in the full critical sense, which would entail that real intellection involves non-logical cognition yielding non-conceptual truths, rather than in the sense familiar from the system of 1762/3, in which the role of real use was just to deliver positive primitive concepts serving as primary data that could be deployed within the material RST principles of metaphysics, all of which were still supposed to be governed by the predicate in subject principle. On the contrary, Kant's text con RMS are prima facie conclusion by omission, as it were. Surely, if Kant did now understand the real/logical distinction in the stronger, critical sense, then he would have provided some explanation of how the intellective faculty of concepts is capable of attaining non-conceptual results in the supersensible domain, where assistance from the newly discovered principles of sensibility can provide no assistance. Since this entire problematic, which Kant announces only in the 1772 Herse letter and as a later discovery, remains absent from ID, we must conclude that the dissertation still understands the real/logical distinction in the sense of 1762/3, and that its metaphysics of the intelligible world was intended as a strictly conceptual theory in the Leibnizian, Wolff and mold. Nor is the sensible world plausibly construed as a home for irreducibly synthetic claims that would exceed the scope of the predicate in subject principle. For second, the dissertation's deployment of the distinction between analysis and synthesis also shows no progress over the conception of 1762/3, even when the methods are used on sensible representations. On the contrary, Kant continues to rely on the reciprocal, methodological conception introduced in the inquiry. For example, given a concept of some substantial whole, we may analyze it to reach constituents, and conversely, given representations of the constituents, we may synthesize them to reach the concept of the whole. Since such analytic and synthetic concept manipulation remain reversible processes, they cannot establish any fundamental separation between logically different types of judgment. As we saw in Chapter 5, moreover, this conclusion is actually reinforced by considering the dissertation's main innovation relative to the 1762/3 apparatus, which is to treat the methods of concept formation together with the epistemic distinction between the intellect and the senses as sources of cognition. Just as in the real/logical case, here too the separate distinctions do not line up, but are orthogonal. We can treat intellectual concepts either by analysis, or by synthesis, and likewise for sensible cognitions. Furthermore, in the one type of instance that does feature distinctive limits on sensible synthesis and analysis, Kant goes out of his way to insist that the limitations are not principled constraints on metaphysical cognition, but a merely subjective resistance rooted in our contingent epistemic situation. That is, despite the fact that a complete analysis yielding a sensible representation of a physical simple is supposed to be unrepresentable under the laws of intuition, such expressive limitations have no wider implications for the boundaries of metaphysics, and do not entail anything like irreducible syntheticity. They show only that we must take recourse to purely intellectual analysis, which may yield a concept of monads. We are forced to conclude, therefore, that on questions of expressive power the dissertation remains stuck in the point of view of 1762/3. The difference between the two newly distinguished types of cognition and the entire problem of unrepresentability with it really attaches only to contingent features of our cognitive approach, not to the underlying logical shape of the subject matter itself that we are trying to represent. For that reason, Kant expressly cautions the reader against concluding that what is unrepresentable for sense should be inaccessible to cognition through the intellect or beyond the pale of metaphysical theory. For this lack of accord between the sensitive faculty and the faculty of the understanding points only to the fact that the abstract ideas which the mind entertains when they have been received from the understanding very often cannot be followed up in the concrete and converted into intuitions. But this subjective resistance often creates the false impression of an objective inconsistency. And the incautious are easily misled by this false impression into taking the limits by which the human mind is circumscribed, for the limits within which the very essence of things is contained. In sum, while the pre-critical Kant concedes that sometimes the conceptual representations of the intellect cannot be converted into intuitions, the incapacity is not inevitable and principled indeed. The passage implies that sometimes the conversion would be possible. This is because the lack of accord arises not from objective inconsistency between the contents carried by the representations of intellect and sense, respectively of the sort that would be present, say, if they were of fundamentally different logical kinds like the concepts and intuitions of the mature critical theory. Instead, we face a mere subjective resistance. Since there is no objective incompatibility between the contents represented by intellect and sense, we should perfectly well be able to replace an inadequate sensible representation of the concept in question with a more adequate intellectual one when need be. Any suspicion against such substitution is just the mistake of taking our contingent epistemic limitations for limits on the things we represent. Obviously, such a stance leaves the door wide open for the Beck-style recuperation objection. If the difference between sensible and intellectual representations pertains merely to our epistemic means of accessing the content of knowledge, and not to the objective content itself, Wolff-Ans can always insist that a perfected science of metaphysics should be able to restate, in properly intellectual form, whatever results are obtained from Kant's newly introduced sensible principles. The predicate in subject principle, which Kant cannot yet bring himself to reject, seems to guarantee as much. Thus, it is no wonder that Kant failed to introduce his nascent distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments in the dissertation. As he then understood it, it was in fact incapable of doing the needed argumentative work. That distinction marked a merely methodological point, or at best a point of method with an epistemological twist which, Kant rightly judged, does not entail any basic distinction between two kinds of objective contents available to cognition. We have two different faculties that represent things in different ways, one of which can represent certain things that the other cannot. But since this indicates only a subjective difference in the operation of our faculties, the limits implied by the distinctions considered so far are merely contingent, avoidable limitations on our way of thinking about things, not limits on what we represent. This conclusion does stand in tension with certain theses that Kant is keen to defend in the dissertation. For example, Kant exploits the fact that the sense/intellect and real/logical distinctions are orthogonal to insist on a point against Wolff that gets much greater critical force once the mature analytic/synthetic distinction is in place. Since the logical use of the intellect can be applied to cognitions whose content was originally derived from sense, it follows that the sensitive is poorly defined as that which is more confusedly cognized, and that which belongs to the understanding as that of which there is a distinct cognition. Methodological analysis is an all-purpose tool for making the contents of cognition distinct by revealing their marks, and it can be applied to either sensible or intellectual contents. Thereby, at least one Wolff-an argument that sensible cognitions ought to be replaced by superior intelligible ones is cut off. By the time of the Critique, Kant endows this point with genuine critical force, insisting that spatio-temporal cognition is not a confused representation of a purely conceptual Wolff-an world, but a perfectly distinct representation of something else, marked off as such by carrying content of a distinctive logical type which is unrepresentable in principle by merely conceptual Wolff-an means. But as we have just seen, Kant still lacks the resources to make that critical point in the dissertation. A second point is perhaps even more wrenching to ID's own internal framework. Even more clearly than in the system of 1762/3, Kant insists that concepts of force cannot be merely logical, and cannot be adequately represented via the principle of contradiction alone. Echoing DS, Kant writes, "This is why so many vain fabrications of I know not what forces are invented at pleasure. Freed from the obstacle of inconsistency, they burst forth in a horde from any architectonic mind. For since a force is nothing else but the relation of a substance A to something else B, as of a ground to that which is grounded, it follows that the possibility of each force does not rest upon the identity of cause and caused, or of substance and accident. And thus it also follows that the impossibility of falsely fabricated forces does not rest upon contradiction alone. One may not, Therefore, accept any originary force as possible unless it has been given by experience, nor can its possibility be conceived a priori by any perspicacity of the understanding. By now, this is settled doctrine for the pre-critical Kant. We have seen exactly the same point made in both NM and DS. And here again, Kant presses right up against the limits of his pre-critical position, but still without seeing through to the critical framing of the problem. Forces are real grounds, and can never be captured via identity and contradiction. But Kant does not yet see that any claims about them must form a special class of judgments that could not even be expressed in a Wolffian system. Without the logical analytic/synthetic distinction, he lacks an explanation for why judgments about forces could not follow from identity and contradiction even in a perfected science. Nor does he make any effort to reconcile the present thesis with his continued commitment to a predicate-in-subject account of truth. Instead, the section leading up to this conclusion suggests a strange strategy for nessing the resulting tensions. Kant appears to insist that when Wolffians judge that some force is non-contradictory, and therefore possible, they are misapplying the principle of contradiction, which is essentially sensible, as if it were an unrestricted principle of the intellect. The suggestion is that the principle is restricted by a time condition, only that which has contradictory predicates at the same time is impossible. This odd view, expressly rejected as an error in the critique, also seems to get things exactly backwards about where the Wolffian paradigm goes astray, attributing the problem to overextension of sensible principles rather than to over-reliance on the pure intellect. Finally, since Kant fails to connect his point about forces to the distinction between real and logical uses of the intellect, he never reaches the key problem about how the real use of the intellect for a metaphysics of the intelligible world is so much as possible, a problem he was to face only after he squarely confronted the project of working out the detailed metaphysics of the intelligible promised, but merely sketched, in the dissertation. 6.5 Conclusion. Despite progress on the articulation of sensible principles, then, the arguments of the inaugural dissertation witness Kant's continued unsuccessful struggle to end a basis for his suspicions that the Wolffian paradigm is somehow fundamentally limited. Kant's merely epistemic or methodological conceptions of the sense/intellect and analysis/synthesis distinctions undermine their ability to circumscribe principled limits on purely conceptual metaphysics, and left Kant open to Beck-style recuperation objections. As a result, Kant does not even bother to deploy an explicit analytic/synthetic distinction for judgments in the dissertation, and he remained basically confused about how far-reaching and powerful the real/logical distinction was supposed to be. Indeed, in the dissertation's version, the real/logical distinction itself has something of an epistemological obvier, since it pertains of chally to different kinds of use to which we can put the intellect. Kant lacks any argument showing why deliverances of the real use of the intellect must be non-logical in character, so even this promising distinction affords him no clear account of basic limits plaguing a strictly logical metaphysics. Famously, after Kant fell silent for an entire decade. To trace the gradual emergence of the critical insights that would put an end to Kant's groping confusion about the limits of metaphysics, we must turn to an examination of his working notes. 178 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. 7. Making synthetic judgments. Analytic. Kant's long road towards logical analyticity in the Reaktionen. 7.1 Locating the origin of the analytic/synthetic distinction. In Chapter 6 we saw that Kant's published pre-critical works did not deploy the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments as any part of their account of the shortcomings of the traditional school metaphysics. My explanation for this restraint was the simplest one possible. On my view, Kant could not have deployed the analytic/synthetic distinction to such ends, because even as late as the inaugural dissertation he still failed to grasp the logical conception of analyticity at all, and as a result, he lacked any version of the distinction capable of underwriting irreducible, or ineliminable, synteticities of the sort that would be inexpressible within a purely conceptual metaphysics. Lacking even the concept of a synthetic judgment that exceeds the expressive grasp of the Leibnizian, Wolffian philosophy, he cannot advert to such judgments to explain his skepticism about the adequacy of the previous metaphysics. But this interpretation, if correct, so far leaves completely unanswered the main historical question of Part 2, namely, when did Kant discover the mature, critical analytic/synthetic distinction, and how? As Addicks told the story, recall, the discovery of the analytic/synthetic distinction was fairly straightforward. Once he lost faith in the system of 1762/3, Kant became convinced that metaphysical principles must be constrained by some connection to experience and empiricist recoil we saw animating the dreams. In the late 1760s, guided by this new empiricist sensibility, Kant distinguished strictly rational judgments from those depending on experience. But already in the inquiry, Kant had discovered an important role for synthesis in mathematical knowledge, and since mathematics can hardly be empirical, Kant quickly realized that there was a sine Kant problem about synthetic a priori knowledge and was set on the path towards the critical philosophy. Our survey of pre-critical published works casts doubt over Addicks' conclusion that the analytic/synthetic distinction of the late 1760s Reoxyanen is substantially equivalent to Kant's mature conception. 3 points stand out. First, Kant's published pre-critical uses of the terms analytic and synthetic re-ect not the mature distinction between two logically different types of judgment, but instead two fully reciprocal methods of concept formation. Since analytic and synthetic concept formation are dual processes that reverse one another, this methodological idea cannot underwrite the key critical thesis that some judgments are irreducibly synthetic, and Kant refrained from resting his case against Wolff and philosophy on it. Notably, Kant's handling of the analytic and synthetic in the 1770 dissertation is just as reciprocal and methodological in character as was his initial treatment in the inquiry, and that raises substantial question about whether Kant's usage in notes of the late 1760s can really re-ect the mature critical idea, as Addicks assumed. Second, the pre-critical idea that does most closely anticipate the mature conception of analyticity was Kant's distinction between the real and the merely logical. But far from offering a secure basis for arguments against the Wolffian paradigm, the notion of unanalyzable real grounds was precisely the feature of the system of 1762/3 that led Kant to worry that his metaphysics was too powerful to be true. Thus, while Addicks is correct to note Kant's attraction to some empiricist constraint on metaphysics in the late 1760s period that produced the dreams, when it comes to his ideas about something going beyond the merely logical, Kant himself had more reason to associate them with the source of the problems with metaphysics that demanded empiricist restraints than with the solution for those difficulties. One and again on this second point, Kant's thinking in idea about real grounds and the real/logical distinction does not show major progress over the system of 1762/3. Finally, of course, there is Kant's apparent commitment throughout these works to a predicate in subject theory of truth, which is utterly incompatible with the mature analytic/synthetic distinction. In sum, in pre-critical publications, the clean insight that some truths simply cannot be expressed in the terms of a purely conceptual metaphysics remained elusive. The basic distinctions needed to capture the insight are either altogether absent from the writings Kant was willing to send to press from 1766 to 1770, or else muddled by appearing in the context of the predicate in subject theory. All that said, Addicks is clearly right that even in the late 1760s Kant's unpublished notes do sometimes apply an analytic/synthetic distinction to judgments along with many other things as well. In fact, the notes distinguish analytic from synthetic clarity and distinctness, systems, definitions, unity, possibility, connections, subordinations, marks, concepts or predicates, and principles. Addicks is also correct that in some of these Reoxyanen, Kant creates a particularly strong impression of expressing his full mature thought about analyticity. Some notes, for example, track the intended extension of the mature distinction in its main outlines: the rational are analytic, the empirical synthetic, likewise the mathematical, or again, analytic distinctness belongs to the philosophy of pure reason, while the synthetic variety arises in mathematics and nature. Others anticipate elements of Kant's mature of child definitions of the idea. For instance, Kant writes not all distinctness arises analytically, namely through marks that lie already in the concept of a thing, but much synthetically through marks that one does not include in the concept, but connects with it as belonging to it, and also, all distinctness is 2. Analytically explicating, b. synthetically amplifying. Kant makes a similarly suggestive remark about definitions. Definition is either a precise declaration or adequate exposition. Exposition is either analytical, concerning that which I already think in a general concept; it is synthetic when I attribute to it what belongs to it. But of all the logical reactionen from this early period, perhaps the most striking is one which actually provided Jask with materials for the of child definition of analytic judgment in Kant's logic. Analytic propositions contain predicata logica, synthetic, determinations. The subjects of the RST are concepts, of the second conceptus abstracti. Example 1. A body is extended. 2. A body has attraction. To every x to which the concept of body belongs also extension. A synthetic, to every x to which the concept of body belongs also attraction. Consequently, both propositions represent the identity of the predicate with the subject x. The RST, however, together with its mark a plus b, but the second not with that mark. The synthetic propositions expand cognition materialiter, the analytic formaliter. Aside from the confusing NAL paragraph, which Jask simply omitted when he cleaned up the passage for inclusion in the logic, this note seems to be a fairly clear exposition of the analytic/synthetic distinction based on the mature ideas about concept composition and the containment relation between predicate and subject. Kant even deploys the standard critical period examples to make his point. Small wonder, then, that Attic dates Kant's discovery of the critical distinction to the period 1764–8, or at latest the 1769–70 period of the long addition to R3127. But the confusing material that Jask could not utilize does trouble Attic's conclusion, particularly its suggestion that both kinds of proposition represent the identity of the predicate with the subject. That remark is echoed by other early notes that suggest Kant's continued adherence to the same positions we found in the published works, for example, the reciprocity of analysis and synthesis, or the treatment of synthetic judgments as true by identity, and so different from analytic ones in some other, less decisive way. In synthetic judgments I represent to myself an identity for the sake of the predicate, not however, the predicate for the sake of the identity. Thus, as suggestive as the notes we considered are, it is important to remember that such talk might still belong to the conception of the analytic and synthetic as reversible methods of concept formation and transformation, which we saw Kant develop in the inquiry and inaugural dissertation. For our question about whether Kant's mature conception of analyticity has emerged, what is decisive is not the mere presence of talk about the relation of predicate to subject, but the crucial claim that at least some synthetic judgments are irreducible to analyticities. Judged by that standard, in fact, we will see later that Kant's talk of an identity between predicate and subject in RR 3127 and 3716 is no mere slip, but indicates sine Kant differences between Kant's 1769 conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction and his mature account. First, though, it is worth painting a broader picture of the character of Kant's notes about the analytic and the synthetic from the late 1760s and the period surrounding the dissertation. As it turns out, relatively few of these reactionen offer strong anticipations of Kant's mature formulations like those IRST quoted, which focus on logical relations among a judgment's constituents, or what concepts contain. Instead, more commonly, the notes emphasize epistemological points. In the RST half of this chapter, I will discuss three main groups of reactionen. One group treats the difference between analytic and synthetic as a matter of whether our cognitive representations are subjective or objective, and a second makes the distinction a matter of whether a cognition has a rational or an empirical basis. In these two strands of notes, Kant often makes remarks like those we saw in RR 3316 and 3317, which tee poorly with his mature views about analyticity. The third group of reactionen directly confronts the Beck-style worry that the distinction is not stable because any synthetic judgment can easily be turned into an analytic one. These notes turn out to confirm the suspicions developed in Chapter 6 about Kant's precritical views. On the decisive question of reducibility, Kant is still willing to concede that any synthetic cognition can be reframed in analytic form. Thus, the genuinely critical notions were not in fact consolidated before 1772. Once that result is in place, we can turn to Kant's notes and letters from 1772 and after to look for the actual origin of the critical analytic/synthetic distinction for judgments. 182 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. 7.2 The epistemological conception in the late 1760s. 7.2.1 The analytic as objective cognition. As we saw, Kant became dissatisfied with the system of 1762/3 because of the dangerously unconstrained power of the relation of real grounding at the heart of the system. It was therefore entirely natural for him to turn to questions about how we can know when something is the real ground of something else in an effort to bring the notion under rational discipline. One of his main lines of investigation was to explore the epistemic implications of his account of analytic and synthetic concept formation from the Inquiria program that left its mark on his basic conception of the distinction itself. For example, in a number of notes, Kant separates the analytic from the synthetic as different modes of knowledge, one of which produces cognition that carries objective validity, the other yielding subjective validity. Kant writes, aside from those determinations without which the objects cannot exist, there are still conditions in our reason, without which we cannot think certain objects through reason, even though these conditions are not determinations of the objects themselves. These conditions are therefore subjective, and their concepts signify nothing in the object. All synthetic judgments of pure reason are accordingly subjective, and the concepts themselves signify relations of the acts of reason to itself. It is not yet clear from this note why synthetic cognition or concept formation yields merely subjective judgments, but the surrounding reactionen provides some indications. Kant associates the point with a distinction between metaphysics and logic. The logical form of our cognitions is to be distinguished from the metaphysical, the former is analysis, the latter synthesis, where logic treats the objective laws of reason. Metaphysics the subjective of pure reason. Metaphysics is supposed to carry merely subjective validity precisely because it trades in claims about real grounds, whose concepts cannot be discovered by analyzing containment relations. A major error arises if one regards as a consequence in accordance with concepts that which is merely a law-like appearance of immediate intuition. What we call a real ground is only a concomitant appearance for the intuitive concept, and indeed, if the cognition concerns solely a law of human reason, then it is not objective at all, consequently neither true nor false. Hence ground and consequence is not any property of things. It is, however, a law of reason to look to this relation. All general rules of reason about cause and effect have no validity whatsoever for objects. The underlying idea of this strand of notes seems to have been that we know about real grounds not through rational insight that would yield a valid concept of the real ground in the object, but instead through the fact that concepts of real grounds are unavoidably involved in the way we must experience things, or otherwise think about them. The solution places a sine qua non restriction on these concepts, whose power had threatened the plausibility of the system of 1762/3, since they can no longer underwrite any legitimate claim about the objects themselves. But the cost of the restriction is the alteration of what metaphysics is really about. We are no longer making claims about the nature of independent objects, but only about conditions of our own reasoning and/or experience. 2. Thus, metaphysics does not concern properties of the object, but basic conditions of our own cognition. metaphysics is a science of the laws of pure human reason and thus subjective. As a result, Kant repeatedly insists that insofar as we are interested in talk about objects, metaphysical judgments fail even to be truth-apt at all. Since the metaphysical concepts of ground, substance, etc., are not properly speaking representations of the objects, while even the most perfect sense cannot have a sensation of these concepts are not objective, therefore in the axioms of them everything is subjective. Hence if they are falsely regarded as objective, neither truth nor falsity holds for them. Kant's thought in these notes does anticipate the basic strategy animating his mature transcendental idealism, in which the science of metaphysics is redirected away from efforts to attain direct cognition of supersensible objects in favor of investigating the fundamental preconditions for our knowledge of objects. 3. But what these notes do not anticipate is the mature analytic/synthetic distinction for objective judgments. On the contrary, the implication of these reactionem is that the only genuinely objective judgments are analytic. Synthetic claims are neither true nor false apparently because they do not conform to the Leibnizian predicate in subject principle, which Kant must still be treating as a requirement for true judgment as such. Here is a telling note. Space, time, and number are synthetic concepts. If the concepts are also synthetic, but the propositions are analytic, i.e., in accordance with the rule of identity, then they are objective. If, however, the concepts are subjective, i.e., of no object at all, neither of a given condition of the representation of the objects, nor arbitrary concepts of quantity, then the judgments are nevertheless objective and universally valid, i.e., either universally true or false, if their form is analytic. If, however, their form is synthetic, then they are subjective, and hold objectively only as rules of appearances, consequently as empirical judgments. Looking back from the standpoint of the critique, one might start to see Kant's full mature picture in operation here as though the argument were that irreducibly synthetic empirical judgments about objects in space and time can be objectively valid, but only for appearances, since their validity rests on the fact that space and time are conditions for the representation of objects. But on closer examination, Kant's actual suggestion is quite different, because of the definitive absence of the empirical realism that is always the dual of transcendental idealism in the critique. After initially contemplating that certain synthetic concepts might be objective, Kant retracts that thought, crossing it out. Instead, he concludes only that certain claims involving those concepts can be objective. For these objective claims, moreover, include only analytic ones, i.e., claims generated in accordance with the rule of identity. Apparently, then, the synthetic character of the foundational concepts does not give rise to irreducible syntheticity in the objective judgments that deploy them, as in Kant's mature conception. On the contrary, Kant seems to envision a process of rendering that synthetic content objective by transforming it in accordance with the rule of identity, thereby suggesting both the reciprocal conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction from 1762/3, and the Beck problem about making synthetic judgments into analytic ones. In the third sentence of the note, Kant even holds out hope that the same strategy can also work for other subjective concepts, presumably the merely subjective metaphysical concepts that are Kant's central query in surrounding notes. Even these, it seems, can sometimes be brought into genuinely analytic, and therefore objective claims. But in any cases where such claims can be known only by synthetic means, they count merely as subjective rules for managing our experience and cannot attain objective status, or even be true or false. Hence, Kant here envisions no empirical realism for synthetic claims. Thus, while restricting synthetic judgments and concepts to merely subjective status might help to constrain the power of metaphysical claims about real grounds by limiting their reach to our own experience, Kant clearly still lacks the basic idea of irreducibly synthetic judgment. On the contrary, this strand of 1769 reactionem crucially assumes that all objective judgments must take analytic form, presumably because Kant still believes that all truth consists in the necessary agreement of a cognition with itself, that is, because he still thinks that all objective truth is analytic, in the sense of the mature distinction. To complete our picture of Kant's confusion in this strand of reoxyanon, however, we should note in closing that on at least one occasion Kant changes his usual story about which kind of claim is supposed to be objective, and which subjective. While the majority of notes insist, with those we considered, that synthetic judgment is merely subjective and analytic objective, Kant was at times minded to suggest the reverse, or at least a different, relation. All analytic judgments are universal, synthetic are empirical and particular. In the former, the predicate is contained in the subject just as much objectively as subjectively, in the latter only objectively. 7.2.2 Analytic and synthetic as rational and empirical. We can broaden our picture of the sense in which Kant thought that synthetic concepts and judgments were epistemologically subjective by turning to a second group of reoxyanon which pushed Kant's thinking about the analytic and the synthetic in an epistemic direction. These notes distinguish the two as rational versus empirical ways of knowing. This was the main strand inspiring Attic's interpretation, and some of these reoxyanon do strongly suggest his reading. For example, R 3750 appears to raise the problem of the synthetic a priori, or at least a puzzle about why empirical and mathematical judgments should belong in the same class. All principia primitiva are either elementary propositions and analytic, or axiomata and are synthetic. Difference of analytic and synthetic proposition in general. The rational are analytic, the empirical synthetic, likewise the mathematical. But at the same time, many of the contemporaneous reoxyanon connecting the analytic and synthetic to the rational and empirical are seriously anomalous from the point of view of the mature critical position, and perhaps the most troubling anomaly concerns the status of mathematics. For in some of these notes, although nowhere else in the corpus that I know of Kant actually suggests that mathematical knowledge not only belongs in a class with empirical knowledge, but that it is empirical. For example, in discussing the material principles that had given him so much trouble since 1762/3, Kant wrote all principles are either formal or material. The latter analytic or synthetic. Synthetic principles can occur only with empirical concepts, as in mathematics. Perhaps it could be argued that this is just a momentary slip prompted by enthusiasm for the novel category of synthetic principles comprising both empirical and mathematical claims. But if so, it is a slip Kant was drawn into repeatedly. Consider 186 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. There are synthetic propositions from experience, therefore principia prima synthetica. Of the same sort are also the axiomata of the mathematics of space. Principia rationalia cannot be synthetic at all. All empirical propositions are synthetic and vice versa. All rational propositions are analytic. Heroic efforts of exegesis could perhaps be wheeled in to try to acquit this note of tracing mathematical knowledge to experience. In particular, under pressure from the principle of charity, the RST sentence might be read to assert only that mathematical definitions and geometrical axioms belong in the category of synthetic RST principles, and not that they are fully of the same sort as synthetic propositions from experience, and thus empirical themselves. But then Kant immediately asserts outright that all empirical propositions are synthetic and vice versa, which simply does entail that synthetic mathematical propositions are empirical. It is not credible that Kant has forgotten about the mathematical case he just mentioned it expressly 2 lines above. Nor is it credible that he did not really mean to assert the converse claim that all synthetic propositions are empirical. Not only did he take the trouble to add the phrase and vice versa, but another note nearby repeats the same slogan: all analytic judgments are rational and vice versa. All synthetic judgments are empirical and vice versa. The evidence thus suggests that in this period Kant was trying out the idea of giving his methodological distinction between analysis and synthesis deeper epistemological roots by simply identifying it with the distinction between rational and empirical knowledge. Quite a few other reoxyanon suggest as much. 5. But then, given Kant's 1762/3 use of the analytic/synthetic distinction to separate the methods proper to philosophy and mathematics, it would follow that mathematics belongs on the empirical side of the division, or at least, that it has something epistemically and methodologically in common with empirical knowledge. Perhaps this was even the line of thought that RST prompted Kant to explore the strategy of grounding mathematical principles in the faculty of sensibility, a position that became central to the dissertation and eventually to his positive explanation of how objective synthetic judgment is possible in the Critique. If we take the association of the analytic/synthetic with the rational/empirical seriously, it suggests that in these notes from 1764 to 8 Kant did not use his nascent distinction to indicate an irreducible difference in logical form, but instead to mark off two different methods for knowing things. If that is right, then his anomalous remarks on the status of mathematics seem at least a bit less perplexing. Consider, for comparison, the way Kant deploys his distinction to separate rational from historical systems in R2227. The main idea there is that any system of knowledge requires unity. Rational systems, however, are analytic, because analysis is a cognitive method that generates rational unity via derivation from a ground, while historical systems are synthetic, because synthesis uni is a manifold by collection, with the manifold parts providing the ground for the encompassing system, rather than vice versa. 6. This emphasis on establishing connections among a coordinated manifold echoes the methodological point Kant made in the inquiry about the synthetic construction of concepts in mathematics. He now sees that a similar procedure is essential to knowledge from experience. It seems overwhelmingly likely that Kant had this cognitive and methodological similarity in mind when he classed mathematical and empirical knowledge together, and it is possible that he simply did not have the crucial issue of a priority clearly in focus when he subsumed both under empirical as the common class. In fact, in some of the contemporaneous notes Kant even seems to swing back and forth in confusion about the issue of a priority. For example, at times he describes the form of objects thought in accordance with space and time as the empirical form of the appearances, and counts it among cognitions from experience, but at other times he insists that the form of appearances rests solely on space and time, and these concepts do not arise through the senses or sensation, but rather rest on the nature of the mind. Hence, the concept of space and time is a pure concept of intuition. 7. And because everything that the understanding can cognize in experiences lies in it, it is a concept of the understanding, and although the appearances are empirical, it is nevertheless intellectual. While Kant did occasionally conceive intellectual concepts as empirical, as a way to distinguish them from pure rational ones, in this instance, he seems to be distinguishing the intellectual from the empirical, and counting our representations of space, time, and the mathematics of coordination as a priori stands in tension with the remarks we just saw from surrounding notes. Or perhaps Kant was just confused or ambivalent about the implications of the synthetic mode of cognition for a priority. Again from the same note, both judge space not a priori from the principles of space which reason cognizes, but rather from a posteriori principles, i.e., intuitively and individually, although not empirically. Here Kant is either confused, or else he is using a priori and a posteriori in their traditional methodological senses, rather than in the of-chale critical sense pertaining to the absence or presence of epistemic reliance on experience, or else both at once. The main moral I believe we should draw from these puzzling remarks is that it is quite hard to conclude, with addex, that Kant had the a priority of mathematics clearly in view in the notes which explore close connections between the analytic/synthetic and rational/empirical distinctions, and it is therefore difficult to accept that he was already at work seeking an explanation for the possibility of the synthetic a priori. Since that assumption is at the heart of the addex story, we need an alternative account of Kant's development. In framing that alternative, we can note that despite all that remains confused and/or confusing in this strand of reactionen, there is one conclusion we can reach with condense: these notes do not construe the analytic and the synthetic in their mature, strictly logical senses, which would support the critical thesis that there are synthetic judgments irreducible in principle to analytic claims. Kant's use of the distinction focuses on methods and procedures of cognizing, which encourages an assimilation of these reoxyenen to the methodological distinction present in the published precritical works. 8. Since that version of the distinction does not countenance the idea of irreducible syntheticity, it seems likely that Kant had not yet discovered the mature sense of his distinction. The suspicion is decisively confirmed by the fact that Kant himself remained convinced in this period that there was a way to turn any synthetic claim into an analytic one. I turn now to the reoxyenen exploring this possibility. 7.2.3 Turning synthetic judgments analytic. The Beck objection reconsidered. As we saw in Chapter 5, Kant himself was unsure in the late 1760s how much weight his nascent distinction between the analytic and the synthetic could really bear, and he explored his worries in two important reoxyenen made prominent in the literature by Louis White. Beck asks, can synthetic judgments be made analytic? Kant's concern in those notes was that his distinction between the analytic and the synthetic might be arbitrary, because any purported synthetic judgment could be restated as an analytic one that was equivalent to the original in some important respect, and indeed from a specifically epistemic point of view, even superior to the judgment's synthetic formulation. If such transformations were possible, then while there might remain some distinction between synthetic and analytic cognitions, there would be no such thing as an ineliminably synthetic judgment, and the central conclusions from Kant's critical deployment of the distinction would be unavailable. There could be no special problem about the synthetic a priori, since any a priority attaching to such judgments could be explained as an inheritance from the underlying analyticity. Thus, there would be no pressure on a rationalist to concede any role for pure intuition, or indeed, any fundamental distinction between intuition and concept at all. Likewise, there would be no principled argument that a purely conceptual metaphysics faces basic expressive limitations rooted in the poverty of mere concepts and their logical relations, since synthetic truths can always be reduced to some corresponding analyticity, and analyticities are capable of expressing anything true. Kant's doubts about whether his distinction is arbitrary thereby undermine any assimilation of the late 1760s analytic/synthetic distinction to his mature conception, a conclusion that gains further confirmation from the fact, noted by Beck, that the present worry about arbitrariness echoes the sorts of doubts about his distinction's imprecision or variability which the mature Kant clearly thought could be ruled out on perfectly obvious grounds by his critical distinction. Insofar as the Kant of 1769 lacked a clear answer in his own mind to these doubts, he cannot have envisioned a distinction entailing irreducibly synthetic judgments, and no position without that implication can be the mature, critical analytic/synthetic distinction. Let us then turn to consider Kant's own version of the worry in detail. Here is the central note. The principia of the form of all analytic judgments are the principle of identity and contradiction. 9. The principia of the form of synthetic judgments are, that which is always combined with a known part of a possible concept of a thing, belongs as a part to this concept, etc., etc. The proposition every body is impenetrable is analytic, not only because body cannot be thought without impenetrability, but also because it can only be thought through impenetrability. This mark belongs as pars to the notion of body. But, every body is inert is a synthetic proposition, for inertia is compars, along with the concepts of that which is thought under the expression body, to a whole concept, which is combined in a necessary way with those partial concepts that belong in the notion of body. If one had the whole concept, of which the notions of the subject and predicate are comparts, then synthetic judgments would transform themselves into analytic ones. The question arises, how far would be arbitrary here? At the beginning of this note, Kant does clearly trace analytic judgments to their distinctive principles, and he seems to distinguish in the mature way between a predicate s being thought in the subject concept as a part, and its merely being combined with, or connected to the subject. Kant even uses example judgments similar to those he deploys in the Critique. Why, then, does he still see a threat of synthetic judgments becoming analytic? In R 3928, neither the proposed principle for synthetic judgments, nor its use in generating Kant's worry, are especially clear. It is hard to see immediately the intended role of the possible concept invoked in the principle, or of the whole concept of which the subject and predicate are co-parts. Fortunately, a contemporaneous note offers a more detailed account of the transformation procedure Kant has in mind. Discussing a judgment of the form I see about a thing, X, picked out by the subject concept of, Kant writes: in all judgments, matter and form are to be considered. The former are the concept of the subject and the predicate, B. Second, the form, which is called by logicians the concept of combination. X is the possible concept of a thing, A is the representation through which I think it. All form of judgments is either A affirmation or negation. The RST represents the relation such that the concept of the thing includes the mark B, and therefore is identical with it in part. The negation consists in the concept of the thing being opposed to the mark B, and the negation consists in the representation of the cancellation. Note RST that this account entails Kant's continued commitment to a predicate-in-subject theory of truth. All judgments are either A affirmations or negations. In A affirmations the judgment is true just in case there is an identity between the predicate and subject, and in negations, the predicate is opposed to the subject. Therefore, it is clear that all judgments are still supposed to turn on identity or contradiction between terms, so they are all analytic. A bit earlier, Kant implies that truth itself is a matter of such relations among concepts. In a true judgment, the subject either includes or excludes the predicate, so the judgment is thus either the cognition of agreement or of opposition, so that in the thing, X, which I know by means of the concept A, either B is contained as a partial concept and thus X, which is cognized by means of A, can also be cognized by means of B, or X negates the concept of B. In sum, this is still exactly the position expressed in the inquiry. In addition, second, the discussion in R 3920 illuminates the role of the possible concept of the thing mentioned in R 3928 as part of the procedure for turning any would-be synthetic proposition into an analytic one. Take a synthetic proposition in subject, predicate form. By hypothesis, the predicate belongs with the subject, but not because this is revealed via analysis of A. Kant therefore supposes that B belongs to A not because B is already implicitly included in A, but because B pertains to the object which the judgment cognizes through A. So far, this sounds like his mature theory. But now, Kant suggests that we should be able to dene a new possible concept, the whole concept for the object, in the words of R 3928, or the possible concept of a thing in R 3920 which contains A, plus some additional material. A here simply as a partial concept through which we happen to know X. Kant's thought is that since B is supposed to be true of the object, it ought to belong as a part to the additional content, so that then both A and B count as co-parts of the possible whole concept. And now we can see that our initial judgment A is B, if true of an object, will itself point towards a procedure for generating an underlying analytic judgment. That analyticity might be thought, and surely would be thought by any Leibnizian, to capture the real and deeper reason for the truth of A is B. Thus, from this standpoint the analytic/synthetic distinction looks arbitrary in that every synthetic judgment can be considered to be essentially just the provisional formulation, given the limited state of our knowledge, for an underlying analyticity. Perhaps we are sometimes forced to make do with such formulations, but that is due only to our contingent cognitive limitations. A perfected science would recognize no principled distinction between two classes of judgment. In it, we could replace all of these imperfect synthetic judgments with their underlying analyticities. In light of this procedure, the intended content of Kant's proposed principle for synthetic judgments becomes much clearer, and its distance from the mature critical conception of synthetic judgment can be measured. That principle, recall, stated that that which is always combined with a known part of a possible concept of a thing, belongs as a part to this concept, etc., etc. Kant's talk of what is combined with a concept might initially be taken to invoke an implicit contrast with what is included or contained in it, and thus to anticipate the mature view. On closer examination, however, the contrast cannot be sharp, as the mature distinction requires. True, the predicate is only combined with and not already included within the subject concept, which appears here as the known part of some larger possible concept of a thing. But as we have just seen, Kant's 1769 view was that the predicate concept is contained in that larger concept of the object, and thus the predicate in subject theory of truth remains in force. Indeed, that view is exactly what is asserted by the present principle of synthetic judgment. The predicate is combined with a known part of the concept of the object, i.e., with a subject concept through which the object is known or represented. But what the principle goes on to assert is that the predicate is contained in it, belongs as a part to the broader possible concept of the object the judgment is about. That is why Kant goes on to insist that in synthetic judgments, the explicit predicate and subject concepts together belong, as co-parts, to that whole concept, and indeed that they are its partial concepts. Insofar as they are parts contained in that possible whole concept of the object, Kant can continue to hold onto the predicate in subject theory we saw in R 3920, but of course the cost is that there is no such thing as an ineliminably synthetic judgment. Any synthetic claim could in principle be replaced by an analyticity whose subject would be a more perfect concept of the object known, which both contains the predicate concept, and more adequately does the work of the original, incomplete subject concept. Thus, the question does indeed arise, as Kant was forced to concede, how far his whole distinction would be arbitrary here. The same picture turns out also to be implicit in the reoxionon considered in section 7.1 that apparently anticipated Kant's mature talk about analyticity. Recall the apparently so promising R 3127, which Jask mined for the definition of analyticity in the logic. It closed by asserting that consequently both propositions represent the identity of the predicate with the subject X. The RST, however, together with its mark A plus B, but the second not with that mark. In the light of RR 3928 and 3920, it is clear that Kant's reference to identity of the predicate with the subject X is meant to allude to this very procedure for generating a replacing analyticity for any synthetic proposition. The synthetic proposition A plus B equals C is still an identity, albeit not with that mark, since, Kant is thinking, the predicate C is identical in part to the subject X, to which it must belong as a part according to the principle of synthetic judgment he then endorsed. Likewise, R 3750 points in the same direction, even though many of our basic concepts might be synthetic, and thus subjective. Kant's program in this period included the project of seeking some transformation that would allow them to be integrated into genuinely objective, because analytic, claims. The procedure envisioned in RR 3928 and 3920 advances exactly that program based on an essentially epistemic conception of analyticity, although it does of course thereby threaten to render the entire analytic/synthetic distinction arbitrary. It bears mention, as a NAL note, that Kant nowhere in these 1769 reoxionon evinces any temptation by, or even any thought of, the standard countermove from the critical period against arbitrariness objections of this broad class, a move that receives paradigmatic expression in the response Kant directed his disciple Schultz to make to the related complaints of Eberhard and Mauss. The countermove is simply to insist that the replacing analytic judgment, since it deploys a different subject concept, cannot be the same judgment as the original, which therefore remains irreducibly synthetic. I think the details of Kant's own 1769 worry make it clear why the standard move was unattractive here. A rationalist could readily concede the basic point that the original judgment remains synthetic in some sense without harm to the broader Leibnizian, Wolffian agenda, since the spirit of the replacement program is to transform an epistemically imperfect synthetic judgment into a more perfect analyticity, which can play the same role and bear the same cognitive weight within the system of science. If the recuperation program Kant envisioned could be made to work, then the key point of the Wolffian paradigm would thereby endure unscathed. There would be no irreducibly synthetic judgments in the perfected system of science, which could then rightly be understood as a system of purely conceptual truths. The fact that Kant does not explore the Schultz-style path at all may indicate that he saw through to the likely Wolffian response. But it is even more likely, in my view, that he was not tempted by the standard critical countermove because in 1769 he did not even conceive the analytic/synthetic distinction as a matter of logical relations among constituents of the proposition in the RST place. Instead, he thought of the distinction as primarily a matter of alternative methods or ways of knowing, each of which could be used to help chart the relations among concepts that contribute to a systematic science. 11. But the conceptual relations so charted are ultimately all containment relations. The method of synthesis and the synthetic judgments it yields up can be useful, since some concepts are not contained one in another. But where there is a valid objective connection between such concepts, it pertains only because the two concepts together belong as co-parts to some third, underlying, more adequate concept. Thus, all true relations can still ultimately be recast as containment relations, and all true judgments restated as analyticities. Synthetic claims may be ever so useful in practice, but they are ultimately eliminable from the system of science. Thus, contra addex, Kant continued right through the 1760s and into the early 1770s to grope for a proper way to frame his vague intuition that there was something impoverished about the purely conceptual metaphysics he inherited, some sense in which it could not explain, or capture, or represent, the crucial notion of a real ground. The search for a satisfactory frame for the insight would have to await Kant's silent decade. 7.3 Birth of the critical insight, the Hers letter and logical analyticity in the silent decade. In this chapter and in chapter 6, we have seen that through the 1760s and even in the 1770 inaugural dissertation Kant remained stuck with methodological and epistemic versions of his distinction between the analytic and the synthetic. These conceptions did not support a notion of an eliminable syntheticity, and so remained vulnerable, as Kant himself was aware, to the rationalist recuperation strategy for turning any synthetic judgment back into an analyticity. Kant was therefore wise to refrain from resting his skepticism about the Wolffian paradigm on this distinction. The dissertation focuses instead on the distinction between sensible and intellectual principles, in particular, on the problem of articulating and defending principles of the form of the sensible world, which Wolff was supposed to have neglected. In addition, we saw that Kant made remarkably little progress on the basic problem on which the system of 1762/3 had foundered, the problem of how positive metaphysical knowledge of real grounds is possible and what its limits might be. The dissertation's account of the principles of the intelligible world is strikingly thin, and Kant's theory of the real use of the intellect, through which such principles are to be known, makes no noticeable advance over the system of 1762/3. Kant still has no explanation of how such knowledge can be constrained so as to block patent absurdities like Swedenborgian spirit concourse from gaining color as cases of real grounding that might claim a legitimate place within a would-be scientific metaphysics. Once Kant assumed his professorship and turned his attention to cashing the promissory notes left over from ID's positive metaphysics of the intelligible world, he was forced to confront these difficulties directly. That work led relatively quickly to a momentous new idea, but famously, its implications took a long time to work out. On February 21, 1772, Kant wrote the most famous letter of his career, in which he described to his student Marcus Herse a new direction of his metaphysical researches, outlining for the RST time what is recognizably the basic problematic of the critique of pure reason. Kant claims to have discovered a new problem in theoretical philosophy. I noticed that I still lack something essential, something that in my long metaphysical studies I, as well as others, had failed to consider, and which in fact constitutes the key to the whole secret of metaphysics, hitherto still hidden from itself. I asked myself this question: what is the ground of the relation of that in us which we call representation to the object? 7. Making synthetic judgments analytic. 195. So generally stated, the problem hardly seems as neglected as Kant claims, since the relation of ideas to objects was a central concern of the entire modern philosophy descended from Descartes and Locke, and reaction on the general issue goes all the way back to Plato and Aristotle. Kant, however, has in mind a rather more spicy puzzle, which directly involves his long-standing worries about the power of real use of the intellect to provide insight into real grounds. At the same time, Kant's conception of the matter also implicitly relies on a substantial advance in his nascent understanding of the idea that some knowledge must be irreducibly synthetic. In fact, Kant's framing of his new question amounts to a version of the distinctive critical problem about the synthetic a priori. For he notes that where empirical cognition is concerned, the relevant problem of representational content does not really arise or anyway admits of a straightforward answer. If a representation comprises only the manner in which the subject is affected by the object, then it is easy to see how it is in conformity with this object, namely, as an effect accords with its cause. Likewise, Kant insists, if the object of representation were itself shaped by the active role of the cognitive faculty, then the correspondence would be perfectly intelligible. If the object itself were created by the representation, the conformity of these representations to their objects could also be understood. Thus, Kant insists, his problem about representation is easily resolved wherever there is real unions between the object and its representation, running in one direction or the other, to ensure a match between them. In that sense, the problem he envisions arises directly out of what we saw to be a major lacuna in the dissertation, viz., its impoverished account of the real use of the intellect, which was supposed to be a power directly to represent objects as they are, but without relying on our faculties being passively affected by the object, as in the case of sense. Kant now sees that his earlier account was not just incomplete, but fundamentally inadequate. In my dissertation I was content to explain the nature of intellectual representations in a merely negative way, namely, to state that they were not modifications of the soul that were brought about by the object. However, I silently passed over the further question of how a representation that refers to an object without being in any way affected by it can be possible. I had said, the sensuous representations present things as they appear, the intellectual representations present them as they are. But by what means are these things given to us, if not by the way in which they affect us? And if such intellectual representations depend on our inner activity, whence comes the agreement they are supposed to have with objects that are nevertheless not possibly produced thereby? The difficulty is only exacerbated by the considerations that led to Kant's initial dissatisfaction with his system of 1762/3, namely the worry that any such power of intellection would open the door to unconstrained speculation. As he now puts it, an inadequate account of the power of intellection encourages all sorts of wild notions and every pious and speculative brainstorm. 196 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. What is most telling for our purposes, though, is the way Kant separates the case of sensibility from that of the intellect. The decisive factor for him now is the effect of objects on the faculty of sense, which serves as a source of information that shapes the semantic content of sensible representation so as to ensure its relation to the object. To see the significance of this new attention to the source of representational content, consider by contrast a standard Wolffian treatment of the matter. For a Wolffian, no intellectual representation gives rise to a serious problem about the relation of that in us which we call representation to the object. Sensory representations may be obscure or confused, and so fail to clearly represent their objects, but such AWS can be corrected precisely by bringing the intellect to bear to produce distinct concepts. With those in hand, we can connect them in judgments, which are true exactly when the predicate is contained in the subject, that is, when the terms within the representational realm agree in the right way with one another. The fact that Kant here demands a relation to the object instead indicates that he is now ready to depart from the Leibnizian, Wolffian theory of true judgment. Of course, the Leibnizian, Wolffian philosophy has its own story to tell about how properly formed intellectual concepts acquire relation to an object. Where concepts are distinct and connected in true judgments that express a containment relation, the further relation to an outside object is guaranteed by the place of that conceptual relationship in the system of concepts that represents the best possible world chosen by God, who realizes those very concepts in creating the world. God's concepts do bring about their objects by standing in the archetype relation, so for them, the problem of relation to an object is obviated. As we saw, one way of understanding the goal of science in the Wolfin paradigm is that it strives to bring our concepts to approximate the perfectly distinct ones resident in the divine intellect, and insofar as we succeed at that, our concepts and judgments will accord with their objects. Clearly, however, this sort of indirect relation to objects did not impress Kant as an adequate solution to his question about how our intellectual representations can relate to objects. As Wolff always admitted under pressure, our concepts are never actually identical to the divine ones. It is obvious, moreover, that our intellect is not creative in the relevant sense, thus, reference to the divine intellect only reinforces the point that our representations cannot relate to objects as their archetypes. So there remains an issue about why distinctness in our concepts should entail that our representations stand in the proper relation to independent objects. Note the underlying basis for the new Kantian point. The Wolfin response focuses on relations among concepts at the expense of the relation of our representations to the object, and it thereby speaks merely to the logical use of the intellect, and not to our intellectual representations in the real sense, which alone are relevant to Kant's concern. That is, Kant's new insight is that the relation of a concept to its object is something that goes beyond its merely logical relations, and needs a separate explanation in non-logical terms. It can be no explanation of the relation of our concepts to their objects that they stand in a certain logical relation to one another, and thereby approximate some other concepts that govern the nature of the objects. As a result, when Kant comes later in the letter to treat answers to his problem of representational content that appeal to some divine guarantee, he does not even consider the Wolfin solution, focusing instead on Gurs like Plato and Malebranche, who posit some direct intuition of the intelligible. 12. Thus, Kant's focus on representations' relation to an object suggests that his new metaphysical program was motivated in sine Kant part by a growing recognition that some truths are irreducibly synthetic. Relation to the object is the obvious place to turn for an explanation of such truths, which cannot rest on any logical relation among the constituent terms, and the same thought is encouraged by the example of sensory cognition, where it is easy to see how this modi cation of our mind can represent something because of the causal relation to the object. Kant's letter indicates a similar approach even where the relation to the object is not empirical, in the cases of a priori sensibility and mathematics. While his treatment in the letter remains somewhat opaque, 13 he does at least suggest that in these central instances of the synthetic a priori our representations attain relation to an object, and thereby get beyond mere relations of concepts, through some sort of appeal to the conditions for representing objects of the relevant sort. Across both empirical and a priori cases, then, Kant's new orientation seems to be informed by a growing appreciation of the expressive limitations of the logico-conceptual truth at the heart of the Wolfin paradigm, which does not exploit this further source of information for judging that arises from independent, non-logical conditions for representing what objects are like. These suggestions are confirmed by exploring Kant's contemporaneous reactionen. Already in notes dated as early as 1772, Kant articulates the mature critical idea of irreducibly synthetic truth, recognizes the resulting problem of explaining how synthetic judgment is possible, and connects the distinctive problem of the synthetic a priori to the more general formulations central to the Hers letter's concern about representations' relation to their objects. In light of this evidence, it seems clear that what set Kant onto a new path in metaphysics was in large measure the clear determination of the properly logical analytic/synthetic distinction and the consequent recognition that his long-standing skepticism about Wolfin metaphysics really rested on the basic expressive limitations of conceptual truth. The most unambiguous evidence comes from some notes on metaphysics, especially RR 4473, 4477, and 4633/4634, which frame Kant's overall project as a search for a satisfactory explanation of the synthetic a priori, using terms that anticipate the mature discussions from the Critique and the Prolegomena. Taken together, these notes recast the Hurst-Letter problem about representational content explicitly in terms of the analytic/synthetic distinction for the RST time. Of course, recognizing a strictly logical form of the analytic/synthetic distinction had far-reaching consequences for Kant's logical and metaphysical views on related topics, so the emergence of the distinction around 1772 can also be traced in several other strands of the Reoxyanon. I consider 4 important strands of this sort in Appendix 2, which provides additional confirmation of the chronology for readers interested in the details of Kant's development. But for immediate purposes, consideration of Kant's decisive remarks in the metaphysical Reoxyanon should be sufficient. The stratum of Kant's notes in Baumgarten's Metaphysica that Attics dated to 1772 provides immediate hints that he is nally working with a foundational logical distinction between analytic and synthetic propositions. For instance, R4460 comprises a plan that divides the zetetic, or critically investigative, part of Kant's emerging work into 3 investigations, one treating analysis, principium contradictionis, one treating synthesis, and the last the antithesis. Skeptical part, and R4448 distinguishes between analytic concepts of things, which contain what lies in them, and synthetic ones, which must be attached to it insofar as it is supposed to be a certain thing. In another note that closely echoes the Hurst-Letter, Kant frames his overall project around the problem of explaining a priori knowledge of objects. The question is, how can we represent things completely a priori? Pure mathematics and metaphysics teach that there are such a priori cognitions, but it is an important investigation to have insight into the ground of their possibility. That a representation which itself is an effect of the object corresponds to it is readily comprehended. But that something that is merely the offspring of my brain may relate to an object as a representation is not so clear. 7. Making synthetic judgments analytic 199. Kant then goes on to make an additional step addressing the problem of representation, which indicates that he must be thinking with the help of the analytic/synthetic distinction in the background. 14. Further, that one impression originating in me from objects should be combined with still another one, and hence that we connect one representation with another in conformity to experience, is also comprehensible. But that we can, from within ourselves, validly connect properties and predicates with the represented objects, although no experience has shown them to us so connected, is difficult to understand. To say that a higher being has already wisely put such concepts and principles in us is to run all philosophy into the ground. It must be sought in the nature of cognition in general how a relation and connection is possible where only one of the relatus is given. Note, if the properties and predicates in question were related to one another by analytic containment, then there would be no mystery at all about how the one representation in me could be connected to the other. Nor would there be a credible worry about how these properties and predicates could be connected in an object, because failing to validly connect them with one another would give rise to a contradiction, and any object with the one would necessarily possess the other. Thus, Kant's puzzle can only get off the ground if he is assuming that the predicates in question stand in an irreducibly synthetic relation to one another. In that case, we could validly connect one to the other only in virtue of their co-occurrence in the object, and not on the basis of any containment relation between them qua concepts, and so for the RST time, a special difficulty arises when our efforts to combine them can no longer be guided by experience of the object. That is, in the special case of synthetic relations we can connect one representation in us to another only by means of connecting both of them together to the same third thing, the object, so if we lack experience to provide that object term, there is a real issue about how a relation and connection is possible where only one of the relatus is given. Kant's understanding of the Hurst problem turns out to be fundamentally shaped by the idea of essentially synthetic relations among representations, relations that can easily be explained by appeal to experience as a further source of information beyond what is contained in the predicates themselves, but which prove extremely puzzling in the a priori case. Kant quickly moved to make the version of the analytic/synthetic distinction that was implicit in R 4473 fully explicit in his formulations of the basic problem framing his new approach to metaphysics. These efforts produce statements of the central critical question that are completely parallel to the mature formulations from the Critique, the Prolegomena, and even right through to his reply to Eberhard in On a Discovery. A terse, pithy statement occurs already in R 4477, placed by Attucks in the same chronological stratum as the note we just considered. Analytic propositions can be proved from the Principio Contradictionis or Identitatis, but not synthetic ones. How do we get these? 1. Empirically. 2. Through pure intuition. 3. Through subjective conditions of the representation of the understanding. Kant works out a fuller presentation of the thought, and connects it clearly to the Hers problem, in a pair of reoxionen that Attucks placed in the next chronological stratum, dated 1772-3. The RST of these notes just offers another statement of the Hers question. But Kant then goes on in the following note to reframe the issue in terms of the logical analytic/synthetic distinction, deploying completely mature formulations. Notably, this discussion begins with a focus on the relation of logical constituents within a judgment. We know any object only through predicates that we can say or think of it. In every judgment, accordingly, there are two predicates that we compare with one another. If I say, a body is divisible, this means the same as, something X, which I cognize under the predicates that together comprise the concept of a body. I also think through the predicate of divisibility. XA is identical with XB. Now as well as B belongs to X. Only in a different way, either B already lies in that which constitutes the concept A, and thus can be found through the analysis of that, or B belongs to X without being contained in and conceived with A. In the RST case the judgment is analytic, in the second synthetic. This formulation marks a crucial advance over the supercially similar formulations of RR 3127 and 3928 from 1769, considered in sections 7.1 and 7.2.3. There as here, Kant claimed that the predicate B might be related to an underlying object X directly, rather than indirectly, through being contained in the other term, A, and that was what made the surface judgment synthetic. But in those early notes, Kant assumed that the predicate B would still have to be contained in X in the end. That is, the relation between B and the representation of the object was to be the contained in relation. Thus, the underlying truth under discussion was still ultimately expressible in terms of concept containment, and for just that reason, it made sense to worry that the very distinction between synthetic and analytic judgments might be arbitrary. But now, the contrast is drawn differently, so as clearly to entail that there are ineliminably synthetic truths. Here B can be related to X in different ways. B is either contained in A, and hence related to X, or it is connected to X without being contained, it belongs to X, instead of being part of it, or identical with the subject X. By 1772-3, then, Kant clearly conceived analyticity as a logical property of a proposition, depending on a containment relation between its concepts that might or might not hold. Thus, crucially, he also marked off synthetic judgments as a fundamentally different type, irreducible to analytic ones, since even though the predicates in a synthetic judgment both belong to the object X, they do so in a different way from the standard Leibnizian case, viz., without being contained in and conceived with one another. 7. Making synthetic judgments analytic. 201. In the same note, Kant then deploys this distinction to recast the Hers problem explicitly as the critical problem of the synthetic a priori. Now we can have insight into all analytic judgments a priori, and what can only be cognized a posteriori is synthetic, but there are indeed judgments whose validity seems to be established a priori, but which are nevertheless synthetic. Example: everything that is alterable has a cause. Whence does one arrive at these judgments? On what basis do we associate one concept with another of the same object when no observation and experience indicates that? Over the course of 1772-3, then, Kant transformed and sharpened the Hurst problem about how our representations can relate to an object, RST, into the problem about how two representations can be related together to a common object without the Bainy-TOF guidance from either experience or direct containment between them, and then second here, into the fully mature, critical problem of how synthetic a priori judgment is possible, framed in more or less the same terms. Kant would still be relying on nearly a decade later in the Critique introduction. Such judgments cannot be true in virtue of logical relations among concepts, for they are synthetic. So some further source of information must be used to connect the concepts, presumably information about the object to which both concepts apply. In the case of empirical judgments, experience can provide that information. Thus, the difficult case, the hard nut to crack for the new metaphysics, is the problem of judgments that are simultaneously synthetic and a priori. Just such judgments comprise the sciences of mathematics and metaphysics, so the case of mathematics offers us condense that some explanation of their possibility must be workable, and arriving at a parallel solution for the case of metaphysics sets Kant's basic problem going forward. The task of the new metaphysics, which promises nally to set the domain on the secure course of a science, is to explain how synthetic judgments a priori are possible. 7.4 Conclusion. A two-step route to the critique. We began this survey of Kant's development in Chapter 5 with two puzzles, one historical and one philosophical. The historical puzzle arose from the juxtaposition of Kant's persistent commitment to a predicate-in-subject conception of truth through at least 1770 with Attic's discovery that Kant was routinely operating with a distinction between the analytic and the synthetic already in his Reaktionen of the late 1760s. 15. Kant's soft-shell stance in the inaugural dissertation seems inconsistent with the insights of his own notes stretching back as long as 6 years previously, which raises basic questions about the emergence and development of Kant's insights about the analytic and the synthetic. When did Kant actually arrive at the key insight that some judgments are irreducibly synthetic? How did he come to frame his central metaphysical project around the project of explaining synthetic judgment, and especially synthetic a priori judgment, and why is that framing absent from the dissertation, despite its close anticipation of the critique's theory about the forms of sensibility? The philosophical puzzle concerned the irreducibility of synthetic judgment. As Beck brought to our attention, Kant himself worried in his early Reaktionen about the prospect that synthetic judgments might simply be restated in analytic form, or replaced in genuinely scientific contexts by perfected analytic versions. But in his mature published accounts, Kant proceeds as though any such program to reduce or recuperate synthetic judgments must rest on a crude misunderstanding, and he never explains exactly how his own earlier worries are to be avoided. I have answered both questions by the same historical story. While its detailed unfolding was involved tracing many confusions and false starts along Kant's path from the failure of the system of 1762-3 to his eventual explicit formulation of the problem of synthetic a priori judgment in R 4634, the broad thrust of the story is actually quite simple. For Kant in 1762-3, the analytic and the synthetic referred to reciprocal, mutually reversible methods for manipulating and transforming concepts. While he sometimes added additional epistemological texture to these notions as he worked with them in the late 1760s, they retained their essential character as reciprocal and mutually reversible throughout the 1760s and in the 1770 dissertation. For just this reason, judgments expressing the results of concept synthesis were vulnerable to the recuperation strategy envisioned in the notes explored by Beck, and there simply was no such thing as irreducible syntheticity in Kant's understanding of the notions through 1770. It was only in 1772 when he confronted in earnest the problem of establishing principled limits on the claims of metaphysics, limits that would be capable of reining in the power of the dissertation's real use of the intellect and definitively blocking the absurdities he had lampooned in the dreams, that Kant nally arrived at the essentially logical conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction. That distinction allowed him to frame a new question, broached RST in the letter to Hers and then sharpened through explicit deployment of the analytic/synthetic distinction in R4634, which set him on a new and more promising path towards establishing boundaries for metaphysics. For under the logical conception, some judgments count as essentially, irreducibly synthetic due to their intrinsic logical structure. If that class includes the important claims of metaphysics, as Kant is sure it must, then any credible metaphysics will owe an answer to his framing question about how such judgments are possible, and any conditions on their possibility will count as limits on the claims of metaphysics. The expressive limitations of analytic, conceptual truth count as substantive limitations on the traditional metaphysics itself, which for Kant's contemporaries, was meant to be a body of purely conceptual truths. Thus, Addicks and Beck get a common answer. Kant failed to frame the dissertation around the problem of synthetic judgment, and he worried in the 1760s that such judgments might be reducible to more perfect, purely conceptual truths, because he did not yet understand syntheticity in a logical sense at all. It was only after he grasped the logical analytic/synthetic distinction in 1772 that he could formulate his critical question and set about the work of answering it. An immediate consequence of this story is that the logical conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction is the fundamental idea of analyticity involved in Kant's distinctive, critical project. Contra Addicks, Beck, Allison, and others, it is this logical notion, and not any related epistemological ideas, that Kant means to emphasize. And rightly so, for his critique of metaphysics crucially depends on the logical conception and cannot be supported by its merely methodological and epistemological ancestors. It is also important to pause here, and remark what Kant himself rushed to overlook in his RST, excited letter to Hers. Understanding a new foundational problem and framing the question that needs to be answered are not the same thing as actually answering the question. The discovery of the analytic/synthetic distinction enabled Kant to see what needed to be done to construct a metaphysical system that would be up to the task of representing synthetic truth. That was a real and deep and important philosophical insight. But however exciting it was, the insight and the system, the question and the answer, were two things, not one. After all, Kant's new framing question was not intended to induce skeptical despair. We are meant to assume that synthetic a priori judgments are possible, must be possible. The question is only how. Once he saw the problem clearly, Kant assumed that an explanation would be straightforward. He even dimly glimpsed that the most controversial claims of his dissertation about a priori sensibility and an idealist explanation of its possibility could be redeployed to address the new question. Thus, Kant wrote to Hers already in the famous letter of February 21, 1772, in a spirit of condent anticipation. I can say that, so far as my essential purpose is concerned, I have succeeded and that now I am in a position to bring out a critique of pure reason that will deal with the nature of theoretical and practical knowledge. With respect to the RST part, I should be in a position to publish it within 3 months. 204 Part 2. The emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction. Kant's initial optimism is bound to bring a wry smile to our faces now, knowing as we do that it would take him more than 9 years of heroic labor to bring off the 3-month task, and that the published result is perhaps the most difficult work of metaphysics ever written, requiring the rest of us decades or even centuries of work to assimilate and understand what was here attempted and what accomplished. But when we niche smiling, it is worth noting the simple explanation for the irony. Kant wrote in the grip of a great philosophical insight. But the insight was the clear conception of a problem, not its solution, and those are two things, not one. This offers an important moral from Kant's development for our understanding of the role of the analytic/synthetic distinction in his substantive critique of traditional metaphysics. The moral is that the critique is really a two-step argument against the Wolfan paradigm. In the RST step, the critical philosopher identifies the expressive limitations of purely conceptual truth, and thereby of the traditional metaphysics itself. That step, based on the insight that there is a basic logical distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments, and that the important judgments of metaphysics will fall on the synthetic side, raises a deep problem: how are the synthetic judgments of metaphysics possible? Kant's positive theory of synthesis in the transcendental analytic of the Critique and his mature positive theory of the role of pure intuition in mathematical knowledge are meant to answer that question, and thereby make the second step. It follows that the RST step, the discovery of the distinction and the framing of the question, should in principle be an independent, logically prior move. There needs to be an actual question if something is to count as an answer to it. My insistence throughout this study on an independently motivated, logical account of the key notions of analyticity, concept containment, the concept/intuition distinction, and the like, are meant to answer to this constraint on understanding Kant's argumentative procedure. Our inquiry into the emergence of Kant's analytic/synthetic distinction has thus provided two takeaway lessons. First, the mature distinction has to be understood as a logical idea, resting on the logical features of judgment constituents along the lines explored in Part I. Only the logical conception allows the notions of analyticity and syntheticity to do their critical work of outlining principled limits on the traditional metaphysics. And second, Kant's argument that there is such a foundational distinction, and his explanation of how synthetic knowledge is nevertheless possible, are very much two different things. Thus, the critique of metaphysics Kant promised to Hus was a two-step affair, and the second step, which promises a new positive scientific metaphysics, was decidedly non-trivial. For the most part, the arguments proper to that second step are beyond the scope of this study, but we will catch a glimpse into some of Kant's key moves in Chapter 8. 7. Making Synthetic Judgments Analytic 205. Part 3. Ineliminable Synthetic Truth in Elementary Mathematics. 8. The Logic of Concepts and a Two-Step Syntheticity Argument. 8.1 Philosophy of Mathematics in the context of Kant's Critique of Metaphysics. Parts I and II defended a logical conception of the analytic/synthetic distinction and traced its emergence as Kant's mature views gradually came into focus. That case was based largely on the details of Kant's treatment of key logical ideas behind containment analyticity. With a survey of the logical terrain in place, it is time to turn to the core theoretical and dialectical purposes the distinction was meant to serve in the critical philosophy. For the analytic/synthetic distinction has a crucial weight-bearing role within what is arguably Kant's most powerful, general, and decisive argument against the dominant strand of previous German metaphysics. 1. As we saw, Christian Wolff and his followers held that the true system of philosophy ought to be and could be framed as a rigorous system of purely conceptual truths. Such a system was to capture the rational structure of the world by expressing the logically ordered containment relations among the concepts realized by God through his choice of the best possible world. The distinctive rigor of the Wolffian paradigm can be traced to its restrictions on the sort of systematic order obtaining among concepts in the true system, in particular, to the demand that each concept and its denied place in a single concept hierarchy reconstructed by exclusive and exhaustive logical division beginning from one highest genus. The combination of division rules and a highest genus guaranteed the transparency and explicitness of the resulting system by ensuring a terminating point for conceptual analysis and reliable stability for inferences that rest on opposition between exclusive species concepts. As we have also seen, however, Wolffian transparency comes at a real cost, the clear recognition of which lies at the heart of the Kantian critique, and even the more exible Leibnizian conception of concept containment threatens to be too restrictive. Kant increasingly came to see that sine Kant expressive limitations were the inescapable IP side of the narrow strictures on concept relations that were central to Leibnizian, Wolffian systematic rigor. His initially groping efforts to specify the relevant restrictions eventually led him to a profound appreciation of the expressive limits on conceptual truth generally, which took NAL form in the logical distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments. 2. That distinction underwrites Kant's most fundamental argument against the metaphysics of his rationalist predecessors. The core claims of the traditional metaphysics were supposed to be conceptual truths, or analyticities. It was for just that reason that they could claim to count as necessary truths of reason, offering a suitable foundation for all serious scientific knowledge whatsoever. But if there is an analytic/synthetic distinction, then at least some truths outstrip the explanatory resources of any system based on analytic containment. Moreover, as we saw in Chapter 1, Kant does not merely content himself with claiming that there are some synthetic truths. Instead, he insists in the critique introduction that a great deal, indeed, practically all knowledge of interest lies beyond the scope of the analytic conceptual relations through which his predecessors attempted to capture knowledge as such. Not only empirical knowledge, but also all of mathematics, the RST principles of natural philosophy, or pure physics, and the distinctive claims of metaphysics itself are essentially synthetic, and therefore exceed the expressive resources of the traditional rationalist account. Since the cognitive force of these truths cannot even be represented in the standard metaphysical systems, the entire research program based on them is a non-starter. It is doomed in advance by the expressive poverty of conceptual truth. Of course, the promise of this approach depends on Kant's ability to maintain a clear distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments, but the logical conception of analyticity promises a credible way to meet this preliminary challenge. The more substantive requirement for Kant's strategy is to show that there are in fact essentially synthetic truths, thereby answering the question on the merits. Clearly, a convincing defense of that thesis will be the most important piece of Kant's larger argument against the traditional metaphysics. Precisely here, Kant's philosophy of mathematics takes center stage in his overall philosophical project. No encompassing system of philosophy could credibly pretend to adequacy without accommodating mathematical knowledge, and given Kant's dialectical target, the point has special salience. Wolff took the mathematical sciences as the model for both the certainty and the purely conceptual, deductively logical structure of a proper philosophical system. 3. Thus, if Kant could show that mathematical knowledge itself is irreducibly synthetic, he would demonstrate sine Kant expressive limitations on containment analyticity in general, and simultaneously reveal deep AWS in Wolff's particular conception of the grounds and structure of a priori knowledge. It is therefore no wonder that Kant places such emphasis on the claim that mathematics must be synthetic from the very beginning of the critique of pure reason. From this point of view, Kant's syntheticity thesis is not simply an intrinsically interesting claim about a specialized question within the philosophy of mathematics. It also turns out to be utterly central to the core Kantian project of offering a foundational critique of the claims of pure reason quite generally. The work of Part 3 is to describe and assess the considerations underwriting Kant's claim that elementary mathematics is essentially synthetic. I will defend the conclusion that analytic concept containment does in fact lack the expressive power to capture even the simplest mathematical truths. Kant's syntheticity thesis about mathematics also constitutes an important general claim about the nature of a priori knowledge, and the resulting issues surrounding the synthetic a priori carry substantial philosophical importance. The issue of how mathematical knowledge could be simultaneously synthetic and a priori has therefore typically assumed the central place in commentary on Kant's view. But precisely because Kant's thesis does make an intrinsically interesting claim within the philosophy of mathematics, it has attracted steady and careful attention from early on in the Kant reception, and recent decades have produced a wealth of penetrating, insightful commentary on the nature and basis of Kant's view. I will depend heavily on the results from that literature, both in my reconstruction of Kant's key arguments, and in my account of the underlying mathematical and foundational points. In one respect, though, the standpoint adopted in this study, by locating Kant's syntheticity thesis RMLY in the context of his critique of purely conceptual systems of philosophy, suggests a framing of Kant's argument that is different from one that has become common in the literature. For many scholars, Kant's argument for syntheticity depends squarely on his claims about the role of intuition in mathematical knowledge. RST, it is held, Kant shows that intuition plays an indispensable role in geometry, and then, from that result, it is supposed to follow that mathematical knowledge is not strictly conceptual and so must be synthetic. For under the influence of this framing, a great deal of recent debate has centered on just what the role of intuition within mathematical practice was supposed to be. Thus, for example, scholars debate whether intuition is required to sustain mathematical reasoning and argumentation, or is needed to afford mathematical results their characteristic evidence, or plays some other role altogether. Much of the argument then focuses on whether intuition is genuinely essential to mathematical practice as Kant knew it. In sum, it has become common to present Kant as offering a one-step argument from a claim about the role of intuition in mathematical practice to the syntheticity of mathematics. 5. But given the wider dialectical positioning of Kant's philosophy of mathematics as characterized here, the common framing of the argument seems incomplete. After all, orthodox followers of Leibniz or Wolff would not only claim that elementary mathematics rests ultimately on containment truth and proceeds by strictly logical reasoning from concepts, but would also deny that there is any basic difference in logical kind between concepts and intuitions in the RST place. For them, as Kant himself repeatedly points out in Dismay, the representations he classes as intuitions are nothing but logically imperfect, confused concepts, which stand in need of clarification through exactly the sort of analysis of notions characteristic of their framework of containment truth. Thus, within the dialectical context, a reconstruction of Kant's argument that began from the assumption of a strict concept/intuition distinction and then argued from the role of intuition in mathematics to the syntheticity thesis would threaten to beg the question, or at least, to leave crucial bases for Kant's conclusion in implicit form, compressed within the assumption that intuitions are essentially non-conceptual. 6. After all, the strict distinction between concepts and intuitions is just another expression of the core point that needs arguing, viz., that there are essential expressive limitations on conceptual truth. Thus, in my view, Kant needs a prior argument that mathematics exceeds the expressive capacities of logical relations of concept containment. Once such an argument is in place, he can then deploy his analysis of the role of intuition in mathematical practice to explain how the resulting synthetic truths are nevertheless possible. Thus, in the context of a dedicated syntheticity argument, Kant's positive account of mathematical practice can itself provide a convincing independent defense via clear presentation of a precise instance of the strict distinction between intuitions and concepts. I will be presenting Kant's argument according to this two-step structure. 7. By way of motivating that presentation and simultaneously outlining the main foundational and mathematical questions that will concern us, I will begin by arguing that the two-step structure casts some revealing light on aspects of the recent literature. I will then build on some of the important results from that literature, in combination with the conception of analyticity defended in Part I, to rehearse certain relevant aspects of Kant's theory of the concept. With those tools in place, I will turn in the ensuing Chapter 9 to consider the main moves in Kant's arguments for the syntheticity of elementary geometry and elementary arithmetic. 8.2 Logical and phenomenological interpretations of the role of intuition. The past half-century has produced a striking body of scholarship on Kant's philosophy of mathematics, including some of the most impressive results in the Kant literature overall. Following some suggestions of Charles Parsons, Michael Friedman has helpfully organized the most important strand of debate around a contrast between competing logical and phenomenological interpretations of the role intuition plays in Kant's view. 8 Advocates of a logical interpretation rest Kant's syntheticity thesis on the idea that intuition makes an ineliminable contribution to mathematical inferences. By contrast, the phenomenological interpretation holds that the primary importance of intuition lies rather in the distinctive evidence that mathematical claims inherit from intuition's presentation of spatio-temporal structure directly to the mind. The phenomenological evidence is taken to support immediate knowledge of mathematical axioms, and its force is then transmitted to the remainder of mathematics through the foundational role of those propositions. The details of competing proposals about what intuition contributes to mathematics depend on what intuition is in the RST place, and the proper conception of its nature has itself been a central topic of controversy. Kant characterizes intuition by appeal to two different Dunning marks, singularity and immediacy. An intuition is a singular representation, a concept, a universal or reacted representation. Among the Kantian considerations that is different from the one I prefer. 8. For earlier analyses in a similar vein, see Parsons and the discussions in Friedman. Friedman restates the key aspects of his interpretation and quali-es his endorsement of this framing of the debate. My own account of recent developments in this section is deeply indebted to the discussion in Friedman, even though I endorse the logical/phenomenological framing. 214 Part 3. Ineliminable synthetic truth in elementary mathematics. In whatever way and through whatever means a cognition may relate to objects, that through which it relates immediately to them, and at which all thought as a means is directed as an end, is intuition. The latter is either an intuition or a concept. The former is immediately related to the object and is singular, the latter is mediate, by means of a mark, which can be common to several things. As these passages show, both criteria enjoy a solid textual basis. The controversy concerns which of the two is meant to be fundamental and how to understand the relation between them. Jaakko Hintikka, the most prominent early defender of the logical interpretation, argued in a series of papers that the singularity criterion was fundamental for Kant's original and most basic theory of mathematics. According to him, the immediacy criterion, together with the related thesis that our intuition is invariably sensible, were derivative ideas inferred from the essential distinction between singular and general representations, and moreover, Kant arrived at these further commitments only at a later stage of his argument. 9. Charles Parsons, by contrast, contended that the immediacy criterion was separately essential for Kant, and that his core account of mathematics always relies crucially on the immediate evidence provided by spatio-temporal intuition. Phenomenological readings of Kant's view descend from Parsons' important work. For his version of the logical interpretation, Hintikka relies heavily on his identikation of Kantian intuition with singular representation. 10. What makes mathematics synthetic, in his view, is a distinctive pattern of reasoning, in which the key mathematical properties under investigation are RST represented in an arbitrary individual case, then some allowable transformations are performed on that representation, and a conclusion is drawn about any similarly situated case. As Hintikka notes, this is essentially the inferential strategy captured by the rule of existential instantiation in modern formalizations of quanti-cation theory, but the general pattern of reasoning is clearly present in standard Euclidean proofs, as well. There, the step of selecting an individual case corresponds to the proof stage of ekthesis, in which the content comprised in the assumptions of the proposition to be proved is exposited, or set out, in a particular instance whose key features are manifest in a diagram. The transformations then correspond to auxiliary constructions performed on the diagram. Hintikka reasons that since this proof strategy relies on the singular representation of the instantiating individual, and since any such singular term in an argument should count as an intuition, it follows that the paradigm form of mathematical reasoning for Kant does operate through a chain of inferences that is always guided by intuition, and so ought to be counted as synthetic. This interpretation also entails, of course, that any argument deploying existential instantiation, including those couched in the fully formalized framework of modern RST order logic, would likewise count as synthetic. But despite the fact that almost all current-day philosophers would classify such deductions as analytic, Hintikka bites the bullet and argues vigorously on independent logical grounds that they are in fact synthetic, and thus that analytic truth captures only a fragment of modern RST order quanti-cation theory. Obviously, Hintikka's thesis that there are such narrow limits on the expressive power of analytic truth is in the broad spirit of the approach suggested by the results of previous chapters. Moreover, his general point has logical merit. The inference pattern he identifies does rely on tracking a single individual across the steps of the argument, and thereby on the singularity of our representation of that object. In existential instantiation, I infer from the generalization that there are f's, to the assumption that some individual, A, is f, through a derivation of whatever consequences out from fa, so as to conclude, based on the key thought that my initial choice of an object was arbitrary, that any f is G. That is, since the free variable stands in for any object of a certain class, what is proved about this case holds for all cases in the class, and the inference strategy thereby solves what is arguably the most basic problem confronting Kant's philosophy of mathematics, that of inferring a universal conclusion from reasoning that appeals to singular intuition. But if I could not rely on the fact that the same individual, A, is represented by all occurrences of the free variable A throughout the proof, then this strategy would not license the conclusion that Fs are Gs, after all. In particular, no general term covering some Fs would preserve validity here, because it could perfectly well be the case that some of the objects it covers were F, and some were G, without any of the Fs themselves being among the Gs. So Hintikau is correct that this inference form essentially involves singular representation. Moreover, the cognitive work of tracking a unique individual in this way is a distinctive representational achievement that is arguably incapable of being carried off by general concepts alone. Nevertheless, it is easy to see why a philosopher of mathematics like Parsons would be dissatisfied with the logical interpretation in this form. It is at once too general and too abstract to capture the mathematical interest of Kant's proposal. The role of the singular term in argument by existential instantiation is a perfectly general. 216 Part 3. Ineliminable synthetic truth in elementary mathematics. Phenomenon, cutting across mathematical and non-mathematical reasoning, so it provides little insight into Kant's apparent conviction that something distinctive about mathematical reasoning and cognition makes it irreducibly synthetic. Moreover, Kant's own appeals to intuition to explain mathematical results do not focus on abstract logical singularity and its contribution to proof, but instead exploit detailed spatio-temporal content given in intuition, which is supposed to be too rich to be captured by mere concepts. This is perhaps most obvious in Kant's discussions of diagrammatic reasoning in geometry, but Parsons shows that a parallel point can be extended even to Kant's philosophy of arithmetic. From this point of view, Hintikau's treatment seems liable to the objection that it offers no reason that intuitions as such are essential. We could get by just as well with any kind of singular term, or name. 11. As Parsons points out, much of the mathematical interest of Kant's view depends on the idea that there is something about the structure of our spatio-temporal intuitions and thereby something in the content of intuition that plays a key role in mathematics. He traces this contribution to the thought that the structures of space and time, as they are phenomenally given to us, provide models verifying geometry and arithmetic that are made manifest in the very constructions and/or proofs we use to establish our results. In that sense, the formal intuitions of space and time render the axioms of elementary mathematics evident in a distinctive and powerful way. For example, our phenomenal or imaginative access to space might be understood to verify the Euclidean postulates and common notions, and the succession of moments in time might be thought to serve as a kind of built-in model for the succession of natural numbers generated by the successor function. 12. Michael Friedman's work placed the logical interpretation on a more sophisticated basis and simultaneously made progress in answering Parsons' call to characterize the substantive contribution that intuition makes to mathematical cognition. Friedman's interpretation traces Kant's syntheticity thesis fundamentally to the expressive limitations of the traditional logic, which, as we have seen, 13 featured a theory of inference based on relations of containment and exclusion among concepts, guided by the so-called dictum de omni et nullo. In early formulations of the view, 14, Friedman framed his point around a contrast between the traditional syllogistic and the much more powerful modern logic that replaced it. Beginning with Freya, Kant is supposed to have grasped that traditional logic was inadequate to the argumentative demands of mathematical reasoning, and thereby to have seen something of the limitations that eventually helped to motivate the invention of more powerful logical systems in the RST place. This framing had substantial advantages, because it was within post-Frege logics that the question of the expressive power of a logical system was RST given a precise, technical sense, and in that sense, the traditional theory of the categorical syllogism can be neatly fitted inside modern RST order logic as an expressively weak fragment of monadic quanti-cation theory. Friedman could thereby state his argument in compellingly precise form: the expressive limitations that led Kant to the syntheticity thesis reacted the same underlying logical reality that we would capture, in modern terms, by appealing to the idea that certain claims about innity, or about continuity and the existence of certain points, can only be explicitly captured in logical terms by using the full resources of polyadic quanti-cation theory, and in that precise sense they exceed the expressive capacities of the logic available to Kant. 15. As Friedman was careful to insist from the beginning, Kant himself would not, of course, have been able to formulate the point about expressive limitations in any such terms. Despite such disclaimers, this framing for the argument attracted some complaints about anachronism, based on the idea that Kant lacked the logical, or even the mathematical, sophistication to have held the position Friedman attributes to him. 16. More recently, Friedman has preferred a more direct framing of his original argument, focused on his reconstruction of Kant's positive account of mathematical inference, modeled on Euclid's proof procedure in the Elements. This presentation brings out interesting connections between Friedman's account and those of Hintikau and Parsons. Like Hintikau, Friedman is concerned to show how what Kant calls the construction of concepts in intuition plays an essential role in mathematical inference, as exempli ed in paradigmatic Euclidean proof procedures. But rather than focusing on the analogy between Euclidean argumentation and the logical form of existential instantiation, Friedman illuminated Kant's account of mathematical construction by directing attention to the rich practice of Euclidean diagrammatic reasoning. 17. His account thereby addresses Parsons' call to show how elementary mathematics depends in detail on our intuitive grasp of spatio-temporal structure. The accounts of Euclidean proof offered in Chapter 9 are indebted to Friedman's path-breaking work, so I will postpone discussion of details. What is crucial in general is the way the reasoning relies on procedures that underwrite the construction of particular magnitudes, based on the Euclidean postulates, most basically, the RST and second postulates, which license the construction of a line from any point to any point, and the production of a line further in either direction, and the third, which licenses the construction of a circle with any center and radius by the rotation of such a line around one of its endpoints. On the Friedman picture, the logical power of such straight edge and compass constructions derives ultimately from the way any output of such a construction can itself be taken as an input for further applications of constructive procedure. This fundamental iterability allows the Euclidean mathematician to fashion the auxiliary constructions that enable diagrammatic reasoning to explore the whole/part structure of space, and as Parsons had already noted, such iteration is also obviously crucial to the foundational structure for arithmetic. For Friedman, though, the expressive power of the underlying reasoning remains the paramount issue, so his central focus is that the iterability of these intuition-based construction procedures permits explicit representation of innate manifolds and underwrites the crucial existential assumptions needed for mathematical reasoning. Precisely these representational tasks exceed the power of mere concepts for the Kantian, and that fact, Friedman argues, lies at the ultimate basis of the syntheticity thesis. Such a view clearly goes some distance towards satisfying Parsons' desideratum that an adequate account of Kant's appeal to pure intuition in mathematics ought to make it clear how the detailed content of intuition contributes to mathematical results through its representation of spatio-temporal structure. But it does not speak directly to a further epistemological thought operative in Parsons' view, viz., that intuition is the key factor in making mathematical truth evident in the distinctive way that it is. That thought served as the centerpiece for Emily Carson's version of the phenomenological interpretation, which argues that intuition is important in Kant's account because of the certainty that it lends to mathematical axioms and the content that it provides them. For Carson, Kant's core philosophical concern is anti-formalist. He wants to guarantee that our mathematical representations count as genuine knowledge of objects and are not merely a formal game with signs. 18. To accomplish this, Kant's metaphysical exposition of the concept of space offers independent arguments, that is, for Carson, independent from geometry, for a phenomenologically available space of experience, which is then supposed to ground the reality of geometry's constructive procedures. Following Parsons' account, Carson identifies two interrelated structural features of phenomenologically available space, since every space is given within a horizon of surrounding space, and since all objects are given within one space, space itself is given to us as boundless, and it manifests a distinctive whole/part structure in which every particular space exists as a part of the prior, whole, single space. 19. Our immediate awareness of these two structural features of space is supposed to provide semantic and epistemological grounding for geometrical practice, because it offers manifest evidence of the non-empty and just-ed character of geometrical axioms, definitions, and postulates, and thence also of the constructions based on them. For example, the immediate intuition of space both justifies and provides an object for Euclid's RST2 postulates that we can draw a line from any point to any point, and produce a line infinitely in either direction. With those results in place, we can construct a triangle, thereby warranting the objective reality of that concept. By contrast, the logically possible concept of a two-sided plane GUR cannot be constructed, precisely because the effort to do so coincides with what the intuition of space makes evident about the RST2 postulates, viz., that straight lines produced between the same two endpoints must coincide, and so cannot enclose a space. 20. A striking result of this overall account is that, from Carson's point of view, Kant's syntheticity thesis has the air of a byproduct consequence. He aimed to block a formalist account of mathematics by providing a semantic and epistemological grounding for geometry's objective reality. As it happened, intuition was needed to do the relevant work, and so, elementary mathematics also turns out to be synthetic. Friedman quickly accepted some key aspects of Carson's interpretation. In particular, he accepted Carson's textual case that Kant argued for a prior metaphysical space, which is given in intuition and serves as a grounding condition of possibility for geometrical construction. This is the space in which construction is carried out, as Parsons expresses it. Perhaps more importantly, Friedman also took on board the claims drawn from Parsons about the key structural features of that immediately given space. Despite these avowed shifts, 21. However, Friedman continues to emphasize claims associated with the logical interpretation, especially the focus on intuition's indispensable role in mathematical inference, and the core insight that Kant's syntheticity thesis is tied to expressive limitations of traditional logic. In parallel, Parsons conceded the power of Friedman's account of the intuitive contributions to mathematical inference, and he appears to accept the role of expressive limitations in accounting for the syntheticity thesis. Moreover, much important recent work in the field actively looks to assimilate insights from both the Friedman logical account and Parsons' phenomenological approach. Perhaps, then, the contrast between the logical and phenomenological interpretations was never as deep-going as it seemed from the 1960s into the 1990s. Friedman himself sometimes seems to think as much. I now think, however, that this dichotomy is artificial. A truly adequate interpretation of Kant's philosophy of mathematics must make room for elements from both the logical and phenomenological approaches. Rejection of the dichotomy seems too quick, however. After all, there are quite different ways that a fully adequate interpretation of Kant's view might make room for elements from both strategies. One could incorporate some phenomenological aspects into an interpretation that retains the essential structure of the logical account, as Friedman seems to have done, or one could concede the importance of intuition for mathematical inference, while insisting that such logical points require supplementation because there are further and separate epistemological functions for geometrical intuition altogether beyond the considerations proper to the logical reading. Moreover, at least in one recent exchange compare Parsons to Friedman, the two certainly still seem to be disagreeing about something they take to be sine Kant. For example, Friedman is quite clear that he does not accept one of the main consequences that Carson and Parsons were keen to draw from their Account of a phenomenologically given space, viz., that it provides an epistemic justification for geometrical axioms that is prior to the science of geometry itself. Instead, the main insight he pulls from the phenomenological reading concerns the intuitive presentation of whole/part spatial structure, which he then emphasizes as a source of intuitive contributions within geometrical inference. 22. On the other side, Parsons appears to remain convinced that, in addition to the inferential role for intuition successfully identified by Friedman, there remains some further epistemological work for intuition to do in the foundations of elementary mathematics, and that the identification of this potential role constitutes a sine qua part of the intrinsic interest of Kant's position. It is at just this point, I believe, that some illumination of the structure of Kant's argument can come from the wider perspective provided by viewing Kant's philosophy of mathematics within the context of his efforts to articulate an analytic/synthetic distinction suitable for a foundational critique of the Wolffian paradigm in metaphysics. As I argued at the end of section 8.1, some of the recent discussion among Kant scholars when seen from that standpoint has been a bit too ready to accept Kant's strict distinction between concepts and intuitions at face value as an assumed starting point. After all, from the standpoint of that historical debate, to accept that there is a foundational logical distinction between representations of the two types, such that there are expressive tasks that cannot be accomplished through concepts alone, is already just to accept Kant's view on the key point of contention, viz., that there are inescapable expressive limitations on conceptual truth. Neither Leibniz nor Wolff conceded any such distinction. On the contrary, they insisted that the representations Kant classified as intuitions were themselves ultimately conceptual. Insofar as they recognized a difference between general concepts with precisely articulated logical interrelations and immediate, singular, sensible representations, they traced it to a logical law of the latter. Such representations were classified as confused concepts, whose internal complexity made their adequate analysis especially difficult. To avoid begging the question against his main target, then, Kant needs an argument in favor of his distinction, one showing that the fully adequate analysis of intuitive representations is not just practically difficult, but impossible in principle, and impossible because they do not conform to the strictures of concept containment. In just that sense, they are essentially non-conceptual as a matter of their logical nature. If we hope to glean assistance for such an argument from the example of mathematics, 23, it is important that our account of mathematics does not simply assume an exclusive concept/intuition distinction, but instead identifies a principled argument that mathematical cognition does exhibit essentially non-conceptual structure. That prior syntheticity argument can then be deployed to support the introduction of intuition as a logically independent mode of representation, capable of expressing the aspects of mathematical cognition that exceed the capacity of mere concepts. Carson's approach threatens to beg the wider question in just this way. Consider, for example, her initial claim that Kant needs a phenomenologically given space to ground geometric construction. Kant gives an argument purportedly independent of geometrical concerns for the claim that the representation of space as an innate given magnitude must be intuitive, since a general concept of space is inadequate for such a representation. This suggests that the argument for the intuitive nature of space is independent from any geometrical concerns, and thus independent of the inferential role for intuition in geometry. Carson's parenthetical remark represents a clear instance of the tendency to treat Kant's concept/intuition distinction as an assumption for the purposes of his philosophy of mathematics, and as we have just seen, it is an assumption that his presumptive opponents would not accept. But to be clear, so far the key question is still not yet begged. Carson could, of course, insist that Kant offers some independent defense of the concept/intuition distinction, which he is entitled to rely upon here. That defense might be thought to consist in the successful articulation of the analytic/synthetic distinction in the critique introduction, coupled with the denitions of intuitions as singular, immediate representations, and of concepts as general representations mediated by Marx. Obviously, Kant does make both moves before the relevant argument about space in the metaphysical exposition, Moreover, Kant surely must be given leeway to stipulate definitions for his technical terminology, and earlier chapters showed that these distinctions can be given a sustainable logical basis. This last move, however, does not so much avoid the need for a logical interpretation of Kant's philosophy of mathematics, as it does recognize the priority of its main claim within the argumentative structure of Kant's overall account. The difficulty for Carson's approach, as I see it, is that what Kant needs in order to sustain this prior logical point cannot be fully established in independence from his account of mathematics. For as we saw in Chapter 1, definitional stipulation alone will not suffice for Kant's purposes. His claim is not simply that it is possible to distinguish singular from general representations, or cases of clear concept containment from its absence. In fact, his opponents need not deny any of that. 24. What Kant must defend is the substantive claim that there is in fact true knowledge, indeed, a great deal of it on the synthetic side of the analytic/synthetic divide, and more, that such knowledge is scientifically serious, and not merely some confused, logically imperfect formulation of underlying containment analyticities. Precisely here, Kant clearly intended to rest important weight on the case of mathematics. It is a systematic body of knowledge that cannot credibly be dismissed as confused, provisional, empirical, or logically and scientifically imperfect. On the contrary, it served as the very paradigm of logical distinctness and scientific form for his opponents themselves. Thus, if mathematics turns out to involve essentially synthetic truths, then Kant can sustain his claims, RST, that the analytic/synthetic distinction marks a substantive separation between genuine classes of knowledge, and second, that there must be another type of representation, irreducibly distinct from concepts, capable of carrying the essentially non-conceptual information needed to underwrite that synthetic knowledge. Not only the prior commitments of Kant's targets regarding mathematical knowledge, but also the precision of mathematical science makes it a privileged venue for the demonstration of ineliminable syntheticity. In this domain, syntheticity results can hope to attain principled logical exactness, and cannot credibly be dismissed as artifacts of insufficient analysis. From this standpoint, Kant's actual argument for substantive analytic/synthetic and concept/intuition distinctions cannot be cleanly separated from his argument for the syntheticity of mathematics. Mathematical knowledge is the paradigm domain in which he needs to establish definitively that there really must be essentially non-conceptual knowledge, and consequently also non-conceptual means for representing it. The argument that does this work will focus on the logical nature of purely conceptual knowledge, and especially on the general issue of expressive limitations highlighted by Friedman. Thus, attention to the wider context of Kant's critique of traditional metaphysics reveals a basic priority for the logical interpretation of his philosophy of mathematics over the phenomenological elements. 25. In the reconstruction developed below, that fundamental priority is re-acted in the two-step structure of Kant's argument. At a RST stage, Kant needs a dedicated logical argument that concept containment, as rationalists understood it, is not adequate to capture mathematical cognition. That stage will provide Kant's basic reasons for thinking that elementary mathematics must be synthetic. Nevertheless, the argument remains incomplete. Along with his opponents, Kant assumes that mathematics does deliver scientific cognition, so if he could not offer an alternative explanation of its possibility as a genuinely synthetic body of knowledge, that lack would cast retrospective doubt on the soundness of his negative result in the initial step. Thus, Kant needs a second step, in which the positive account of pure intuition is deployed to explain how synthetic mathematical knowledge is possible. It is at this second stage that Kant's distinctive departure from the long rationalist tradition treating mathematics as characteristically intellectual, 26, and also the insights of the phenomenological reading, will end their place. This argument pattern contrasts with that proposed by Carson, who NDS substantially the reverse order of reasoning, viz., that Kant RST establishes the intuitive character of space and argues that it plays an indispensable epistemic and semantic role for geometry, and then infers that, as a byproduct, mathematics is consequently synthetic, again. Kant gives an argument purportedly independent of geometrical concerns for the claim that the representation of space as an innate given magnitude must be intuitive, since a general concept of space is inadequate for such a representation. This suggests that the argument for the intuitive nature of space is independent from any geometrical concerns, and thus independent of the inferential role for intuition in geometry. The syntheticity of geometry, as the science of space, would then follow straightforwardly from the intuitive nature of our representation of space regardless of the inferential role of intuition. In my view, the strictly logical concept/intuition distinction assumed here can only be sustained, in the forceful form Kant needs, with help from a prior logical argument that mathematical cognition is non-conceptual, hence synthetic. Thus, insofar as Carson's strategy presupposes that distinction, it must either likewise presuppose the key point of the logical interpretation, or else beg the question against Kant's intended Wolfson targets. 27. Consideration of the recent secondary literature has thus led us to two related results. First, the wider context of Kant's agenda for a critique of metaphysics has an important consequence for understanding his philosophy of mathematics, viz., the general priority of the logical interpretation over the phenomenological within our overall understanding of Kant's view, and in particular, the importance of a dedicated argument establishing Friedman's insight about the expressive limitations of the logic of concepts. Second, I have defended a two-step reconstruction of Kant's broad argumentative strategy, in which the negative argument for syntheticity comprises the RST step, and the positive account of mathematical intuition accomplishes the second. As we will see, the core logical fact captured by the RST step of the argument manifests itself in a number of interconnected ways, including not only the points Friedman identified involving the representation of innate and existence claims, but also certain more elementary points. These include some ideas about the nature of concepts, as well as key points about a. The difference between conceptual and quantitative/extensional containment, b. The requirements for representing homogeneous magnitude, and c. The representation and argumentative deployment of whole/part relations. Before turning in Chapter 9 to consider Kant's philosophy of elementary mathematics in detail, it is helpful to frame explicitly some of the more basic and general points about concepts on which my reconstruction of his arguments will depend. 8.3 Conceptual truth and mathematical knowledge. I have been arguing that Kant needs a dedicated argument for the syntheticity of mathematics that moves directly through considerations about the logical nature and expressive power of concepts. That is, the syntheticity argument should show why conceptual truth as such faces expressive limits that fall short of what is required to represent elementary mathematics. For the purposes of this RST step, therefore, the reconstruction of Kant's argument should attend straight away to the key features of concepts and their containment relations, rather than proceeding indirectly via observations about the role of singular, immediate representations in mathematics, coupled with a contrast between such intuitions and concepts. So, what features of concepts and their mutual containment are responsible for limits on the expressive power of conceptual truth? I will focus on three interconnected features of the theory of the concept in the traditional logic, which have sine-Kant consequences for mathematical reasoning. First, concepts comprise intensional marks joined by simple conjunction. Indeed, the identity conditions for concepts are exceeded by these contents, so in a real sense, concepts just are collections of concatenated marks. As we saw in Chapter 2, concepts stand in a systematic pattern of inclusion and exclusion relations in virtue of the marks they contain. A concept whose marks include those comprised in another thereby contains that other concept, and a concept including a mark opposed to one in another concept excludes that concept. The resulting containment relations establish a strict partial ordering of concepts from higher to lower. Higher concepts are contained in the lower ones falling under them. No lower concept is contained in one that is higher, and any two concepts that reciprocally contain one another are identical. But while it is transitive and irrexive, this ordering of concepts is not total. There is no absolute measure of the amount contained in a concept, because the differentia composing them are intensional marks which themselves carry content, and we lack any analysis that would resolve those contents down to atomic units that would be equal in any sense. As a result, two concepts are comparable with respect to how much they contain only where there is an actual containment relation between them, and in the many cases where neither concept is contained in the other, there is simply no fact of the matter about their relative positions in the ordering. As Kant put it, 28. One concept is not broader than another because it contains more under itself, for one cannot know that but rather insofar as it contains under itself the other concept, and besides this still more. This point that concept containment imposes only a partial ordering on concepts is related to a second key feature, whose importance has been shown by Daniel Sutherland. Through their intentional marks, concepts represent qualitative differences among things, which divide them into general classes. Because their role is to generate common classes, concepts abstract from differences among what falls under them. In particular, they do not specify how many such things there are, the concept applies to all of what falls under it in just the same way. In that sense, a general concept represents something about the quality and not the quantity of its objects. But as Sutherland shows, the identication of such a common quality does provide a crucial precondition for quantitative determinations, because questions about how many, or how much, presuppose that different things can be combined, or composed, with one another to form a larger whole of the same sort. In the Greek mathematical tradition, this sort of logical homogeneity was extended by reaction on key facts about mathematical dimensionality, and resulted in a further requirement crucial to the theory of ratios, where only what is mathematically homogeneous can stand in a proper ratio. Thus, lines can be composed with lines to form larger lines, and two lines can be placed in a ratio, 29, and similarly for planes, volumes, and numbers, but a line cannot compose with a plane, nor is any ratio between them well denied. Kant generalized this idea from the theory of ratios to make a logical point about the representation of magnitudes. Magnitudes must exhibit what Sutherland calls strict logical homogeneity, which gives them the species identity required for the whole magnitude to be composed out of its parts, but there must also be diversity among the parts, so that they can be composed with one another. That is, the representation of quantity requires numerical difference amid species identity. What is crucial about Sutherland's insight, for our purposes, is that there are two fundamentally different roles to be played in any representation of quantity, or magnitude. Homogeneous magnitudes must be capable of being composed to yield more of the same, and in order to do this, we must represent the respect in which things are the same so that they may be added to one another to make more, and we must also represent the respect in which they are different, without which composing them together could never yield more. As general representations, concepts are nicely suited for the RST of these tasks. They represent what their objects have in common, and thus their logical homogeneity. Precisely the same feature on TS concepts for the second task. As we saw, they achieve the generality that is their hallmark as representations exactly by abstracting away from, and so not representing, difference among the objects they apply to. Thus, it is due to their very logical essence that concepts are incapable of representing what Sutherland identifies as the key feature of magnitudes, viz., their strict logical homogeneity, or homogeneity that excludes all species differences as such, but without eliminating numerical difference. Obviously, the representation of magnitudes is absolutely central for mathematics, so this limitation on concepts will prove crucial for the ensuing argument. 30. That this sort of representation really does mark an essential expressive limitation on traditional one-place concepts emerges from viewing the same basic aspect of logical reality from another angle. As we saw earlier, conceptual content itself may be combined. In the paradigm case, adding a further mark to an extant concept yields a more species concept, which falls under the initial concept, for example, is formed from by the addition of, according to the Aristotelian definition. but such composition of conceptual content is fundamentally non-quantitative in the key respect identi ed by Sutherland. 31. Quantitative composition combines what is logically homogeneous to yield more of the same. But when we form a species by adding a mark to a genus, what we add is not logically homogeneous, it involves a different mark. Moreover, should we combine conceptual contents that were logically the same, we would not get more content. A feline cat is just a cat. Likewise for any other conceptual mark, a, adding a to a does not yield any further speciation of the genus, but simply takes us back to a itself. This fact belongs to the essential logical function of concepts. Their power comes from the generality obtained by abstracting from all more species differences. The consequence is that a can add nothing by way of conceptual content to a is tautologous. From this standpoint, we see that it was no accident that there can be no absolute fact of the matter about the amount of content a given concept contains, of the sort that would permit the strict ordering imposed by the containment relation to be a total one, rather than merely partial. Conceptual content does not compose as a quantity. This formulation of the expressive limitation of mere concepts, that concept concatenation is idempotent, so that adding a concept to itself yields only the same concept again, not any increment to it, will also prove useful in identifying the irreducible syntheticity of elementary mathematics. Third, we saw not only that containment imposes a partial order on concepts, but also that the ordering is strict. It is antisymmetric because, for any concepts A and B, if A contains B and B contains A, then really A and B are identical, and there was only ever one concept. 32. Moreover, as we saw in Part I, Kant and the Wolf-Ans held further that containment relations were governed by the rules of division, which facilitate the logical transparency of our judgments about conceptual contents by imposing substantive restrictions on the types of overlap among marks that count as containment. Of course, convertible, or reciprocal concepts stand in the relation of identity, in the way we just saw. Beyond that, the division rules permit only the complete inclusion of one concept in the other, or their complete exclusion by one another. Thus, there can be partial overlap of marks between two concepts only where one concept's marks form a proper subset of the other's. The division hierarchy rules out partial overlaps where the two concepts share some marks, but each includes non-overlapping marks in addition. These restrictions generate the robust relations between conceptual contents and logical extensions that I referred to as the strong reciprocity of content and logical extension. Conceptual contents and extensions cannot come apart, in the sense that two concepts may not share common determinations in their logical extensions without one's being part of the other's content, and vice versa. Concepts that share common content must also have overlapping logical extensions. Any case of complete overlap between contents entails also complete overlap of extensions, and hence concept identity. Although this strong reciprocity feature is limited to Spicicali-Wolfan versions of the conceptualist research program, it will nevertheless sometimes be convenient to appeal to it in the course of the arguments of Chapter 9 that explore the relations between content and extension that are needed to represent elementary mathematical truths. Taken together, the facts about concepts and their containment relations captured through these three related ideas have a striking upshot, which lies at the center of the limits on conceptual representation exploited in the arguments explored in Chapter 9. These ideas establish equivalence conditions for concepts and their contents and logical extensions. The striking fact is that identity itself is the only equivalence relation among concepts. There is no such thing as equivalence of non-identical concepts. Put another way, conceptual means alone, in the sense of the Leibnizian, Wolfan philosophy, cannot distinguish any other equivalence relation from strict identity. On reaction, this is not surprising. After all, one-place concepts work by explicitly representing qualitative, species difference, and thus, any change that departs from some identical set of conceptual marks must perforce alter the conceptual content of the result so that it is no longer equivalent to the original. Thus, if we con-ne ourselves to the conceptual domain, then there cannot be genuinely different ways of representing the same thing, i.e., the conceptually equivalent determination, precisely because the concepts just are the relevant ways of representing, so that any difference among them is already a difference that rules out equivalence. As Kant himself observes, some such thought lies behind the Leibnizian principle of the identity of indiscernibles. If all truth about a domain is supposed to be strictly conceptual, then any difference in conceptual characterization must entail a difference in the thing represented, and vice versa. 33. While unsurprising, however, this fact about concepts nevertheless remains striking, because just such representation of equivalence among non-identicals is crucial for mathematics. 34. It will follow that such mathematical equivalence cannot be strictly conceptual equivalence in the traditional sense, and thence that elementary mathematical truth is non-conceptual, or synthetic. The limitations on conceptual representation just identi et apply, of course, to traditional, one-place concepts of the sort that concerned Kant, along with Leibniz, Wolff, and their followers, in their theories of the concept and of containment relations. A system capable of unlocking the internal logical structure of essentially relational concepts need not face the same limits. For example, it might formulate a representation of equinumericity along Phrygian lines and argue that because the formulation turns on the logic of relations, it is ultimately conceptual. In that sense, the ideas just canvassed are deeply related to the core idea going back to Russell and Friedman, which focused on the expressive limitations faced by traditional logic due to its lack of a substantive theory of relations, and framed those limits by appeal to the contrast between traditional logic and the modern logic of relations. I will return to this connection briefly in section 9.2.1, where we will see that such Phrygian formulations would not count as strictly conceptual in the sense proper to the earlier logical context we have been exploring. For now, however, let us turn to the practice of elementary mathematics as Kant knew it and the role of equivalence of non-identicals within it. 9. Kant on the syntheticity of elementary mathematics. Kant's claim that mathematical truth is synthetic, not analytic, utterly rejects the logical and metaphysical presumptions of the Wolffian paradigm. Wolff had claimed to reconstruct all knowledge in syllogistic form, and mathematics was to be the paradigm for the rest of science in this respect. Our best indication of the sort of reconstruction Wolff had in mind comes from his treatment of geometrical results in the context of his exposition of logic, which we will explore. But if Kant is right that elementary mathematics is synthetic, then the Wolffian reconstruction program was always impossible even in the best case, and the entire agenda is doomed. As we have seen, it is in this respect that Kant's philosophy of mathematics turns out to be central to his overall critique of the previous metaphysics. In Chapter 8, I suggested two main thoughts that will guide my interpretation of Kant's arguments here. First, I argued that Kant's overall strategy should be understood as a two-step argument, with a dedicated case for the syntheticity of mathematics based on the logic of concepts as the RST stage, and Kant's positive account of intuition's role in making mathematical cognition possible as the second. The dedicated argument for the RST step that I favor turns on the expressive limitations of containment truth following Friedman's version of the logical interpretation. The key expressive limitation of concepts I will rely upon is the second main thought carried forward from Chapter 8, that concepts can be equivalent only if they are fully identical, so that mere concepts cannot represent the equality of non-identicals. Along the way, I will also highlight limitations traceable to the strong reciprocity of conceptual content and logical extension proper to distinctively Wolffian versions of Kant's rationalist target, and the idempotence of traditional, purely conceptual representation. The basic argument is straightforward. Within the restrictions on conceptual representation just mentioned, no sense can be given to equivalent but non-identical concepts. But even simple mathematical truths turn crucially on the equality of different things, the very relation that qualitative analytic conceptual relations cannot represent. 1. So, mathematical equivalences cannot be strictly conceptual ones. Two cases are relevant to the effort to provide strictly conceptual formulation for such claims, but both fail to do so. Either one, the conceptual characterizations of the things equated do mark the difference between them, in which case there cannot be a conceptual equivalence, and we therefore fail to represent the equality analytically, or 2, the relevant terms are equivalent concepts, but then we represent no difference between them, thereby failing again to attain explicit representation of the equality of different things. By contrast, in distinctively mathematical claims and arguments, terms with different conceptual content stand in an equivalence that permits the substitution of one for the other precisely because they determine the same quantity, despite a difference in conceptual content. In that sense, conceptual content and extension come apart in mathematics, violating the strong reciprocity demanded of Wolffian conceptual relations, as well. To explain such truths, therefore, we must postulate non-logical extensions, which, unlike logical extensions, need not be strongly reciprocal with conceptual content, and so can be used to express synthetic truth overlap of conceptual content. Once we consider how such claims were actually sustained in elementary mathematics as Kant knew it, it will become clear in detail why concept containment cannot do the needed work, and so must fail to capture basic argumentative patterns of even elementary mathematics, including the very geometrical argument Wolff cited as the paradigm for his syllogistic reconstruction program. 9.1 Kant's philosophy of geometry and the failure of Wolff's reconstruction program. Since Wolff himself gave geometrical argument a featured role in his own logical reconstruction program, it is natural to begin there. In that domain, we can note immediately that reasoning of the broad form just sketched shows that the distinctively geometrical equivalence relation of congruence must be non-conceptual. In fact, the centrality within geometry of the relevant sort of comparisons equating non-identicals becomes apparent from the RST2 propositions of Euclid, Book I. The well-known prop I(1) demonstrates a general procedure for constructing an equilateral triangle. The proof strategy constructs two circles on a given line segment, of each with AB as radius, and one of the two endpoints as center. Joining each endpoint to a point where the circles intersect, C, yields a triangle, which must be equilateral. The sides AB and AC are equal, since they are radii of the same circle, and likewise for sides AB and BC. Two things that are equal to the same thing must also be equal to one another, so all three sides of the triangle are equal. Euclid immediately extends the result to obtain a general procedure for generating a new line segment equal to any arbitrary line segment, from some endpoint not on the line. Beginning from the arbitrary line segment and the point, the proof proceeds by connecting A to one endpoint of BC. This allows us to construct an equilateral triangle, ABD, on the new line, AB. The proof then constructs two circles, one with center B and radius BC, the second with the center at D and radius DG, formed by extending the triangle side DB until it meets the RST circle, FCG, as in figure 9.2. At that point, we are in a position to construct the line AE provably equal to the given BC by producing DA until it intersects circle GEH. The argument notes that BG is equal to BC, since they are radii of the same circle, and DG equals DA for the same reason. Since the triangle DBA is equilateral, its sides DA and DB must be equal. But since DG and DA are equal, the remainders left when the equals DA and DB are removed from them are likewise equal. And now, since AE is equal to BG, and BG to BC, AE is equal to the given BC, which was the point to be established. These two propositions are crucial for what follows in plane geometry precisely because they permit the construction, for any line, of another line equal to it, and thereby the comparison of different but equivalent magnitudes of the sort we sought to raise problems for strictly conceptual truth. And inequality are established. The proofs exhibit two basic strategies for showing the equivalence of non-identicals that are important throughout elementary geometry. First, in Euclid I(1), the sides of the triangle are equivalent because they are parts of the same whole whose common relation to the whole entails their equality. For example, AB and AC are radii of the circle A, and all radii of the same circle must be equal. This result exploits the congruence of all radii of a circle resting on the third postulate and the denition of the circle, which is one of the two basic forms of congruence underwriting the plane geometry of book I prop. I, too, exploits the same idea, but it also uses a second approach, which infers the equality of geometrical magnitudes because they are the complements remaining after the removal of a common part from two equal wholes. Thus, since AE and BG are the complements which, along with the equal D and DB, go to make up the equal D and DG, they must themselves be equals. In short, the proofs establish the equivalence of non-identicals by identifying magnitudes as equal parts of the same whole or as complementary parts of equal wholes. Both kinds of judgment violate the strictures of analytic containment for the key reason we have seen: they essentially represent non-identicals as equal. Of course, Kant holds that the mathematical arguments do succeed to represent non-identical quantities as perfectly equal, despite their non-identity. Since concepts cannot do that work, the water must be carried instead by intuition, and now we arrive at the second stage of Kant's two-step argument, where explicit appeal to intuition is deployed. For example, Kant would insist that the difference between the equal radii of an AC is represented via singular, intuitive determinations, example through their having different endpoints on the circumference, viz., B and C. Moreover, this is a perfectly general feature of space as a non-conceptual representation. The concept of a cubic foot of space, wherever and however often I think it, is in itself always completely the same. Yet 2 cubic feet are nevertheless distinguished in space merely through their locations. These are conditions of the intuition in which the object of this concept is given, which do not belong to the concept. Missing this point, in Kant's view, was the key failing of Leibniz's claim of the identity of indiscernibles. Since he had before his eyes solely their concepts, and not their position in intuition, he extended his principle of indiscernibles, which holds merely of the concepts of things in general, to the objects of the senses. Places are entirely indifferent with regard to the inner determinations of the things. A place equals B can just as readily accept a thing that is fully equal and similar to another in a place equals A, as it could if the former were ever so internally different. Thus that putative law is simply an analytical rule of comparison of things through mere concepts. As I noted at the end of chapter 8, Leibniz's principle would be perfectly correct for a system of conceptual truths, since within any such system equivalence must be actually identical. But of course, Kant insists, we can in fact distinguish fully equal and similar things like the 2 cubic feet of space or the line segments of an AC by locating them at different places. For these reasons, Leibniz's principle, and with it the ideal of a fully sufficient system of strictly analytic truths, fails as an account of mathematics. That failure, however, just shows the need for the second step of Kant's argument, which will posit a new, essentially non-conceptual mode of representation, intuition, that is capable of sustaining the claims of geometry. At RST this argument may appear to be too quick. It might seem to leave the dialectic at an impasse. Kant asserts that we can represent non-conceptual, merely numerical distinction between fully equal and similar things via intuition, but Wolff-Ans and Leibnizians might counter that such an analysis is shallow, since intuitions are just confused concepts. In particular, they might contend that there must be some conceptual differentiation more specie than, which allows us to distinguish the radii of an AC, despite their sharing a common magnitude. Just here, though, Kant's negative argument that mathematical truth is non-conceptual gains real bite, for it shows not so much that we can represent merely numerically distinct equals, but that we must if mathematical knowledge is to be possible. The reasoning can be stated as a dilemma. Either of and AC are distinguished by conceptual marks alone, or not. If not, they are conceptually equivalent, but then the Leibnizian, Wolff must count them as fully identical, since indiscernibles are identical and concepts with the same content must also have the same extension. In that case the proof, which rests on their distinctness, will not go through. But if they are distinguishable by conceptual marks, then their full equivalence as established in the proof is not a matter of concepts alone. For from a conceptual point of view, they are not equivalent. 2. Either way, the mathematical result does not depend on what the concepts contain. Thus, it is synthetic. Again, Leibniz was right to insist, with his principle of indiscernibles, that the only equivalence relation available in a system of purely conceptual truth is identity itself. If all truth were conceptual, therefore, the equivalence of non-identicals could not be represented as true. On such a basis, Kant rightly maintains, elementary geometry would be impossible. The second kind of equality judgment about complementary parts of equal wholes highlights some further features of diagrammatic reasoning that help to out the second step of Kant's argument, which does the positive work to show how mathematical reasoning is possible by revealing the distinctive contributions of essentially non-conceptual representations to geometrical argument. In particular, Euclid's reasoning in Prop. I2 relied crucially on the fact that the radius dg of circle GEH coincides with the combined segments dB and BG, together with the fact that dB and BG are themselves proper parts of other gers whose interrelations are important to the proof, their parts BG and AE, formed by subtraction of the equal dB and d, must themselves be equal, and BG equals BC, so AE equals BC as well. 3. The exploitation of such spatial overlaps among objects depicted in diagrams is the basic cognitive strategy through which the Euclidean geometer judges of equality and inequality, for it permits comparison of one magnitude to another, unknown magnitudes to known ones, and so on. This is what makes diagrammatic reasoning essential to the demonstrations in their Euclidean form. As Friedman indicates, and Kenneth Manders and Lisa Schabel have shown in detail, such comparisons do not rest on any grained eyeballing of a diagram's relative magnitudes, but instead on obvious whole/part relations among the overlapping gers, whose presence and mutual relations follow ineluctably from rule-governed procedures of construction that rest ultimately on the definitions and postulates of the geometrical system. For here it is useful to consider Euclid's proof of Prop. I20, to which Kant himself appeals as a geometrical principle that is never derived from general concepts of line and triangle, but rather derived from intuition. As Friedman observes, Kant can hardly have meant to suggest that we can tell that two sides of a triangle are together greater than the third by some sort of direct inspection, for the property admits of rigorous proof. Euclid begins by constructing a triangle, ABC. On the strength of the second postulate and Prop. I2, we can produce one of the sides, BA, to a point D, such that AD is equal to AC, and then join DC. Since AD and AC are equal sides of the newly formed triangle ADC, the angles ADC and ACD subtending them are likewise equal. But the angle BCD must be greater than the angle ACD, and hence also greater than ADC. The previous proposition in Euclid showed that in any triangle, the greater angle is subtended by the greater side. Thus, we can conclude that since its angle BCD is greater than CDB, the subtending side BD is likewise greater than the side CB. But BD is equal to BA combined with AD, so since AD is equal to AC, it follows that BA and AC together are greater than CB. And the similar proof can be constructed for the other combinations of sides. The crucial moment in this proof, where the reasoning based on the auxiliary construction makes decisive contact with the triangle set out in the initial terms of the problem, is ineliminably intuitive, namely the judgment that angle BCD must be greater than angle ACD, which rests on the intuitively given information that the angle BCD contains ACD as its proper part. The judgment does not rest on any special ability to assess the exact size of either angle, but rather on the general consequence of their manifest spatial overlap, namely that however large they are, BCD comprises all of ACD plus more, and so must be greater. 5. The diagram thereby affords the information about whole/part relations in space that sets our inferences about inequality in motion, leading ultimately to the wanted conclusion that the two sides of ABC taken together must be greater than the third, a result that Euclid derived from intuition, just as Kant claimed. Despite being carried by a singular diagrammatic representation, however, the relevant information is no idiosyncratic accident of a particular drawing, but a consequence of the general procedure proper to the construction. Since the segment AD extends the side BA, joining D to C must form an external angle of the triangle ABC at the vertex C, thus, no matter what size we drew the sides and angles, BCD will have to comprise both the internal angle BCA and the newly formed external angle ACD, and so it will be the greater whole when compared to ACD alone. As Schabel shows in detail, such construction procedures are systematically constrained by rules implicit in the definitions, common notions, and postulates of the Euclidean system. The role of phenomenologically presented singular representations of spatial regions, therefore, is not to permit a direct, exact size assessment of the sides of ABC, but to make manifest a perfectly general fact about the structure of whole/part containment in space, from which the inequality of mathematical interest follows. 6. In Euclid's proof, then, the weight-bearing mathematical judgment of inequality is made on the strength of a singular, intuitive representation, which owes its force to its immediate manifestation of a key spatial overlap, and in that sense, the argument turns on the phenomenologically given whole/part structure of space. No purely conceptual treatment could produce this result, for reasons parallel to those we have already seen operating in the case of equality judgments. A comparison between different magnitudes resulting in a judgment of inequality is still a comparison of magnitudes in the same sense as the judgments of equality considered earlier, and all such comparison requires the power to represent strict logical homogeneity along with numerical difference, a power we have seen to exceed the expressive resources of mere concepts. The immediate judgment that BCD is greater than ACD can produce its distinctively mathematical consequences in the present argument exactly because it is taken to be a judgment of inequality in homogeneous magnitude, so that the inequality judgment will still hold when the equal ADC is substituted for ACD, yielding BCD ADC, and thence permitting the application of Prop. I. 19. Since general concepts, by their logical nature, cannot represent difference amid strict logical homogeneity, a purely conceptual reconstruction could not be adequate to Euclid's argument. Intuition is ineluctably required. Thus, at this second stage of Kant's argument we receive confirmation from the case of mathematics that the distinction between general concepts and singular intuitions really is logically strict and fundamental. Given the manifest rational success of the geometrical proofs, we confront an undeniable instance in which singular intuition accomplishes a cognitive task that exceeds the capacity of general concepts as Kant understands them. This shows that Kant's predecessors were wrong to take intuitions to be just confused concepts, rather, they are representations of a logically distinct and independent type. In proposing the syllogistic reconstruction of all mathematics, Wolff had claimed just the opposite. Given the centrality of concept containment to categorical syllogisms, and Wolff's belief that every inference is equivalent to a normal categorical syllogism, his program amounts to an effort to chart containment relations in an analytic hierarchy as a method for capturing the full system of mathematical truth. Not surprisingly, Wolff's key example of such reconstruction in the Deutsche Logik, the angle sum theorem for triangles, receives Kant's explicit attention, and was indeed one of his standard examples of the syntheticity of mathematics. And in fact, Wolff's reconstruction is vulnerable to both of the criticisms just explored. It makes ineliminable use of intuitions of spatial overlap, and it turns crucially on the representation of the equality of non-identicals. Wolff's reconstruction takes earlier Euclidean theorems as major premises. Crucially, Euclid I. 29 shows that alternate angles formed by cutting two parallels with a transversal are equal, so Wolff constructs a triangle with a line through the apex parallel to the base, from which to draw minor premises. He then proceeds syllogistically as follows. All alternate angles on parallel lines are equal, BAC and ABD are alternate angles on parallel lines, therefore, BAC and ABD are equal. After a parallel argument that BCA is equal to CBE, Wolff uses Euclid I. 13 as a major, again together with the GUR, to obtain the syllogism, all the angles standing on a line from one point are together equal to two right angles, ABD, ABC, and CBE stand on a line from one point, therefore, ABD, ABC, and CBE are together equal to two right angles. Adding syllogisms based on his RST3 conclusions, and the major equal angles can be substituted for equals without altering the magnitude, Wolff carries out the substitution, and infers that the three internal angles of the triangle together equal two right angles. One immediate problem with this argument concerns the role of singular representation in the formal structure of the overall reconstruction program. Because Wolff deploys minor terms with singular reference to the diagram, his inference cannot reach the needed conclusion by strictly syllogistic means, for once he has introduced these singular terms into the minor premises, syllogisms alone will never entail a universal conclusion. 7. Wolff glosses over the issue here by leaving his conclusion in the form of the singular statement about the angles of triangle ABC. The reconstruction program as a whole, however, requires the generalization to all triangles. After all, the further proofs that depend on Prop. I. 32 will need a universal major premise, just as the present sorites depended on universal majors from earlier theorems. If those premises had been particular or singular, the sorites would not have been valid. As Friedman points out, a parallel issue about our ability to derive general results from singular starting points involving intuition is arguably the fundamental philosophical issue facing any interpretation of Kant's view. In Kant's case, however, the generality of Euclidean construction procedures, coupled with the theory that such procedures can be specie-ed for use in particular proofs as schemata that determine a rule for providing the constructed concepts with a concrete image, at least provide materials for a potential answer to the challenge. 8. For Wolff, by contrast, the austere logical resources he permits himself leave him with no prospect for avoiding this problem. The formula is suggestive for our purposes, since the connection to singular representation hints at both of the underlying problems already identi-ed. The roles of the diagram and the singular minor premises in the geometrical reasoning are not incidental, designed merely to facilitate reference to certain features of the concepts, etc. On the contrary, the diagram is crucial, in that it represents distinct GURs, falling under different concepts, and shows them overlapping in space. Only such spatial overlap among the representations of the GUR's parts allows the argument to represent a denied necessary relation between the internal angles of the triangle and the right angle, a representation that depends, in particular, on the fact that ABC is a proper part belonging to both the internal angles of the triangle, and also a GUR with known relation to the right angle. This spatial reasoning deploys the same type of essentially non-conceptual intuitive information we saw in the discussion of Euclid I. 20. The other key step in the proof works by equating the remaining internal angles of the triangle each to one of the complementary angles adjacent to ABC onto. Not only does the underlying reasoning justifying these equalities rely again on intuitive spatial overlap, but further, this step must obviously represent non-identical magnitudes, and then demonstrate their equivalence, thereby violating the limits on merely conceptual representation we found at work in the RST step of Kant's argument. If we were really operating with strictly one-place concepts alone, the only terms that could fall under Wolff's last major premise would be identical, and so could not arrive at the wanted result, which is to represent the equivalence of non-identicals. By way of contrast, consider Kant's treatment of the same proof. Give a philosopher the concept of a triangle, and let him try to nd out in his way how the sum of its angles might be related to a right angle. He has nothing but the concept of a GUR enclosed by three straight lines, and in it the concept of equally many angles. Now he may re-ECT on this concept as long as he wants, yet he will not come upon any other properties that do not already lie in these concepts. But now let the geometer take up this question. He begins at once to construct a triangle. Since he knows that two right angles together are exactly equal to all of the adjacent angles that can be drawn at one point on a straight line, he extends one side of his triangle, and obtains two adjacent angles that together are equal to two right ones. Now he divides the external one of these angles by drawing a line parallel to the opposite side of the triangle, and sees that here there arises an external adjacent angle which is equal to an internal one, etc. That is, the geometer does not rest with relations of identity among and other concepts, but instead constructs a triangle and then extends it to form a further GUR of known relation to the magnitude of a right angle. Note how Kant's geometer deliberately sets out to create the kind of spatial overlap emphasized above, as part of a constructive proof strategy which deploys the tools provided by the constructive Euclidean postulates, RST, to create a spatial overlap between the internal angles and the adjacent angles on a straight line, and then to generate a GUR facilitating the comparison of the complementary external angle with the opposite internal angles of the triangle. The whole idea is to construct explicit representations of the two terms of the problem and then bring them into a relation in space. Thus, 9 Kant on the syntheticity of elementary mathematics 243. Extending the side AC to E produces a diagram in which one angle of the triangle overlaps with a GUR of known relation to the magnitude of a right angle. The proof then proceeds by comparing the non-overlapping parts dividing the external angle BCE by the line CD, so as to exploit Euclid I-29 to show ABC equal to BCD, and BAC to DCE. Since the argument both establishes equivalence of non-identicals, and turns on strictly partial overlaps among these representations, the representations involved and the decisive relations among them cannot be mere stand-ins for concepts in relations of analytic containment. Rather, the underlying representations are intuitions serving as constructions of concepts, whose mutual relations are not conned by the restrictions on concept equivalence, or by analytic concept hierarchies and the division rules. Using the resulting excibility, the proof can establish a judgment of the equality of non-identicals. As we saw, no such judgment could be true by containment. The angle sum property, then, is essentially synthetic. The very argument Wolff took as paradigmatic is in fact a counterexample to the possibility of his reconstruction program. 9.2 Kant's philosophy of arithmetic on reaction. It is to Wolff's credit that he centered his reconstruction program on examples drawn from geometry. After all, he could have taken his cue instead from mathematical sciences like arithmetic or Euclid's general theory of ratio and proportion for magnitudes, whose greater abstractness would seem more promising for a purely logical account. By focusing on geometry, Wolff forthrightly confronted the more difficult case for his version of logicism. Conversely, readers of Kant have found his syntheticity thesis much easier to understand for the case of elementary geometry than in the more abstract example of arithmetic, a reaction that can be traced all the way back to the beginning of the Kant reception. Kant's correspondence shows that even his disciple, the mathematician Johann Schultz, had argued in an earlier draft of his Prüfungserkenntniskritik der reinen Vernunft that while geometry was synthetic, arithmetic must be counted as analytic. In response to the draft, Kant defended his syntheticity thesis for arithmetic in a letter of November 25, 1788, and was apparently able to convince Schultz. 9 Later on, of course, Frege accepted the syntheticity of geometry even while developing his own logicist foundations for arithmetic, and more recently, Parsons framed his initial account of Kant's philosophy of mathematics around the case of arithmetic based on a similar contrast, arguing that the syntheticity thesis is easy to motivate for geometry but challenging for arithmetic. This feature of the reception is understandable. As we have just seen in detail, the role of spatial intuition in geometrical reasoning is obvious on the face of the Euclidean proofs, as is the thought that geometry itself is a science of space. The task of adequately reframing the diagrammatic reasoning of elementary geometry in more abstract terms clearly exceeded both the logical resources and, frankly, the technical creativity of proto-logicists like Wolff. By contrast, it is not so clear what role intuition plays in either the proof or the very cation of simple arithmetic propositions like 2 + 2 = 4 and 7 + 5 = 12, or even of the general basic laws that Schultz took to be arithmetic axioms, like the associative and commutative laws. 10. Moreover, as Kant was well aware, Leibniz proposed to prove simple arithmetic formulae using only definitions and a principle of the substitutivity of identity, which Kant conceded to be analytic. 11. In the face of these difficulties, Kant's own explicit remarks presenting the syntheticity claim for arithmetic can seem unhelpful, thin, or even frustratingly obtuse. For example, the treatment in the Critique introduction asserts. To be sure, one might initially think that 7 plus 5 equals 12 is a merely analytic proposition. Yet if one considers it more closely, one nds that the concept of the sum of 7 and 5 contains nothing more than the unication of both numbers in a single one, through which it is not at all thought what this single number is which comprehends the two of them. The concept of 12 is by no means already thought merely by my thinking that unication of 7 and ve, and no matter how long I analyze my concept of such a possible sum, I will still not nd 12 in it. Apparently, Kant does not so much argue here, as pound the table. Instead of explaining exactly what is revealed when one considers it more closely, he simply restates his point in the more emphatic form of a challenge: analyze all you want, you will never nd the predicate in the subject. But why not? And how do we know? The quasi-introspective tone and RST personal formulation of Kant's no matter how long I analyze apparently leave him open to the rejoinder that mathematics only seems synthetic because of failures in his own analyses. Deeper analysis might reveal the appropriate containment relations, perhaps, for example, through the Leibnizian proof. This last move, of course, is just a special version of the same basic maneuver, what I called the rationalist recuperation strategy in earlier chapters, that has to be blocked if Kant is to sustain a stable analytic/synthetic distinction at all. The case of mathematics was supposed to provide heft to Kant's use of that distinction in his wider critique by showing that substantive and incontrovertible systematic knowledge is in fact irreducibly synthetic. It would be unfortunate indeed if the recuperation gambit could reframe these truths as analytic. In my view, the two-step presentation of Kant's argument proposed in Chapter 8 has utility at this juncture. To recall, the two stages in the underlying structure of Kant's argument would be, RST, to argue directly on the basis of logical facts about concepts and their containment relations that arithmetic cannot be established through mere concepts, and then, in a second stage, to provide a positive account of how arithmetic cognition is possible where intuition enters to make good the insufficiency of mere concepts established in the RST step. The interpretation makes some sense of the apparent order of argument in Kant's discussion of the arithmetic case, which starts with the strongly worded assertion we saw above, insisting that conceptual analysis can never adequately explain our cognition that 7 plus 5 equals 12, and only thereafter turns to the attempt to identify a role for intuition in the cognition. 12. More importantly, viewing Kant's position from this standpoint forces us to dig deeper in search of the intended basis of his content assertion that no amount of analysis will yield a containment relation at the basis of simple arithmetic formulae like 7 plus 5 equals 12. Once we look past the apparently table-pounding tone of Kant's formulation and return to the basic points about concepts introduced in section 8.3, Kant's logical commitments begin to look quite promising as a foundation for his syntheticity claim, perhaps even promising enough to justify his somewhat brusque manner of presentation. 9.2.12 Bases of syntheticity. Equivalence of non-identicals and non-reciprocity of content and extension. Thus, my argument will be that while Kant's initial exposition of the syntheticity of arithmetic seems frustratingly opaque, 13. His substantive views about the nature of concepts serve to illuminate it by providing context for Kant's repeated invitations to consider what is thought in the concepts of numbers and sums. These should be understood as demands to consider carefully how the concepts could be related to one another as genera and species. 14. And also to consider what exactly it is that they represent, qua concepts. Given their logical nature as general representations marking species differences, concepts represent by containing general marks. Crucially, we saw that such concepts can be equivalent only if they are fully and strictly identical, To be equal in any other sense, they would have to contain the same amount, but such amounts are comparable only in virtue of actually shared marks, i.e., via full or partial identity. 15. So in the domain of conceptual truth, to be equal is to be strictly identical. Thus, no sense can be given to equivalent but non-identical conceptual contents, and concepts alone can never represent the equivalence of non-identicals. But just such an equivalence is the core assertion of every simple arithmetic formula like 7 plus 5 equals 12, thus, such assertions cannot be strictly conceptual truths. They must be synthetic. 16. Despite its simplicity, the blunt presentations from the critique quoted above do not offer much indication of this argument, but Kant does strongly suggest it in the November 25, 1788, letter mentioned earlier, written in response to the pressure of Schulz's thesis that arithmetic should be separated from geometry and treated as analytic. Kant focuses there on the same simple arithmetic formulae he takes up in the critique introduction, but in the reply to Schulz he notes the key point that such statements are equivalences, and draws the consequence that if they were analytic, the concepts on either side of the equivalence relation would have to be reciprocal concepts, identical to one another. All analytic judgment by means of concepts have this characteristic: they can represent a predicate only as a constituent concept contained in the subject concept. But in an arithmetical judgment, namely, an equation, both concepts must be absolutely reciprocal concepts and objectively completely identical, for example, the concepts 3 plus 4 and 7. Since they are equivalences, arithmetic equations, were they analytic, would have to be like definitions, connecting concepts that are identical at bottom even if they are presented under different names or in superficially different guises. But the expressions on either side of an arithmetic equivalence must not be conceptually identical, for they could not play their essential mathematical role if they were. Kant offers Schulz three interrelated arguments for this last conclusion. Most straightforwardly, he insists that the plain analysis of the concepts shows on its face that they are not identical. Now, assuming it were an analytic judgment, I would have to think exactly the same thing by 3 plus 4 as by 7, and the judgment would only make me more clearly conscious of what I thought. But since 12 to 5 equals 7 yields a number that is actually the same number I thought when I was adding 3 plus 4, it would follow, according to the principle things equal to the same thing are equal to each other, that when I think 3 and 4 I must at the same time be thinking 12 and 5. And this does not jibe with my own consciousness. The terms on either side of a true equation of course refer us to the same magnitude, or number. But that is not the same as their being conceptually identical. There are a great many arithmetic operations that yield the output 7, and if such equations were analytically true, Kant implicates, we would be forced to concede that the concept implicitly involves the contents not just of the concepts of smaller numbers like and, but also to concepts like, and so on, which refer to larger magnitudes. Moreover, the operative principle of substitutivity of equals quickly entails the unhappy consequence that the concept must be identical to the concept, since both stand in true equations with. So, I can attain the determination of one and the same magnitude equals 8, through 3 plus 5, 12 to 4, 2 asterisk 4, or 2 3. But in my thought 3 plus 5, the thought 2 asterisk 4 was not contained at all, just as little, therefore, was the concept of 8 contained, which has the same value as both. The various terms yielding the output, 8, are different arithmetic operations applied to different numbers, and so would need to be represented by different concepts, on the face of it. This last point connects to a second, related but deeper reason for rejecting an analytic conceptual basis for arithmetic equivalences. As Kant notes, these different ways of attaining the determination of the same magnitude are really different syntheses, or as we would put it, different operations. I can form a concept of one and the same magnitude by means of several different kinds of combination and separation. Objectively, the concept that I form is indeed identical. But subjectively, depending on the type of composition that I think, in order to arrive at that concept, the concepts are very different. So that at any rate my judgment goes beyond the concept I have of the synthesis. Kant's talk of objective versus subjective identity here is not very felicitous, 17, but his underlying point is clear enough, and compelling. A concept is a general representation that marks off species differences, and in that sense, it can also be thought of as a rule determining whether or not something counts as an instance of the relevant species. Given that addition, subtraction, and the like are themselves syntheses, the concepts of some given sum, difference, etc., should clearly involve content that captures what rule governs the relevant synthesis. But different operations obviously refer to different syntheses, so the conceptual contents capturing these rules ought to be different, depending on the type of composition that I think in order to arrive at that concept, the concepts are very different. And this fact would have to be denied if we were to treat the arithmetic equivalence as a conceptual truth, for the only equivalence relation among mere concepts is identity. Now we can see more explicitly just why arithmetic formulae must be equivalences of non-identicals, from Kant's point of view. Even though both of the equated terms determine the same magnitude, they do so in different ways, whose difference can only be captured by different concepts, specifying the alternative determination procedures. Thus, what is asserted by these formulae is the novel result that two different procedures yield the same magnitude as their outcome. Precisely this is the fact of mathematical interest, and it could never be expressed if arithmetic were supposed to be analytic, since only identical concepts can legitimately be equated in an analytic proposition. As a result, the dilemma result we found in the philosophy of geometry is in full force here, as well. Either the different ways of determining the magnitude are conceptually different, or they are not. If so, then obviously the two terms cannot be conceptually equivalent, so the equation is not an analytic truth, and if not, then the formula fails to represent the equivalence of different procedures for determining magnitude, so the point of mathematical interest does not get a purely conceptual expression. Kant's third argument to Schultz expresses the immediate consequence of this result. 18. If arithmetic were analytic in this way, the ampliative character of arithmetic, through which we are able to learn something genuinely new and of mathematical interest, would be inexplicable. This wide point was bound to be rhetorically sharp in the dialectical context, given Schultz's professional commitment to the eld of mathematics. But given what we have just seen about the incapacity of mere concepts to represent the mathematical interest of even the simplest propositions of arithmetic, it has deeper argumentative significance as well. The force of the reasoning Kant deployed to convince Schultz can be seen from another direction if we turn our attention to the restrictions on analytic conceptual truth in the Spicicali-Wolfan sense that follow from the relations it imposes between a concept's content and its logical extension. As we saw, an analytic concept hierarchy requires strong reciprocity between the contents and logical extensions of concepts. Concepts with the same contents must have the same logical extensions and vice versa, and any overlap in logical extension must be explicable by appeal to shared content, and vice versa. But in the considerations Kant raises against Schultz, the mathematical interest of the arithmetic equivalence rests completely on the way the contents and extensions of the equated terms come apart, in direct violation of the restrictions on division-based analyticity. Again, Kant writes, I can form a concept of one and the same magnitude by means of several different kinds of combination and separation. So, I can attain the determination of one and the same magnitude equals 8, through 3 plus 5, 12 to 4, 2 asterisk 4, or 2 3. But in my thought 3 plus 5, the thought 2 asterisk 4 was not contained at all, just as little, therefore, was the concept of 8 contained, which has the same value as both. In analytic definitions like perception is representation with consciousness or coercion is a hindrance. Of freedom, the predicate and subject are supposed to have the same content, the same conceptual marks, and therefore the same extension. By contrast, 3 plus 5 equals 8 is true even though and do not have the same content, because the concepts nevertheless determine the same object in their extensions. 19. Thus, conceptual content and extension come apart, violating the reciprocity demanded of analytic conceptual relations. The failure of reciprocity is fully transparent in an equation like 3 plus 5 equals 2 asterisk 4, where it is obviously wrong to attribute the same content to the concepts, even thought they have the same value. 20 Since the terms are not conceptually identical, the equivalence emerges only under the concepts, in the magnitude they apply to, and the judgment cannot rest on concept containment. To explain such truths, we must postulate non-logical extensions, which, unlike logical extensions, need not be strictly reciprocal with conceptual content. They can therefore be used to express essentially synthetic truth. This turn to the relation between the contents and extensions of concepts suggests that we should also be able to see the force of Kant's point about the syntheticity of arithmetic formulae by thinking through what it would take to represent such propositions in an analytic concept hierarchy that would make those concepts and extensions fully explicit, consistent with the Wolfson rules governing analytic containment. As we saw in Chapter 2, analysis of concepts sensu Kant should not be viewed as mere introspection, but as exploration of an objective concept hierarchy, constrained by species rules of the traditional logic, the division rules. From this point of view, Kant's denial that the concept is contained in the sum concept can be understood to amount to the claim that a hierarchy conforming to the rules of logical division cannot express the truth that 7 plus 5 equals 12 in terms of containment relations between and. As it turns out, the division rules, and the strong reciprocity of conceptual contents and logical extensions they impose, do block the construction of an appropriate hierarchy. Reciprocity places quite a restrictive demand on the relations among concepts, and that demand is violated by arithmetic relations among numbers, which, as a consequence, cannot be assimilated to analytic genus/species relations based on concatenation of conceptual marks. The reciprocity of content and extension is reacted in analytic hierarchies by their permitting affirmative containment relations only along a single dimension, the above/below relation. Other overlaps are blocked by the exclusion rule, so a proper hierarchy could only connect n as genus to species, making one a species of the other, or else placing both at the same node, as convertible concepts. It turns out, however, that an arithmetic judgment like 7 plus 5 equals 12 expresses two basically different and orthogonal kinds of relation among the numbers 7, 5, and 12, each of which must be separately specie-ed in order to capture the proposition's mathematical content. This exceeds the expressive capacities of the one-dimensional hierarchy, and violates the reciprocity of content and extension mandated by the division rules. Given the limited possibilities made available by the genus/species relation, we can see the point through argument by elimination, which shows how the various types of hierarchy that might pretend to represent arithmetic relations run afoul of the constraints. Perhaps the most plausible account of 7 plus 5 equals 12 as a relation of genus to species would treat as a genus contained in the subject. Consider the shape of the resulting hierarchy. It is natural to locate the number concepts at the same level, for example, as species dividing the concept. Then we could try to obtain the wanted genus/species relation by introducing some concepts like, etc. among the subspecies under. Since a division hierarchy needs some genus/species relation, let us assume for reductio that the analyticity of 7 plus 5 equals 12 could be represented as figure 9.6. This proposal faces an immediate, perfectly elementary problem. The mathematical interest of 7 plus 5 equals 12 is to assert a relation among the three numbers, 7, 5, and 12, but our hierarchy represents no such relation. 21 We take 7 plus 5 equals 12 to make that relation explicit because we take the sum concept to be composed out of the concepts and. But so far, our hierarchy represents no explicit relation between and or. Is introduced as a new concept, and until its relation to and is specie-ed, its place as a species under establishes no connection among, and. 22 We could try to remedy the defect by explicitly connecting to and, as in figure 9.7. As soon as we do, however, we have violated the division rules. Now the extensions of, and overlap in the concept, and the division of is no longer exclusive. Just here, the one-dimensionality of the analytic hierarchy becomes fatal. The hierarchy can express only the reciprocal contained in / under relations which make a species of. But and cannot be contained in the same way as, that would make them sums of 7 and VE. They would have to be contained in some other way. It is this other way that the hierarchy cannot represent. No amount of dealing with the details can remove the basic limitation. Since, and are members of a division, any relation connecting them all to the same concept below them would create an overlap of extensions, and thereby violate the division rules and the strong reciprocity of conceptual content and extension they guarantee. That is, representing 7 plus 5 equals 12 as a relation between and, on the one hand, and, on the other, requires the suspension of the very rules that make a hierarchy an explicit and systematic representation of analyticities. Parallel considerations show that hierarchies which located arithmetic operation concepts above the number concepts, or which treated them as convertible with the number concepts themselves, would be no improvement. The hierarchy would still permit only one type of relation between concepts, and arithmetic propositions like 7 plus 5 equals 12 demand more than 123 perhaps. However, all the trouble arose from the assumption that the number concepts are members of an exclusive division. The resources of concept containment do offer one alternative to that supposition. We could represent the numbers above and below one another, as a successive series of genus, species, subspecies, etc. This proposal may seem to have more promise. If we restrict attention to the natural numbers, we could posit as the highest genus, as species, etc. Each number would be contained in its successor, and thereby in all subsequent numbers as well. And in fact, smaller numbers are contained in larger numbers, at least in the sense in which, for example, any group of 7 contains within it a group of VE. 24. But the idea makes no progress on the core problem of one-dimensionality. The only way to introduce into such a successive hierarchy of number concepts is to make it convertible with. But then there is no way to specify its relation to or. The proposed hierarchy, it is true, does represent n as contained in the / concept, but not in the right way. For consider, n are above just as n are, yet they do not sum to 12. 25. Moreover, of course, there are arithmetic operations equivalent to 12 whose component members are not above. In the NAL analysis, the one-dimensionality of analytic conceptual relations simply prevents the formation of a hierarchy capable of representing arithmetic truths like 7 plus 5 equals 12, so it turns out that the rules governing analytic containment prevent the expression of arithmetical formulae. There is, of course, a further, logically independent and arguably deeper problem with some of the concept hierarchies we have just been considering. They posit divisions within nightly many species. The whole advantage of division-based hierarchies was supposed to be that they can specify a precise content for concepts, explicitly presenting each as the conjunction of a finite set of marks. This is one reason Kant insists that no concept can be thought as if it contained an innate number of representations within itself. Although Kant admits that a concept may contain an innate number of representations under itself, he clearly did not intend to countenance a single division with innately many species, as in the above examples. Rather, the thought was that a concept's species may always be further divided into ever more particular subspecies concepts. As Friedman shows in detail, no system of one-place concepts and monadic logical relations among them is capable of producing fully explicit representations of innate manifolds. The logical means by which modern formal systems carry off this feat make crucial use of relational conceptual structures, and more decisively, nested quanti-ers binding variables related by such concepts. These resources of polyadic quanti-cation theory have strictly greater expressive power than the monadic quanti-cation theory available to Kant in the theory of the syllogism. I have argued elsewhere that even quite simple relational concepts by themselves create insuperable problems for division-based concept hierarchies, and complex mathematical relations clearly raise even greater difficulties. Kant himself held that such relational structures were to be treated by distinctively mathematical methods, not through logic alone. As Friedman emphasizes, mathematical constructions involving intuition can be iterated indefinitely, since the rules of mathematical systems permit the outputs of such constructions to be taken as inputs for further acts of construction, in the way we saw earlier in the case of auxiliary constructions in geometry, and will see later in a stroke symbol representation for arithmetic. Mathematical reasoning thereby achieves what syllogistic reasoning on concepts cannot. These considerations can thus count as an independent confirmation that the containment relations among one-place concepts proper to the traditional logic, which constituted the domain of analyticity for Kant, do in fact lack the expressive power to represent arithmetic structure. 9.2.2 Leibniz's proof strategy and the nature of mathematical definition. The arguments of section 9.2.1, which infer directly from logical features of conceptual representation to the negative syntheticity result, might be thought to underestimate the resources of Leibniz's strategy for deriving arithmetic formulae from definitions. Again, this argument would have been known to Kant from the New Essays. 26 Leibniz proposed to prove 2 plus 2 equals 4 from an axiom permitting substitution of equals for equals, plus the following definitions of numbers: 2 equals def 1 plus 1, 3 equals def 2 plus 1, 4 equals def 3 plus 1. The argument is straightforward. For the subject 2 plus 2 we may substitute 2 plus 1 plus 1, by the definition of, then, by the definition of, we substitute 3 plus 1 for 2 plus 1 plus 1, which concept is identical to, by the definition of. In Leibniz's proof, the concepts and are all treated as reciprocal, so from the point of view of concept hierarchies, they would all be located at the same node, and since thereby implicitly contains, and the number concepts would best be treated as a genus/species/subspecies series. The definitions are then wheeled in to unpack the surprising internal structure of each number concept. The now standard objection to Leibniz's procedure is that there is a gap in his proof, since it implicitly assumes without defense the associative law of arithmetic, and hence the order indifference of arithmetic combination. Martin argues that Kant's position should be understood along similar lines, with the modication that he would have held the associative law to be synthetic, thereby establishing the syntheticity of arithmetic as part of an axiomatic treatment of the subject. The main basis for this claim is the nascent version of an axiomatic treatment of arithmetic given by Schulz in the Prüfung. But as Parsons points out, such an interpretation faces formidable obstacles. Perhaps most important is Kant's own express denial that arithmetic has axioms, a view he repeated in the very November 25, 1788, letter to Schulz, upon which Martin relies as the textual basis for his supposition that Schulz's eventual views in the published Prüfung can safely be attributed to Kant. Parsons therefore seems right to conclude that ideas about synthetic axioms for arithmetic are due to Schulz rather than Kant, and we must look elsewhere for Kant's own resistance to the Leibnizian proof strategy. Fortunately, the points about concepts outlined in Chapter 8 offer sine Kant comfort in this regard. For given those views on the nature of conceptual representation, Kant has immediate grounds to reject the analyticity of the proposed Leibnizian definitions themselves. 1 plus 1 equals 2 is synthetic just as much as 7 plus 5 equals 12, and for the same reasons. The most telling point here concerns the most basic feature of conceptual representation, viz., that concepts are general representations that mark species difference. As we saw in Chapter 8, it follows that the combination or concatenation of any conceptual mark with itself generates no restriction of generality, and so yields just the concept itself once again. This idempotence was a crucial ground for Sutherland's conclusion that conceptual content cannot be combined to produce more of the same, and hence that the representation of magnitude could not be purely conceptual. We also saw the same logical point lead to the consequence that the only equivalence relation expressible through mere concepts is strict identity. Related considerations ensure that the alleged Leibnizian denitions must themselves be synthetic, sensu Kant. Consider the initial denition of as. What content is to have? It could count as an illuminating analytic denition of only if it is understood to be formed from, by concatenation of the conceptual marks and 27, but then it would also have to be simply identical to, and the denition would fail to identify a new number, 2. As we have seen, in the domain of concepts, the rule of combination is A plus A equals A, and not A plus A equals 2A. For again, concept concatenation begins from a given concept and adds some further mark, true of everything which falls under the new concept that results. The further mark, insofar as its content differs from that of the initial concept, restricts the scope of the new concept. But if I add the same mark to itself, I do not specify a narrower extension, so the new concept is identical to the RST, having the same content and extension. Leibniz himself implicitly concedes this point in his presentation of the strategy in the New Essays. Not only does he treat his substitutivity axiom as a truth by identity, but more directly, he formulates the argument itself in terms of identity rather than equality, and he expressly asserts that talk of equality and talk of identity are interchangeable here. Instead of saying that 2 and 2 is 2 and 1 and 1, and could say that 2 and 2 is equal to 2 and 1 and 1, and similarly with the others. Leibniz thereby accepts that for a purely conceptual system of the sort he aspires to, the relevant equivalence relation would have to be identity. As we have seen, exactly that restriction prevents mere conceptual relations from capturing the mathematical force of arithmetic formulae. Thus, the Leibnizian denition fails to represent proper containment relations between and. Either the new concept is formed from by concatenation, in which case it is equivalent to itself and unrelated to, or it is stipulated to be conceptually equivalent to, and is unrelated to. In neither case is an analytic containment relation established between and. Kant could nevertheless accept Leibniz's denition. Of course, he would simply insist that it, like all denitions of mathematical concepts, is essentially synthetic. What it offers is not a containment truth clarifying, but an immediately evident construction of an object for the concept itself, out of items that fall under a different concept. 28. It is tempting to trace the syntheticity of the Leibnizian denitions to the role of the addition operator, which does have greater expressive power than analytic concept concatenation. From that point of view, no proposition that includes any sum concept could be analytic. Kant, however, apparently did not see the matter in these terms. He is clearly willing to treat as analytic some general principles that essentially involve arithmetic operations like addition, that equals added to or subtracted from equals given equal are analytic propositions, since I am immediately conscious of the identity of one generation of magnitude with the other. Thus, the mere occurrence of arithmetic operations in the formulation of a judgment does not by itself suffice to establish syntheticity. It seems that in Kant's mind, a denition like 1 plus 1 equals 2 is synthetic not because it involves addition simpliciter, but because of something about the contents of the relevant terms.